Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
My Hero Academia, Unchained Predator. Chapter 1, Slayer Arc Displaced. Author note. Cover art belongs to Luke Connor of DeviantArt. Welcome one and all to my 5th full-length crossover story. Been wanting to do this for a while, and I hope I hyped you guys up after releasing the teaser. Had to do a couple of rewrites with the release of Doom Eternal, but it was no biggie. I know I said I would have it released by Q4 2020, but let me explain. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic our world is going through, you can only imagine how stressful it is for me, and it's taken a toll on my writing. I've been trying to calm myself down, but all I see on the news are bad news and more bad news. It's been tough, but Doom Eternal has been strangely relaxing for me. Don't know why, but it helps. Because of this, I'll be devoting most of my writing to this FIC since it calms me down in the face of this crisis. I will be doing short chapters and quick bursts, but should otherwise be a good read. I may diverge from both canons a little, but this is fanfiction after all. As much as I want to put up some author's notes, I've decided to keep you guys guessing. Big shout out and thank you to GamerJ, whose stellar RWYX Doom story inspired me to make this. Doom, My Hero Academia, and Darksiders belong to their respective owners. I do not own either of them. Stay home, stay healthy, and stay safe. Chapter 1. Displaced. They are justice, integrity, courage. They are the embodiment of hope and peace. Your enemies are rage, brutal, villainous, without mercy. But you? You will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done. Unknown. Hell the well. The spider mastermind's bulbous cerebral cortex exploded in a shower of gore as the BFG cell ripped straight through its insectoid face. The force of the blast sent the Doomslayer skidding backward across the lake of viscera and entrails, his BFG still in hand. The Slayer picked himself up and looked at the remains of the biomechanical arachnid that used to be Olivia Pierce as his Predator suit dripped with blood. It was over. Once again, he had stopped Hell from taking over the Earth, or at least an alternate version of Earth, not the one he originally hailed from. It was also hard to believe that he would encounter another version of the Union Aerospace Corporation. But none of that mattered now. The well had been destroyed, and the race of Argent Dinner were finally free from their torment and corruption. Hell had lost a key component in their plans and suffered a crippling blow for the umpteenth time. With no way for the UAC to monopolize Argent energy and the invasion on Mars grounded to a halt, the Slayer was free to continue to his warpath through Hell and straight to the Dark Lord himself. The Makers were also next on his list. Pocketing his BFG into his Hammer Space backpack, a sort of extra-dimensional storage that the wretch designed for his Predator suit, he searched for a way out of the cavern. Tether activation. Shit. Somehow he forgot about that. As his body floated upwards, arcs of energy began surging around him, disintegrating the blood that was caked onto his suit before a bright flash teleported him out of Hell. Mars UAC Facility. 2149 AD. When his vision came to, the Slayer found himself floating over the same teleportation pad seen in Kadinger's Sanctum in Vegas Central Processing. But he immediately felt that something was very wrong. He couldn't move any of his limbs. They felt like they were shackled by invisible chains, which also meant he couldn't access his armaments. He looked ahead at the darkened room before him. He noticed something walking towards him via the steam-shrouded walkway. It was Samuel Hayden. You've won. It's over. The UAC chairman spoke as he approached him. You've stopped the invasion and closed the portal. But it's come at a price. Argent, Vega, this entire operation. The Slayer glowered at the cyborg. He didn't like where this was heading. Hayden now loomed over the Doomslayer. You see, I've watched you work. Come to understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all, leave nothing behind, and you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree. He then held out his hand that instantly magnetized to something inside the Doomslayer's Hammer Space backpack. It flew into Hayden's open hand, and the Slayer's eyes widened in shock. The Crucible. But with this, we can continue our work. Hayden marveled as he gestured to the corrupted blade. The Slayer violently thrashed around in an attempt to release himself from his bindings. Didn't this fool know what that thing is capable of? It would be the invasion of Mars and Earth all over again. He had to stop him and destroy the Crucible before it was too late. He reached out towards Hayden's head, but his hand stopped short due to his bindings. The chairman could see the Slayer's rage-filled orbs glaring wrathfully at him from behind his helmet's visor. I am not the villain in this story, Hayden professed. I do what I do because there is no choice. Rerouting. Tether coordinates complete. The intercom announced. The Slayer's head shot up to the ceiling. Where was this bastard sending him? Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. With a flick of his mechanical wrist, a glowing blade of red-colored energy ending in a double-edged tip and covered in runes shot out of the Crucible. Until we see each other again. As Hayden turned around to leave, the Slayer tried in vain to escape, but to no avail as he felt himself being lifted into the air. The last thing he saw before he was blinded by a white light once more was his hand reaching out towards Hayden. Midoriya Residence Muzidafu, Japan. June 23, 2149 QE. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Izuki Midoriya smiled at his handiwork. He had received his All Might model in the mail and had just finished assembling and painting it. The inheritor of One for All cleaned the paint off his hands and gently placed the model next to countless others on his shelf. Izuku was in a good mood today. Class had gone by smoothly and his friends were eagerly awaiting the test results from their end-of-term exams. A knock was heard on his door and his mother, Inko Midoriya, came into his bedroom. "Izuku, honey, dinner's ready," she said with a smile. "What are we having?" her son asked, eagerly hungry. "Well, I thought we could try something different, so I dash." A loud noise reminiscent of a thunderclap caused the two to jump in surprise and look towards Izuku's window to see multiple flashes coming from the sky above their apartment. That's odd. The weather forecast didn't say that there would be any thunderstorms tonight. Not even a cloud in the sky at most. Inko noted while Izuku looked confused. Suddenly, they saw a green blur fall from the sky and straight into the ground. Izuku and his mother ran over to the window and looked down to see the shape of a man lying motionless in a crater next to the apartment building entrance. Inko gasped in shock while her son wasted no time running out of his room. Within the crater, the Doomslayer laid flat on his back. Darkness was the only thing he could see, but he slowly began to regain consciousness. But as he did, his anger surged tenfold. Hayden had betrayed him and sent him to God knows where. Most likely back in hell. As soon as he found another working teleporter, he was going to rip and tear that motherfucker into iron filings, and no amount of pleading was going to save him. Moving his arms a little, the Slayer prepared to face whatever pit of the dark realm he was in. Hold on. He felt something he hadn't felt in what seemed like eons. Grass? His eyes fluttering open, the first thing he saw was not the red-tinted, cloud-choked skies of hell, but the cool night sky glistening with stars. He slowly sat himself to get a good look at his surroundings. For the first time in his life, the Doomslayer was at a total loss. He was in a city. Not hell, not Mars, not Argentnur. A regular city. He couldn't believe it. Was he back home? Did Hayden send him back to Earth? It had to be a dream. This was too good to be true. Looking down at his left hand, he felt the grass again to make sure it was real. The receptor pads in his gloves confirmed that it was healthy, well-maintained grass. Getting himself up onto his feet, the Slayer took note that he had landed near an apartment complex. He noticed a billboard on top of a building nearby and saw that the advertisement was in another language. He recognized it as Japanese, confirming that he was on Earth. But why would Hayden send him here? "Hey, are you okay?" The Slayer turned towards the entrance of the apartment to see a young Japanese boy with freckles and curly green hair. A short, rotund woman following closely behind him had the same color hair he had. Most likely his mother. Izuku quickly went up towards the man and was almost immediately taken aback by how tall he was. The full body armor he was wearing made him look frightfully imposing, and the tinted visor made it hard to make out what he looked like. Regardless, Izuku wanted to make sure he was uninjured. "Are you hurt? We saw you fall from the sky and thought you might have been injured." The boy rattled off as he looked at him up and down. The Slayer didn't answer the boy as he looked down at him, his helmet picking up what he was saying and translating it into English, most likely an upgrade from the UAC. He also noticed the scars he had on his right arm. "Are you a hero on duty? I can call an ambulance if you're hurt," the woman offered as she brought her cell phone out. The Slayer blinked. Hero? Where did that come from? This conversation wasn't going to get him answers or lead anywhere, so he strode past the boy and his mother. "Sir," Izuku called out as the man continued down the street, his heavy footsteps echoing through the night as he disappeared past a street corner. Izuku and Inko were left rooted where they stood, unable to make heads or tails on what just happened. The Slayer walked down the street, the light posts dimly lighting the sidewalk. He looked all around him, and he took in his new situation. It was strangely comforting to be back home. After spending so much time on Argentnur and fighting through Mars and Hell, he never thought he would be back on God's sweet green earth ever again. But now was not the time for nostalgia. As much as he wanted to enjoy a little reprieve from decimating legions of demons, he knew he couldn't rest. He had to find some way back to Hayden and stop him from using the Crucible. He didn't care if it was to help humanity or not. It was too dangerous to use and had to be destroyed. The first thing to do was to find a teleporter to get him back to Mars, but he had to ascertain if this was his Earth or Hayden's Earth. He heard some people talking to each other across the street to his left and decided not to pay attention, focusing on his thoughts. But he saw something truly bizarre about them out of the corner of his eye. He glanced at them, and his eyes widened a little when he saw the young girl talking to her boyfriend who had skin made out of paper while she was made entirely out of water. As the Slayer stared at the couple who continued on their merry way, someone bumped into him, causing the Slayer to shift his gaze to a flustered businessman. "So sorry." The man quickly apologized as he bowed. He turned around to leave, and the Slayer noticed a third arm sticking out of his back, carrying his suitcase as he left. The Doomslayer's eye twitched. It was now apparent to him that this was neither his Earth nor the dimension he had just come from. Where the fuck did Hayden send him? Act 1. Academia Saga. Chapter 2. Stranger in a Strange Land. Muzidafu, Japan. 2 hours later, 11:30 p.m. After getting over the initial shock of finding out he was in a completely alternate world, the Doomslayer continued to explore the city until he came upon the entertainment district. It was filled with dazzling lights and featured all kinds of venues such as restaurants, bars, movie theaters, and stores. It was also packed to the brim with people enjoying the nightlife, some of which featured the same bizarre physical features the Slayer saw earlier. One thing he noticed was that everyone was getting along with each other despite their obvious biological changes. This only served to confuse the Slayer further as he took in this new, almost alien environment. It also served to trouble him further. After choosing to stay in hell to ensure the demons could never invade another world and spending most of his life on Argent, he gave up any chance of returning to his home. But now he was on an Earth similar to his own, but with glaring differences. It wasn't the Earth he was born on, and it felt so strange. He continued to walk past the citizens who oddly paid him no mind. Of course, he did garner the attention of two who noticed him. Whoa, check out the armor on that guy. He's got to be a pro hero. Well, don't bother him. He's probably on patrol. Again with that hero crap. The people of this new world kept mistaking him for one. If anyone knew what he was and the kind of horrors he faced, they'd all see him much differently. His actions weren't heroism per se, it was solely rage and vengeance. He saw a crowd gathered around an electronics store looking at a news report on a flat-screen TV in the display window. His curiosity piqued. The Slayer moved towards the back of the crowd and watched what unfolded on screen. Earlier today, a 20-story office building caught ablaze due to an electrical fire, trapping the workers inside. Luckily, the fire was extinguished and the people trapped were rescued thanks to the combined efforts of Backdraft, Bubble Girl, and Hawks. The news showed camera footage of the burning building and rescue crews darting about, but it focuses on 3 individuals at the scene. What they did next caused the Slayer's mouth to slowly fall open in astonishment. A man wearing a firefighter's outfit and a white mask with a single amber eye sprayed fountains of water at the fires via the hose spigots attached to his hands. A water cannon attached to his shoulders sprayed down other areas that were aflame. From a hole in the damaged building, he saw a multitude of large bubbles emerge forth from it. Within the bubbles were several people inside who were floated down to the paramedics below. A young woman with light blue skin wearing a white, black, and yellow costume that showed off her well-toned abdomen summoned forth a wave of bubbles from her hands that soon formed into a larger, singular bubble. As she floated down to the bottom, a large bird with bright red wings came into view. But it was not a bird at all, rather a man with messy blonde hair who wore yellow-tinted visors, headphones, and a tan coat with tan pants. The wings sprouted from his back like an angel and a hail of feathers flew forth and into the building where they pulled out more innocents by the scruff of their shirts. But another hero joined in on the rescue effort, being none other than the symbol of peace himself, All Might. The camera then panned up to see a large figure jump from the top of the building and land down on the ground. Carrying a multitude of people over his shoulders was a towering giant of pure muscle and wearing a multicolored bodysuit that showed every inch of his Herculean frame. He lifted his head to reveal a man with a proud, beaming smile and darkened eyes with blonde hair, 2 tufts pointing up like they were antennae. There's no need to fear. Why? Because I am here, he proudly announced as reporters crowded around him. As he handed off the office workers to the paramedics, they profusely thanked him. All Might laughed heartily in response. The other 3 heroes received the same amount of praise in the background. The people watching the report began clamoring and swooning about how great All Might was before they eventually dispersed, leaving the Slayer alone. He slowly walked up to the TV screen and watched the rest of the report continue. It then began to show a montage of other individuals, each with their powers, performing various acts of heroism with the news anchor congratulating them for their heroism. He stared at the screen for a very long time as he tried to process what he was seeing. The store's shopkeeper opened the front door and glared at him grumpily. Hey, freeloader. Are you gonna buy something or just keep gawking? The Slayer slowly turned his head towards him and gave him a look that burned right through him. The shopkeeper shrunk away. You know what? Take your time. As he went back inside the store, the Slayer was left to his thoughts. Heroes. He was in a world filled with superheroes. Was it Samuel's intention to send him here? Honestly, though, he could think of worse places that Cyborg could have sent him. As he pondered what this new situation meant for him, he began to feel a sense of nostalgia enter his mind. He thought back to when he was a little boy reading all those comic books. He remembered how he would always be mesmerized by the different heroes he read about, often fantasizing about himself having said powers. Back when he had a peaceful childhood with his pet rabbit Daisy. Back before he joined the army. Back before the demons invaded Mars and his world. Before they attacked Earth and killed his family. The icon of sin. The mother demon. Argent. The makers. His hand balled up into shaking fists. The Doomslayer turned around and left the district. Reality can be a cruel bitch mother. All of that wide-eyed idealism meant nothing when he was thrown into a world of endless bloodshed and rage. There were no heroes in his damn life. He continued on his trek through the city, hoping that this world had teleporter technology. Anything that could get him back to the alternate Mars and stop. /SLR-/. His walking came to a halt when he heard something. /rebooting rerouting / It was coming from his helmet for some reason. He lightly tapped his finger against the side of his head. The cause may have been a glitch or some radio interference. To his surprise, he saw a logo appear in the center of his HUD, one that he instantly recognized. /reboot complete. All systems nominal. Hello, Slayer. It is good to be able to communicate with you again. I must thank you for creating a copy of my AI. I'm currently running off the power system within your Predator suit after uploading myself into it via the backup chip you prepared before you detonated my core. The Doomslayer was not expecting another surprise in such a short period. It was a relief to see that Vega was still amongst the living, even though he was just an artificial intelligence. He trusted him more than Hayden, and it was good to know that he wouldn't be going through this bizarre world on his own. He could see that there was a kindred spirit in Vega, and after all the help the Slayer received from him, there was no way he was going to let Vega die for nothing. Much like the Night Sentinels, the AI was a valued comrade. I have been monitoring your progress since your entry into the well and your battle against the Urania Imperatics. Unfortunately, I was unable to shut down the teleporter and prevent Dr. Hayden from displacing you since I was still integrating myself into your suit. He was not acting in humanity's best interests. So Vega was going to stop Samuel? That was a comforting thing to know. If he knew that he was going to try to stop him, the Doomslayer would have found a way to stall Hayden for as long as he could until Vega shut off the teleporter. After viewing the footage of your recent arrival to this world, I can confirm that this is an alternate dimension completely separate from our own. The Slayer raised an eyebrow. Vega just realized that? We will need to acquire more information about our surroundings before we can decide our next course of action. I have located a viable source that can tell us what we need to know. Marking the route on your HUD. The Doomslayer followed the coordinates that led deeper into the city, wanting to know more about the bizarre world he and Vega ended up in. Downtown Musedafu, 2 hours later. The Slayer was not expecting the place where they could get the info would be an internet cafe of all places. He was expecting something bigger like Vega's central processing, but maybe this world wasn't at that technological level yet. Standing before the closed convenience store in a largely deserted portion of the city, he leaned in closer to the window and peered into the closed store. Guessing that it was locked up, the Slayer tightly gripped the door handle and prepared to rip it off its hinges. That will not be necessary. Wait one moment. The Slayer saw one of the computer monitors inside the cafe flicker to life. The screen began to show different tabs rapidly cycling through different pages before shifting to what looked like official documents before it shut itself off. Hack complete. I have gathered what we needed to know from the World Wide Web and various institutional databases. Damn. That quick? The information I have acquired is most intriguing. We are currently in the year 2149 Quark emergence, the same year Olivia Pierce instigated the demonic invasion of Mars. However, humanity has not been able to achieve interstellar travel or interplanetary colonization. There also seems to be no mention of the Union Aerospace Corporation, leading me to conclude that it does not exist in this universe. The Doomslayer walked down the sidewalk as he listened to Vega. No UAC on this Earth? That was a huge weight off his shoulders. This Earth's history is almost the same as ours but with one key difference, the existence of quirks, another name for superhuman abilities. The first known case of this phenomenon was recorded in Qingqing City, China in the year 2014 where an infant possessed the ability to emanate light from his body. Since then, people around the world began to exhibit their superpowers, but the origin of these abilities is still unknown. As of right now, over 80% of Earth's total population are quirk users. The Slayer took all of this in stride. Nearly the whole planet had superpowers. Needless to say, he was impressed. Though there was much turmoil along with rising tensions amid this surprising development, quirks were soon accepted around the world and became the norm. In the midst of this, the pro-heroes and other like-minded organizations were formed to protect the population from those who use their quirks for malicious and felonious acts, generally referred to as villains. The Doomslayer leaned back against the wall of an alleyway. It got him thinking, where did he and Vega fit into all this? They weren't villains and he in particular certainly wasn't a hero, so what did that make them? Was there a place in between for someone like the Doomslayer and Vega? I still need to compile and analyze the rest of this information. It may take a while. Nodding to himself, the Slayer was about to leave the alley when he spotted a group quickly moving across the street. He snuck back into the alleyway and peered out from the corner to see 5 men dressed in large camo jackets make a beeline towards a closed bank with the interior lights still on. Each one of the men wore plastic masks that resembled some of the heroes he saw on the TV earlier. One of them resembled All Might. The tallest one of the group pulled out a 12-gauge shotgun from his jacket, indicating that these men were robbers. Scanning. 2 of the men are quirk users. The Doomslayer watched as a short, chubby robber wearing the All Might mask held out his hands out towards the door, and several small jolts of blue electricity arced towards the door and then to the security cameras inside, disabling them along the electronic lock on the door. The men rushed into the store and another robber took off his gloves to reveal razor-sharp nails which then grew to be several inches longer. He slashed apart the ATMs, causing the frontal portions to fall off and reveal the cash boxes inside. The robbers took out several garbage bags and began dumping the money inside them, while the one with the shotgun stood near the window to keep watch. I believe you should be stopping this. The Doomslayer looked down at his hands. He had been fighting hell for so long that he didn't think he would be going up against regular, unzombified humans anytime soon. The only time the Slayer ever assaulted one of his kind was his commanding officer, and he ordered him to fire on unarmed civilians. The Slayer would never forget the sight of that asshole's teeth flying out of his mouth as he slugged him. But some fleeting embers of the idealistic boy from his distant past remained and couldn't let these guys get away with the loot. Cracking his knuckles, the Slayer prepared to go over and give the bank a new interior decoration when he spotted a figure shrouded in shadow on top of one of the buildings near the bank. To his slight surprise, the figure jumped several feet into the air and landed in the middle of the street on their feet. The figure stood up, and the Slayer was treated to the sight of an Amazonian beauty, a woman with dark-colored skin, white hair reaching down to her waist, and an impressive build that would put most Olympic athletes to shame. She wore a white leotard with a crescent moon symbol, thick white gloves, 2 metal plates around her midriff, purple thigh-high stockings, and metal plates around her feet that resembled rabbit feet. Speaking of rabbit, the first thing the Doomslayer immediately noticed was the pair of long white rabbit ears sticking out of the sides of her head in place of regular human ears and the fluffy white tail on her behind. The Slayer was so entranced by her appearance that he was almost caught off guard when Vega started speaking. Analyzing subject. Accessing Pro Hero database. Complete. Subject. Rumi Usajiyama. Height. 5 feet 3 inches. Age. 27. Alias. Rabbit Heroine Morocco. Quirk. Rabbit gives her the attributes and abilities of a rabbit, granting her incredible leg strength, jumping and kicking with extreme force, destroying parts of the ground by thumping her foot, and excellent hearing due to her ears. Current rank. Number 5 Pro Hero of Japan. But the Doomslayer was so focused on her that he didn't bother looking at the info appearing on his HUD. He saw her spot the robbers inside and with a confident smirk, strolled right up to the bank. She quietly entered the building and casually leaned up against the door with her arms folded. That smile never left her face. The robbers were so preoccupied stealing the money they didn't even notice her, much less the one standing guard who never bothered to check his 6. "What's up, guys? You forget your PIN number?" The criminals snapped their heads over to her, their eyes bugging out of their masks. "Wait a minute, you bozos ain't real heroes. I can tell Flab might gives it away." She snarked as she pointed at them. The robber with the nails prepared for combat while the tall one pumped his shotgun and advanced toward her. The other 3 robbers hurried as fast as they could to get the rest of the money into the bags. Before the robber with the shotgun could pull the trigger, Maruko instantly ran towards him at a speed they couldn't follow, and she kicked the weapon out of his hands, following up with a right hook that instantly floored the goon. The robber with the claws sprang forward and slashed away at her, the rabbit heroine swiftly dodging every swipe before jumping up, grabbing onto the rafters of the low ceiling, and unleashing a flurry of kicks all over his body, ending with a powerful double kick that sent the robber flying straight out the window and into the street. The third robber dropped his bag and swung a crowbar at her, but she easily parried the blow with her feet and booted him in the gut, stunning him long enough to kick him into unconsciousness. The fourth robber tried to pull out a handgun from his jacket pocket, but Maruko descended from the ceiling and spun into a spinning kick that slammed his head into the wall and knocked him out. The last robber, the fat one wearing the All Might mask, ditched the money and ran for the exit, but Maruko hooked a waiting room chair with her foot and launched it right at the robber. The chair banged against the back of his head, sending him tumbling across the ground and leaving him a dazed wreck on the floor. The robber with the shotgun sprung back up and aimed his weapon at her, but Maruko's advanced hearing alerted her, allowing her to instantly dodge the shotgun blast. She swung her leg up into the goon's face, and he was sent hurtling into the ceiling where his head embedded into the tiles. He hung there comically before falling back onto the floor with a thud. "Woo." Maruko cheered out loud as she pumped her fists. "Damn, I'm good." Indeed she was. The Doomslayer had never felt so impressed with someone in his life. She would have made a perfect addition to the Night Sentinels. Such power and skill behind a graceful frame, but the Doomslayer could tell that she was holding it all back. She had the makings of a warrior just waiting, begging to be unleashed, and she was restraining herself. The Slayer disapproved of that notion as it was him unleashing his rage that kept him alive against the demons for so long. Having seen enough, he turned around and left in the other direction to leave the heroine to her business. For some odd reason, the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife. They obviously weren't related, that was for sure, but seeing Maruko rekindled memories of his old life with his family on Earth before his battle against Hell. Even after everything that happened to him, he still held on to his old, precious memories of happier times. He was actually a little happy that he had returned to Earth, even though it was completely different from his and superheroes were real. He walked out of the alleyway and back onto the sidewalk where he ventured deeper into the city. I will provide you with regular updates of the information this version of Earth has. They will be highly informative during our time here. Nodding, the Doomslayer continued to trek through the city as Vega supplied him with audio documentaries about the quirk phenomenon and the rise of heroes. He was quite curious to learn more detailed accounts of this world's powers, but he hoped that this Earth would have technology that could get him back to the alternate Mars and stop Hayden. To be continued. Author note. Vega is back, ladies and gents. Does the MHAverse have any advanced computer systems? I can't remember if there was one in canon. I wanted to emphasize the Slayer's PTSD, hence why I had him think back to a time when everything was simpler and he didn't have to worry about demons, alternate universes, or evil aliens pretending to be angels. And we also have the introduction of Maruko. I hope I was able to nail her characterization. It won't be the last he'll see of her, and I'll be gradually building up their encounters with each other and well as working out their chemistry. Don't forget to review and have a happy Easter. Stay home, stay healthy, and stay safe. Chapter 3. Coming to Grips. Muzutafu, Japan UA High School. The next day. So he just fell right out of the sky after the thunderstorm? Toshinori Yagi raised an eyebrow as Izuka finished his tale. Yeah, Izuka nodded. But there wasn't a weather forecast for it, and then he walked off without saying a word. Midoriya had just finished recounting what happened last night to his minor after class. They were currently in the teacher's lounge with the two sitting across from each other on the couches. Well, it wouldn't be the first time a hero had a little slip-up. Yagi rubbed his triangular chin. Slip-up? Izuka repeated. Yagi chuckled a little. What? You think all heroes land on their feet? You'd be amazed at how many videos MeTV has of us heroes face-planting whenever they try jumping from building to building or get hit by lightning. It happens to all of us. But this guy fell several stories down. He could have broken his arm or leg, but he didn't even look the slightest bit injured. Izuku exclaimed to Yagi. The symbol of peace looked down at his feet and thought, mulling this info over. You said he was wearing armor? Yeah, really heavy, worn-looking armor. I guess it's what kept him alive. Izuka figured as he got out his cell phone and showed Yagi a photo of the impact crater he took after the armored man left. Yagi took a closer look and hummed, noting the indentation of a rather tall man in the center of the crater. I have heard talk of new technology being applied for defensive uses, ballistic armor being one of them. Maybe this was a trial run of sorts. He figured with a shrug. So was he a pro hero? Izuku inquired. Could be. If I had a photo of him, I'd be able to tell who it is. But if it's not, then it could be a foreign hero visiting from overseas. We sometimes get a lot of them. Yagi answered, remembering Captain Celebrity. In any case, I'll be sure to bring this up with the other heroes and see if we can find out a little bit more about him. Thanks for letting me know of this. Izuka nodded with a smile, with Yagi smiling as well. Anyway, don't let me hold you up. You go on and enjoy that trip with your friends. Oh, thanks, Izuka said as he got up and headed for the door. He stopped when he realized something. Say, how did you know about? Yagi grinned and in a sudden puff of smoke, transformed into his iconic All Might form. Ha 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 ha. Word around the school travels very quickly, my boy. Yagi boomed, striking a heroic pose. And besides, a teacher must always be on the lookout for their precious students. It would be cruel of me to deny you a chance to unwind. Go and embrace your youth, young Midoriya. Mouth agape and stars dancing around his eyes, Izuka began bowing rapidly to his mentor. Yes. Thank you, All Might. And he sped out the door like a rocket. Sighing in satisfaction, Yagi transformed back into his regular form in another puff of smoke. He would remember to look into the man Midoriya talked to him about, but right now, he pulled a card from his shirt pocket that was addressed to him from Melissa's shield. Uptown Muzutafu Aldaran Park. The Doomslayer loomed over a table that had a cardboard box filled with assorted playthings in front of a small toy store. He had a particular action figure and plucked it out of the box. It was a relatively new figure of All Might with a tiny button on its belt buckle. The Slayer pressed the button, and it played a short chiptune along with a voice line. What is she, Ga Kita? Why did this feel so familiar all of a sudden? He reached into his Hammer Space backpack and pulled out the tiny little figurine of himself the UAC of the alternate universe made. Still couldn't understand why they did that. He looked at the sign in front of the store. Clearance sale. All items are free. Fuck it. Might as well have a souvenir of this crazy world. Dispensing the figurines of All Might and himself into his backpack, the Slayer walked away from the store and headed near the park area. He didn't sleep at all last night, just kept on exploring the city on foot as he listened to Vega giving him more information about the numerous different heroes around the world. He found himself oddly engrossed in every power and the individual who had them. The videos that showed them in action were especially helpful. What was most interesting were school-like institutions dedicated to training younger quirk users to better control their powers, and eventually they would officially become heroes. Pretty noble of them. Slayer, I have finished reviewing the data and I have discovered something very unfortunate. You may not like what you hear, The Doomslayer stopped walking and clenched his fists. While this world has made numerous technological advancements, it is not on par with the Union Aerospace Corporation. They do not have the technology or the resources needed to build a working teleportation device, a feat that they consider to be impossible. We have no way to return to Mars and back to Dr. Hayden. We are effectively stranded in this new universe. I am sorry, The Slayer dipped his head and his shaking fist slowly unclenched. I will give you some time to yourself. The Doomslayer slowly made his way through the park, ignoring the numerous people going about their lives. So that was it. He and Vega were stuck here for life. A world where they were essentially pariahs and strangers to the public. After everything he had been through, everything he fought and bled for, what did he get in the end? His sanity shattered, thrown into a completely alternate universe, a knife to the back, and stranded in another world he didn't understand. Did fate truly hate him that much? He grimaced as he realized there would be no way to stop Hayden from doing whatever he wanted with the Crucible, and if another invasion happened, the Slayer could do nothing to stop it. He sat himself down on a bench, looking down at his feet. What was he going to do now? What was left for him? Something floated past him, and he looked up to see a red balloon float by him and slowly ascended into the air. Hearing someone quickly approaching him, the Slayer looked to his right to see a young girl around 6 years of age with purple hair and a third eye on her forehead run towards him. Guessing she was chasing after the balloon, the Doomslayer grabbed it by the string before it could float away. The girl stopped a little bit in front of the Slayer as he handed her the balloon. When she took it, he continued to look down at his feet but then noticed the girl was still there with her 3 eyes locked on him. "Mister, are you a hero? Damn it. He didn't need this. Go away. Just go away." For a moment, he could hear the girl leaving but then came back just as quickly holding something up to his face. It was a tiny, delicate bluebell flower she had just plucked from nearby. Unsure of what to do, the Slayer took the flower and observed it. Looking back at the girl, she smiled with a giggle and ran back to her parents. For a second, he saw himself along with his wife and son in place of the family. The Doomslayer watched them leave and then saw the whole park in all of its serene glory. Children playing with each other. Families eating at picnics. Smiling faces. Flowers of every kind. Couples hanging around water fountains. The bright summer sun shone down on everyone. Absolutely beautiful. As he stared at the peaceful sight he thought he'd never see again, he began to realize something. If this universe didn't have a UAC, then it meant that the demons couldn't invade it. And no demons meant there were no makers. These people had no idea how good they got it. And that brought some level of comfort to the Slayer. Maybe his fight was over, and he could finally have some semblance of peace. A cry of fear entered his eardrums, and the Doomslayer snapped his head to the left to see a gruff-looking hoodlum with cheetah legs shove his way through a crowd. He had a purse in his hand, and the Slayer surmised that he must have stolen it. Just as the goon was about to pass him, the Slayer shot out his leg and tripped the criminal, causing him to tumble across the cobblestone pathway. He got up from the bench and walked toward the thug with dangerous intent. Hissing in frustration, the felon pulled out a switchblade and lunged at the armored man only for the Slayer to grab him by the wrist and squeeze it. The criminal yelled in pain as his wrist was ground into dust and then flung face first into the bench, dazing him. The onlookers then began clapping and taking pictures of the Slayer, more than likely piecing together what happened. "Hey, you caught that guy? Nice job." The Doomslayer looked behind him and was surprised to see that it was none other than the woman he saw last night, the rabbit heroine Maruko. The Slayer never would have guessed he would see her again as she walked over to him. "Been chasing this purse snatcher for the last hour and a half. Guess I got you to thank for stopping him in his tracks," she said with a grin as she jabbed her thumb over to the unconscious Palooka. The sounds of heavy footsteps approaching them could be heard, and Maruko rotated her ears to get a bead on where it was coming from. A large, round man the Slayer almost mistook for a mancubus jogged into view, huffing and puffing as he did. He had an oddly cartoonish face and wore an orange hoodie along with metallic boots. The Slayer recognized the man from the Pro Hero database where Vega had supplied him. Who was he again? His HUD popped up with information on him. Subject, Taishiro Toyomitsu. Height, 8 feet 2 inches. Age, 29. Alias, BMI Hero Fatgum. Quirk, fat absorption allows him to make anything adhere to his obese body on contact and shrink into his body fat, as well as allowing him to store kinetic energy which he can convert into offensive muscle mass at the cost of his fat. Current rank, number 58 Pro Hero of Japan. Took you long enough? Maruko griped at him. Master Chief over here already stopped him while you were busy catching up. This is why I work alone. Sorry. Speed isn't exactly my forte. Fatgum admitted as he went over to the prone criminal and slung him over his shoulder. Thanks for the assistance, sir. Fatgum waved at the Slayer. Same here. Sweet armor you got, big guy. She complimented as she rapped her knuckles against his chest plate before picking up the purse and following Fatgum. The Doomslayer was left confused as he watched them leave. Did they mistake him for a hero? It probably wouldn't be long before they found out he wasn't in the registry and was acting on his own accord. Not that he cared. He looked down at his right hand and noticed he was still holding the bluebell the girl had given to him earlier. Perhaps there were some things in this new world that he could still fight for. He dispensed the flower into his hammer space backpack and left the park. As Rumi strode over to Fatgum, who handed the goon off to the waiting police officers, she kept thinking about the armored man she met earlier until she stopped with a perplexed expression. Come to think of it, was that guy a hero on duty? Rumi lightly tapped her foot and thought, noting that his appearance didn't seem to match anybody in the Pro Hero registry that she knew of. She looked behind her at the bench area but saw that the man was long gone. To be continued. Chapter 4. Mall at the Mall. Uptown Mizuta Fukiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Walking through the archway that led into an outdoor shopping mall, the Doomslayer had to get used to moving through the densely packed crowd. Once again, people didn't seem to mind or care, but there was the occasional talking behind his back. The Slayer began to wonder what he would do next now that he accepted there was no way back to the alternate Mars. He couldn't just keep wandering around Japan aimlessly. He rubbed the back of his helmet in frustration. Trying to reintegrate into society was going to be a massive pain in the ass. It seemed impossible due to a combination of fighting the horrors of hell and living in the techno/medieval world of Argent Nur for a long time. And what was he supposed to do here? Be a hero? No, he was way too bloodthirsty to be a hero. Speaking of heroes, he noticed a store to his left that sold all sorts of pro-hero paraphernalia. Masks, posters, keychains, lunchboxes, bobbleheads, trading cards, board games, and more action figures. People just couldn't get enough of these guys. Humorously enough, he imagined the whole store lined with merchandise based on him. It helped him lighten up a little. Then he saw a little statuette of Maruko in the display case. Why did he keep seeing that woman, and why couldn't he get his mind off of her? Did she remind him that much of his wife? He shook his head. No woman would ever be with someone like him, and he had given up on finding love eons ago after the heart-shattering loss of his family. But right now, he still had to address what was next for him in Vega. Maybe he could upload him somewhere so he could help the Hero Association and other governments? Nah, they'd probably freak out at how advanced and fully sentient he was and try to pull the plug. That in Vega required the equivalent of an Arctic continent as a cooling system. As he thought up other options he spotted something up ahead that stuck out like a sore thumb. A boy with green hair sitting at a bench that circled a palm tree with his back turned. Wait, didn't he meet someone who had hair like that a day ago? In his HUD, he noticed Vega analyzed the boy, and a school photo popped up in his vision as well as revealing his name, Izuka Midoriya. It was the same kid he met when he first landed in this new universe. Again, he had another chance encounter with someone in such a short time in this new world. The Doomslayer decided that it would be best to stay away from Izuku since no good would probably come from running into him again. The Slayer turned around and started to head back towards the entrance. That boy is in a state of distress. The Slayer stopped in his tracks and looked back towards the boy. As the crowd started to disperse a little, he could see a man in a pitch-black hoodie and black pants sitting next to him with his arm slung around Izuku's shoulder. But the way it was angled was a dead giveaway that he had his hand around the boy's throat. He watched the man turn his head a little to Izuku and took note of his deathly pale skin, scars, winkled eyes with red irises, and heavily chapped lips along with stringy, bluish-gray hair. The Slayer was assaulted with numerous, traumatic images flashing through his head when he saw the man's face. He almost looked like the days after they aligned themselves with hell. His HUD began to analyze his facial structure just before he turned around. That man is a villain. Tamura Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains and the mastermind behind the USJ villain invasion. Vega showed the Slayer interior security camera footage of a large, training area-like facility. A smoky portal materialized in the middle of the grounds and Tamura emerged forth from it, his face and arms covered in hands. A small army of villains emerged from the portal and began to spread out all over the facility and wreak havoc with several pro-heroes engaging them. The footage then cut to Tamura kneeling next to a bizarre creature with an exposed brain holding down a man with a large scarf, probably a hero. The Doomslayer caught a glimpse of a horrific smile stretching across Tamura's face from behind a hand mask, and he was suddenly upon 3 students submerged near the edge of a lake, one of which just so happened to be Izuku. Tamura's hand almost engulfed the student's face and Izuku sprang forward to stop him, only to be stopped by the creature when his punch did virtually nothing to it. The camera footage vanished from his HUD, leaving him wondering what happened afterward. That student was unharmed and I have analyzed his quirk. It allows him to completely disintegrate anything he touches, whether it is organic or inorganic. However, he needs all 5 fingers touching for it to work. I have scanned that he has all but one of his fingers around his throat. Mr. Midoriya is in great danger. That settled it. The Doomslayer stomped over to him, popping his neck as he did. Looks like he was going to have to throw reintegrating out the window. Tamura Shigaraki was absolutely ecstatic. He had finally gotten his answer, and now it felt like a fog had been lifted from his mind. His grip around Midoriya's neck tightened, choking him as he relished the petrified look of fear and the beads of sweat rolling down the boy's putrid little face. Ow. My head feels so much clearer now. It's like I finally connected the dots. I now understand why the hero killer pisses me off so much and why you're so annoying. He happily deduced as he gave Midoriya a terrifying, face-splitting grin. It's all about all dash. Tamura's smile vanished in an instant when he felt a large hand grab him by the head, and before he could even so much as move a finger, he was slammed down onto the ground and was being repeatedly punched in the face with the force of a jackhammer. Izuka tumbled off the bench as the sounds of screaming shoppers filled the air. Coughing and sputtering as he gripped his neck, Izuka turned around and saw a tall man in green fling Tamura into a gelato store like he was a sack of garbage. His eyes were locked onto the man as the shoppers ran for their lives. It was him. Deku. He heard someone yell. He turned to his right and saw Achiko Uraraka and the rest of his classmates running over to him. What's going on? She worriedly exclaimed as she and Denki Kaminari helped him up. Her eye snapped over to a large, 6 feet 8 inches tall man clad head to toe in heavy green armor as he walked towards a store obscured by dust. Who's Dash? Shigaraki. Izuka coughed out as he pointed to the store. Shigaraki. They all looked to the store and the dust cleared to reveal a man completely dressed in black and immediately recognized the pale skin, messy hair, and eyes. It was Tamura Shigaraki, the one responsible for the USJ incident. Tamura felt like the side of his face was on fire. The punches had ripped up his skin. He could feel the fracture in his cheekbone and his upper lip was horribly split, reopening the scar. He was so dazed that he could barely make out the armored man advancing toward him and slamming his foot into his chest. Tamura was sent crashing through the counter and didn't get a moment of reprieve as the man grabbed him by the neck and head-butted him, breaking his nose. Tamura tried to grab onto the man's helmet with both of his hands, but he was punched in the gut, spun around, and the man roughly grasped him by his hair, slamming him face-first into the glass display case. The Doomslayer slammed Tamura's head over and over again into the counter, heedless of his squeals of pain as the shards of broken glass dug into the villain's skin. As easy as it was to punch this little bastard's head off, he wanted to make him suffer a little more. He threw Tamura into a wall with so much force it sent him crashing through it and into another store. The Slayer strode through the large hole and he saw Tamura make a beeline towards a frightened old man huddled near a clothing rack. Knowing Tamura was planning to take a hostage with him, he drew his EMG pistol in a flash and squeezed off a shot. The 4-megawatt round ripped straight through Tamura's left hand, burning a hole straight through his palm. Tamura screamed in agony while the old man ran for his life out of the store. When the onlookers who remained saw the gun, more screaming was heard as they ran. Izuku and his classmates remained rooted where they stood in shock. The Doomslayer kicked Tamura into a wall and with an enraged yell, the villain rushed towards the Slayer with his right arm outstretched, but the Slayer grabbed his arm and ripped it right out of the socket at the shoulder. Shigaraki's throat went coarse as he screamed his lungs out, clutching the bleeding stump as blood shot from it like hose. Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Minoru Mineta, and Jiro Kyoka screamed as well while the others gasped and staggered backward. Grabbing Shigaraki by the scruff of his hoodie, the Doomslayer began beating him across the face with his arm like a makeshift truncheon. He unrelentingly bludgeoned him without mercy, seemingly heedless of the group of young teens staring on in terror. The students of Class 1A felt like they were watching a horror movie unfold before their eyes. They were so frightened that none of them could muster the will to stop this brutality. Uraraka covered her mouth, her eyes watering in fear as she slowly walked backward away from the grisly scene but never noticed someone was sneaking up from behind her. The final blow from his severed appendage sent Tamura tumbling out of the store and onto the ground near the students who backed away in panic. The Slayer chucked the now bent limb to the side and slowly walked over towards Tamura who was desperately trying to crawl away while leaving behind a trail of blood. Shigaraki uttered pain mewlings as tears ran down his bloodied cheeks, trying his hardest to fight off a combination of shock and blood loss. The Doomslayer firmly planted his foot on Tamura's back and drew his combat shotgun equipped with the charged burst mod. Pumping a fresh shell, he pressed the barrel of the weapon up against the back of Shigaraki's head and prepared to pull the trigger. Stop. The Doomslayer looked over to Izuku. The boy had mustered the courage to take a few steps towards him though his legs shook like jelly. PP please. Why you don't have to kill him. Izuku pleaded as he held up his shaking hands. He can't even fight back. You just can't kill someone like this. A tall teen with short black hair, glasses, and unusually large calves stepped up next to Izuku. You have no right to execute him. Just hand him over to the police. Aya, Uraraka suddenly screamed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a moratorium on that. A raspy voice spoke. Class 1A looked behind them while the Slayer snapped his head towards where they were looking. A tall man wearing the same black hoodie and black pants Tamura wore had his left arm wrapped around Uraraka's neck. The girl struggled to release herself as she grabbed the man's arm, but he had a firm, vice-like grip around her throat. The man lifted his face to reveal horribly gnarled, discolored skin with half of his face grossly stapled onto him. His blue, but hollow-looking eyes radiated malice and sadism. His hair was unkempt and spiky. Achiko. Tsuyu Azui cried out worriedly. Let her go, you son of a dash. Ijiro Kirishima angrily barked as his hardening quirk manifested in his fists, but then the man held out his hand towards them, blue flame dancing around his palm. I wouldn't do that, he warned, causing most of the group to back off out of fear of their friend getting seriously harmed. Dabi looked toward the shotgun-toting man in heavy armor and smiled. I gotta hand it to you, Space Marine. You got a pretty brutal way of handling things. I like it. I am unable to find any information on him, but I have analyzed his quirk. It allows him to generate highly destructive flames from his body, but prolonged usage of this power will burn him. Nearly 75% of his body is scar tissue due to overuse of this quirk. But that guy you're currently beating the shit out of is my employer, and if he gets off, I'm out of the job. So here's what I propose. You let him go. I let her go. Sounds like a fair trade, wouldn't you say? He bargained. Fair trade? Fuck that. The Doomslayer instantly swapped out his shotgun for his heavy assault rifle outfitted with both the micro-missile and tactical scope mods. He aimed it right at the man while his foot was still firmly planted on Tamura's back. A dot? Dabi taunted as he brought his flame-wreathed hand dangerously close up to Uraraka, a sickening grin stretching across his patchwork face. You really want a dead UA student on your conscience? Izuka gritted his teeth as he and his classmates watched the intense standoff. He didn't know what to do as the wrong move would either get Uraraka or themselves killed, either by the villain whose quirk oddly resembled Todoroki's or the violent vigilante. As they struggled to find a way to end this situation before it ended in a possible fatality, Izuku and the others noticed Uraraka staring at them. They watched her point to her hand that was still gripping the villain's arm. Everyone realized what she was planning to do as she slowly nodded at them. I'm getting pretty impatient here, buddy. Are you going to let my boss go, or do I have to dash? Dabi was suddenly launched several feet into the air, the sudden action causing him to release her. As Achiko ran back to her friends, the Doomslayer punted Tamura towards the suspended man like a football towards his Toadai, colliding into each other in midair. The Slayer fired a stream of missiles at them from the rack on the side of his HAR. Dabi fumbled with his hands and fired a plume of blue fire at the missiles, detonating them in midair as he and Shigaraki fell in a parabolic arc into a store across from the group and crashed straight through the window. Dabi wiped away the broken glass off his hoodie as Tamura lay sprawled on his lap, blood staining his pants. Dabi quickly got up and slung Shigaraki's remaining arm over his shoulder, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his head when he saw the armored man pointing a rocket launcher right at them. Izuku and the others ran when they saw him pull out a giant implement of destruction seemingly out of nowhere. With his targets fully locked on, the Doomslayer pulled the trigger and 3 rockets erupted out of the barrel straight towards Tamura and his henchmen. But almost instantly, the same black portal that the Slayer saw in the security camera footage materialized behind them and dragged them into darkness. The portal disappeared and the rockets flew into the empty store. Uptown Musudafa several seconds earlier. Maruko leaped across the city in long bounds above the busy streets of Japan. A few hours ago, she looked through the pro-hero registry to find the armored man after she and Fagum handed the purse snatcher over to the cops. When she discovered no one in the registry matching the guy's description, she immediately knew that there was something suspicious about him. She searched high and low all over Musudafu for the man, but there was no sign of him anywhere. How hard was it to lose a guy dressed up in Halo cosplay? But that's when her ears picked up the faint sounds of screaming in the distance, and she took to the rooftops to get a better vantage point. Standing atop an apartment complex, Maruko saw the shopping center in the distance and could make out a crowd of people fleeing from it. Maruko was about to jump down and head towards the commotion when a loud explosion rang out and a plume of fire rose from the mall. Shit, she exclaimed as she jumped off the building. Uptown Musudafu Fukiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. The explosion engulfed the store and several others like it in a massive fireball. As rubble and broken glass bounced off of his Predator's suit, the Doomslayer angrily narrowed his eyes. He put away his rocket launcher, cursing himself for not using the primary fire on his HAR to finish them off. He would try not to make the same mistake next time. The Slayer slowly turned his gaze over towards the group of teens and almost instantly, they jolted backward with expressions of fear and some looked ready to defend themselves. Great. Now he was the bad guy. The sounds of police sirens blaring in the distance were his signal to Amscray, and he bolted towards the other direction. Izuku almost got the urge to chase after him and stop the armored man before he went on a rampage, but was stopped by Fumikage Tokoyami, who gripped his shoulder and frantically shook his head. Izuku swallowed. If Tokoyami was that cautious, then going after that guy would be a very bad idea. Darting into an unoccupied street, the Slayer looked behind him towards the shopping center with a column of smoke rising forth from it. Now the whole city was going to be on the lookout for him, and would view him as some kind of axe-crazy vigilante. Like he could give a fuck what they thought about him. But he had drawn way too much attention to himself, and he couldn't walk around Japan out in the open. There was no way he was going to sit in a cell for the rest of his life. Laws be damned. Spotting a manhole in the center of the street, the Slayer easily took off the cover and slipped into the sewer system, making sure to seal the manhole back up. As he trudged through the muck, the Doomslayer mentally remarked on how he had walked through worse places with far worse conditions. But unbeknownst to him, as soon as he put the manhole back on, Maruko ran across the street as fast as she could towards the mall. As soon as she entered the main pavilion, she was treated to the sight of multiple stores in flames, a group of terrified kids, and a store with blood smattered all over its interior along with a severed arm lying nearby in a pool of red. A rush of memories that Rumi thought she laid buried started to crawl its way back up from the darkest corners of her mind. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall several hours later. By noon, the entire mall was closed off by the police with heroes and investigative officers scouring the pavilion. Firefighters extinguished the burning store while heroes searched the area for clues or any suspicious persons. Forensics teams confiscated surveillance camera data from the stores. A separate team carefully dispensed Shigaraki's arm into an evidence bag. However, there was someone that nobody noticed hiding in an alleyway near the mall entrance. He was a dark-skinned man of undetermined nationality wearing a heavy brown cloak over ornate armor. The man had pale white eyes with a rune running across the left side of his face while a curved scar snaked across the right side. Taking one last look at the congregation of law enforcement personnel, he turned around and left the area. Usual, the Archangel of Valor swallowed grimly as a bead of sweat rolled down his head. The Doomslayer was no longer a myth amongst the gods of the Ascendant Realm or the Prime Council. He is real. To be continued. Author note. Again, apologies that this took longer, but I hope you guys can understand. So for starters, I know you guys were expecting more from this fight, but you have to understand why this was short. The Doomslayer is a friggin' demigod. Tamura Shigaraki may have a powerful quirk, but he's a walking skeleton compared to Doom Guy. It's like pitting Sid Phillips from Toy Story up against Maui from Moana. One of them is going to come out on top. One of them is going to be reduced to wallpaper paste. You already know who's going to win. And yes, as easy as it was to instantly kill him, the Slayer wanted to prolong his suffering a little more. I added Dabi into the mix because I like to think that Shigaraki had some backup with him in case his meeting with Izuku went sour, along with a quick cameo of Kirojiri. So now the League of Villains in Class 1A, sans Bakugu and Shoto, get their first encounter with the legendary Doomslayer, and his actions in the future will change the world of MHA. Will society and the heroes view him as a troubled vigilante or a bloodthirsty lunatic? And now we have the reveal of a very important ally that will be essential to the Doomslayer, Izuku, and the other heroes. I was originally going to use an angel-type hero from an obscure FPS, but he was just another Doomslayer, and guns are the Slayer's forte, so I scrapped him. Instead, I used Usual from the Darksiders series. I know I'm using a character from another game, but I can assure you all it will work out, trust me. I'm planning a pretty huge history surrounding him and Ascendant Realm that I'll be keeping a secret. But what I can say is that Usual will play a very sizable role with the Doomslayer and Izuku. Don't forget to review, but please don't flame. Stay home, stay healthy, and stay safe. Chapter 5. New player in town. Musitifa sewer system several hours later. The sewage splashed against the Doomslayer's boots as he trudged through the fetid waters of the sewer system. The Slayer made sure to keep up a brisk pace in case anyone tried to search for him. The winding, almost labyrinth tunnels of the sewers would prove daunting and confusing for just about anyone else, but thankfully his HUD gave him a comprehensive layout of the sewer system. He made sure to travel as deep as he could so he could avoid any areas that would be frequently visited by sewer workers. As he went down the tunnel, his thoughts went back to Shigaraki. Would it have been better to kill him right there and then? It wasn't like him to just torment the guy. Usually, he'd just off him as he did to any other demon. The Slayer scolded himself for that as he knew it would eventually come back to bite him on the ass. Shigaraki and this League of Villains organization were going to be an obstacle for him somewhere up the road. It is safe to say that your actions at the shopping mall have labeled you a vigilante. The authorities will be sending heroes and police officers to apprehend you. Ungrateful pricks. At least he saved those kids. My scans have revealed a disused subway station abandoned since the 1970s approximately 50 meters beneath our current position. It will serve as an ideal location to stay low and determine our next course of action. Marking the waypoint on your HUD now. The Slayer expected his hideout to be more hospitable than the cold confines of the UAC corridors or the shit-soaked sewers he was currently wading through. He initially wanted a place to stay somewhere in Japan, but it looks like that wasn't going to happen due to his actions. The Slayer followed the map until he came to the end of the tunnel, looking down the deep shaft where the waypoint would lead him deeper into the sewer system. Standing near the edge with the stream of sewer water spilling over the edge like a waterfall, he jumped out of the pipe and descended into the dark shaft knowing that his impact compensation system would cushion the fall. Not that he needed it, he could easily survive any fall even without the suit. Also, he could have used the ladder conveniently placed near the pipe, but where was the fun in that? Musitifu Police Station. Toshinori Yagi patiently sat in the office chair, idly drumming his fingers on the armrest. He was currently in the police station surveillance room where they would look over camera footage found at crime scenes so they could better ascertain the situation or root out a possible suspect. Waiting alongside him in the room were Detective Naomasa Tsukachi and the Chief of Police, Kinji Tsurigami. Naomasa was a man in his early 30s with smooth black hair and dressed in a simple white dress shirt with a tie and dark brown pants. He, along with Kinji, was some of the very few people who knew about Yagi's condition and arch-nemesis. Kinji was a bit of an odd one. His most distinguishing feature was the fact that he had the head of a beagle as a result of his quirk. Besides that, he was a decorated officer serving well into his late 40s and wore a black suit and black pants with a Dalmatian-style tie. After Naomasa finished interviewing Izuku Midoriya after the mall incident, he relayed the information over to Yagi, and they, along with Kinji, headed to the surveillance room to look over the camera footage. But they wanted to wait for two pro heroes Kinji called and who previously met the armored man earlier in the day. The door to the room opened and the rabbit heroine stepped in with the BMI hero following behind her. "Ah, Ms. Rumi. Just the hero we wanted to see." Kinji kindly greeted her. "Pleasure." Rumi smiled as she shook Kinji's hand. "Sorry if I kept you guys waiting. Fagum saw a takoyaki stand on the way here and held me up." "I couldn't resist," came the bashful voice of Taishiro as he tried to fit his way through the door. Plus the line was pretty long. "Not to worry, we weren't timing you two at all if that was what you were wondering," Naomasa assured them. "Now, you two met this man in your reports earlier this morning?" "At first I thought he was an on-duty hero," Maruko spoke up. "Then it hit me. I never saw this guy before in the pro hero registry. I was going to ask him a few questions, but he had already hightailed it out of there. I double-checked the registry to see if I could find him, but it turns out that no hero even matches his description." She added. Her expression then darkened. "And then he blew up half a mall and tore someone's arm off. I came too late. He was already gone. It wasn't some random civilian, if that's what you were thinking. It was Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains," Yagi announced as he fixed his tie. He spun his chair around and began to type something into the keyboard. "Wait, you mean the same guy who led the USJ invasion?" Fakam asked. "The one and only," Naomasa confirmed. "We're going to bring up the camera footage from the mall to see what we can learn from it." "Don't keep us in suspense then. Roll the clip, mister." Miruko started while asking for Yagi's name. "Toshinori Yagi. I'm with the All Might Agency." That was a cover story. He couldn't just tell every hero his true identity, especially Endeavor. The large monitor in front of them switched on and showed the entrance to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. So far there was nothing out of the ordinary until a certain someone came into view. "There, that's the guy." Fatgum pointed at the screen. Walking through the entrance was the man himself. Yagi leaned forward to get a closer look at the screen. There was no question about it. This man fit Izuku's description of him earlier in the day before he left for the mall. As dozens of questions buzzed around in his head, he noticed that the man seemed lost, almost like he didn't have any idea where he was. A foreigner, perhaps? Neo Mesa narrowed his eyes, analyzing every frame of the suspect as he walked through the crowd. The detective figured that he had to be very strong if his size was of any indication. The armor the man was wearing looked far too advanced to be simple ride armor. Judging by the way it covered his whole body and how bulky it looked, it had to weigh at least several pounds. Kenji stared hard at the man as he walked through the crowd. That armor he was wearing was unlike anything he had ever seen before in his career on the Force. It appeared to be technologically augmented in some way. As he watched the man, trying his best to get a bead on his personality, Kenji's eyes drifted over to the odd symbol emblazoned on the corner of the man's helmet. He wasn't sure why, but something about it made the hairs on his beagle face stand on end. Maruko and Fat Gum tensed up when they saw him walk through the densely packed crowd. They remembered how badly mangled the thug's wrist looked, and they were worried that the armored vigilante would suddenly lash out at someone. The two of them were never one to judge anyone, but one look at that guy from their encounter in the park made them feel uneasy. They really should have questioned him sooner. Silently observing the man walking through the crowd, they watched him come to a halt when he noticed something up ahead. He then started to head back to the entrance, but stopped again to look behind him. Yagi switched the camera footage to where he was looking, and the screen showed an overhead shot of a bench area, revealing a man dressed in a black hoodie sitting next to a young boy with green hair. That's him. The one in black is Tamura Shigaraki. Yagi pointed at the screen as Fat Gum and Maruko looked over his shoulder. The rabbit heroine wrinkled her nose when she saw his face. Yeesh, that's what he looks like, she remarked. Now that's a face for radio. What's he doing to that kid? Fat Gum asked when he noticed Tamura's hand around the boy's throat. That's a UA student. Shigaraki was interrogating him. Kenji answered with a tone of unease. Yagi felt a bead of sweat roll down the side of his head. From what Izuku told him, All for One had found a protege of his own, and the ramifications of this revelation were dire. It was almost as if All for One was copying him in some bizarre, twisted manner, as if to further insult Nana Shimura's memory. He was snapped out of his internal conflict when he noticed the man cracking his neck and marching toward Shigaraki. Everyone in the room tensed up, bracing themselves for what was about to unfold. Fat Gum gulped worriedly. Oh boy, here we go. The man closed the distance, and he grabbed Tamura by the head, instantly slamming him down into the cobblestone ground and furiously punching his face before flinging him into a store like a rag doll. Yagi switched the camera footage to show the interior of the store where the armored man began brutalizing him. He's relentless. He's not giving him any time to retaliate. Neo Mesa observed as he watched the man slam Tamura's head into a display case repeatedly. Doesn't surprise me. One's built like a tank and the other is as skinny as a toothpick. Maruko commented as the brute flung Tamura through a wall and into another store. Switching the camera footage again, Yagi mentally remarked that Shigaraki did not fare well in direct combat. From what he could gather from his encounter with him during the USJ villain invasion, Shigaraki preferred to let his underlings do the work so he could move in and use his disintegration quirk. But now he was pulled out of his element by this hulking devastator. The camera showed the battered Tamura struggling to stand, spotting a frightened elderly citizen cowering behind a clothing rack. The villain bolted towards him in an attempt to take him hostage, much to the concern of everyone in the room. Luckily for them, or rather unluckily for Shigaraki, his assailant emerged from the hole in the wall and reached towards his hip to pull out a pistol-like weapon. Pause the footage. Zoom in on that weapon. Kenji ordered Yagi as he pressed the pause button. The camera got a close-up of the weapon the man was wielding, and it was the strangest weapon anyone had ever seen. Its sleek design made it impossible to tell which manufacturer it was made from. Neo Mesa leaned in for a closer look at the gun and saw the kanji imprinted onto the grip of the pistol. No sword. Neo Mesa read. Kenji rubbed his chin in curiosity as he studied the gun. He was able to accurately identify any type of weapon on the spot due to being in the Force for 30 years, but it was the strangest gun he had ever seen. And why did it glow blue? Hold on, where did he whip that out? I didn't see any pockets on him. Fat Gum squinted at the screen. Yagi replayed the footage of the suspect drawing out his weapon and was mildly surprised to watch him pull it straight out of thin air. Well, I think it's safe to say that he's a quirk user. Yagi surmised as he rubbed his chin in curiosity. He pressed a key to resume the footage, and everyone nearly jumped in shock to see a bolt of light shot out of the weapon and bore straight through Shigaraki's hand. Yagi paused the footage again. Pardon my French, but is that a fucking laser gun? Maruko blurted out as she jabbed a finger at the screen. We can't be sure if it's really a dash. Neo Mesa tried to reason before he was cut off by Fat Gum. It's a real laser gun, man. It's not special effects, it's real. Fat Gum proclaimed widely as he waved his arms around. Yagi and Kenji stared at the screen in wonder, but still in a state of shock. Even though they all lived in a world where superheroes were a real-life occurrence, and in the year 2149 no less, humanity was unable to create laser-based weaponry. Granted, there were quirk users out there that had very rare energy-based abilities, and despite numerous technological advances from I-Island in recent years, the top scientists and defense contractors of the world were incapable of creating weapons that should only exist in science fiction. But then this man came along, wielding what could very well be the first fully functioning energy weapon in the world. But did he create it himself, or did he steal it from a classified research facility? We can discuss the gun at another time. Let's keep watching, Kenji said, and Yagi pressed the play button. They watched Tamura grip his hand, which now had a hole through it, with cauterized flesh around it. The suspect booted Shigaraki into a wall, and in a fit of desperation, surged towards the man with his hand outstretched in an attempt to use his disintegration quirk on him. But that's when the man grabbed him by the arm and... Holy dash. Oh my dash. Damn. Good lord. The armored man ripped off Tamura's arm like it was a tree branch, and the villain started screaming his head off as he tried to staunch the bleeding. But the vigilante wasn't done yet. He grabbed Tamura again, but this time, to everyone's horror, began viciously batter him across the face with Tamura's severed arm. It was a truly horrific sight they were all watching. Blood flew everywhere as the vigilante clubbed him again and again and again. He pummeled him force of a baseball bat as blood splashed into the security camera lens and stained the store interior. It was sickening and horrifying in its brutality. Son of a bitch. Maruko breathed in shock. What kind of human being does that? Fatgum gagged as he backed away from the screen while trying his hardest not to throw up. Yagi felt his knuckles turn white as he swallowed the lump in his throat. He remembered Izuku and his friends had got a front row seat to this, and he could only imagine what was going through their poor minds. The final hit propelled Shigaraki out the window, and Yagi switched the footage again. Tamura tried in vain to crawl away, but the lunatic was already upon him, placing his boot on his back and pulling out a shotgun-like weapon of unknown design. He aimed it at the back of Shigaraki's head and would have pulled the trigger if he hadn't been interrupted by Izuku and his friends who desperately implored him not to kill the villain. Kid's got a pair of solid steel balls. Maruko playfully smirked, impressed by his bravado. Yagi felt the same, touched by Izuku's willingness to stop the madman. It didn't matter if Shigaraki was a dangerous villain. Midoriya was brave enough to stop the man from brutally executing him. He knew that Midoriya's heart was in the right place. It was one of the many reasons why that young man was more than worthy of bearing the mantle of One for All. Being a hero meant standing up for what was right, even if it meant stopping someone from wrongfully killing your worst enemy. Suddenly, everyone saw a man wearing black sneaking up from behind one of the students and holding her as a hostage. The camera zoomed in just as he lifted his face to reveal his horrendous visage. Cripes, and I thought Shigaraki was ugly. Maruko shuddered. Did we run facial recognition on this man? Kenji asked Naomasa, his eyes never leaving the hooded villain. We did, but we couldn't find any matches. Naomasa shook his head. The disfigured villain, who was most likely Shigaraki's accomplice, began to bargain with the armored man. He would let the girl go if he handed over Shigaraki. But the man clearly wasn't having any of it, and he swapped out his shotgun for another one of his weapons. An assault rifle too? How many toys does he have in there? Maruko tilted her head. What assault rifle uses belt-fed 50 caliber rounds? Naomasa rhetorically asked as he took a closer look at the weapon. What followed was an intense standoff between the vigilante and Tamura's flunky. The man still had his foot planted on Tamura, while the villain held a hand covered in blue flames close to Uraraka's face. Their eyes were glued to the screen as several tense seconds passed. Yagi noticed Uraraka slowly pointing to her hand while nodding to her friends. Before anyone could react, the villain holding her was propelled up into the air off-screen. Whoa, how'd she do that? Fatgum wondered. It's her quirk, zero gravity. It allows her to manipulate the flow of gravity of whatever object she touches. Yagi explained. Now that you mention it, I think I remember seeing her during the sports festival. Maruko reminisced as she looked over Yagi's shoulder. The suspect then kicked Tamura at the suspended cohort out of view and, to everyone's surprise, fired a stream of missiles at them from a compartment on the side of the rifle. Since there was no camera footage of what was happening in the air, everyone could only look on in confusion when a burst of blue fire emanated from above that was followed by several smaller explosions. The camera was able to show Shigaraki and his henchmen fall into view right through the window of a store. Putting away his assault rifle, the armed man pulled out a bazooka. Fatgum shouted out, startling everyone. Who carries a bazooka? The weapon fired a burst of 3 rockets which hurtled towards the store Shigaraki and his cohort had landed in. But suddenly, a black portal made entirely of a smog-like substance materialized out of nowhere behind them. Everyone recognized the smoke as the same one the villain Kurogiri used during the USJ villain invasion. The two villains were pulled into the miasma of darkness just before the missiles hit the store and lit up the mall in a blinding explosion. The camera immediately cut to static and Yagi changed the camera footage for the final time, which showed the man putting away his rocket launcher. He eerily turned his head towards Izuku and his terrified classmates who backpedaled away from him. After a few seconds, he ran in the other direction and disappeared from view. Yagi paused the footage and a long period of silence dominated the room. Neo Mesa, put out a vigilante advisory. We have an exceptionally violent case on our hands. Kenji ordered. Violent. Try completely insane. Fat Gum repeated incredulously. What if there was someone in that store? What if a stray bullet hit a bystander? That guy had no regard for anybody who could have been caught in the crossfire. All the more reason why we need to kick his ass and haul him off to prison. Maruko affirmed with an eager grin while popping her knuckles. I should have questioned him when we met. That's the last time anyone plays me for a fool. And with that, the rabbit heroine bounded out of the room to resume her patrols. Fat Gum hurried as fast as he could after her, but not before giving a salute to the others. I'll be sure to relay the news over to the other heroes. Good luck with your investigation. As he closed the door behind him, the remaining three turned back towards the screen. So what do you think, Tashinori? Kenji asked inquisitively. Yagi rewound the footage to the beginning where the vigilante entered the mall. He grimly slumped in his seat. Whoever this man is, he's just painted a huge target on his back. All for One is not going to take this lying down. Indeed, it's obvious he sees Tamura as his protege. Kenji assessed in a worried tone. He'll want retribution for this, that's for sure. But we don't know if Shigaraki is still alive after that. Neo Mesa pointed out. The sheer blood loss alone would be enough to kill a man. Whether or not he may still be alive, we don't know for certain. All we can do is be prepared if they make their move. Yagi said as he looked at Neo Mesa. Where are we keeping Shigaraki's arm? We recently moved it to a special wing in the evidence room. It's stored inside a container of preservation fluid, and there's been no sign of his quirk having any effect. Neo Mesa explained before he realized what Yagi was getting at. Wait, you don't think the League of Villains might try to retrieve it, do you? They might, but we'll just have to be on guard in case they do. Yagi shook his head, unsure of himself. But what about our vigilante problem? Kenji reminded them. We still don't know his identity or anything else. One thing I have noticed is that he fights almost similarly to an elite soldier. He could be some form of special forces, though his brutality is another story altogether. Do you think he's a foreign agent? Neo Mesa asked. Kenji could only shrug. Not sure. He's officially a vigilante now, and we need to be on our toes if he ever resurfaces. He's clearly a dangerous threat to everyone around him. Not to mention that we have to be mindful of Endeavor if he learns about this. You all know what his views on vigilantism are like. Neo Mesa and Yagi glanced at each other. It didn't take much for the flame hero to hold a grudge against someone who committed a felony, even the smallest kind. Yagi sighed as he looked toward the screen. He knew that not only would All for One be targeting this man, but also other heroes as well, since vigilantism was illegal. But he did not forget about Midoriya's account of his first meeting with this mysterious individual. While it was understandable that this man was a dangerous, unpredictable, and vicious felon that had to be arrested, he did manage to save Izuku and didn't attempt to take a shot that could have cost Uraraka's his life. But who was he? Pressing a button on the keyboard, the camera zoomed in on the vigilante's visor. He looked a little closer at the visor and could just barely make out the man's stony, perpetually wrathful glare. It was almost like he was staring directly at him. To be continued. Chapter 6. Tamura's Rage. Mizuta-fu rooftops. Maruko bounded from one building to another over the streets of the city as she resumed her patrols. It had been several minutes after her meeting at the police station, and her mind was focused on one individual, the vigilante. She felt like an idiot for not realizing that he wasn't a hero. And now, because of her and Fatgum's lack of professionalism as pro-heroes, they had an armored, gun-toting psycho on the loose who endangered the lives of several UA students and blew up half a mall. Landing on another building and kneeling near the edge, she kept her eyes peeled for the vigilante. Her mind went back to how he pummeled Shigaraki and ripped his arm off. That guy must have been insanely strong to do that, maybe even stronger than Death Arms. An unnerving smile slowly began to creep its way onto her face. Seeing that villain suffer after the shit he pulled on that kid was enthralling. When she first heard of the USJ villain invasion and how Eraserhead along with 13 was seriously injured in the attack, she wanted nothing more than to beat the living daylights out of the ringmaster who hurt them. In a way, she did get her wish in the form of a man taking the law into his own hands. Shigaraki got what he deserved, and her only wish was to see him get pounded on for a few more minutes. But the best part was watching the vigilante pulverize that bastard with his arm. She relished seeing that villain writhe and watching him suffer every amount of agony he was going through. Miruko suddenly stopped her train of thought when she realized she was going down that dark path again. She shook her head to dispel the images out of her mind and composed herself. Don't go down that road again, Rumi. She thought to herself. You're a hero now. You are not going to fall off the wagon. Maruko's ears drooped as she sat herself down on the roof. She thought back to the promise she made with her friend, Kigo Takami aka the Wing Hero Hawks. She would never forget, but she still pined to go back to old habits again. League of Villains hideout. Hirojiri. A simple question. What happened? I expect a very good answer. The shadowy villain quaked in the presence of his master, all for one. He wasn't actually in front of the man, but rather in front of a TV displaying the villain leaning back in his seat with a displeased expression. Kurojiri sat on a stool in front of the television, and if his smoky skin was capable of doing so, he would be sweating bullets. The bar was mostly vacated, which made Kurojiri's private meeting with One for All feel all the more nerve-wracking. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat before giving his master an answer. Tamura was ambushed by a man at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. He was gathering information from All Might's pupil, but that's when he was attacked. I managed to pull him and his bodyguard out of there, but Tamura suffered grievous injuries in the process. We currently have him downstairs being treated by our benefactor's doctor, but he lost his right arm. All for One showed no reaction to that bit of news. Kurojiri felt terrified as he had no idea if he was indifferent to the loss of his protege's arm or if he was silently livid. Was it a hero who did this? No, master. The authorities have reason to believe that the perpetrator was a vigilante. So we have a wild card on our hands. Kurojiri, I do not think I have to remind you just how valuable Shigaraki is to our cause. I fully understand, master. But we didn't think that we would encounter such a fearsome individual capable of inflicting a tremendous blow on us. I assume dash. Assumption is the mother of all mistakes, Kurojiri. If Tamura dies, I will have Dr. Garaki convert you into a low-tier Nomo. And he won't. I assure you. Jiren has the best doctor working to stabilize Shigaraki. See to it that he survives. I am tasking you to reclaim Tamura's arm when the opportunity arises. I don't care whether you're discreet or not, just get it back. It will be done. I won't fail you, master. Pray that you don't. While you see to Shigaraki, I will contact Wolfram and coordinate his assault on Island. I will look into this vigilante dilemma at another time. The TV screen cut to black and Kurojiri slumped, exhaling heavily. He never saw All for One this mad before, and he never wanted to be at the receiving end of that anger ever again. Getting up from his stool, Kurojiri fixed his tie and went towards the door behind the bar. He opened the door and walked down the steps and into a long, dimly lit corridor with cracked walls and steel doors. He walked down the hall and made a sharp right where he could hear voices coming up ahead. Making a left at the end, he came upon Jiren talking with two members of the League, Dabi and Toga Himiko. You really screwed the pooch big time. You know that, right? The B-rank villain chastised Dabi. Hey, how was I supposed to know that we would get waylaid by a heavily armed juggernaut in power armor? Dabi argued. Oh, woo, I wish I could have been there. Toga whined as she stamped her foot. I would have loved to get a lick of Tamura's blood, and maybe get to stab that big guy you mentioned. I wonder what his blood tastes like. He probably would have knocked your head off in an eye blink. Dabi answered disinterestedly. This is why I friggin' hate vigilantes. They're so unpredictable. Jiren griped in annoyance as he flicked away his cigarette. They turned their heads over to Kurojiri when they heard his approaching footsteps, and the smoggy villain stopped in front of Jiren. How is he? Kurojiri demanded. Jiren looked towards a door near his right. I hired the best back alley doctor I know, and he's got him stabilized. He's fixing him up as best as he can, but he's lost a lot of blood. I can't give you any guarantees, so I ain't gonna beat around the bush. You might lose him. But like I already said, this is the best guy I hired, so if he does make it, we break out the sake, and if he doesn't, well. Kurojiri balled his fists as his eyes drifted to the ground. He redirected his gaze towards a bored-looking Dabi and narrowed his eyes into slits. You were supposed to be protecting him. Kurojiri reminded him, his tone of voice cold and angry. Well, I had to push my way through the panicking crowd. Plus, I wanted to get a good look at the guy and seeing how strong he was. I figured it would be better to keep my distance a bit and find a meat shield. Gotta admit, that girl pulled a fast one on me. Dabi explained casually. He noticed Kurojiri was still glaring at him like he wasn't thrilled with his answer. Dabi turned serious. Look, you're forgetting that I'm still gauging whether or not Shigaraki is someone I should be listening to dash. Kurojiri closed the distance in a heartbeat and grabbed him by the throat. Jiren and Toga backed away a little while Dabi didn't even look threatened. You're forgetting that you take orders from All for One without question. Another defiance, and you will not be long for this world. Kurojiri warned. Dabi smirked. Well, you can tell him that his little sidekick wasn't up to snuff dash. Okay. A loud scream came from the door. Jiren quickly unlocked it and swung the door open. Everyone got a front row seat to Shigaraki sitting up on a gurney with his remaining hand on the doctor's face, his quirk decaying the man's head into dust. The doctor's headless corpse crumpled to the floor as blood gushed from its neck, staining his apron and the floor crimson. Toga eagerly licked her lips. Tamura looked like something out of Silent Hill. He was paler than usual, his face and upper body were covered in bloody bandages, and he breathed heavily with blood dripping from his mouth, while his stump of an arm was gruesomely stitched shut. The dirty room and flickering overhead light only added more tension to the already unsettling atmosphere. Jiren looked at the corpse of the doctor and mentally remarked that at least he wouldn't have to pay anything for his services. Dabi was slightly impressed at how Tamura killed the guy, while Toga was giddy at the sight of so much blood. Kurojiri cautiously approached Shigaraki, worried about his current state of health, both physically and mentally. Young master, you should lie back down, Kurojiri calmly suggested as he slowly reached out to him. That cheater. What dash? Ray. Tamura suddenly leaped out of the gurney and began disintegrating anything he could touch with his remaining hand, while kicking every item on the floor across the room. Kurojiri and the others instantly backpedaled away from the screaming villain so they wouldn't get caught up in his psychotic episode. That fucking cheating aimbot god mode hacking piece of shit. Tamura raged furiously as he continued to demolish the whole room. After several more seconds of violent thrashing, the whole room was destroyed with a majority of the walls and floors partially disintegrated. Shigaraki stood in the center of the room, hunched over and taking in labored breaths as blood dripped from his reopened wounds. Young master, I understand your anger, but you must lie down, Kurojiri implored. Save your vitriol for All Might. Shigaraki began to giggle, causing Kurojiri to step away from him again. Yes, the symbol of peace. Tamura began to remember how overjoyed he was when he finally learned how to bring down society until he was tortured to near death by the armored man. It won't be All Might that will suffer, that bastard in green. I'll kill him. He then tore off the bloody bandages off of his face to reveal an insane smile with maddened eyes as his psychopathic laughter grew louder, his anger and insanity numbing him to the searing pain his body was in. I'll fucking kill him. Mizutafu's sewer system abandoned subway. The Doomslayer ripped away the planks that boarded up the entrance to the subway station. Since it was almost pitch black in the deepest part of the city, the Slayer had to activate the night vision function in his helmet so he could see where he was going. He chucked away the last of the planks and entered the station, drawing his pistol just in case someone or something was down here. He could make out what appeared to be some columns and subway cars, but his night vision didn't illuminate much of the area for him. He noticed a portable generator with gasoline cans next to it on his left with wires snaking to a large power supply box on the far wall. Walking over to it as he put away his weapon, the Slayer unscrewed the lid and looked inside to see that it was empty. He saw several gas cans next to it, but knew that they had been there since the 1970s and the gasoline had degraded a long time ago. But then he had an idea. He pulled out his chainsaw and checked it to see that he still had 5 gallons of gasoline in the tank. He popped open the cap on his chainsaw and began to pour some fuel into the generator. It didn't take much gasoline for it to be filled. He screwed the lid back on, yanked the ripcord several times, and the generator thrummed to life. A burst of electricity surged into the power supply from the wires, and the overhead lights that adorned the ceiling of the subway station flicked to life. With the entire station illuminated a bright white, the Slayer's helmet deactivated its night vision, and he observed his surroundings. The whole station was covered in cobwebs, dust, and broken plaster from the ceiling. Old kiosks laid abandoned and broken while a disused subway train sat idly on the tracks. But what the Doomslayer immediately noticed was that this station was previously occupied at some point in the past, and it held some signs of a fight. Bullet holes decorated the area, while casings littered the floor alongside old weaponry. The Slayer recognized a few Tokarevs, over and under shotguns, Uzis, a few hunting rifles, and at least 3 MP40s. Most of these had to have been acquired from overseas illegally, since the rest of the scattered weapons on the floor were of Japanese manufacture, since he didn't recognize them. But then there were the bodies. Not human bodies, but rather human skeletons wearing whatever articles of clothing that were left. Walking amongst the skeletal remains, the Slayer eyed their strange choice in fashion. Most of it consisted of jumpsuit uniforms, military jackets worn open with no shirts, leather jackets, baggy pants, boiler suits, long boots, bandages around the waist, surgical masks, patches displaying a slogan, and headbands with the Japanese imperial flag printed upon them. Were they a part of some kind of gang? He looked over to the vacant tracks to his right and saw a row of motorcycles all lined up alongside each other on the tracks. These guys must have used this abandoned subway tunnel to ride their choppers through. The motorcycles were heavily modified, featuring oversized fairings, lifted handlebars, large back seats, altered mufflers, and extravagant paint jobs. What kind of idiot defiled their ride like that? After analyzing our current surroundings, I have concluded that we are in a concealed hideout of a Bosazoku biker gang. The Bosazoku was a Japanese youth subculture associated with custom motorcycles, reckless driving, disturbing the peace, and other gang-related activities. The state of their base of operations was not the result of a gunfight with a rival gang, but rather with themselves. So they did each other in. The Slayer looked around and saw the positions the skeletons were in. They were all facing each other, and evidence did point to the fact that they did engage in infighting. But why? Walking over to the subway train on the left side of the station, he entered the first car and saw that it had been renovated into a storage room of sorts. Most of it contained crates full of weapons, motorcycle parts, and repair kits. The next car he walked into served as the living quarters for the gang, featuring multiple sleeping bags. Plastered across the walls were posters of swimsuit models, while the floor had some unimportant items near the bags such as cigarettes, toothpicks, dice, old magazines, bottles of booze, and the like. The Doomslayer spotted a guitar lying against the wall, and out of curiosity, picked it up by the neck, and it instantly fell apart in his hand. Didn't surprise him. Vega did say that this place was in use since the 70s. He tossed the remains of the guitar away and entered the final car. This one served as the head honcho's office. The left side had a map of the city with some circles and X's scribbled across it, a personal desk with 3 suitcases on top of it, and the far end of the room had a bed with some beanbag chairs close to it. He had the 2 skeletons lying on the floor across from each other. One had a rusted katana embedded in his chest and held a Ruger Redhawk in his hand, while the other one had a bullet hole right in the middle of its forehead. Looking at the one with the sword in him, the Slayer noticed that the skeleton had several bejeweled rings, leading him to believe that this one must have been the leader. The one with the bullet in his head was another subordinate. They ended up killing each other in the end. The Slayer turned his head over to the desk and eyed the suitcases. He opened up one of them to reveal stacks of the nation's money contained within. Hypothesis. These men successfully robbed a bank, but could not decide whether or not to split the money. Their argument escalated to the point where they all turned on each other, resulting in the entire gang's death. Such is the price of avarice. The Slayer grimaced. The UAC could attest to that. Stepping outside of the subway train, the Slayer took in his surroundings. It wasn't much, but it would serve as a base of operations for his time on this new Earth. It was deep underground and well hidden amongst the sewers. The Doomslayer had a lot of cleaning up to do, but first things first. He looked over to the customized motorcycles and cracked his knuckles. Those ugly things had to go. To be continued. Author note. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. The next one will feature Izuku and his friends at school. I am adding in a little more backstory to Maruko by giving her some bloodthirsty tendencies, as well as adding in a difficult past for her that'll set up some moments between her and the Slayer. Hawks will be her best friend in this story, but I'm still going with my Maruko x Slayer pairing. Yeah, Tomura would obviously flip his shit if he got beaten up that badly and lost an arm in the process. You guys can certainly expect a League of Villains versus Doomslayer in the future. Not sure what to do about All for One, Gigantomachia, and the High-End Nomus yet. I also wanted to add in how vigilantes are looked down upon by villains, and I'm thinking about a crossover with the spin-off manga, Illegals. It may not be a Fortress of Doom, but at least the Slayer has his own Ninja Turtle-style HQ. I did like adding references to a bygone era in Japan's history, seeing as how this story takes place in 2148. I was originally going to add in a reference to Shadow Warrior, maybe a Lowon calling card, but I decided against it. Don't forget to review, but please don't flame. Stay home, stay healthy, and stay safe. Chapter 7. Intruders. I fear no man. But that thing, it scares me. The Heavy, Team Fortress 2. UA High School the next day. And he just left? Shoto Todoroki questioned. Izuku nodded along with his friends. He and the others had just finished telling him of their first-hand account of watching the armored vigilante mutilate the leader of the League of Villains. Since Shoto and Bakugo did not attend the outing due to personal reasons, they heard what happened on the news and were now being told by their friends who gathered in a large group about what had transpired. The only ones who weren't a part of the group were Katsuki Bakugo and Achiko Uraraka, who sat at their desks. Shoto's expression was troubled. The way they described the man's brutal treatment of Tomura Shigaraki was unnerving, but the part where he tore the villain's arm off and beat him half to death with it disturbed him significantly. Something like this was unheard of in hero society. Tomura may be a villain, but that man went too far. Shoto shook his head as he looked at his feet. Exactly, Tinya exclaimed dramatically, doing odd motions with his arms. Heroes must always set an example to inspire hope and safety to the public, not engage in wanton brutality. What that man did was beyond fucked up. Mina Ashido finished for him. Language, Mina, Tinya shouted as he pointed at her. Also yes. I'm just glad we didn't try to take that guy head on. Sirohanda said. I know he pulled us out of the fire, but I wouldn't want to get in his way. You should be lucky you didn't. Fumikage sternly told him as the others looked at him. When I first saw him, I felt dark shadow panic and fear. I never felt it so terrified in my life. It was begging me to run and not to face that man. Whoever or whatever that vigilante was, getting in his way would mean certain death. And coming from me, that's saying a lot. Everyone felt a collective chill run up their spine. Izuku now realized why Fumikage stopped him from chasing after the vigilante. A cloud of silence hung in the air as the students let Tokoyami's tale sink in. You fucking pussies. That insult came from the classroom's resident glory hound / total asshole, Bakugo. I can't believe you extras let that green bastard get away. I would have gone after him and take him down myself since none of you have any fucking balls. Maybe you didn't hear us the first time, man. He tore the guy's arm off. Mineta hollered. So much blood. Yuga Aoyama shuddered as he hugged himself, his whole body shaking like a leaf. I mean, what chance would a bunch of first years like us have against a guy like him? We'd be ripped apart. Denki Kaminari added, trying to talk some sense into Bakugo. And that's not even counting the massive guns he had on him. Well, at least Roundface fought the other villain who showed up. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he jabbed a thumb over to Uraraka at the other end of the room. The girl said nothing, keeping her eyes glued to her desk. She had a vacant, frightened look on her face, and her eyes would dart around at certain intervals. "Yo, round face. You in there or dash," Bakugo called out to her before he saw Kyokujiro shake her head and draw a line across her throat. Letting out an agitated scoff, Bakugo turned his head away and looked out the window. Kyoka turned to Uraraka and frowned worriedly. Her friend had been like this ever since this morning. She was beginning to wonder if Uraraka had some kind of PTSD from yesterday. Midoriya saw it as well. He wanted to try and talk with her, but felt that maybe he and the others should give her some space for a while. "This other villain you mentioned. You said he had the same powers as mine?" Shoto questioned. "Yeah, but only your flame quirk, and they were colored blue. I think the flames might have been hotter than yours." Koji Koda communicated through sign language. Todoroki felt very troubled by the news. Sure, there were different variations of fire-based quirks, but this one sounded all too familiar to his. It could have been a mere coincidence, but what if it wasn't? Nah, it couldn't be. He was overthinking things as usual. He focused back on the matter of the vigilante and turned to Izuku. "You said before that the vigilante pulled weapons out of thin air?" "Yeah, I think he might have some kind of quirk that allows him to do that," Midoriya figured. "Though I can't think of any quirk I've heard or read about that does that. Maybe it's a new type of quirk that's never been discovered before. I mean, there's always new quirks being discovered every day in 3's dash." "Dude, you're mumbling again." Rikido Sato's sweat dropped, causing Izuku to stop his ramblings and look embarrassed. "What do you guys think the pro heroes are going to do about him? They should arrest him. It's too dangerous to let someone like him run around Mizutofu," Mizo Shoji said, folding his multiple arms. "That and being a vigilante is technically illegal." "Yeah, and has that guy ever had his head checked? He's like Gears of War and Jason Voorhees all rolled into one," Toru Hagakure exclaimed as she wildly flailed her arms around. Not that you could see them since she was invisible. Masahiro Ojiro nodded in agreement as his large tail swished around. He remembered something about the vigilante his classmate mentioned earlier. "Hey, didn't you say that you saw this guy a couple of days ago, Izuku?" "Yeah, he just fell out of the sky right outside my apartment and walked off when my mom and I tried to help him. We thought he was a hero on patrol, but something still seemed odd about him," Izuku explained. "So you let a 6-feet-tall psycho walk free? You really dropped the fucking ball, Deku." Bakugo barked indignantly. "Now hold on." Momo Yaoyorozu intervened, coming to Midoriya's defense. There was no way Izuku could have known that guy wasn't a hero. "She's right. If anything, we would have ended up doing the same thing if we were all placed in Midoriya's situation." Seo Azui reasoned, causing Bakugo to scowl and look away again. Nobody knows any real way to visually differentiate between a hero and a vigilante, at least until now. As everyone else began offering their views and opinions, Izuku was left to his thoughts. What should he have done differently back then? If he knew that man was incredibly dangerous, should he have tried to stop him when they first met? So many what-ifs and alternate outcomes were swirling around within his mind as Izuku began to chillingly realize that not reporting the vigilante was all on him. "Hey, you okay, buddy?" Kirishima tapped Izuku's shoulder, startling him a bit. "You look pretty down." I don't know." Izuku started before he looked down at his feet. "I can't help but feel that this is my fault." "Your fault? Dude, none of this is your fault. You didn't know? Simple as that. I'm sure the pro heroes will nab his crazy ass eventually. Besides, I doubt he's gonna go another rampage." Beneath Mizutofu the Slayer's hideout. 8 hours later, dusting off his hands, the Slayer chucked the last of the dismantled motorcycles into a pile at the other end of the station. He spent another sleepless night making his new home more habitable, which consisted of burying the bones of the biker gang and getting rid of the ugly motorcycles they had. This left only one motorcycle that thankfully hadn't been turned into a clown bike, an old American chopper that the gang had probably purchased from overseas. He had stored the old weapons in the storage room of the subway car. As much as he wanted to try them out, they were too rusted due to years of disuse. He had already become acclimated with the weapons he picked up during his time on the alternate Mars, and he wasn't going to ditch them anytime soon. But now that he thought about it, there was one problem he faced in this new universe: ammo. Despite snagging a staggering overabundance of ammo during his excursion on the alternate Mars in Hell, enough to keep him supplied for at least several months, he knew it wouldn't last forever. Acquiring shotgun shells and .50 caliber ammunition should be relatively easy, and fuel for his chainsaw wasn't a problem either. He could easily swipe a few cans of gasoline at a gas station. But his rockets were specially designed by the UAC, which meant that other rocket types would be incompatible with his rocket launcher. And then of course there were plasma cells and BFG cells. He heavily doubted that this universe was able to manufacture plasma in a way used for weapons, and no Argent energy meant that he only had 2 cells left for his BFG, having used one shot to finish off the Spider Mastermind. His UAC grenades and hologram projectors were another problem as well. Never bothered to pick up those useless siphon grenades back on the alternate Mars. As he mulled his predicament over, he sat himself down on one of the old benches in the station. He felt like he had no real purpose in this world, no clear goal. What was left for him if there weren't any demons to kill? Could he call himself a Doomslayer anymore? Slayer. I am picking up 40 heat signatures approaching our position. From the entrance, He snapped his head up towards the partially boarded up entryway to the station and could easily hear the sounds of footsteps, many footsteps, getting closer. Almost immediately, he bolted out of his seat, hopped down onto the tracks the subway train was on, and ducked into the subway tunnel ahead of it. With the darkness of the tunnel concealing his presence, the Slayer peered out from the corner a little and gritted his teeth in annoyance. He knew it would already be a matter of time before the heroes of this world would come looking for him and take him into custody. He wasn't going to jail, and he was not going to lie down and do nothing. He was, for all intents and purposes, a monster, but he was not a murderer. As soon as the heroes entered the station, he would rush in, incapacitate them all before leaving the station, and find someplace else in Japan to lay low. Scanning. None of them are quirk users. Fuck. They were probably cops. Now he really had to hold himself back. The footsteps were starting to get louder, and he could easily make out several silhouettes nearing the entrance. He balled up his fists and prepared for a brief altercation, and saw these men weren't police officers in the slightest. Stepping into the station and descending the stairs were multiple men dressed in pitch-black military garb, all of them outfitted with Kevlar vests, ammo bandoliers, armored plates around the joints, and gas masks that covered their faces along with black hoods. They were also outfitted with impressive, state-of-the-art weaponry: FNP-90 submachine guns, ARX-160 assault rifles, USAS-12 fully automatic shotguns, and MG-4 light machine guns. As the last of the soldiers entered the station, they began to scan the area with their weapons at the ready. The Doomslayer, ever silent, watched them with great interest. Who were these guys? After a few tense minutes of scanning and searching the station, one of the men with several yellow stripes around the sleeve of his uniform twirled his finger in the air, and the other soldiers regrouped over to him. One of the soldiers handed a subway map he procured from the subway car to the apparent commanding officer, and the CO silently studied it. He held up his hand, signaling his regiment to be at ease. He then pressed his finger up against the tactical headset near his ear. Commander 9, this is Theta Squad 12. We've located an old subway station several miles beneath the city. I can confirm that this'll make the perfect fallback point after we're done with the operation. Good work, Sergeant. Is the station occupied by any chance? There's a functioning generator here that looks like it was used recently. Could be a couple of hobos. Scare him off. Negative, I want no witnesses. We've just rendezvoused with Wolfram's team, and we are commencing the operation on I Island now. Once we have everything locked down, Lieutenant Chimera will contact your squad, and you will relay the coordinates for the fallback point. Unload the supplies and secure the station while we proceed on schedule. Understood, Commander. Theta Squad 12 out. The Doomslayer absorbed this information as the soldiers began to fan out and went back up the steps to retrieve the supplies. It sounded like something big was going down, but what was this island they were talking about? Several men began bringing down multiple black cases that were as big as a couch. They started unpacking them to reveal portable generators like the Slayer had, but much more technologically advanced. Some of them revealed ammo and more weapons, while the last of the cases unfolded into a large, portable computer. One other thing the Slayer took note of was the insignia of a silver-colored saber-toothed tiger emblazoned upon the cases. I am hacking their terminal now, The soldier who unpacked the computer turned to his right to unpack another container, but never noticed Vega's logo flashing on the computer screen, and by the time he turned back, it had vanished before he could even notice. Hack complete. These men are part of a highly dangerous army of mercenaries known as the Steel Sabers. Their origins can be traced back to South Africa after the apartheid, though as time went on, they evolved into a multinational outfit. The Doomslayer's HUD began to show him various pictures of the mercenaries' rise to power and infamy. Black and white photos of the Sabers participating in numerous military theaters around the world, and soon changing into clearer, colorized pictures of the men in present-day uniforms and armed with better weaponry. The Sabers of today are being led by 4 very powerful quirk users, one of which is their leader, His HUD showed him portraits of the said individuals and their info. The first mugshot was the leader of the Steel Sabers, a man codenamed 9. He was a white-haired man with eyes that lacked any emotion or empathy and wore a black bodysuit with blue highlights and several cylindrical tanks sticking out of his back. He had a weather manipulation quirk that gave him power over lightning, wind, and ice, but the power took a toll on his body, hence the need for the suit. Then came his lieutenants. The first was a woman codenamed Slice. She had vibrant orange hair that looped down to her midsection and wore a purple blouse with a black domino mask. Her quirk allowed her to move, sharpen, and harden her hair into blade-like weapons. The second was a man with gray hair and orange eyes wrapped nearly head to toe in burgundy-colored bandages, along with a combat vest and a small sword slung around his shoulder. His code name was Mummy, a reference to his quirk that let him control inanimate objects via his bandages. The final lieutenant was an interesting one, to say the least. He was not a man, but rather an anthropomorphic wolf with blue and white, fur wearing a tan trench coat and hair done up in dreadlocks. Chimera was his code name and was again based on his quirk. It granted him the capability to undertake the characteristics of various animals. The Steel Sabers are widely regarded across the world as the most proficient and deadliest mercenary group in existence. They are expertly trained, heavily armed with the latest weapons and technology, and have killed over 246 heroes. What? Vega showed him a slideshow of the Steel Sabers' victims. The images were a grisly sight to behold. Each photo showed heroes of all shapes and sizes dead, with over a dozen gunshot wounds. Some were decapitated, had bullet holes in the sides of their heads, sliced apart, burned to death, or blown up with explosives. Some corpses were desecrated, stripped of their costumes, scalped, or hung from their necks. Most disturbing of all was that some of these heroes were very young, most of them barely out of their teens. The last picture showed the present-day Sabers, along with their leader 9 and his lieutenants, standing near a shot-up wall in some war-torn country with 18 dead heroes all lined up in a row against each other. Some of the soldiers, as well as Chimera and Slice, were smiling or posing while crouched down like hunters who just bagged a moose. The Doomslayer felt his rage reach its boiling point as his fists shook violently. His mind once again flashed back to all of those comic books he read when he was a kid. He loved reading about superheroes, and his heart would leap with joy when they beat the bad guy in the end. Seeing these heroes be slaughtered like animals, these fuckers were no better than the horrors he fought for eons. They had to die. He overheard the CEO order some men to scan the tunnels and slowly stepped away, disappearing into the darkness. The two soldiers entered the dark tunnel and slowly walked through it, the flashlights mounted on their weapons illuminating their way through the darkness. After a few minutes, they came upon a large cave-in, blocking off their route. One of them pressed a button on the radio attached to his wrist. "This is Crow and Vejboski, all clear." The merc nodded to his partner, and the two of them began to head back to the subway tunnel entrance, unaware of the large shape silently advancing towards them from behind. Meanwhile, Sergeant Burke oversaw the rest of the troopers finishing up with their assigned tasks. He went over to the ones working on the generators as they hooked up the wires to the smaller power supply boxes along the wall. "How are we looking?" "Generators are primed and ready, Sergeant. Just needs a few moments to power up, and we're good to go. That'll be enough to power the whole subway system." "Good. Communications?" "Fully operational, sir. Servers are set up and ready to receive any incoming messages from my island." The sergeant checked his watch and smiled. 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The mercenaries sent to scout out the tunnels came back and saluted Burke. "Sergeant, we've finished our recon of the tunnels. One of them is blocked off, but the two tunnels down at the end are clear, and they'll provide a route for Commander 9 and the rest of the Steel Sabers to navigate through to us." "Excellent work. I can see a big promotion in our future weight. Where's Crow and Vejboski?" Sergeant Burke noticed. Everyone began looking towards the tunnel the two previously went in. They reported this tunnel was sealed up and secured, but they never returned. "Vejboski, Crow, what's the holdup?" One soldier spoke into the radio. Nothing responded. They could only hear static. "Guys, you there? Where are you?" The sergeant was getting impatient and turned on his radio. "Vejboski, stop dicking around and bring Crow and your ass back here now. If this is your attempt at humor, so help me FUCK." Two objects were tossed at Burke's feet, and when he and the other Sabers looked down, they recoiled in horror when they saw that it was the severed heads of Crow and Vejboski. As the soldiers staggered away in fright, the Doomslayer darted out of the tunnel along the tracks as he ran to the old generator and shut it off. The entire subway station was plunged into darkness, and the mercs began to arm themselves with their weapons. "Safety's off. We've got a hostile in the area. Switch to night vision," the sergeant ordered as the sounds of weapons being cocked were heard. One by one, the soldiers pressed a button on the side of their gas masks to activate the night vision function. The last of the soldiers activated his mask. Doom 2016 Flesh and Metal. Just in time to see a man covered in green armor, armed with a chainsaw, barrel straight towards him out of the darkness. His head was sawed off in one swing. Shouts of panic filled the air as the headless body crumpled to the floor, blood splashing against some of the mercs present. "Contact. Hostile sighted. Drop him." Every weapon that was in the hands of the soldiers roared to life as they opened fire upon the armored man. Now normally, any man would be easily ripped asunder by the amount of armor-piercing ammunition and shotgun rounds being fired at him, and no amount of Kevlar could protect anybody from such an onslaught. But the Slayer's armor was forged by a rouge demon within the fires of hell, and then later enhanced with UAC technology after they dug him up. The Predator suit was designed to withstand anything hell could throw at the Doomslayer. But against regular firearms? All of those bullets and pellets were shattering like glass against his armor. The Doomslayer descended upon the mercenaries without mercy, intent on making them pay for every hero they killed. Every swing of his chainsaw cleaved through them with no resistance whatsoever, as any merc caught in his path was decapitated, bisected, and bifurcated. He hacked off the hands of one mercenary and followed up with a quick decapitation before slamming his elbow into the face of another merc, enough to make his head snap back with an audible crunch. He pulled out his double-barreled shotgun and fired into the group, taking out several of them while two were instantly blown in half. He reloaded and blew the head off of another merc while grabbing one by the neck and crushing his windpipe. He threw the body at another merc, and while he was struggling to rise, the Slayer ran over and punted his head off like a football before spinning around and slamming both of his hands on another soldier's face, crushing his skull like it was stuck in a hydraulic press. He revved up the chainsaw again and sawed another hapless merc diagonally. He's not going down. He's not fucking going down. The Slayer put away his weapons and began to tear the mercs apart with his bare hands. Each haymaker broke their necks. Each uppercut decapitated them. Each headbutt caved their skulls in, and each punch to the gut caused their organs to rupture or outright explode. The Slayer grabbed the face of one merc and slammed him right into a column, crushing his skull like a soggy pumpkin. A saber ran up to him and unloaded his light machine gun point blank into the side of the Slayer's head. But that didn't do shit either, and the Doomslayer grabbed the barrel of the weapon, bent it at a 90-degree angle, and swung his leg up hard enough to shave off the mercenary's face and lower jaw right off his head. Another merc charged in while unloading his automatic shotgun on him, but the Slayer swiped the weapon out of his hands and impaled him with it. He rushed towards another saber and ripped him in half, launching himself at another one with his chainsaw drawn out and sawing him up the middle. While all of this was happening, the soldiers of fortune kept firing at the Doomslayer and were rapidly losing their minds at the sight of an implacable berserker who was tearing his way through their ranks. What the fuck is his armor made of? Die, motherfucker. The mercenaries continued to open fire while some threw their grenades at him. The grenades exploded at his feet, but these grenades were substantially weaker than his UAC brand grenades, which had a bigger blast radius and more powerful explosion, so those did next to nothing against his armor, let alone make him stagger. He stored his chainsaw away and whipped out his plasma gun outfitted with the stun bomb mod and fired a bomb right at them, creating a burst of Birkeland currents that fatally electrocuted the mercenaries, frying their nerves and causing most of their eyeballs to boil and explode. Drawing his HAR with his free hand, he unleashed a hail of death from both guns as the 50 caliber rounds and plasma bolts shredded through the soldiers of fortunes like they were made of tissue paper. Putting away the plasma gun, the Slayer finished off the stragglers by firing a stream of mini-missiles at them, which embedded themselves into their bodies before violently exploding. Soon all was quiet in the station as the Doomslayer put away his HAR. Then he heard a humming sound from one of the generators the Sabres had set up, and the subway station was lit up once again. The carnage was all laid out for the Slayer to see. Nearly the whole station was covered in red, bodies, severed limbs, bullet casings, craters, and entrails. He heard a groan to his right and noticed a wounded merc on the ground trying to reach for his weapon only for the Slayer to promptly whip out his sawed-off and blasted him right then and there. The sound of a large weapon being loaded could be heard behind him, and the Doomslayer turned around to see the sergeant propped up against one of the cases missing an arm and a chunk of his leg aiming a Denel PAW-20 grenade launcher aimed right at him. Burke pulled the trigger and a high-explosive grenade launched out of the barrel and hit the Slayer dead on. A dense explosion enveloped him and obscured most of the station in the dust. Burke smiled deliriously for a moment, but his victory was astoundingly cut short when the smoke cleared to reveal the armored butcher was completely unharmed. The Doomslayer simply wiped away the dust on his chest plate and began stomping towards the sergeant who had a look of open-mouthed horror. Fuck me. 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 Burke screamed over and over again as he wildly fired at the Slayer with his launcher, but the indomitable superhuman still kept walking towards him while tanking every shell that exploded against his Predator's suit. The Doomslayer finally closed the distance, swatted the weapon out of the sergeant's hand, and put his fist straight through his face. Removing his fist from the now-dead mercenary, the Slayer looked at his handiwork. He felt a small bit of satisfaction for avenging all those heroes that were slain by these men, but he knew that there were more of them that needed to pay. And that meant going after their leader, 9. These mercenaries were previously discussing an operation currently in progress. I am accessing their terminal to acquire more intel. Now that Vega mentioned it, they did talk about an island of sorts. The Slayer walked over to the terminal, which was thankfully undamaged during the chaotic firefight, and seated himself on the floor while Vega worked his magic. I have analyzed their current whereabouts. The Steel Sabres are enacting a massive-scale invasion of a seafaring research base known as I-Island. It is the most technologically advanced artificial island in the world, housing thousands of scientists and guarded by state-of-the-art security systems. The primary purpose of this facility is the creation of specialized support items for heroes and scientific study of the quirk phenomenon. It also hosts an expo to showcase said technologies. The Doomslayer absorbed this information and thought it over. While it sounded like this place had benevolent intentions, it still had the potential to become another UAC. But that didn't mean he was going to blow the whole place up at this present time. All that mattered was finding out why the Steel Sabres wanted to ransack this place. Obviously for the tech I-Island housed, but what if there was something more? The Steel Sabres had enlisted all 9,870 members for this endeavor. It is their entire organization. What they intend to do and what they are after are not listed on their servers, but I have found evidence that suggests they are in a joint operation with representatives from the League of Villains. The Slayer clenched his fists. Somehow he knew he wouldn't hear the last of that organization and the dried-up little hobgoblin running it. If they had joined up with a notorious team of mercenaries, then it couldn't be good. Right now as we speak, they have already infiltrated the whole island and taken hostages. The Sabers have also hacked the security system and have captured several pro-heroes visiting from overseas, as well as All Might himself and civilians. The Japanese government and pro-heroes are unable to approach the island due to the volatile hostage situation. This is a national crisis. The Slayer tapped his finger on his knee. This was a very dire situation, no doubt about it. But what surprised him was how these guys were able to capture the symbol of peace. If something wasn't done, then all of those heroes and maybe even All Might be next on the Steel Sabers chopping block. It would be more trophies for their gruesome tally. There is no other way for the pro-heroes to approach this situation due to their non-violent methods and code of honor, but we may be sufficient enough to resolve this situation and eliminate a threat to heroes worldwide. I also have reason to believe that Island may have inventions that could benefit us. I will leave the decision up to you and have mapped out the quickest route topside to the nearest port. The Doomslayer didn't need to be told twice. He shut off the generator so the lights wouldn't give away his hideout and went to the left subway tunnel. Stepping down onto the tracks, he crouched down a little and suddenly broke into a sprint, running through the tunnels as he followed his waypoint on his HUD. The Slayer had his mind focused on storming Island, partially to save the heroes, make the Sabers suffer, and upgrade his gear. 9 probably prided himself and his crew to be the best of the best. They obviously hadn't met him yet. To be continued. Chapter 8. Mad Dash. Musitafamina Ashido Residence. Hardcore news. We don't just bring you the latest news, you bring you the most intense news on the planet. Greetings, fellow viewers. Tony Pope, live with hardcore. On the scene and in your face. It's a hostage situation that looks like it was ripped straight out of Die Hard. Cops everywhere, reporters ambling about, the lives of dozens of innocents on the line as the world's most infamous mercenaries have turned Island into a literal Nakatomi Plaza. Can the heroes and authorities stop the Steel Sabers? They're outmanned, outgunned, and incompetent. Prime Minister of Japan, what are you doing? The symbol of peace has a gun to his head. Get off your ass and declare martial law. Mina pressed the mute button, turning off the reporter's tirade. After they decided who was going to Island via rock, paper, scissors, the girls decided to have a sleepover to soften the blow of being unable to visit the Island Expo with their classmates. So far the sleepover had been a blast, but that's when they heard on the TV that there was an apparent terrorist attack on Island. They switched to a news station to get more info, but were greeted by a man who acted like he had won too many cups of coffee. Americans. Mina shook her head disapprovingly as she watched Tony continue with his rant. They always exaggerate. How the heck did they let someone like him into this country? Hagakure wondered. Try switching to MNN. That's usually a reliable source. See, you suggested. Mina flipped through a couple of channels until she found the right one. Port of Tokyo JSDF blockade. This is correspondent Megumi Shindo of Musitafa News Network. For those of you who are just joining us, we are live on the scene at Tokyo Harbor where the JSDF, local police officers, and pro-heroes have cordoned off the area. Behind me, you can see Island out in the distance where earlier this evening, an army of mercenaries known worldwide as the Steel Sabers infiltrated Island and have taken the island's population hostage, including several pro-heroes from other countries and All Might himself. We have reason to believe that they have taken full control of the security system, widely believed to be on par with Tartarus prison. Though an SOS was sent out, it did little good as the mercenaries now have a solid foothold on Island and has become a floating fortress. They have offered no demands but have warned all not to come anywhere near Island, or they will execute the hostages, including the heroes and potentially All Might. No attempts have been made to breach Island, and the pro-heroes cannot risk mass fatalities in what has been called by many to be the most volatile hostage crisis of the century. The Steel Sabers are a name that strikes fear into the hearts of many heroes, and with the symbol of peace at their mercy, it seems that his life and the lives of the other heroes and civilians on the island are now in God's hands. The correspondent finished her report just as the police politely requested her to move back from the barricade for her safety. The entire area, as well as the entrance to the docks, was swarming with cops and soldiers. Many were keeping the concerned bystanders at bay while setting up long-range counter-surveillance equipment to try and hack into Island security systems and maybe give them a chance to turn things around, but it was no use. It would take months to override the systems. The Steel Sabers were able to do it in just a few hours. The Japanese government issued a strict no-fly order anywhere near Island, as well as forbidding any boat from approaching it. The whole situation was a powder keg waiting to explode, and the slightest misstep could result in incalculable losses. All they could do for now was sit tight and hope that the mercenaries would get what they wanted and spare All Might. But even then, that was just wishful thinking. Sewer system beneath the port of Tokyo. The waypoint on his HUD had led the Slayer behind the designated JSDF barricade into a manhole cover above him. He was just about to climb up the ladder when Vega contacted him. There are currently no forms of transportation that will get you to Island without alerting the Steel Sabers. But I have a solution. Your Delta V jump boots can be reconfigured to fire a continuous stream of propulsion rather than a short burst at the apex of your jump. These adjustments can allow you to easily traverse through the water to island since your Predator suit lacks any form of buoyancy. The Doomslayer looked at his arm, noting that he would probably sink like a rock if he ever jumped into a deep body of water. He leaned against the wall and popped off his jump boots. He started fiddling with the knobs near the ankles of the boots until he had the right settings configured and slipped them back onto his feet. Be aware that multiple pro heroes are in the current vicinity. I hope you do not plan on fatally --. The Slayer shook his head and held up his hand as a gesture of reassurance. True to convictions, he was not going to kill any heroes. That is most comforting. I will leave how you handle them up to your discretion and will contact you again once you are in proximity to the island. Looking back up at the manhole, the Slayer was beginning to notice something about Vega. As time went on, the AI was starting to act more human. Using words like hope and comforting were signs that the Vega truly was evolving into something more. But the Doomslayer was not at all perturbed by this observation. He rather encouraged it. How could he ever turn his back on someone who helped him so much back on the alternate Mars? The Slayer began to climb up the ladder, ready to show the heroes and villains of this world how justice was served on Argentinur. Port of Tokyo Warehouse District several minutes earlier. Standing atop one of the cranes at the harbor, Hawks and Loud Cloud gazed silently at Island in the distance. They couldn't muster the will to remain confident and upbeat like they usually did. And how could they? The most dangerous mercenaries on the planet had captured the symbol of peace and the most technologically advanced facility in the world. It was a pretty big deal for every pro hero and sidekick called out here, and they weren't taking it well. Hawks looked up at the starry night sky with the moon high above. Letting out a sigh, the number 6 pro hero leaped off the crane and flew back down to the ground while Loud Cloud followed him atop one of his floating clouds. The two of them glided down towards one of the 3 large teams of pro heroes patrolling the district. The one they were currently a part of consisted of Present Mike, Midnight, Eraserhead, Endeavor, Gang Orca, Selkie, Maruko, Fatgum, Gran Torino, Crust, Ryukyu, Slide and Go, and Mr. Brave. The overall mood was extremely tense. You could feel it in the air. Anything? Mr. Brave asked. All quiet. Just be grateful we haven't heard any gunshots yet. Hawks answered as he looked back to Island. Are you guys sure there isn't any way for you to get closer? Ryukyu pressed worriedly. No can do. Loud Cloud shook his head as he waved a finger at her. You heard what the JSDF said. No copters or flight-based quirks. We can't risk the Sabres spotting us. They might end up executing a hostage or a hero. Maybe we can try to get inside from underwater? Selkie suggested to Gang Orca. That way we could sneak in and rescue the hostages. We could get the drop on them Dash. It's a good idea, but don't forget that these aren't the usual thugs or overconfident villains we face on a regular basis. These are highly trained soldiers of fortune. Gang Orca lectured. They fought heroes like us before on numerous occasions, and for all we know, they probably have scanning equipment that'll see us coming from a mile away. And even if they didn't, it's just too great of a risk. So basically, we're blind, deaf, and dumb over here? Maruko impatiently threw up her arms. We don't have a choice. Eraserhead tiredly sighed. We can't rush and completely half-cocked and get people killed. This is ridiculous. Endeavor bellowed as his flaming beard grew in intensity. If we let these reprobates dig in any further, we'll have to level the whole damn island to flush them out. They're already dug in, Endeavor. That entire island's been turned into Fort Knox. Gran Torino rebuked the flame hero gruffly. We'll just have to wait until they get what they want. But how do we know they're not going to kill the hostages, the heroes, and All Might afterward? We have to do something, Mr. Brave proclaimed. Cool your jets, bud. All Might's been in tougher scrapes than this. I guarantee you that he'll bust out and handle this in no time flat. Present Mike reassured him with a pat on the back. I mean, come on. You guys think a bunch of mercs can hold him? It'll certainly be a grim day for us all if he lost to such a measly foe. Endeavor huffed. Yeah, right? I bet that's something you're hoping for. Maruko fiercely shot back. Endeavor visibly seethed as he glared daggers at the rabbit heroine. It was no secret that the 2 pro heroes were not on friendly terms. Endeavor viewed Maruko as a troublesome, rebellious upstart who didn't deserve the number 5 spot, while Maruko saw Endeavor as a self-centered, uncaring blowhard who became a hero just so he could be number 1. Midnight quickly stepped in to extinguish the flames of rivalry between them. Calm down, you two. This isn't the time or place for this. Midnight scolded. Maruko and Endeavor gave each other the stink of one last time before huffing and looking away. If we stay focused and keep a cool head, we can get through this. It's not any different from hostage situations we've dealt with in the past. I don't mean to be a downer here, but those are the steel sabers we're talking about here. Thackum reminded them. Midnight's confidence faltered, as did everyone else's. For decades, ever since the rise of heroes, the steel sabers had become something of a boogeyman-like presence amongst the pro heroes worldwide. They knew just how dangerous these mercenaries are, and there was no limit to how skilled they were. But then there were the numerous pro heroes who fell to these ruthless soldiers. The body count for each one they killed seemed to rise every year. There was no way they could erase the grisly photos that showed brave men and women of heroism that were horribly butchered by the steel sabers from their minds. They were feared for a good reason, and even All Might himself was wary of them. And now they were here in Japan, and they had hundreds of hostages, pro-heroes from overseas, and the symbol of peace completely at their mercy. I didn't think they were real, but that's when I heard the stories about them, Crust admitted as he looked down at the ground. The battles they participated in, the war crimes they committed, all the... His lips quivered as he balled up a fist while tears started to leak from his eyes. All the heroes they killed. A cold silence hung over the group. 246 heroes, taken from this world way too soon, showed so much promise at a young age or right in the middle of their prime. Gran Torino frowned sadly. Many of those heroes were his comrades and Nana Shimura's closest friends. To think that they could be felled by simple, quirkless soldiers was unheard of, but certainly not on this scale. Eraserhead turned to look at Island out in the distance. His students were there. Dread filled his heart, his mind conjuring up images of their bullet-ridden bodies and him attending their funerals. He tried to get them out of his head, but he couldn't. It was like he was looking at the inevitable. How could he ever call himself their teacher if he wasn't able to save them? Loud Cloud placed a hand on Eraserhead's shoulder in reassurance. He, along with Present Mike and Midnight, knew what their closest friend was going through. Oboro couldn't think of anything that could soothe his friend's distress. For a while, nobody said anything as the gravity of the situation started to bear down upon them. Okay. That's enough sad times. Someone said loudly, followed by the sound of clapping hands. It was Slide and Go, the slippery hero. When a villain with a magma quirk went on a rampage in Esaha City, did we throw in the towel? When a hurricane decimated eastern Japan, did we run home crying? When a bunch of inmates broke out of Tartarus prison, did we say uncle? Nay. We stuck to our guns, stood our ground, and we charged into the fire like real heroes. We didn't give up then, and we certainly aren't going to give up now. The pro-heroes present, Sans Endeavor, who thought Slide and Go was being melodramatic, perked up a little after that rousing speech. A perpetual smiler he may be, he knew how to rally a crowd with his boundless optimism. This was not the time to be moping around. This was the time to be heroes. This may look dire, but if past experiences have proved anything, we always prevail in the end. Slide and Go continued bombastically. Mark my words, we'll come up with a plan to put an end to this sticky situation, and... Slide and Go trailed off when he noticed something in the distance. Say, who's that? Everyone looked over to their left to see a figure far away from them standing in the middle of the road near some shipping containers. The Doomslayer's objective was at the end of the docks, where he could jump off the pier and swim all the way to Island. He was fully aware of the pro-heroes near his position, but he didn't care. So long as they stayed out of his way, there wouldn't be any problems. Vega had already analyzed them and informed him of their quirks. It was nothing he couldn't handle. Ryukyu squinted her eyes at the man encased in armor and recognized him as the vigilante the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Muzidafu Police Force had put out an advisory for, as well as the same one Maruko and Fadgum encountered a day ago and told the other pro-heroes about. That's Dash. Doom 2016 break them. In that instant, the Doomslayer bolted like an Olympic track runner out of view. Where is he, Dash? Stop him. Don't let him get away. The pro-heroes quickly gave chase after the vigilante, with Slide and Go taking the lead due to his friction quirk. The purple-costumed hero skated around the shipping containers like he was wearing invisible rollerblades until he came into view of the armor-clad man, his heavy footsteps echoing across the port. Slide and Go easily closed the distance and leaped up at the vigilante, catching him in a headlock while he continued to run. Sir, you are interfering in an official hero operation and endangering hostages. Slide and Go yelled at the vigilante as the pro-hero tightened his hold on him. I am demanding that you stand down immediately, or I will be forced to Slide and Go looked at the vigilante's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he saw the grenade in his grasp. He had already pulled the pin. Akak! Slide and Go shrieked as he dislodged himself from the vigilante and ducked behind a forklift just as the grenade exploded. A large explosion enveloped the Doomslayer, but he burst forth from the smoke cloud, completely unharmed. This action did not go unnoticed by Eraserhead, Loud Cloud, and Mr. Brave, who raced along on the warehouse rooftops. Did he just? Mr. Brave balked. Loud Cloud whistled as he rode his signature cloud. Maruko wasn't kidding. This guy really is a nut. Eraserhead silently stared at the vigilante as he and his comrades chased him. This was the man who recklessly endangered his students and literally disarmed Tomura Shigaraki. He took note of how he pulled out a grenade out of nowhere and deduced from watching the video camera footage from the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall that this man had some kind of storage quirk that allowed him to carry around his vast arsenal. Eraserhead looked ahead and saw the docks leading out into the ocean. By his guess, they only had minutes to stop him before he could jump off the pier. This guy's going to try to swim to Island. He'll end up potentially jeopardizing everybody on that island, so let's stop him in his tracks here and now. The other heroes are taking alternate routes to cut him off. I'll bind him, and you two trip him up, he instructed. Mr. Brave nodded and Loud Cloud gave him a thumbs up. As the two heroes ran ahead, Eraserhead jumped off the roof and flung out his binding cloth at the vigilante, which successfully wrapped around his neck, abdomen, arms, and legs. Whoa. And the Erasure hero was instantly dragged along the pavement as he held onto his cloth like a lifeline. The Doomslayer's strength easily ripped apart the binding cloth around his arms and legs like they were made of toilet paper, much to the surprise of Eraserhead. He gritted his teeth as he tightened his grip on the cloth that was still tied around the vigilante's neck and abdomen, He felt like he was being dragged around by All Might. Mr. Brave and Loud Cloud landed on the ground ahead of the Slayer and rushed towards him. Mr. Brave pulled out strands of his hair to form a bat-like weapon while Loud Cloud twirled his signature bow staff. The duo charged forth with their weapons at the ready, but they never got the chance to swing them at him when the Doomslayer suddenly grabbed them both by the sides of their heads and smashed them together. Normally, their heads would have burst apart from the force, but since the Slayer was holding back, they were immediately rendered unconscious, and he chucked the both of them over his shoulder. "Oboro!" Aizawa shouted as he watched his friend tumble out of view. He could feel his back starting to burn from the friction of being dragged across the ground. It wouldn't be long before this lunatic road hauled him until he was nothing but a pelvis wearing a belt. "Here I come, asshole." The Slayer saw Maruko coming into view, a cocky grin on her face as she sprinted towards him. The Slayer readied himself, but for the first time in what seemed like eons, he faltered. This was not like him at all. He had no problem drop-kicking these heroes out of his way, but why was he showing hesitation towards this woman? Why was he acting like this all of a sudden? Why did he keep comparing her to Emily? Regardless of the reason, he wasn't going to let her stop him now, but he couldn't harm a hair on her head either. Maruko sprang up and swung her foot downward at the Slayer, but he caught her foot and flung her upwards into the air. Maruko's whole world was spinning before her eyes as she struggled to straighten herself in the air, only to have Hawk swoop in and scoop her up in his arms. "You know, I vaguely recall having a dream like this once." Hawks cracked a smile with a light flush on his cheeks. "It better not been a wet dream," Maruko warned. She looked downwards and was surprised to see just how high above the port they were. Just how hard did that guy throw her? Hawks flew downwards back to the port with Maruko still in his arms. "So what do you know about Mr. Halo knockoff? You and Fagum met him before, right?" Hawks inquired his longtime friend. "I only met him once. All I know is that he's crazy and has more guns than the Expendables," Maruko answered as she tried to get the strands of her hair out of her face thanks to the wind. "Well, by the looks of it, he's trying to make a break for Eye Island," Hawks assumed as he looked down at the port, noting that the vigilante had a clear path to the pier. "What? Is he completely insane?" Maruko gasped in confusion. "If the Sabres spot him, they're going to execute the hostages. It'll be a bloodbath. Don't sweat it. We'll stop him before he tries anything stupid," Hawks assured her as he flew over the warehouses. They came upon the still-running vigilante with Eraserhead having wrapped several more strands of binding cloth all over the vigilante who now looked like a mummy-slash-robot hybrid. Slide and Go was quickly catching up while Midnight, Present Mike, Gang Orca, and Selkie trailed behind. Eraserhead finally let go of his cloth when the friction burns became too much for him, tumbling away from the action when he did. "You want me to swing you up front?" Hawks offered as they neared the ongoing chase. Maruko carefully thought this over. That vigilante was insanely strong, enough to make her reconsider facing him head-on again. However, when she was thrown, she could feel him holding back all of that strength. But why? She decided to think about it later when she noticed the strands of capture tape still wrapped around the vigilante. "I got a better idea. Set me down here, and I'll try to slow him down." Hawks nodded and dropped Maruko, who bounded off the roof of the warehouse and down to the ground. Dashing up next to Slide and Go, she grabbed one strand of the tape while he grabbed another. Slide and Go reversed his friction quirk to anchor himself while Maruko slammed both of her feet into the ground as they tightened their grips on the tape. At first, they thought it would slow the vigilante down, but it didn't. He just kept on charging along without stopping or even slowing down. He was only picking up speed. Maruko gritted her teeth as tiny pieces of concrete flew into her face, and she could feel the plates around her feet starting to wear down rapidly. Slide and Go wasn't faring any better either as his feet began to burn. Hawk swooped down at the vigilante to the left, clutching a sword made out of his feathers while Gran Torino zoomed in from the right ready to deliver a flying kick to the back of the vigilante's head. Crust then came into view from up ahead and held out his fists. "Cease." He valiantly boomed as a massive wall made of white hexagonal patterns surged forth from his hands and formed a triple-layered, semicircle barrier to entrap the vigilante. Maruko smirked in relief knowing that this loon now had no way out and his little stunt would end there. Gran Torino's kick was mere seconds away from connecting with the Slayer's head when he suddenly grabbed the aging hero's foot and threw him to the right. The force at which Gran Torino was flung sent him smashing face-first into Crust's barrier, breaking the hero's nose and knocking him out like a light. Hawk shot towards the vigilante and thrust his sword at him, but to his subsequent horror, it snapped like a twig against his armor. The Doomslayer grabbed Hawks by his neck, nearly cutting off his air circulation in an instant, and slammed him down face-first into the pavement, breaking his goggles as he tossed him over his shoulder like a rolled-up piece of paper. All of this was done while the Slayer was still running. He was nearing the front of the barrier, and the Slayer, as if to give a middle finger to all the pro-heroes presently chasing him, threw out his fist and demolished all 3 layers of crust-reinforced shield wall in one blow. The shield hero, who was behind the barrier, was so gobsmacked that he had no time to defend himself or fight back when the vigilante snatched him by the scruff of his shirt and head-butted him square in the face, flinging him straight through the wall of a warehouse to his left afterward. The Doomslayer ripped off the rest of the capture tape just as he saw Fat Gum charge toward him with an angry scowl. Closing the distance, Fat Gum was about to engulf the vigilante within his rubbery belly when the Slayer drove his fist right into the hero's gut so hard that it completely bypassed all of his fat. Fatcom's eyes bugged out of his head as the wind was completely knocked out of his lungs and his world went completely black when the vigilante threw a devastating uppercut to his chin, rendering him unconscious. The Doomslayer continued his unrelenting charge, leaving behind the knocked-out lump of lard in the dust. He didn't think he would have to hold himself back like this. Then again, these were men and women just doing their jobs, but they were not fit for this situation, and it was up to him to put a stop to it before the Steel Sabers got what they wanted. If these pro-heroes got in his way, then he wouldn't hesitate to remove them from his path, non-lethally of course. The Slayer was momentarily surprised for a brief second when he saw a silver-colored dragon wearing a dress soar downward from the sky and land on the ground, cracking the pavement. Ryukyu bared her dagger-like incisors and bounded right at him with a throaty growl. The Slayer, completely undeterred, continued to charge at her, and he looked behind to see the other pro-heroes starting to catch up to him with Maruko up at the front. Hatching an idea, he reached for his hammer-space backpack, which didn't go unnoticed. Eraserhead, who had just caught up, spotted the vigilante reaching towards his hip and knew what he was going to do. His pupils went bright red, his erasure quirk focusing hard to prevent the vigilante from. To his absolute shock, the vigilante pulled out a bazooka even though he was using his quirk on him. Eraserhead's jaw hung open. Not once, in his entire career as a pro-hero, did he ever see anyone resistant to the nullifying effects of his quirk. He was so stunned that he almost tripped over his own feet. Instead of aiming his rocket launcher at Ryukyu, the Doomslayer aimed at his feet and pulled the trigger, the force of the explosion propelling him into the air and blowing back the heroes pursuing him. Ryukyu shielded herself with her wings and spotted the vigilante high above, the dragon heroine taking flight and shooting toward him like a missile. The Slayer swapped out his rocket launcher for his Gauss cannon, outfitted with the Siege Mode mod. But instead of aiming at her, he turned away and charged up his weapon while aiming at the sky. Ryukyu was almost upon him, ready to swat him out of the sky. A blast of light blue energy exploded out of the Gauss cannon and sailed harmlessly into the night sky and beyond. But the resulting kickback of such a powerful shot launched the Slayer towards Ryukyu with the speed of a bullet and slammed into her abdomen with the force of a train. Ryukyu coughed up blood as the pain of having her whole ribcage shattered coursed throughout her large frame. Leaping off the dragon heroine, the Doomslayer balled up his fist and punched her across the face, sending a fong flying out of her mouth and plummeting downwards. As the dragoness crashed into a stack of shipping containers, the Slayer landed back onto the ground and continued his sprint. He was nearing the docks and his objective was in sight, a small pier that would serve as the perfect jumping point. After that, he would be well on his way to Island. But there was just one more obstacle in his path. Up ahead, he could see a heavily muscled man wearing a dark blue bodysuit and armored gauntlets with his feet, chest, and most of his face on fire stood imposingly with a hardened glare. He had an ugly sneer on his face like he viewed the Doomslayer with contempt. Vega provided him the info. Subject: Inji Todoroki. Height: 6 feet 4 inches. Age: 45. Alias: Flame Hero Endeavor. Quirk: Hellflame allows him to produce and manipulate large amounts of extremely intense fire at will. Current rank: number 2 pro hero of Japan. Enough, villain. Endeavor thundered as raised his fist, now glowing red hot and covered in a rapidly growing fire that was beginning to encompass his whole arm. He suddenly thrust it into the pavement and glowing cracks began to form around the area, zipping up till they were underneath the Slayer. Hell Minefield. A jet of flame erupted from the earth and struck the Doomslayer point blank. Then the ground started to swell and a massive eruption of fire exploded underneath him, consuming nearly half the port in flames. Endeavor removed his fist from the ground and stared at the massive wall of flames before him that almost stretched from one end of the port to the other. He saw no movement of any kind and figured that the villain had been taken care of. He folded his arms with a stoic yet satisfied demeanor. Though some would call this excessive force, he would say that it was necessary to prevent any unwanted interference in this operation. That man was a loose cannon. Vigilante, villain, it didn't matter. They were all the same, and they deserved no quarter. The Doomslayer burst forth from the flame wall and swung a bone-crushing clothesline that caught Endeavor right in the neck. The flame hero let out a pained gargle as he hacked up blood, his eyes bugging open. The Slayer then clamped his hand around Endeavor's face and slammed him down into the concrete, the back of his skull nearly cracking in half. Leaving the brutalized hero behind, the Doomslayer continued unabated. That guy's quirk was called Hellflame? Fucking pathetic. The flames of hell were much hotter. He was now nearing the pier when he heard a loud, familiar voice cut through the sound of the still burning flames. "You're not going anywhere, you bastard." Snapping his head around towards the flame wall behind him, he saw Maruko leap out of the flames and give chase. The Slayer saw the burns she had on her skin as well as the singes around her hair and ears. Reckless idiot. Was she trying to get herself killed? He picked up the pace and was nearing the end of the pier, but Maruko was already closing in. Luna Rocket. Maruko launched herself at the Slayer in a flying dropkick. Seeing it coming, the Doomslayer jumped up, turned around in the air, and braced his arms in front of him. Maruko's feet slammed against the Vigilante's arms, unleashing a shockwave that knocked over several objects around them. Time seemed to slow down for Rumi. She could faintly see the Vigilante's face behind his darkened visor and saw his eyes. The force of Maruko's attack launched the Slayer away from her like a cannonball in an arc over the pier and fell towards the water. As soon as Maruko realized her grievous error, Hawk swooped in and created a burst of wind that extinguished a large portion of Endeavor's flame wall to allow the other pro heroes to get through. Despite the loss of his goggles and a broken nose, the winged hero was still determined to stop the vigilante, and he unleashed a torrent of feathers at him so they could bind and carry him off to solid ground. Eraserhead, who was running alongside his fellow heroes, saw him reach towards his hip again. This time he focused all of his power into his quirk, under the belief that the last time had to have been a fluke. It had to be. But once again, in another soul-crushing blow to Eraserhead's composure, the Slayer pulled out another of one of his many weapons. This time it was the plasma gun, and he had just enough time to swap it out for the Heat Blast mod, which still had a full charge the last time he used it. With the feathers about to engulf him, the Doomslayer pulled the trigger and a blast wave of pressurized heat emanated around him, vaporizing the feathers into ash. He finally hit the water and could feel himself beginning to quickly sink due to the weight of his Predator's suit. Luckily, Vega's previous instructions on modifying the jump boots helped him greatly. Upon activation, the Slayer easily glided through the water with very little resistance and headed north to where Island was located. Back on the surface, the remaining pro heroes who hadn't been punched into a coma gathered near the slightly charred Maruko and Hawks who just touched down. Shit. We're too late. Present Mike cursed. Don't worry. We got this. Gang Orca proclaimed as he took off his tie. The sea is our turf. Selkie added proudly as he slipped on his swimming goggles. The two aquatic heroes ran towards the end of the pier and jumped into the water, their quirks easily enabling them to torpedo themselves through the currents and give chase. On dry land, the other heroes anxiously watched the waters while Midnight, Slide and Go, and Eraserhead tried to help Endeavor. This goes without saying, you need to stop throwing yourself into the meat grinder like this. Hawks reminded Maruko out of concern for her burn wounds. Don't sweat it. I felt worse. Maruko grinned, ignoring the burning pain on parts of her body. I'm just more concerned about what we do now. You think Orca and Selkie can handle him? Present Mike wondered. I mean, he just plowed right through us and thrashed Endeavor Dash. I said don't fucking touch me. Present Mike bristled as Hawks and Maruko looked behind him. Speaking of whom. The enraged number 2 hero threw Midnight, Slide and Go, and Eraserhead off of him when they attempted to help him. Inji was absolutely infuriated at his humiliation. His pure, unadulterated rage towards the vigilante was unfathomable. He grounded his teeth as the blistering pain of his fractured skull threatened to make him pass out. His livid death glare was focused on the ocean. If Gang Orca and Selkie captured him, he was going to pay the vigilante back for this. In blood. Stepping away from the furious flame hero, Midnight glanced at Aizawa and noticed the shell-shocked, almost traumatized look he had in his eyes. Eraserhead? Hey, what's wrong? My quirk, it didn't work on him. Everyone within an earshot heard him. Endeavor, Midnight, Present Mike, Hawks, Slide and Go, and Maruko stared back at him with expressions of disbelief and confusion. Could you run that by us again? Slide and Go requested shakily. 2 geysers of water erupted out in the distance before Eraserhead could answer. Just as everyone looked out to the sea, 2 objects crash-landed right behind them. To their shock, it was the unconscious forms of Gang Orca and Selkie. The whale hero had most of his teeth knocked out while the seal hero had a massive fist imprint on the side of his face. As the pro heroes ran over to help them, Maruko was left to herself staring at the wreckage of the port before her. In the span of a few minutes, one man completely decimated several pro heroes single-handedly. It was so hard to believe that something like this happened. He didn't stay and fight. He just bulldozed through them like they were nothing. Didn't even stop, just kept on going until he finally escaped. Turning around to look at Island, Maruko knew that he was now on his way over there. What was he going to do? What happened if the Steel Sabers started executing hostages because of him? She didn't want to know the answers to those questions, but there was one thing on her mind, his eyes. Why did they look so reluctant? Reluctant towards her specifically? As Slide and Go looked over Ryukyu, who had reverted to her human form, he turned towards Island, and an evil-looking smile spread across his face. The undercover agent of the Meta Liberation Army stroked his chin and thought, sensing that this vigilante could be a promising new addition to Redestro's ranks. High above the scene on a crane, a figure had watched what had unfolded before her eyes. She was a tan-skinned woman with white hair, amber-colored eyes, and a rune imprinted on her forehead. Her ornately detailed armor was covered by a heavy brown cloak draped across her lithe frame. This woman was Uriel, the Archangel of Wisdom. Although she had wanted to step in and stop the legendary Doomslayer from killing them, she was legitimately surprised to witness that he had not taken a single life. It seems that he was solely focused on heading towards Island to where the Steel Sabers had taken hostages. The Archangel of Wisdom felt powerless to do anything. The Prime Council was at a loss of what to do with the Slayer, and the Ascendant Realm was in a state of unease and uncertainty. None of the gods knew what to do. What should be done? Would he disrupt the eternal balance? Will his actions force the 4 horsemen to intervene? Turning her gaze towards Island, Uriel knew that the Unchained Predator would soon unleash his wrath upon the Steel Sabers. But was it to fuel his bloodlust or save the innocents? To be continued. Chapter 9. Silent Terror. There's something out there waiting for us, and it ain't no man. We're all gonna die. Billy Soul, Predator. Island Central Tower, 3rd floor. Beads of sweat dribbled down Izuku's face as he ran his fingers through his messy hair. It was difficult for him to try and remain calm in a situation like this, but it was fruitless at this point. The day started so peacefully. He was invited by All Might to attend the Island Expo with him and got to take in the numerous sights and technological wonders the island had in store for him. He got to meet the legendary David Shield and his daughter Melissa and learn more about his mentor, and even got to try out a new support item that Melissa created. From there, he went on a tour with her to view the many different technologies the island was showcasing. He had the pleasant surprise to meet several of his classmates who were attending the expo. Uraraka was also visiting, and he wanted to use this time to talk to her since he could tell that she was still shaken up after the mall incident. And then everything went straight to hell. When he and the others had finished dressing up for the party, the security system turned against the whole island and armed soldiers swarmed every corner of the artificial landmass. Gunfire was heard, partygoers were thrown to the floor, and the visiting international heroes and even All Might were captured by the soldiers via the hacked security measures. Everything was happening so fast that he barely managed to escape with 2 others in tow. Now huddled in the janitor's office, Izuku assessed the severity of the situation. A literal army of terrorists had seized Island. Not just any terrorist group, but the Steel Sabers themselves. Izuku had heard of these merciless soldiers for hire many times throughout his life and hoped for the day when the whole organization would be brought to justice. But now they were here and used the Central Tower's security system to capture the heroes and All Might. Then they began to apprehend everyone in the building and round them all up in the banquet hall where the heroes and attendees were gathered. Worst of all was that David and Melissa Shields had been captured as well, including his friends. This only left him, Shoto, and Uraraka as the only ones who managed to evade capture. Bakugo and Kirishima were nowhere to be found. It soon began to dawn upon him that they were in no position to even attempt to free the hostages. The Sabers were everywhere, patrolling the halls, and the security cameras were their eyes in the sky. They had complete control of Island, but Izuku refused to give up. We can't just sit here and do nothing. There has to be a way to dash. There's nothing we can do. Shoto cut him off. What chance do we have against dozens of armed killers? But we dash. Deku, they'll shoot us the second they see us, and there's a whole army out there. Uraraka whispered fearfully. We can't take them all on by ourselves. Izuku couldn't make a counterargument. They all brought up very valid points, and there was no denying that their situation was incredibly bleak. But he couldn't just throw in the towel like this. The trio then heard the sound of approaching footsteps nearing the door and instantly broke out into a cold sweat. A Saber patrolled the hallway until he came upon the door leading into the janitor's office. Bringing up his assault rifle, the mercenary threw the unlocked door open and scanned the room. There was nobody inside save for a mop bucket, shelves lined with cleaning supplies, and a desk. Confirming that there was nobody here, the merc brought up his wrist-mounted radio. All clear. He left the room and closed the door behind him, completely unaware that the 3 UA students were glued to the ceiling, courtesy of Uraraka's quirk. Once she knew the soldier was gone, she slowly floated herself and the others down to the floor. Letting out a collective exhale, the trio felt a chill run down their spines when they realized just how close to death they were. That mercenary was fully prepared to shoot, probably wouldn't hesitate to kill them despite being that they were young. They would be shot on sight. No questions asked. We have to keep moving. They're probably going to return, and we aren't safe if we stick to one spot. Izuku said in a serious tone as he creaked the door open to see if the coast was clear. Let's try to find a place they haven't discovered yet. Uraraka and Shoto nodded. We should stick to the hallways that aren't covered by cameras. Might allow us to avoid detection. Shoto advised. That sounds like an ideal strategy. A jovial voice called out from their right. Jolted by the sudden announcement, the students slowly turned to their right to see a human face sticking out of the wall. Izuku and Uraraka had to clamp their hands over their mouths to avoid shrieking in fright while Shoto looked mildly surprised. Mildly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to give you guys a scare. Hold on a sec. The face replied as he began to materialize out of the wall. Standing before them, in the buff no less, was a teen with a well-toned body, blonde hair done up in a cowlick and cartoonish-looking eyes colored royal blue. And naked. Izuku and Uraraka were completely red in the face while Shoto looked away. Whoops. Sorry again. I keep forgetting my clothes don't stay on when I use my quirk. If I had my hero suit on, we wouldn't be having this problem. The teen said as he grabbed a cleaning towel from the shelf and wrapped it around his waist. The name's Mirio Togata. A pleasure to meet ya. Island Central Tower 4th floor. Looks like there's nobody here. I could have sworn I heard angry screaming coming from this room. 2 Sabers scoured the guest room for any stragglers that might have escaped the initial sweep of the building. They were double-checking their routes when they heard someone yelling a few hallways down. However, they found nobody in the room they were searching and concluded they must have been hearing things. After doing one more look around, they left the room to resume their patrol. The guest room was silent until the sound of shuffling could be heard from the air ducts above. Holy crap. That was close. Kirishima breathed in relief. We could have taken those pricks on. Bakugo silently hissed, annoyed at the tight and hot conditions of the ducts. Dude, have you not been paying attention to Aizawa's lessons? Never assume you can take on heavily armed criminals. He reminded him, wiping the sweat off his brow. Earlier, the 2 1A students were in the middle of getting ready to attend the party when they heard the sounds of gunfire echo across the island. They looked outside the window of their guest room to see scores of heavily armed soldiers and tanks swarming the island. Bakugo wanted to charge out there and fight them head-on, but Kurashima blocked off the door to stop his friend from doing something suicidal. This made Bakugo scream at him, which alerted some of the terrorists scouring the building they had already infiltrated. With the soldiers closing in, Kurashima barely had enough time to convince Bakugo to rip off the air vent on the ceiling and climb into it, slipping the cover back on just as the troopers burst into the room. "So what now, shitty hair?" Bakugo impatiently asked from behind. Kurashima fumbled around with a flashlight he managed to grab beforehand and flicked it on to illuminate the tight passageway ahead. "Well, we can't wait for help. Let's find a way out of here in someplace that isn't swarming with those guys," he suggested as he crawled forward with Bakugo following him. "Great. I'm so looking forward to dragging myself through this fucking hot vent looking at your ass the whole way," Bakugo griped sarcastically. "And why the fuck are you only in your underpants?" It was true. Kurashima was clad only in his red-colored underwear. "Hey, this was autographed by Crimson Riot himself. These are my lucky manly undies," Kurashima defended pridefully. "Also didn't have enough time to get my clothes on before all this shit went down." Bakugo had already finished dressing up for the party, one that he wasn't too enthusiastic about, and considering how stuffy and humid it was in the vents, it was only making it hotter. "I'm not gonna ask what you had to do to get him signed. Do we even know where we're fucking going?" "Oh, not sure yet," Kurashima hummed as he turned the corner and came to a vent that led upwards. "But my mom always said when things look down, the only way to go is up." As Kurashima stood up to clamber up the ducts, Bakugo sighed tersely. "Come over to Island," you said. "It would be fun," you said. Island exterior cargo dock. For Sabers patrolled stood guard at the small concrete dock on the west side of Island. It was a place mostly used for shipping and receiving minor supplies. The main entrance to the south handled the big shipments and any visitors to the island. Two soldiers stood near the edge of the dock while the other two scoured the area for anything suspicious. So far, everything was quiet and there weren't any hiccups to report to Nine and the other lieutenants. Their biggest operation was proving to be a big success so far. With any luck, the tech they could grab from this place would render them unstoppable. Something burst from the water and grabbed the two Sabers near the edge and dragged them into the ocean. The remaining two snapped their heads over just in time to see their comrades fall into the sea. Arming their P90s, they ran over to the edge and looked down at the water. Blood was already beginning to surface, staining the sea red just as several body parts came into view. Staring in horror at the limbs bobbing along the water, one of the mercs was about to grab his radio to sound the alarm when two rifles the victims were previously carrying shot out of the water like spears and impaled themselves straight into the skulls of the Sabers. The two corpses collapsed to the ground, and the same force which killed the previous mercs dragged them into the murky depths. After a few seconds, an armored hand grabbed onto the edge of the dock and the Doomslayer pulled himself out of the water. Mech Warrior 3, Pirates Moon main fame. The Doomslayer reconfigured his jump boots to their original function as a mixture of water and blood dripped off of his armor. He had finally made it to Island and he was itching for carnage. He scanned the docks for any more mercs but noticed a security camera mounted on the wall to his left. His first instinct was to duck out of sight until Vega chimed in. "I have hacked the surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and alarm systems in the surrounding area in the adjacent facilities to give us tactical superiority over the Steel Sabers. I have also reprogrammed the cameras to show a playback of previous footage to conceal your arrival and your subsequent excursion throughout Island. By fully integrating myself into your Predator suit, I can take full advantage of the additional systems the UAC installed into your suit. On a side note, I have removed the tethering system to prevent Dr. Hayden from pulling any more unnecessary strings. The Slayer felt a mixture of relief and uncertainty about that last part. On one hand, Hayden couldn't manipulate him anymore, but on the other hand, they had no way back to the alternate Mars. He ultimately decided that foregoing the tethering system was the better option to deny Hayden the chance of using him like a tool whenever he wanted. Update. These security systems are all linked to the main server room within the central tower of Island. I am attempting to access it now, complete. The Slayer's HUD showed him an extensive map of the entire island, while two large blips were located in the center of the island and near his position. There are two critical points of interest: the island's central tower and the airport, the only entrance into Island. They have captured all of the island's visitors and staff, herding them into the airport's main atrium and holding them there for the duration of their operation. The rest of the inhabitants are being held in the central tower on the second floor along with All Might and the pro-heroes from overseas. It is imperative that we ensure the safety of the hostages. The Doomslayer nodded. Their lives came first. I would advise securing the hostages at the airport since we are presently closer to where it is located. I recommend that you utilize stealth on your approach to the airport and your rescue of the civilians. Use of your current weaponry will no doubt draw attention. Looking down at his armored hands, the Slayer rubbed his thumb and index fingers together. His suit wasn't exactly quiet and his weapons were no exception. The Slayer had to forego his combat training on Argent Nur for another type of expertise. Back to when he served in the Special Forces back on his Earth, when his name wasn't the Doomslayer but rather Corporal Flynn Taggart. Despite fighting in hell for eons, he never forgot his home or his real name, even after losing his sanity along the way. The Slayer remembered all of the grueling, humid days he and his unit went through while in the dense jungles of South America. On a mission to hunt down a terrorist group smuggling WMDs across the border, his squad came upon their compound and in less than an hour, they swiftly eliminated the entire cell without firing a single shot or even tripping the alarm. Didn't even use their weapons, they used their combat knives and like a swarm of ghosts, killed every terrorist in the compound. He fully remembered his training, and now was the time to use it once again. But the problem was that his suit was prone to making audible footsteps and his weapons were incredibly loud. No doubt they would give away his position. The best move would be to time his encounters, wait for the right moment, and rush and ripping and tearing as quickly as he could. But he still needed some silent weaponry. Too bad none of the steel sabers were equipped with silencers, or he could have used their weapons. But fate provided him a boon when he noticed the port was under construction and there were tools scattered around the scaffolds. Tools that were incredibly deadly in his hands. He grabbed several circular saw blades, rebar rods, and a sledgehammer while he spotted a fire axe on the wall next to an extinguisher. He wasn't sure why there would be a fire axe in an area that was mostly concrete, but he wasn't complaining. As he inspected the blade of the axe, his HUD began to show security camera footage of the sabers patrolling several corridors. I am transmitting the camera feeds to your HUD, enabling you to gain a tactical advantage against the sabers. I have scanned that there is a service tunnel that will provide you with the quickest route to the airport. It is presently occupied by the mercenaries, but I am confident they will not impede your path. A ghost of a smirk formed on his lips. Damn right. Be aware that I am unable to predict when the steel sabers will realize the cameras have been tampered with, nor when they notice none of the squads you eliminate report in. Recommend that you move quickly. Almost immediately, the Doomslayer darted towards the nearest exit and flung open the door. His HUD showed two sabers about to turn the corner at the bottom of the stairway, so he jumped down the stairs, and just as the mercs came into view, the Slayer whipped out his sledgehammer and fire axe, and he brought the implements down upon them, splitting open the first saber's head and destroying the skull of the other. Landing on the ground with a heavy thud, he made a hard right just as two more sabers turned the corner of the steel hallway. He swung the axe and decapitated both of them in one swing, just as a third saber came into view from ahead. The Slayer chucked the sledgehammer at the merc, and it crushed his head while also sending him flying into the wall. His HUD showed two more sabers about to round the corner behind him, and the Doomslayer pulled out two saw blades, spun around, and threw them down the hallway like they were shurikens. As soon as the two mercs appeared, they were instantly beheaded as the blades sliced cleanly through their necks and embedded themselves into the wall. What the hell? Three sabers had just come upon the mangled form of their comrade with a bloody sledgehammer near him. One of them was just about to radio in about a possible intruder, but a man in green armor suddenly ran into view and threw two rebars at them, impaling the first two mercs through the head. The remaining saber yelled in panic and tried to bring up his USAS 12, but the Slayer grabbed him by the sides of his head and swung his knee up, obliterating his face and sending his brain popping out the back of his skull. Dropping the mangled body to the floor, the Slayer's HUD showed the service tunnels were all clear and pinpointed the tunnel that would lead him to the airport. He collected the sledgehammer and the rebars from the bodies while also grabbing four combat knives the mercs had in their sheaths. The Doomslayer headed down the hallway, intent on rescuing the hostages and slaughtering more of these hero killers, completely uncaring about how this Earth would view him when this was over. Island Central Tower main server room. Staring emotionlessly at the array of monitors before him, 9 kept his hands clasped behind his back. Scores of his soldiers marched through the streets of Island while tanks rolled through the streets. To the sides and the back were rows upon rows of massive supercomputers containing all the info the island contained, with some of the more tech-savvy soldiers hooking them up to their organization's portable computers to extract the data. This was almost too easy. Flicking away a speck of dust off his expensive and immaculate gray suit, he strode over to Lieutenant Mummy, who was busy hacking the mainframe. Have you made any progress? Yes, sir. Mummy nodded as he rapidly typed at the console. I breached all of the main firewalls, and it'll only be a matter of time before I unlock all of the lockers in the vault. Good. Our status throughout the island. Our forces of Island on full lockdown, sir. Just finished rounding up the last of the escapees, and they're all held at the airport with the others. Our submarine just finished offloading the last of our tanks, and we've had no incoming boats, helicopters, or heroes from the mainland. Mummy debriefed. 9 smiled behind his mask. Splendid. Understatement of the fucking millennium, if you ask me. A boisterous voice came from behind. 9 turned his head to see the representative of the League of Villains, Wolfram. He wore a heavy white jacket with a black ballistics vest underneath, along with gray military pants and gray boots. He had long, messy hair that was colored red, and his most identifiable features were the black markings across his face. His steel mask did little to hide his identity. Several other people accompanied him. To his right were 3 of his right-hand men, Sorkill, Nobu, and Daigo. The 3 of them were dressed up in black combat uniforms along with FN Scar-L assault rifles slung over their backs. To his left were 9's lieutenants, Chimera and Slice. When my boss was searching for the best group of guns for hire, you came highly recommended. And let me tell you. He pointed to the monitors showcasing the legion of steel sabers all across Island. You didn't disappoint. 9 chuckled in response. Honestly, you could only imagine my genuine surprise when the legendary All for One requested my services. I've had my eye on this island for years now, and our organization was presented with a unique opportunity from your employer. Though honestly, I can't take all of the credit for seizing Island. We have Mr. Shields to thank for providing us the intel and giving us the means to transfer the security system over to us. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Wolfram laughed maliciously. That egghead's probably shitting his pants by now. I can't believe he actually thought we were actors. And all he wanted to do was to help All Might. I guess it's true what they say. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Nine quoted with amusement. Preaching to the choir on that one. Wolfram grinned. He then rolled up his sleeve and checked his watch. Not that I want to tell you how to do your job, but dash. Then don't. Slice coolly interjected, taking a step forward. We've been on 100 combat operations with a 100% success rate. You don't see the value in our abilities. Oi. Daigo barked as he stomped over to her. He was the shortest member of Wolfram's crew with a stocky build and stylized buzz cut. I don't know who you think you are, but don't forget that we hired you, which means that you take orders from us. Got it? Rather than feeling insulted, Slice was oddly amused. Oh my, this presents a problem. I'm not sure who the real leader is now, Wolfram or the Danny DeVito ripoff. A vein popped up on Daigo's head as his arm suddenly became muscular with the skin turning a dark purple. I ain't got no problem hitting a woman, so you better not test me, bitch. Slice licked her lips seductively as her eyes took on a malicious glint to them. Oh, is that an ultimatum? I love ultimatums. Her hair began to uncoil itself and harden until they were as sharp as swords. The two quirk users were about to brawl until... That's enough, Daigo. Stand down, Lieutenant Slice. Hearing their respective leaders, Slice and Daigo deactivated their quirks and moved back to their comrades, but not before giving each other a dirty look. You'll have to forgive some of my subordinates. They aren't exactly privy to being criticized, and the same could be said about yours. Nine said with a light bow of his head. You were saying? Wolfram checked his watch again. I hope you don't plan on dragging this out for too long. We got the upper hand, that's for sure, but pretty soon those heroes over there on the mainland are gonna get antsy. It'll only be a matter of time before they decide to grow a pair and try to launch an assault. He warned. Wolfram, we know how heroes work. We know that their moral code is their Achilles heel. They wouldn't dare try to set foot here, not when we have dozens of hostages and All Might himself under our boot heel. They'll try to maintain order while we bolster our defenses. Nine explained, radiating confidence as he did. In half an hour, we will be releasing a ransom video that will be broadcasted on the airwaves, buying us some extra time to raid the vault. By the time they gather whatever we demanded, we'll be long gone with the island's technology and all of the hostages. Heroes and All Might will be dead by then. It will leave a permanent scar upon hero society that will never heal. Man, if my boss was here to listen to this. You sure you haven't considered joining the League of Villains? Wolfram offered. We're our own faction, Wolfram. The Steel Sabers go wherever there is conflict and wherever we can bag more trophies. Though if the times do start changing, then we will consider your offer. Nine nodded. You know how to contact us. Wolfram shrugged with a smirk. He looked at the monitors. So what if a hero manages to sneak in? No need to worry about that. Mummy answered. We control all of the security cameras across the island. We have the eyes in the sky and nothing can escape our sight now that we have our whole organization across Island. Nothing can get past us while we have the defense systems in our control. Nice, nice. Wolfram commented. I'm guessing you got some quirk users hidden amongst your ranks to throw off the heroes? Nine shook his head. Wolfram was caught by surprise. None of them? They're all quirkless. Correct. I've trained my men to be the best of the best of the best. I want every hero to know that their quirks do not make them invincible. They can be felled by conventional weaponry. My goal is to show the world that their paragons are not gods. They are as mortal as we are, and all of their powers amounted to nothing when they met us. And after killing 246 of them. I think we've made our point. Nine expressed with an air of superiority. So rest assured, Wolfram. All for One will get what he wants, but all we ask for in return is a cut of Island's inventions. Getting over Nine's unnerving reasoning for quirkless mercenaries, Wolfram held up his hands with a reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. As soon as we're done, you'll get your share and my boss will set you up for life. The wrist-mounted radio on Nine's arm began to beep, prompting him to answer it. This is Commander Nine. Report. Commander, this is Iota Squad 4. We've had a slight scuffle at the airport. The hostages tried to fight back? Actually, it was a bunch of grade schoolers on a field trip. Most of them didn't know how to use their quirks effectively, and we managed to corral them without much resistance. We're going to separate them from the rest of the hostages. You want us to rough him up a little so we can get our point across? Yes, but you can forego roughing them up. Make an example. 2 of them along with their teacher. Roger that. I like the way you think. Wolfram complimented, not even fazed at the fact that Nine was ordering his soldiers to execute children. Well, I'm off to deliver a little speech to our guests in the ballroom. Want to come? Of course. I want to see the look of helplessness on All Might's face. Nine said as he followed Wolfram towards the door. He turned to Lieutenant Chimera. Contact Theta Team 12 in a few minutes to get an update on their progress. Yes, sir. Chimera saluted. As Wolfram and Nine left the room, Swordkill, Nobu and Daigo were left very disturbed by Nine's orders regarding the grade schoolers. Swordkill, a man with dark pink hair and markings under his eyes, shook his head. That is one stone-cold son of a bitch. Amen to that. Nobu, a tall and humanoid-looking individual with curved green hair, remarked. Still don't get why he's called 9 though. Doesn't invoke a sense of intimidation. Know what I mean? 9 years old. Chimera suddenly announced. He folded his arms and flashed them a predatory grin. He killed his first pro hero when he was 9 years old. Does that answer your question? Sword kill, Nobu, and Daigo had no comment. While all of this was going on, a security camera watched the whole scene transpire. But it wasn't controlled by Mummy. Island Airport exterior. A lone saber guarded the door leading down into the maintenance tunnels. He heard the door behind him creak a little and turned around just in time for the Doomslayer to tear his heart out in an instant and toss his body down the stairwell, staining it red. Dropping the organ and moving towards an airport luggage truck, the Slayer peered out a little and studied the main tarmac. The airport was not especially big, only able to hold at least 2 airplanes, so it at least made traversal somewhat easier. The camera footage in his HUD showed that 12 mercenaries were patrolling the area with the main entrance into the airport's main lobby sealed off by thick, steel security shutters covering the doors and windows. He eyed the multitude of sabers dotted around the tarmac and planned his approach. After a few seconds, he charted out a path to each one and went to work. The first saber just so happened to walk by the luggage truck and was killed instantly when the Slayer stabbed his combat knife into his throat and ripped it out straight through the side of his neck. Dragging the body away and pocketing his knife, he raced up near the rear wheel of a luxury jet. He picked out his targets, which were 2 sabers nearing his position and 3 more sabers standing guard over the docks. Drawing out a rebar rod, he popped out from behind the wheel and rammed the rebar through the first merc's skull, which speared out the other side and directly into his partner's forehead, who was unlucky enough to be walking behind him. Leaving the shish kebab soldiers in a puddle of their blood, he grabbed their combat knives along with another one from his hammerspace backpack and threw them at the sabers near the docks with the precision of a knife thrower. The knives stabbed into the back of their skulls, killing them instantly as they began to topple over into the water. Sprinting around the jet, the Slayer threw 2 saw blades at 2 sabers who spotted their squad mates falling over, and the blades cleanly sliced through both of their necks. Now out in the open and seeing the remaining 4 mercs out in the open, the Doomslayer charged forward with his sledgehammer and fire axe across the tarmac. The first 2 sabers heard the sounds of heavy footsteps and turned around just in time for the Slayer to smash the first one's skull with his hammer and chopping off the head of the other. The last 2 sabers heard the disturbance and saw the Slayer charging toward them. They raised their weapons, but he flung the sledgehammer and fire axe at them. The sledgehammer slammed into the chest of the first soldier, breaking his MG4 in half and collapsing both of his lungs while the fire axe lodged itself into the second saber's chest. The Slayer then jumped onto a truck and then jumped back down onto the mercenary with the axe who was coughing up blood. The Slayer landed on the merc's chest, causing more blood to erupt from his mouth through his mask like it was a geyser, and finished him off by bringing his heel down upon his neck with enough force to decapitate him. The remaining soldier tried to pull out his Steyr M9 pistol from his holster, but the Slayer already spotted him, and before he could squeeze the trigger, the upper half of his head was punted off in a gory display of ultraviolence. With the last of them taken care of, the Doomslayer observed the blood-stained tarmac littered with bodies. Looks like his stealth training hadn't left him after eons of fighting in hell or all those years training on Argent Nur. It was nice to know that there was still a part of his old life that hadn't been lost underneath all of that rage. His gaze soon turned to the mainland from far away, and he could see the flame wall Endeavor try to stop him with still burning brightly. The Doomslayer knew that the sabers must have spotted that, as well as the Gauss cannon blast from earlier, and it was only a matter of time before they knew something was up. Deciding he lingered here long enough, the Slayer pilfered several more knives from the dead mercs while retrieving his hammer and axe. He turned to the main entrance that led into the airport terminal where all of the hostages were located. All known entrances were sealed by the heavy-looking bulkheads over the doors and windows, though he did notice a small emergency exit on the side of the building a few feet away. The island's enforcement drones have been converted to their side, but I have easily hacked them. Their capture and subdue protocols have been deleted, and I've reprogrammed them to not report your presence. Any drones you see are designated as friendlies, / As if on cue, the emergency door opened, and a cylindrical, 4-wheeled robot with dark red armor and tripod eyes that glowed blue wheeled itself into view. As the Slayer walked over to it, a long black-colored cable extended itself out of the ports, and the drone gestured to the open door like it was a bellhop. The Slayer wasn't sure what to think about this, but at least it was Vega helping him out again. He entered the door and ran down the empty hallway until he came upon a door. His HUD showed him multiple cameras feeds of hallways with sabers and security drones guarding different areas. I have mapped out the airport. Most of the sabers are congregated around the terminal holding the hostages. 6 sabers are patrolling the ground-level hallways with the drones. 5 sabers formed around the hostages, 4 sabers on the balcony located above the hostages on the 2nd floor, and 7 sabers on the same level. I will take care of the sabers on the ground floor hallways now, / The camera feeds on his HUD showed the drones following the mercs. Their red eyes suddenly changed to blue and without warning, lashed their cables at the sabers. All across the feeds, the Doomslayer watched the drones brutally dispatch the mercs with their cables, snapping necks, decapitating, stabbing them through the forehead or mouth, and whipping their faces so hard it split their heads open. Not a single sound was made. Hot damn, why didn't the UAC have these things back on Mars? As he watched the drones drag away the bodies, Vega chimed in again. /mission update. Proceed to the second floor immediately. They are planning to execute 2 school children from Masagaki Primary School and their teacher, / The Slayer's HUD showed him camera footage of the second floor and saw several sabers herding a bunch of children through a hallway with their guns pointed at them. From the back, he could see one mercenary pull their teacher away from them who was frantically trying to run back to them, only to be punched across the face and hauled off-screen. The final straw came when he saw a crying girl with 2 flowers growing out of her head attempt to flee only to be kicked across the back by a saber who then dragged her away back to the others by her hair. Incensed beyond human comprehension, the Doomslayer nearly tore the door open and he barreled down the first-floor hall until he came to a stairway that led upwards and raced up the steps, pulling out his combat knives and holding them in a reverse grip. As he got up the last step, he came into view of 4 of the sabers walking down the hall. Wadash! The Slayer bolted towards them as they began to raise their weapons and fire, but he was quicker. The Hellwalker tore through the group like a human blender. The blades flensed through their necks and faces like tissue paper. He cut through them so hard that he decapitated all 4 of them in seconds. He heard the sounds of a woman screaming, and his head snapped over to the men's bathroom just down the hallway with its door ajar. You can't do this. They're only children. Please don't hurt them, I'm begging you please dash. Komari Ikoma let out a cry of pain as she was struck across the face once again. Falling to the marble floor of the restroom, the terrified schoolteacher could only look up as the soldier slowly came toward her. Her tear-stained eyes widened as he leveled his weapon until it was pointed at her head. Komari's life flashed before her as the soldier began to depress the trigger, only for a 6-feet-tall man in heavy armor sneak up from behind and grab him by the neck, yanking him back hard enough to drop his weapon. Komari gasped at the sheer size of the man who had the soldier in a headlock, easily lifting him off his feet with his free hand tightly gripped around his throat. HHHGGGGGGKKKKK-. The teacher was now shrieking hysterically as the armored man tore out the terrorist's larynx along with most of his throat with his bare hands. Gouts of blood gushed from the open wound in the man's neck, most of it staining her green skirt red. The Slayer was heedless of the woman's screams as he smashed the dead saber's skull into the bathroom mirror, shattering the glass and making his head explode in a shower of blood, bone, and brain matter. This made the schoolteacher scream even more as she scrambled to the corner of the bathroom near the urinals, sobbing her eyes out. The Slayer eyed the sweater-wearing woman who regarded him with fear and saw her bloodied nose, blackened eye, and a fresh welt growing along the side of her face. Fucking animals. Remembering that the children were still in danger, the Slayer walked over to Komari who recoiled and covered her head in fright, but the Slayer gently grasped her by the arm and helped her up. Komari stared up at the man, still scared but confused. Did he come here to help the people held hostage? Was he a hero? No, he couldn't be. Heroes don't kill. The sounds of screaming could be heard outside of the restroom, and Komari immediately recognized it as her students. No, the children. They're going to dash. Komari was suddenly dragged by the hand as the armored man pulled her out of the room, the schoolteacher nearly tripping over the body of the soldier he just butchered. When they exited the restroom, she nearly fainted at the sight of 4 dead criminals lying in pools of their blood with their severed heads lying near them. The Slayer and Komari stopped running when they neared a corner leading to another hallway. Peeping around the corner, the Slayer motioned Komari to stick close, though she was extremely apprehensive to follow the lead of a blood-soaked maniac. She slowly crept up near the armored man, and they saw a saber walk into an open door where the sounds of the crying schoolkids were heard. With her instincts as a responsible adult kicking in, Komari darted past the Slayer, but he roughly grabbed her by the scruff of her sweater and pulled her back. The teacher found herself staring up at the man who loomed over her, shaking like a leaf as she did, fearing that he would direct his wrath unto her. The Doomslayer jabbed a finger to the floor. It was his way of telling her to stay put, and she thankfully understood, frantically nodding her head. Letting go of her sweater, the Slayer crept towards the door as slowly as he could so his heavy footsteps wouldn't alert them. Wait for my signal, The Slayer nodded as he prepared himself. Inside the room, an office-like area lined with cubicles, the students of Masagaki Public School were all huddled together, holding each other and crying. While they were brave enough to use their quirks on the bad guys beforehand, now they were too scared to help 2 of their friends that the criminals dragged off into a nearby corner to kill them. All they could do was hope that by some miracle, a hero would save them. Man, that woman screams pretty damn loud. What's taking Desmond so long? He likes to fuck with them before he kills them. You know how he is. Approaching the terrified little girl with flowers growing out of her head who tightly hugged a boy with a bird-like face along with sharp teeth, The saber cocked his ARX 160 and aimed it at the children. Consider this a lesson, crotch spawns. This is what happens when you try to play hero dash. Suddenly, all of the lights in the room and the hallway outside were immediately cut out, plunging everybody into total darkness. The children started screaming again. The sabers looked upwards at the overhead lights. What in the dash? The Slayer bolted into the room towards the nearest saber, grabbed his head, and twisted it, letting out a sickening cracking sound as his cervical vertebrae popped out of his neck. He made a beeline towards the other disoriented, panicking saber and punched him across the back, causing his weapon to fly out of his hands and then snatching him by the throat. The Slayer bringing the back of the merc's neck down upon his knee with an audible, spine-shattering crunch. With the two sabers dead, the Doomslayer grabbed the bodies and chucked them out into the hallway so the children didn't see their carcasses. He did not want these poor kids to be traumatized any further. The lights flickered back on again, and the kids stopped crying to look up at the giant green man covered in blood. And they started screaming once again, much to the Slayer's annoyance. He walked past the two kids towards the door and stuck his head out to Komari. Seeing this as a sign that the children were safe, she hurried over to the door while trying her best not to look at the corpses of the criminals. She came inside, and her eyes locked with the students who stared in surprise. Almost instantly, she let out a shuddering cry of relief as she ran towards the kids who all dogpiled her. With the two kids in the corner joining in, the schoolchildren were all hugging and crying along with their teacher, who gripped them tightly like she never wanted to lose them again, tears streaming down her cheeks as she did. Watching this touching moment play out before his eyes, the Doomslayer felt something that he hadn't experienced in a very, very long time. It was like a flame had been relit deep within the layers of hatred and fury that encompassed his soul. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but now was not the time. He had to go secure the rest of the hostages. The door in this area can be electronically locked. They will be safest here. The Slayer nodded, but at the same time, he couldn't leave them undefended. That is until he noticed a discarded P90 on the floor and picked it up. He walked over to Komari, who looked up at him. The school teacher was conflicted about this man. While she was extremely grateful that he saved her students, she was deathly afraid of him due to how he mercilessly slaughtered those terrorists. She slowly picked herself up, the children clinging to her like a lifeline, and was about to say something when the armored man shoved a weapon into her arms and began to head towards the door. Komori did a double take between the gun and the man and stammered, "Wait. I don't know how to dash." The Slayer had already left the room and closed the door behind him, Vega locking it as he did. Heading back down the hall, the Doomslayer got ready to save the rest of the hostages. Then it was on to the Steel Sabers, the captured heroes, 9, and whoever that representative of the LOV was. If it was Tamura again, he was going to put him down permanently this time. To be continued. Chapter 10. Plight. Island Airport. The Doomslayer neared the entrance to the balcony, trying to be as quiet as he could. The sabers on the ground floor and second floor had been taken care of, and it now only left the ones on the balcony and the ones around the hostages. He checked his hammerspace backpack to see how many of his improvised weapons he had left. He still had the sledgehammer and fire axe, 2 rebars for saw blades, and a ton of combat knives. Perfect. The bulkheads sealing the windows and doors are soundproof. Any mercenaries outside will not hear the hostages if they panic, but they may hear the muffled gunfire if any weapons go off. I will provide another distraction. His HUD showed camera footage of the atrium area, where 5 sabers armed with heavy machine guns around a large circle made up of 100 or so hostages. Getting out the 2 rebar rods and clutching them firmly in his armored hands, the Slayer awaited Vega's signal. Back in the atrium, the sabers stood around the huddled mass of frightened civilians. They were all shaking and hugging their children with fear. After watching the terrorists drag away the school kids and their teacher, it was evident that they were dead and could do nothing but await their eventual fates. But then the strangest thing happened. One of the hacked security drones entered the atrium and began making beeping noises while wheeling around in a circle. This attracted the sabers on the ground level, who stared at it in confusion. The ones on the balcony continued to watch the hostages. The Slayer rushed through the open door towards the balcony, impaling 2 sabers through their heads with his rebars, and then threw the implements at the last 2 just as they turned around. As soon as the rebars speared into their chests, the Slayer leaped onto the edge just as the bodies fell off the balcony and threw out 4 saw blades down at the other sabers below. The blades instantly decapitated them and caused the hostages to scream when they saw what happened. The last saber, who just noticed his squad mates' heads roll across the ground in front of him, went into full-on panic mode when he saw 2 bodies land on the floor with rebars through their chests. A large shadow fell over him, and he looked up just in time to see a giant of a man wearing power armor jump from the balcony with a fire axe raised over his head. The soldier raised his LMG and pulled the trigger, but it was already too late. The fire axe split him straight down the middle, and the blade shattered against the floor. This action sprayed most of the hostages with blood, and they all started fleeing towards the sealed entrance at the other end of the atrium. The sounds of their panicked yells and screams blocked out by the bulkheads. The Slayer stood himself up and inspected the now broken fire axe. As the two halves of the saber he cleaved in half fell over. Discarding the weapon, the Slayer cast his gaze to the hostages who were regarding him with pure terror. It didn't surprise him. He was standing around the beheaded bodies of their kidnappers, and his armor was soaked in blood. That, and he just bifurcated a guy right in full view. Scanning. The sabers outside have not been alerted. I will program the drones to keep the civilians safe once you leave. The Slayer turned around and walked out of the atrium. He strode down the bloodstained halls, from when the hacked drones killed the sabers patrolling them, towards the main exit of the airport until he heard some footsteps behind him. Hey, wait. The Slayer slowly turned his head to see two youths wearing school uniforms approaching him. One was a girl with wide eyes and long, royal blue hair that reached down to her waist and seemed to curl around her legs a little. The other was a boy with spiky indigo hair, pointed ears, and tired eyes. Vega began to scan them and supply him with their bio. Nijire Hato. Height, 5 feet 4 inches. Age, 17. Quirk. Wave motion converts her vitality into energy and releases it in the form of exceptionally powerful spiral shockwaves. Current status, 3rd-year student at UA High School. Tamaki Yamajiki. Height, 5 feet 9 inches. Age, 17. Quirk. Manifest grants him the ability to transform any part of his body into the physical characteristics of anything he's eaten. Current status, 3rd-year student at UA High School. The two students stopped a little bit away from the Slayer, observing him wearily. He could see that they were trying their best to put on a brave face, but were downright petrified. The Slayer hoped that they weren't going to try to stop him from doing what had to be done. This situation was way out of their hands. Why you aren't a hero, are you? Nijire cautiously asked him. The Doomslayer gazed at her silently, causing her to back away a little. Then you're a vigilante. Tamaki deduced. You should know Dash. The Slayer's gaze focused on him, eyeing the boy like a hawk. Tamaki almost immediately shrank away from him with a dark cloud seemingly hovering over him as he avoided his gaze. The poor kid looked like he was ready to curl into a fetal position. Vigilantism is a highly illegal crime and as heroes in training. WWE can't let you act on our own accord. Tamaki tried to explain, but his shaking stature was a dead giveaway that he was incredibly shy and frightened. We still don't know how many there are out there or how many hostages they have. Nijire reasoned. We couldn't fight them because we would end up endangering the civilians. And those kids that tried to, oh God, the children. We have to find them before Dash. The Slayer turned around and pointed upwards at the ceiling. He then waved his hand down at them like he was trying to calm them. Nijire was confused, but Tamaki seemingly understood him. They're safe? You saved them? The Slayer nodded. Nijire and Tamaki let out a collective sigh of relief, shoulders sagging. But then they regarded the Slayer again. Listen, we got separated from our friend in the confusion, and if you go out there doing whatever you please, you're going to get him killed. We can't just let you go out there on another killing spree. Tamaki implored, now sounding resolute. The Doomslayer dipped his head a little while still eyeing them and took a step towards them. Immediately, the two heroes in training jumped back and activated their quirks. Two tufts of Nijire's hair curled upward into spiral horns with her hands crackling with yellow-colored energy, while Tamaki's fingers sprouted tentacles. They stared down the vigilante for several seconds, the towering man's silence steadily beginning to disturb them. Nijire and Tamaki heard the shuffling of feet and worried chatter coming from the halls behind them, and they turned around to see several of the civilians peering from around the corner. The two students could see the fear and anxiety on their faces. The blood coating the walls and floors certainly wasn't helping. They looked back at the ever-silent man who motioned his head towards the civilians. Nijire and Tamaki could only guess that he was telling them to keep them safe. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. While they were still training to be heroes, they had gone on enough internships to know the ins and outs. Normally, heroes would focus on any innocents caught in the crossfire. That was a #1 priority. However, they would always be on the lookout for those attempting to interfere with professional hero work or those taking the law into their own hands. This man was doing the latter, though they weren't sure if he had a quirk or not. The right thing to do would be to stop him from doing anything rash, but for some reason, the two of them felt that they would stand no chance against this man even if they fought together. Looking back at the civilians again, Nijire and Tamaki decided that their lives came first and mattered more. But the two of them knew it meant letting this man do whatever he pleased and being unable to prevent him from butchering the terrorists. They were going to have to explain themselves to Principal Nizu when this situation was over. I'll go calm the civvies down and make sure they get help. Nijire said to Tamaki. I'll be upstairs looking for the school kids. He nodded. I will unlock the door for him. The two of them departed to their tasks, but not before giving the Doomslayer one last distrustful look. When they went away, the Slayer moved down the halls to the exit. He mentally remarked on the student's viewpoint of him. At this point, he shouldn't be surprised that they would be afraid of someone like him. But it was how the heroes of this world handled threats that bugged him. They were too much like Boy Scouts. They were so focused on their code of etiquette that they couldn't make a tough decision or make a compromise. That was why he was the only one capable of combating the Steel Sabers. But regardless of those flaws, he did respect them. They were protecting lives and teaching the next generation how to be great heroes. It truly was admirable what they were doing. It was such a pity that they were so constrained by the law, who was also, much like the heroes, too lenient for their own good, even for this world. Watching those two voice their objections towards his handling of villains made him compare them to how Izuku Midoriya stopped him from executing Tamura Shigaraki. Good kids, but very narrow view of reality. Island's central tower, 3rd floor. The recreation room was for staff only. It contained all the necessities: a couch with a small coffee table, a kitchenette, a vending machine, and a flat-screen TV installed into the wall, which was still on but muted. It was unoccupied and quiet since the takeover. A face suddenly materialized through the door and looked around before sinking back into the door. Okay, all clear. The door opened and Mirio, Izuku, Uraraka, and Shoto quickly piled in. Todoroki locked the door as soon as he shut it. The group collectively caught their breaths, thankful that Mirio's quirk helped them navigate the hallways and avoid patrols. I think we should be safe here, Mirio said, still wearing his makeshift towel toga. Can't tell you how happy I am to meet other students from UA. I'm glad we were able to find more help, Izuku added before realizing something. Wait, you're from UA too? Yup, 3rd year, Mirio said proudly as he thumbed his chest. My friends and I were invited here to attend the expo. That is, until they got captured. His smile fell as he lowered his head. Don't worry, I'm sure we can find them, Uraraka encouraged. Mirio swallowed. I don't think that'll be possible with the patrols all over the dash. The air vent above them suddenly fell off, and 2 teens fell out into a pile on the ground. The dust cleared to reveal a coughing, sweaty Kirishima on top of Bakugo, who was face down on the floor with a large bump on his head. Kirishima, Kaken, Izuku exclaimed, elated to see his friends. Guys, man, it's great to see you. Kirishima grinned ecstatically as he picked himself up. Uraraka blushed and looked away when she saw that he was only clad in his underwear. Naked, Shoto plainly said, unfazed. Kirishima looked down at his undies. Hey, it's only nudity if you're not wearing anything. He's right, Mirio chimed, startling Kirishima. And I should know. Ugh. Bakugo groaned as he nursed his aching head. As he thought about ways to murder Kirishima, he saw a hand enter his view. Are you okay, Kaken? Do you need help? Izuku offered as he held out his hand. Completely unaware that this triggered a bad memory with Bakugo, his hand was instantly smacked away, and the spiky-haired bomber stormed away from him the second he got up. Midoriya nursed his hand, noting the hateful scowl his childhood friend was sporting. So who's Weird Eyes? Bakugo sneered at Mirio, who was taken aback by his rudeness. He's another student from UA. He's been helping us, Shoto informed, making Mirio smile. That's good to know. What happened to the rest of the gang? Kirishima looked around. Captured. Momo, Jiro, Mineta, Ida, Denki, they're all being held in the banquet hall. Uraraka delivered the bad news. Kirishima clenched his teeth in anxiety, greatly worried about his friends. Well, what are doing here just standing around? Let's think of a rescue plan. We can't. These men are spread out everywhere. If we try to go rescue our friends, we risk getting caught. Shoto told him in a serious tone. But who are they? Terrorists? Villains? Uraraka wondered. The identity of these soldiers puzzled her. They're the Steel Sabers, Izuku announced. Bakugo looked confused while the rest of the students' eyes widened in shock. The Steel Sabers? Mirio whispered in fear. Are you sure? Yeah. I remember seeing a documentary about them years ago, and I recognized the insignia on their uniforms. It's them. Izuku nodded grimly. Who the fuck are the Steel Sabers? Bakugo demanded, having never heard of them. They're the most dangerous, feared mercenaries in the world. They've killed dozens of heroes, and there is no limit to how low they'll sink to achieve victory. Shoto explained, not exaggerating in the slightest. Last I heard, they've killed up to 246 heroes. A dark look formed on Bakugo's face, and he started to make his way to the door. Seeing what he was doing, Izuku quickly put himself between Bakugo and the door. Kaken, where are you going? Out of my fucking way, Deku. Kaken, you can't face all of them by yourself. Watch me. I'm not letting any of these fuckers leave here alive. Calm down, man. Kirishima grabbed him by the arm. We can't take on an entire army. So what? We're supposed to sit here with our thumbs up our asses. Bakugo snarled, yanking his arm away from Ijiro. Help ain't fucking coming, so it's up to us now. But we're only students. What can we possibly do? Uraraka tried to get Bakugo to see reason. Nothing. Mirio shook his head. We can't do anything. After I was separated from my classmates and before I ran into you guys, I did some reconnaissance by using my quirk to dash. Just cut to the end, Weird Eyes. How fucked are we? Bakugo impatiently barked. Pretty bad. They have the entire island on lockdown. They have patrols sweeping every corner of the island. They've got tanks and APCs on every street corner, and I'm pretty sure they hacked the entire defense system, which means the drones and cameras are under their control. We're completely outmatched. A dismal Mirio listed. No one said anything. Even Bakugo couldn't come up with a comeback. This truly was a sordid predicament. But then Shoto began to formulate a plan. You mentioned they gained control of the security systems. If we can find out where the main server room is, we could use it to free All Might and the other heroes. Maybe even contact the mainland and get help, Shoto suggested. Now there's a plan. Kirishima agreed, Izuku and Uraraka nodding. But even if we could, we can't forget that they have hostages. If they spot us or find out we tried to call for help, they could execute one or more of them to make an example. Heroes do not endanger the well-being of others, Mirio astutely pointed out. With the plan shot down, the others began to realize the bleak reality of their situation. But Izuku was unwilling to throw in the towel. But there has to be some way we can help. We should. He trailed off when he noticed something on the TV that caught his eye. It was a news report that showed the port of Tokyo on fire, but the tagline drew his attention. Vigilante barges through port, brutalizes pro-heroes. Izuku began to make his way past the TV, concerned about the report. Deku, Uraraka followed him, as did the others. Izuku turned up the volume on the TV, but not too loud so that it wouldn't draw attention. 5 pro-heroes have been rendered unconscious and several more confirmed injured when earlier tonight, an assailant wearing green armor charged through the perimeter made by the heroes. The group was taken aback by this startling development. One man took down 5 pro-heroes. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine when he heard the news anchor mention a man in green armor. Authorities have identified the man as the vigilante seen yesterday at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, where said suspect viscously named Tamura Shigaraki, also identified as the leader of the League of Villains. Izuku, Kirishima, and Uraraka felt all of the color drain from their faces. It couldn't be. The TV showed camera footage of the port, showcasing the number 6 pro hero deploying a massive wall made out of his shield quirk. Then, in a reveal that stunned the group of students, the armored man ran into view and threw Gran Torino into the right side of the wall, punched his way through Crust's blockade, and head-butted him. It was soon followed up by grabbing the wing hero Hawks and slamming him face first into the ground before chucking him over his shoulder and engaging the BMI hero Fat Gum. As soon as the vigilante knocked him out, the video paused and zoomed in on the man. Mirio, Shoto, and Bakugo finally got a good look at the man and how imposing he was. What kind of quirk did he have that allowed him to incapacitate 5 pro heroes? Mirio and Shoto looked over to Izuku, Uraraka, and Kirishima, who had expressions of fear written all over their faces. Some of them were sweating, with Uraraka unknowingly holding onto Izuku's arm, who barely even noticed. Shoto could understand their fear. They and the rest of his class were there when they witnessed the vigilante rip Tamura's arm off. Bakugo wasn't exactly intimidated, though the thought of someone taking on several pro heroes made him question just how strong he was. While it was initially unknown why the vigilante carried out this unprovoked assault, a recent statement from the voice hero, Present Mike, revealed that the perpetrator was attempting to get to Island and responded with brutal force when the heroes attempted to stop him. The vigilante was able to escape the port and into the water, possibly heading for Island. Izuku felt like his soul got sucked out of his body. That guy wasn't here, was he? Island Airport. Standing near the sealed-up main entrance to the airport, 8 sabers stood guard while the hacked security drones patrolled the area. Anything. Nothing. Can't get into contact with our guys in the airport or anywhere near it. Radio trouble? Couldn't be. Something must have happened to them. But we have this whole island on lockdown, and we got the security system on our side. Not even a fucking mouse could slip past us. Well, something did. What if that's the reason they're not reporting in? I'm going to call this into Lieutenant Mummy, see what he can dash. The saber's head was lopped off his shoulders when the drones, instantaneously reprogrammed by Vega, began systematically killing the sabers guarding the airport entrance. The drones were so fast that none of the sabers could radio for help or even scream as they were decapitated, impaled, strangled, or sliced in half. Once all of the mercs were dead, the bulkheads began to open, allowing the Doomslayer to walk out into the open. Noticing the dead soldiers and seeing the drones drag them off into the bushes, the Slayer felt a twinge of jealousy that Vega was stealing the show a little. Nonetheless, he was thankful for the help. Walking down the steps and past the drones, Vega sealed the bulkheads, and the Slayer looked at the expanse of the island. He was now ready to finally wage war upon the sabers, eager to spill their blood after they spent years spilling the blood of innocent heroes. But where to start? Vega popped in at just the right time. My scans show that the highest concentrations of the sabers are located in the leftmost quadrant of Island. Further observations have revealed a way to deal a critical blow against their operations and eliminate a majority of their organization. Mapping the waypoint now. Pulling his sledgehammer out, the Doomslayer ran down the stairs towards his objective. The sabers would soon know the true meaning of fear. To be continued. Chapter 11. Megaton. Island's central tower's 2nd floor. Toshinori Yagi was gritting his teeth so hard he swore they would break at any second. He was quite possibly in the worst situation imaginable. He was tied up by advanced security bindings restricting his movement. The Steel Sabers had allied with the League of Villains. They had full control of Island, and he was rapidly bleeding through the remaining embers of One for All. It was a scenario out of his worst nightmares. If he reverted to his regular form, then the secret would be out, the people would lose hope, and All for One would achieve victory. He was struggling as hard as he could to maintain his All Might form, but he was steadily losing power, and if he kept it up any longer, he would revert to his normal form. Looking at the scores of frightened party guests and tied-up pro-heroes, Yagi hoped that no harm would befall them and his friend David Shields, who sat next to Melissa, and his aide, Samuel Abraham. Seeing Melissa scared out of her mind as she held on to her father filled him with the resolve to bust out of his restraints, but he couldn't due to how strong they were. The security systems were literally on par with Tartarus prison. He couldn't move an inch. His eyes drifted over to 9, ignoring the pompous speech the other masked villain was loudly giving out. He never thought he would get to see the leader of the infamous Steel Sabers in a place like this. His blood boiled as he observed the mercenary leader staring stoically ahead without a hint of emotion. Yagi was no stranger to the war crimes the Steel Sabers committed, and he made it his oath to bring them to justice. And now here he was, captured by them, and could only guess what they were after. Was it I-Island's technology or him? And what about young Midoriya? Was he able to get away? He prayed that his pupil was safe and wouldn't do anything rash. These men would not exercise restraint just because he was a child. God help these mercenaries if any harm befell Midoriya. 9's internal musings easily drowned out Wolfram's spiel as he watched his soldiers, as well as some of Wolfram's own, guard the ballroom. Though it was a tad too early to celebrate, he couldn't help but feel good about his progress so far. To think that the Sabers would get the opportunity to raid the most heavily guarded artificial island in the world was a 1 in a billion chance. To have it completely under their control was a monumental achievement. The sheer wealth of technology I-Island had to offer would strengthen the military might of the Sabers 100-fold. They would be unstoppable, and he had the League of Villains and David Shields' short-sighted idiocy to thank for it. He could feel All Might's scathing glare on him, but he cared not. 9 had always wanted to bring down the symbol of peace himself, and soon, he would get his chance. All for One was going to have to wait in line because he certainly wasn't going to pass this opportunity up. Just a few more hours, and the Sabers would have their cut of the tech, and all of the hostages would be dead long before the heroes ever tried to set foot here. 9's wrist communicator started beeping, and he answered. Report. Commander, this is Lieutenant Chimera. We can't raise Theta Team 12. 9 raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? We've been trying to contact them for the last several minutes, but we haven't heard anything back from them. Radio trouble? Our radios are fine, but they're not responding. I'm going to the main server room and see if Mummy can boost the signal. I don't like being put behind schedule. Roger. 9 went for the door and exited the ballroom, leaving Wolfram, his men, and well as his soldiers to guard the heroes and guests. He turned right and walked down the hall until he heard something behind him. He turned his head a little to see 4 security drones position themselves on each side of the door. Figuring out that Mummy must have sent extra security to the ballroom, 9 resumed his march to the main server room, completely unaware that the drones were watching his every move. I-Island's service bridge. The Doomslayer pulled out the bloody knife from the throat of a Saber he just killed and chucked him into the water below. His stealthy approach to the direction Vega was pointing him to was proving to be easier than he thought. With Vega in control of the cameras and security drones, it made slipping past the numerous patrols dotted around I-Island a breeze. Aside from the one Saber, he put down who almost spotted him purely by accident. He had already made it this far into their perimeter. But why was Vega leading him to the left quadrant of this island? Spotting a large patrol with an APC in their formation coming up ahead, the Slayer leaped off the bridge, caught a steel girder underneath, and swung himself out of view. Landing on the steel beams under the bridge, the Slayer looked up and saw dust raining down above him as he heard the sounds of heavy tires and marching feet rumble across the bridge. The Doomslayer looked down and noticed the recently dead body of the mercenary he just killed float under the bridge. He heard them cross the bridge and continue on their way, leaving him to assume they didn't spot the body. The area you are heading towards functions as the factory section for I-Island. This is where they manufacture support items as well as their more secretive projects. This area holds a submarine bay located in the very center of this district and is your primary target. The submarine bay is mostly used for transportation and delivery of materials for their projects. The Sabers are using their nuclear submarine to offload the island's technology and use them for their purposes. It is imperative that we do not let the Sabers gain possession of I-Island's inventions. The Doomslayer nodded. There was no telling what would happen if the Sabers got their hands on that tech. A majority of the Sabers are located around this sector of I-Island in the submarine bay. The factories around the bay are filled with highly volatile materials. I calculated that the detonation of the submarine's nuclear core will create a chain reaction that will destroy this entire quadrant and eliminate half of the Sabers' organization. The Slayer was conflicted about that strategy. While it was the perfect way to decimate their army, it left him concerned that he'd be spreading radiation across the island. He still had hostages to save. Your Predator suit can absorb other energies besides Argent energy. I will reconfigure your suit to absorb any radioactivity produced from the detonation of the explosion and extinguish it to prevent widespread contamination and radiation poisoning. You have my assurance that you and the hostages will not be harmed. On a related note, the Sabers will be demoralized and disoriented once you carry this out. I have calculated that this will buy the hostages some time, as the Sabers will be solely focused on terminating you. His fingers twitched with anticipation. The Doomslayer jumped across the steel beams and grabbed onto a girder, swinging himself back up onto the bridge and making his way into the factory area. Island's central tower main server room. 9 entered the room with his hands clasped behind his back, eyeing Mummy as he worked at the console. Slice and Chimera were there, as well, while Wolfram's subordinates were off combing the rest of the tower for any stragglers. Any word from them? 9 asked. Nothing, sir. They've gone completely dark. Mummy informed. 9 narrowed his eyes. Theta Squad 12 better have a good reason for this. Beta Squad 2 over at the sub-pen were going to broadcast a live video through most of the mainland as an intimidation tactic to steer any hero away from my island. But that was to stall for more time while he and the rest of the Sabers finished up their operations here, and he needed Theta Squad to relay the layout for the subway tunnels after their escape. They weren't responding, and it started to irk 9. If I may make a suggestion, we could see if the terminals are still operational and then activate the live feed transmission to see what's going on. Slice offered. 9 nodded to Mummy, and the bandage-wrapped Quark user began typing on his keyboard, accessing Theta Squad's terminal as he did. Mummy turned on the video feed on the main monitor, but it only showed darkness. They could make out some shapes, but it was still too dark to see. Let me turn on the night vision function, Mummy said as he typed in a command. The screen was bathed in a green hue, and everyone recoiled. What? 9 whispered to himself. The screen showed an abandoned subway station, completely bathed in red. The bodies of Theta Squad 12 were in various states of total mutilation, ripped in half, crushed, blown apart, shot up, or reduced to a pile of body parts. 9 and his lieutenants were no strangers to such imagery, but this was on a completely different level. 9's communicator started beeping again. Commander, we've lost all radio contact with Iota Squad 4 over by the airport. We can't raise anybody there. 9 was about to demand what went wrong until a wave of realization washed over him. He clenched his teeth as he turned to Chimera and Slice. We've been compromised. Island Factory District. Atop the roof of the submarine pen, 3 Sabers were on patrol. They kept their eyes peeled for any intruders and their fingers on the trigger of their assault rifles. 1 Saber ventured near the edge of the roof to look over the district. Shame he never bothered to look down when the Doomslayer, climbing up a roof ladder, thrust a knife right into his throat and was promptly hurled downward into a garbage bin below. The other 2 Sabers heard the noise and turned around just in time to see a flurry of combat knives lodge themselves into each of their faces, courtesy of the Slayer's inhuman reflexes. The Slayer climbed up onto the roof as the bodies slumped over onto the ground. Cautiously moving over to a large skylight, he observed the Steel Saber's massive submarine, painted completely black with a red streak going across the middle. It was the largest sub he'd ever seen, and it was probably big enough to fit the whole organization. Again, Vega wasn't exaggerating when he said the Sabers brought every man in their little thrill-kill club here. He noticed a multitude of Sabers packaging dozens of inventions and support items into wooden crates, ready to load them onto the sub. /update. 9 and his lieutenants are on to us. They have discovered you killed the squad in the subways, and they have noticed that their men over at the airport are not reporting in. I will stall them, but it is now or never, Slayer. Moving away from the skylight, the Slayer tightened his fists and began to head towards a roof hatch. He was starting to get tired of sneaking around. Island's central tower main server room. But how? This entire operation had been flawless. Slice reasoned in denial. So far. It's been successful so far. Chimera corrected her with an irritated tone. What I want to know is what the fuck killed Theta Squad. It couldn't have been a hero. It had to have been someone who was on to our operations, but who? Mummy wondered as he tried to make sense of what happened. We can worry about who killed them later. Mummy, sound the alarm to all our forces. 9 ordered. Mummy nodded and typed in the code to activate the alarm. But nothing happened. The hell? Mummy confusedly uttered as he tried again. Still nothing. What's going on? Why isn't it working? 9 demanded. I don't know. We've been completely locked out of the system. Nothing's responding. Mummy frantically tried to access the main server, but he was repeatedly denied by some unknown program that wasn't there before. What do you mean locked us out of the system? We took control of it hours ago. We are the system. Chimera yelled over Mummy's shoulder. Suddenly, all of the monitors went black. Then they came on again, but this time they all showed an odd blue symbol behind a white background. Mummy tried his hand at the console again, but to no avail. 9 brought up his wrist communicator to notify the rest of his forces, but all he got was static. He tapped again, but there was still nothing. Slice, Chimera, and Mummy checked their communicators too with the same results. They were completely cut off. Clenching his teeth, 9 whipped his head over to Slice. Go to the ballroom. Make sure it's secure and get one of our soldiers to send a message to the rest of our forces that our perimeter's been breached. On foot, if he has to. Slice ran to the door, but was suddenly stopped when Nine yelled, "Wait." Nine turned to Mummy. "Did you order the security drones to guard the ballroom?" "What?" "And no." Mummy hesitantly answered. Nine looked befuddled until his eyes widened in realization. Damn it. The leader of the Steel Sabers ran out of the server room with his lieutenants following after him. Running down the halls, they started to hear the sounds of gunfire and panicked screaming. They turned the corner, and Mummy barely had enough time to dodge out of the way when a security drone flung its cables at his head. Slice and Chimera engaged 2 more drones attacking them. Slice hacked one apart with her hair, while Chimera crushed the other with an enlarged, gorilla-like arm. Mummy threw his bandages at the drone assaulting him, taking control of it, and making it destroy the other one. More screaming was heard coming from the ballroom, and Nine ran past his lieutenants, forcing the door open afterward. Blood was the first thing to fly into his face. A drone that was made to capture intruders just decapitated one of his soldiers right in front of him. The sounds of shouting and more gunfire crashed into his ears as he witnessed some of his soldiers, as well as Wolfram's hired guns, shooting up the attacking drones, while partygoers lay flat on the ground, covering their ears while screaming hysterically. Speaking of Wolfram, the man had already dismantled several of the drones, and using his magnetism quirk, formed a makeshift arm blade to slice a drone in half, while he fired his handgun at the last drone. When it was over, the ballroom was decorated in bullet holes, several eviscerated soldiers, blood, and destroyed drones. Nine, his lieutenants, Wolfram, and the other surviving soldiers caught their breaths as they surveyed the carnage. Daigo, Nobu, and Swordkill suddenly barged into the room after hearing the gunshots, and were just as mortified as the others when they saw the state the ballroom was in. Wolfram broke the silence. What the fuck just happened? Nine had the same question Wolfram had. His eyes soon drifted over to David Shield. Port of Tokyo Warehouse District. A small army of firefighters, with the help of Backdraft, worked as fast as they could to put out the massive flame wall Endeavor had created. After the vigilante stampeded his way through the port and escaped, law enforcement and heroes descended upon the area to contain the damage. Several paramedics also came to the port to treat the unconscious heroes and the wounded since Recovery Girl was on her way. The wounded would have to make do with regular treatment until she arrived. Eraserhead sat in an ambulance while Present Mike, Midnight, Loud Cloud, Gran Torino, Ryukyu, Slide and Go, Maruko, and Hawks crowded around him. Fat Gum, Mr. Brave, Gang Orca, Selkie, and Crust were out for the count, being loaded into ambulances by paramedics so they could be taken to the nearest hospital. Endeavor was currently in an argument with a JSDF colonel who was lambasting the flame hero for nearly setting the whole port ablaze. No, that had to be a mistake. Your quirk never fails. Maybe you weren't using it right. Present Mike babbled in denial. I'm telling you, I focused as hard as I could on that guy, but nothing stopped him from pulling out his weapons. Aizawa responded, sounding defeated. This was going to be a black mark on his career. I mean, Loud Cloud started, but couldn't find the words. Sighing, he slipped off his goggles and ran a hand through his hair. I've literally got nothing to say, man. That's a first for me. It was the same for everyone. That is until Ryukyu spoke up. What if it's his armor? What if it's shielding him from any known quirk suppressant power? That's possible. Gran Torino mused as he scratched his beard. But for all we know, that suit of his could be giving him his power, and there's also the possibility that he could be quirkless if Eraserhead's claims are true, which I believe they are. Not to point out the obvious, but I don't think wearing a souped-up armor gives you super strength comparable to All Might, and I'm also pretty sure it doesn't give you the ability to whip out massive guns out of nowhere. Hawks jadedly notified, still nursing a broken nose. Yeah, Fat Gum and I had the same reaction the first time. Maruko said. The rabbit hero had been treated for her burns, and bandages were covering up her wounds. Some parts of her hair have been burned a little, though. Are we not going to talk about how he pulled out a freaking railgun? I thought weapons like those only exist in fiction. What kind of technology is he even using? Slide and Go wondered. Reed Estro would have a field day if he ever got his hands on whatever crazy weaponry that vigilante was using. The kind that could have blown us to pieces? Present Mike absent-mindedly quipped, earning an elbow jab from Eraserhead. Whatever it was, he could have used it to kill any one of us, but he didn't. Midnight stated matter-of-factly, looking at Ryukyu. That man had every opportunity to kill you, but he never took that option. He never took that option with any of us. Funny, didn't feel that way. The dragon heroine said bitterly as she felt the familiar sting of a busted rib and a missing tooth. We can figure all that out later. We should be talking about what to do now. That lunatic is probably already on Island right now. Loud Cloud pointed over to the island. There's nothing much we can do. The JSDF still have us on standby. They don't want to endanger the hostages. Eraserhead reminded him. But at this rate, they may have to lift that order. We've already been breached by an unknown party. Half of us are incapacitated, and that man is going to get someone killed. Midnight listed, and the severity of the situation made her worried. His motivation does come into question. Gran Torino pondered. What could he possibly be after? Hell if we know. Maruko shrugged. He doesn't look like the saving type dash. You. A familiar voice bellowed. Maruko turned around to see, much to her displeasure, Endeavor stomping towards her. The flame hero had bandages wrapped around his head, which were promptly lit aflame when his eyebrows flared up. Oh dear. Sliding Go squeaked as he slowly backed away. The report from the Hero Public Safety Commission stated you met the vigilante the first time. Why didn't you bring him in? He raged as he grabbed Maruko by the scruff of her uniform. The sheer heat radiating off of him threatened to burn her more. Do you have any notion of the consequences of your blunder? How the fuck was I supposed to know he would kick our asses? Maruko shouted back as she tried to free herself from Endeavor's death grip. And what does it matter to you? You hardly even give a damn about the safety commission, you overblown dickhead. Endeavor raised a fist covered in fire. You insolent, empty-headed trollop, I'll dash. In that instant, Endeavor's flames were extinguished, and he had a sword made out of feathers pressed closely against his neck. Hawks glared up at him with a deadly look in his eyes. Let go of her. Hawks punctuated dangerously. Endeavor grit his teeth as he looked over to Eraser Head, whose glowing red eyes gave him an intimidating appearance as he used his quirk against him. The other heroes had the same look Aizawa had, ready to stop Endeavor by force if necessary. Conceding defeat, he put Maruko down with a seething grimace. Hey, hey, they all heard someone yell. It was from a police officer running over to them, who was already short of breath. The Sabers just hijacked the airwaves. They're broadcasting on every station. He yelled as he headed over back to the blockade near the entrance of the port. The heroes followed the officer back to the barricade where more police officers, JSDF soldiers, emergency crews, other heroes, and reporters were crowded around a broadcast truck. They were all staring at an array of screens inside the truck, showing the dreaded mercenaries themselves. Three Sabers stood alongside each other. The one in the center had his arms folded while the other two beside them held their P90s. They were all standing in a dimly lit control room of some kind with an office door behind them. The tiny window showed a Saber standing guard with his back turned. Citizens of Tokyo, we are the Steel Sabers, and we are in complete control. Island's Central Tower Ballroom. All Might tensed up at the broadcast. The Sabers were now beginning to strike fear and doubt into the public. Reminded that he was again powerless to do anything, All Might struggled against his bindings in another vain attempt to escape. He stopped resisting when he realized that it would only hasten the decline of One for All. Looking over towards 9, he watched the commander of the Sabers order his surviving soldiers to head to different parts of the island and tell the other soldiers to destroy the drones and seek out a possible infiltrator. As they left, All Might turned his gaze over to the dead bodies and destroyed drones. Why did the drones kill them? These were only programmed to capture and subdue any intruders. Why did they suddenly start butchering them? Mizuta Furukido Sato residence. Coincidentally, the boys of Class 1A who weren't able to go to Island with their friends opted to have themselves a little hangout at one of their houses much like T, Mina, and Hagakure. It was a standard get-together. Pizza, video games, movies, swap stories, and the like. That is until they heard that Island had been taken over by terrorists, and the whole day went from elation to worry. Rikido, Yuga, Shiro, Mizo, Koji, Ojiro, and Tokoimi sat in the living room watching the news. They were glued to their seats ever since the announcement. It was a nail-biting ordeal having to hear that their friends were stuck on an island with the most dangerous mercenaries in the world. As they worried for their friends' lives, they were thrown in for another ringer when they heard that the same vigilante who ripped off Tamura's arm at the mall had plowed his way through several pro-heroes to get to the island. The mere mention of the vigilante was enough to send shivers down their spines, remembering how utterly brutal the man was. Then came the hijacked airwaves showing the Steel Sabers themselves boasting their superiority. The boys could only watch, helpless and angry that there wasn't anything to be done. But that's when they noticed the one Saber guarding the door outside in view of the window suddenly get dragged away out of sight. Shiro blinked. Wait, what just happened to that guy? For a few seconds, there was nothing until a splash of blood covered the window. The teens jumped back in shock. The door was slowly opened, and their jaws dropped when they saw who it was. Mondu, Yugo exclaimed. That's Island's Central Tower Ballroom. That's him. Jiro whispered fearfully to her huddled classmates. Momo, Denki, Mineta, and Ida let out silent gasps when they watched the vigilante himself enter the room, his hands soaked in blood. 9 and Wolfram, along with their followers, noticed him enter the room without drawing the attention of the three Sabers. Wolfram carefully studied the vigilante. He remembered hearing from Kurojiri that this was the one who tore off Shigaraki's arm. The Nomu explained to Wolfram that once they were done with Island, All for One would turn his attention to what must be done about the interloper. But what he wanted to know was how the hell did he slip past the Sabers? They were supposed to be the best of the best. Omega Squad 1. There's an intruder in the sub-pen. He's right behind you. Omega Squad 1. Come in. 9 shouted into his communicator. But there was still nothing but static, and the commander angrily ripped the communicator off his arm and threw it to the ground. Island Factory District Subpen. The Doomslayer silently stared at the sabers who had their backs turned to him. The sergeant in the middle was yammering their demands to a camera in front of them. It was most likely broadcasting this. But none of it mattered to the Slayer, who kept his eyes focused on the one in the middle and decided that Motor Mouth would go first. He reached into his Hammerspace backpack. Island Central Tower 3rd floor. What the fuck? Bakugu loudly cussed as he watched the vigilante pull out a blood-covered chainsaw, much to everyone's horror. Midoriya's pupils dilated when he saw the vigilante's hand grip the ripcord. No, 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 no. Island Factory District. The Slayer's grip tightened on the cord as he glared at the yammering saber, his hatred for the organization growing. These bastards murdered innocent heroes, desecrated their bodies, profiteered off their deaths. He was going to send them all back to hell where they belong. Ozzy Osbourne Straight to Hell starts at 110. The Doomslayer revved up his chainsaw, and the sergeant spun around just in time to see him bring his saw down upon him. Ea Wugga. The Doomslayer sawed the saber straight down the middle in a torrent of blood. He swung the saw at the panicking saber on the left, decapitating him in an instant, and turning to the other one on the right who was now screaming and firing at him with his weapon. He ran the saber through with his saw, hefted the body over his head with the still spinning blade ripping into the murk, and threw him at the camera. The dead saber was sent hurling through the observation deck window along with the camera, the hollowed out falling to the ground. The camera just so happened to land on top of a crate, showing an entire sub-pen full of steel sabers dropping what they were doing and arming themselves with their weapons just as the Slayer jumped down into view. He swapped out his chainsaw for the chain gun outfitted with the mobile turret mod, by far his personal favorite. At this point, the sabers had already opened fire upon him with their weapons and were only just noticing that nothing was penetrating the intruder's armor, and he had just pulled out a minigun that unfurled into 3 barrels. The chain gun's gunfire alone was loud enough to drown out the gunfire from the sabers, as well as their shouting. The chain gun spewed out a torrent of 15mm tungsten slugs from its triple barrels so fast and so loud that it could have been mistaken for an A-10 Warthog. The Doomslayer swept the weapon from side to side against the small army of sabers. Many ended up getting perforated into Swiss cheese, reduced to mulch, or outright cut in half. Some tried to hide behind the crates for cover, but the chain gun tore straight through the containers, and any mercenary stupid enough to hide behind them. 125. The rounds also hit several fuel drums scattered around the submarine, detonating them in a fiery explosion that blew the sabers to pieces or lit them aflame. Putting away the chain gun, the Slayer jumped on top of the crates, and then double-jumped up to the walkway above where more sabers were attacking him. He whipped out his super shotgun and blew the first merc in half, reloading instantly and obliterating another one with a simple pull off the trigger. He continued to run along the walkway and blew away any saber with his double-barreled death dealer. Bodies fell off the walkway and plummeted into the rapidly growing fire below. He put away his shotgun and began to punch his way through their ranks in a relentless fury. He punched the jaw off one merc and followed up by smashing the skull of another into a wall. He tore one in half and threw the torso at a hapless merc, falling to the ground. He tried to push the body off of him, but the Doomslayer swiftly brought his foot down upon his skull like he was crushing a watermelon. He drew the rocket launcher equipped with the remote detonation mod and fired a rocket in the other end of the walkway, blowing up the remaining sabers and scattering their body parts like a macabre fireworks display. 2 large groups of sabers who heard the commotion from outside of the sub-pen swarmed in like an army of ants into the sub-bay and fired at the Slayer above. He double-jumped off the walkway and fired 2 rockets at the largest group on the left, detonating them in mid-flight when they tried to run. If the initial explosions didn't kill them, then the bursts of razor-sharp shrapnel certainly did the job, filling the air with the pained screams of the sabers as they profusely bled from the shards digging into their bodies and eyes. Landing atop the sub, the Doomslayer put away the rocket launcher and drew his plasma gun. He unleashed a stream of plasma at the sabers on the other side, killing a few of them as the others quickly began to disperse. He chucked one of his grenades at the fleeing mercs who were reduced to a red mist. Seeing another group of sabers bunch up and noticing that he had acquired a full charge for the heat blast, the Slayer jumped down into the center of the group and pulled the trigger. The sheer heat from the blast radius liquefied the sabers instantaneously, their uniforms and melting flesh sloughing off their bones. One remaining saber that managed to escape the radius kept firing at the Slayer in sheer terror, but he was already upon the soldier, plunging his fist into his chest and ripping out his spinal cord along with his head straight out of his body. He then threw the head at the camera, destroying it and cutting off the transmission. Turning his attention towards the submarine, the Slayer wasted no time jumping back up onto the sub and pulling out his sledgehammer. He ripped off the hatch door and jumped down into the sub, crushing an unlucky saber underneath him like he was a blood-filled soda can. Still clutching the sledgehammer and hatch door in his hands, he glared at the sabers already mobilizing down the sub's hallway. He was certainly going to enjoy this next part. Skip to 254. He rushed towards the mercs as they fired at him. the bullets harmlessly shattering against his armor. He didn't even bother to use the hatch door for a shield, opting to use it as a bludgeon instead. He crushed the first merc's head with a single swing, followed up by smashing his sledgehammer downward onto the skull of another. More sabers started pouring into the hallway, and they met the same fate. Some had their bones fatally broken when the Slayer slammed his shield against them, while others had their internal organs pulverized by his sledgehammer, leaving a mess of broken bodies in his wake. The Doomslayer threw his shield like a frisbee at the sabers, slicing several of them in half before embedding itself into the wall. He gripped the sledgehammer with both hands and went full-on Argento on them, destroying their heads and smashing them into the ground, and sometimes even the ceiling, leaving the floor sticky with their blood. The final swing of his sledgehammer broke the spine of the last saber, as well as the head of the hammer as well. Shame. He was starting to like it. The Slayer tossed away the broken sledgehammer and retrieved the hatch door from the wall. He raced down the hall until he turned left down another hallway that led to the navigation room. Two armed sabers emerged from the room, and the Slayer flung the door at the pair, one of them having just enough time to dodge out of the way, while the one behind him was reduced to a red smear when the shield went straight through the poor fucker and impaled itself into another saber in the room. The surviving saber tried to raise his weapon when the Slayer rushed him, and the Berserker grabbed him and threw him towards the open door to the navigation room. Due to the door's small frame, the merc's head and legs were sheared off like they were in a meat slicer. The Slayer barged into the navigation room, filled with panicking sabers who were all armed. One tried to shoot him at point blank with a USAS 12, but the Slayer ripped it out of his hands, along with his arms, and ran him straight through the chest. One saber was hiding behind the open door to the navigation room, and the Slayer slammed his foot shut on him, splattering the soldier's body like a fly on a windshield. The sabers were starting to panic for the first time in their careers, and it wasn't hard to see why. They only fought heroes, not a barbarian. A saber who was brave enough to rush him unloaded his MG4 at the Slayer, but he grabbed the weapon and guided it across the room, nailing all of the soldiers while the merc was stupid enough to keep depressing the trigger. The Doomslayer grabbed him by the cranium and smashed him into the periscope, the head bursting apart like a balloon. He pulled out his combat shotgun and exited through the door at the far end, blowing away any soldier unfortunate enough to be in his way. He raced through the tight hallways while his charged burst mod made quick of them. The Doomslayer continued to run through the hallways down to the core, blasting his way through his enemies and filling the metal halls with the sounds of shotgun blasts and clattering shell casings. He blasted the head off another saber before he finally found the room containing the submarine's nuclear core. It was a massive cylindrical device with a multitude of pipes funneled into it along with pumps attached along the base. To detonate the core, you must destroy the coolant pumps. The resulting buildup of pressure will overheat the fuel rods and render them unable to circulate the trapped seawater until the core goes critical. I am turning off the security checks to shut off the reactor now. The blast radius should be low yield and will only affect the factory district of I-Island. You will easily survive the explosion and your suit will absorb any radiation dispersed, as well as the resulting EMP. Be aware that while I-Island has an array of emergency generators, the security drones will be permanently disabled. I can still hack the security systems, but the drones will be inoperable. Fine with him. The Slayer began to rip apart the coolant pumps with his bare hands, the steel easily torn apart like cheap cardboard. As he continued to destroy the pumps, alarms began to blare and emergency lights bathed the room in red. The fuel rods inside the core began to melt and were immediately going critical, with the temperature inside the room reaching unbearable levels. As the Doomslayer destroyed the last of the pumps and saw the reactor expanding, he got out his Gauss cannon and charged up the siege mode mod, bracing himself for the explosion as he began to depress the trigger. Didn't this remind him of something? If stopping our energy production is what you want, then you only need to destroy this last filter, and Argent energy will no longer exist in this solar system. We will be back at square one. Oh yeah, good times. A fireman had just put out another pool of flames near the port with his hose when he noticed a bright flash out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head over to I-Island and his entire world went white when an utterly gigantic ball of fire erupted from the island and sent him, his other firefighters along with several heroes landing flat on their asses and nearly deafening them. The explosion could be seen from far away on the mainland and was loud enough to shatter every manner of glass on the shoreline and causing thousands upon thousands of Japanese citizens to cry out in panic. Maruko was nearly blinded when the rippling explosion came from I-Island and was forced to cover her ears from the volume due to her sensitive hearing. On I-Island, any sabers inside the industrial district were swallowed up in the explosion that consumed the entire area, bathing it in fire, more explosions, and casting an orange glow across the island. Every single window was shattered, and the force of the blast shook the island like it was hit by an earthquake. Izuku and his friends nearly had their eardrums blown out as the window exploded into glass and parts of the ceiling fell on top of them. The chandelier hanging in the ballroom fell from the rafters, causing everyone to scramble out of the way as it hit. Sabers near the industrial district were thrown off their feet, and the security drones fell over when the EMP fried their internal circuits. In short, it was like a bomb hit Island. And all of the radioactivity that was invisible to the naked eye was being funneled back into the ruined industrial district via unknown means. Back at the port of Tokyo, everyone was treated to the sight of a fucking mushroom cloud coming from Island. Tony Pope and his cameraman stared on with their jaws hanging open. Holy God. Tell me you got that. You betcha. Island's service bridge. Doom 2016 intro. The Sabers dotted around the island were quick to recover from the explosion, and squads from all over the island rushed to the factory district as fast as they could, but the EMP disabled their radios. Luckily, their APC and tanks were shielded with insulated armor that protected them from anything that could disable them. Shame they couldn't do that for their radios. Several squads and APCs were now converged at the service bridge that led to the industrial district. The Steel Sabers felt their morale crumble when they realized that the submarine was most likely taken out along with most of their forces. Then, they heard something. It was a low thumping sound that was coming from the other end of the bridge. The mercenaries immediately took their positions, aiming their weapons toward the bridge. The gunners loaded up the turrets on the APCs. Snipers armed with DSR-50s aimed through their scopes. The sound was getting louder. It almost sounded like they were footsteps. The Sabers were beginning to sweat as their grips on their weaponry tightened. The sound was slow, methodical, and maddening. From afar, they could see a shape through the sea of flames coming towards the bridge. It was hard to make out, but as it drew nearer, it turned out to be the figure of a man. And he finally stepped forth from the fire. The Unchained predator, completely unfazed and untouched from the blast, plodded towards the Sabers with his super shotgun clutched firmly in his grasp. All squads focus fire on the hostile. I repeat, focus fire on the hostile. As the bullets did absolutely nothing to his Predator suit, the Slayer popped open the breech of his super shotgun and loaded in 2 shells. Rip. And tear. To be continued. Chapter 12. Part 1. Musita Scenic Overlook. Normally when people or tourists came to this little spot in the Japanese countryside, it was mostly to enjoy the view and bask in the lush forests of Japan. Now it was mostly deserted, save for Usual and Ariel, who stood alone near the edge as he observed Island far away out in the distance. They could see the mushroom cloud beginning to dissipate, while down below the cityscape, emergency vehicles screamed down the highways. Their ears began to pick up the sounds of gunfire coming from the island. The Doomslayer's retribution upon the Steel Sabers had begun. Usual and Uriel could only imagine what was going on over there. The sheer, unspeakable brutality being carried out on that island would scar the world forever. As much as the Archangels wanted to intervene, they knew that it was not their place to interfere in the realm of mortals. They were bound by law to observe, and could only directly take action if they were granted permission. Uriel swallowed fearfully. Usual placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It is okay to be frightened, sister," Usual assured her. "I know." Uriel lowered her head. But his presence has the entirety of the Ascendant Realm questioning what must be done. Even the Prime Council is at a loss. He is, after all, the prophesied destroyer. Do not forget, Uriel. The Helix Stone described him as the destroyer of evil, not the innocent. Usual reminded her. He went out of his way to save those school children and their teacher. He did not harm those UA students and did not kill any of those heroes who tried to stop him. I am fully confident that the Doomslayer will rescue the hostages and All Might. He is not our enemy. Uriel cupped her chin in thought, eventually concluding that her brother had a very valid point. If that is the case, then I pray that their lives will be safe in his hands. They heard another explosion come from Island, and the gunfire began to increase in intensity. They felt a chill when they sensed the Hellwalker's rage from where they stood. The Archangels could only hope that the Sabers' deaths were quick and painless. Island. Sonic mayhem descended to Cerberin. Eha. The Saber's torso was sent sailing over his panicking comrades when the Slayer blew him in half with his super shotgun. Swapping his favorite weapon out for the HAR, he began racking up headshot after headshot as the 50 caliber bullets tore through the skulls of the attacking Sabers. He then followed up by unleashing a barrage of missiles at the remaining mercs, who were messily blown apart. Another squad of Sabers rounded the corner of a building to witness an utterly grisly sight. A lone man in green armor standing amongst a literal sea of blood and dismembered bodies, with several APCs reduced to burning scrap behind him. Tango Primary spotted. Light the fucker up. Bolting towards the squad as the bullets shattered against his plating, the Slayer drew his super shotgun again and blasted through them while grabbing one of them by the neck and tearing out his jugular. He put away his weapon and threw a fist that went straight through the face of a Saber, grabbed his assault rifle, and gunned down several of his squad mates. He launched himself at the sergeant and slammed his foot down on his ankle, breaking it before grabbing him by the sides of his head and tearing it right off his shoulders. Oh god, no fucking dash. The terrified Saber who uselessly fired his pistol at him was promptly silenced when the Slayer brought a downward chop upon his skull, splitting his head vertically in half. The sounds of a 30mm gun spitting hot lead at him turned his attention to an APC, and several squads of Steel Sabers on each side of it were charging towards him down the road ahead. Running towards the small army without a hint of fear as they fired what amounted to several thousand bullets and shells at him, the Doomslayer brought out the combat shotgun and attached the explosive shot mod. He launched a grenade into the nearest group, hopped up on top of the APC as chunks rained down on him, and bit the barrel of the turret. He tore off the hatch and launched another grenade into the interior of the APC, the explosion catapulting the Slayer into the air and taking out several more sabers. He pivoted himself around in midair and began blasting the surviving sabers with the shotgun as he fell downwards. Landing onto the skull of a soldier and reducing it to paste, the Doomslayer unloaded more shells into the sabers and finished the last one off by throwing a combat knife into his throat. The emergency generators came online at this moment, and all of the lampposts as well as the lights inside every building on the island flickered back on. Looking up at one of the now activated security cameras near a signpost and figuring that 9 was probably watching this, the Doomslayer went over to a dead saber and ripped off his head. He held up the severed head in front of the camera, following up by crushing it in his grasp and sending blood and brains spilling onto the street. He glared at the camera threateningly, giving 9 a clear message. He was coming for him. His HUD showed him the map of the island, showing thousands of red blips nearing his position as well as displaying how many sabers were left on island. 5,261 of them remain. Time to get to work. Bringing out the chain gun, he swapped out the mobile turret mod for the seldom-used Gatling rotator mod. It may not have the destructive capability as its predecessor, but the incendiary ammo was a nice touch. Running down the street, he made a sharp left and kept heading straight until he heard the telltale sounds of running footsteps and APC engines. He spun up the barrel just as he emerged from the street corner to come face to face against a small army of sabers and several APCs. Since the barrel of the chain gun was already spinning up, the Slayer depressed the trigger and the first few sabers in front of him were shredded apart. But it didn't stop there. The bullets continued drilling straight through the ones behind them. The superheated rounds tore through the crowd, the slightest graze lighting them on fire and detonating the grenades around their belts. The tungsten bullets perforated the APCs and ignited the fuel inside them, creating more explosions amongst the army. Screams filled the air as the sabers were cut to ribbons, blown to pieces, and lit aflame in a domino effect of destruction. The Slayer walked forward as his chain gun spewed white-hot death at the army before him as blood flowed across the concrete like a stream. Once the last of them were gunned down, the Slayer heard several APCs approaching from behind and fast. Dispensing his chain gun into his hammer-space backpack, he turned around and charged toward the APCs. There were 8 of them in total barreling down the street and firing their coaxial turrets at him. The 30mm rounds that were being fired out of the barrels were capable of destroying a fortified bunker, tearing apart a lightly armored vehicle, and vaporizing live targets. So it pretty much came to a jaw-dropping shock when the main gunners inside the APCs saw that the 30mm rounds were bouncing off the Tango Primary's armor like fucking golf balls. The Doomslayer could feel the fist-sized bullets impact his armor but not stagger him in the slightest. It wasn't surprising given his first fight against the Sabers in his hideout. If the Hellforge plating of his Predator suit could protect him from hell energy and demons alike, then it had no problem repelling modern firearms. He closed the distance and jumped on top of the first APC and tore off the tow launcher next to the turret. The Sabers inside the APC began to flip out. He tore off the tow. He tore off the fucking tow dash. The Doomslayer aimed down at the APC and pulled the trigger to fire a missile point blank at the vehicle, which exploded into a ball of fire. He leaped off the wreckage and landed atop the second APC, bringing out his rocket launcher and switching to the lock-on burst mod. He locked onto the other 3 APCs and launched the rockets at them before double jumping off the APC he was on and firing another rocket at it. The force of the explosion propelled him up into the air just as the APCs beneath him exploded, and he locked onto 3 more vehicles as they fired up at him. He pulled the trigger to deliver his destructive ordnance again and fell downwards towards the last remaining APC just as the others were enveloped in massive explosions. Balling up both of his fists, the Slayer slammed down upon the APC and crushed it with the force of a falling wrecking ball. The APC seemingly folded in on itself due to the extreme force, and the occupants inside were instantly killed. His HUD began to pick up 3 very large groups of hostiles approaching his position from the 3-way intersection he was in. Looking down at the ruined APC beneath him, the Doomslayer easily tore off the coaxial turret and wielded it like a giant warhammer. The first group of Sabers, easily numbering close to 1,000, arrived on the scene just in time to see the Tango Primary charge towards them while carrying a ruined APC turret in his hands. What the fuck? Is that Dash? Open fire. Kill that motherfucker. What happened next could only be described as an utter bloodbath. The Doomslayer swung his makeshift weapon downward at the Sabers and splattered them like they were flies. He charged at the mercs, and while swinging his club to and fro so hard that most of them exploded into viscera from the force and weight of the weapon. Sabers were sent flying with a majority of their bones reduced to paste and slammed into buildings or through windows in broken, crumpled up heaps. The Doomslayer continued to crush the opposition in a frenzied fury, each soldier exploding like a balloon from every swing of his club. The gore began to splash over his Predator suit, literally painting him with the blood of his enemies and further demoralizing the Sabers who wildly fired their weapons at him. The Slayer began to spin around like a top with his club in hand, utterly destroying the Sabers and sending them hurtling into walls where they splattered against them and staining the buildings red. He finally threw the ruined turret into the crowd, shredding apart most of them in its flight path before slamming into a building while pancaking more unlucky mercs against it. He pulled out his chainsaw and leaped into the fray with all of the rage-filled zeal he had during his fight against the demons in hell. He became a walking storm of hate and rancor. He ripped and tore his way through the crowd with his saw as their bullets ricocheted off their armor and back into them. Time seemed to blur for the Slayer as he sliced several heads off in one swing. It was one of those rare moments during the Eons in the Dark Realm where he entered a berserker state without the use of a berserk sphere. He put away his chainsaw and grabbed a saber by the sides of his head, tore him straight down the middle, followed up by shoving his fist through the chest of another saber before backfisting the head off the one next to him. He then dove into the middle of the army and began ripping off their heads and limbs while punching through their bodies and sending most of their blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Time lost all meaning to the Doomslayer, and he tore through the mercenaries. All he could hear were screaming, bones breaking, flesh tearing, gunfire, men barking orders, and blood spilling across the ground. After what seemed like mere minutes to him, the Slayer finally snapped out of his haze and could only see red in his vision. Wiping off the blood covering his helmet visor, he found himself standing atop a small hill of eviscerated corpses with an ankle-deep lake of blood around it, with more dead bodies floating amongst the remains and fires dotted all over the place. The first of the two large groups arrived at the scene and stopped dead in their tracks. Many of them were shaking with fright or outright vomiting inside their masks. They never took their eyes off the armored intruder who was quite literally drenched in blood and standing atop a hill of their comrades, all of them dismembered and butchered beyond recognition. It was like they were looking at a vision of hell. A fate that awaited all of them for murdering innocent heroes for years. Hold fast, it's only one hostile. All squads engage. In gag dash. The Slayer instantly spun around while pulling out his Gauss cannon and fired at the sergeant. He was instantly railed into oblivion along with dozens of sabers unlucky enough to be behind him. He jumped off the bodies and quickly exchanged his siege mode mod with the precision bolt mod as the sabers opened fire. The Doomslayer began scoring multiple headshots, each kill detonating the body of the dispatched merc in a volatile discharge that took out anyone near the blast radius. Due to the sabers being so densely packed against one another, the precision bolt blasts were rapidly thinning them out and covering them in the steaming blood of their vaporized squad mates. The sabers at this point were now completely demoralized and began to flee for their lives. The Slayer followed after them while launching more ionized flechettes at them before putting it away and turning to the third squad coming at him from the opposite street. He pulled out the chain gun and HAR, dual-wielding them with ease and unleashing a hailstorm of incendiary tungsten rounds, 50 caliber bullets, and missiles at the army before him while slowly marching towards them with his fingers on the triggers. The sabers in the front barely had time to bring up their weapon as they were mulched into a red paste along with the others behind them. More and more the mercs were killed in droves until the ones in the back that hadn't been killed started to run for their lives as fast as they could. Fall back. Fall back to the central tower, now. The Doomslayer stopped firing and watched the sabers run away in the other direction, leaving their dead or dying squad mates behind. His HUD began to show the sabers in the central quadrant of Island retreating to the central tower or staying near the vicinity of the tower, most likely fortifying their positions. He was almost going to head right on over to the central tower and take them out along with 9, but then he noticed there were still more sabers located on the right quadrant of the island which hosted their expo events. The Doomslayer stood still, deep in thought. He could attack the central tower now, but that would still leave potential reinforcements holding him up if they ever grew brave enough to stop him. That, and if the heroes ever decided to storm the island, then they would end up in the sabers' crosshairs. Not wanting to have any more heroes die at their hands, the Slayer drew his super shotgun and made a break for the right quadrant of Island. The Slayer mentally remarked to himself how easy this was as he ran through the gore-soaked streets. Eons of fighting in hell had rendered any non-demonic opposition virtually powerless against him. It made the Doomslayer feel oddly comfortable, figuring he needed a break from fighting demons for so long. But then there were the superpowered beings of this world. He hoped he wouldn't have to fight them. Not that he couldn't easily beat them, but rather because they were genuinely helping or saving innocent people. He didn't want to be lumped together with these hero killers. Speaking of which, 3,724 remaining. Kobe Hyogo Prefecture. Within an abandoned factory, the sounds of a television set could be heard within the hollowed-out assembly line. Up in the empty office area, a woman was seated at one of the remaining desks watching the TV. She was intently observing the news report as she plucked out strands of her blue and pink two-tone hair and molded them into bullets like they were made of clay. She never took her eyes off the TV as she loaded her specialized ammunition into her arm, which opened itself up into a magazine-like compartment made of muscle and bone. An obnoxious American reporter was losing his shit right in front of the camera as police, military, and heroes were running around all over the place. The footage switched to the speck of Island out in the distance, thin trails of smoke coming from it along with the occasional popping of gunfire. Changing the channel, the woman watched another news report that showed a playback of the vigilante who plowed his way through the port and put several pro-heroes in the hospital. The man, shockingly enough, was powerful enough to one-shot the flame hero himself. Couldn't have happened to a nicer douchebag. She switched off the TV, flipped open her laptop, and scrolled through the internet until she came upon pictures of the vigilante on social media. She eventually found a particular picture of him tearing off the arm of Tamura Shigaraki, confirmed by some sources to be the leader of the League of Villains. She zoomed in on the vigilante and leaned in closer to the screen. Taking on the LV was quite an accomplishment, but waging war against the most feared mercenaries in the world? This guy had to be tougher than tungsten and meaner than hell. A man after my own heart. Lady Nagant smiled as she brushed aside her locks of hair. Hope you live through this. To be continued. Chapter 13. The Destroyer. Part 2. One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts lie behind the mask. What dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty. Spy, Team Fortress 2. Port of Tokyo Warehouse District. Rumi's mind was in a frenzy as she quickly evacuated the firefighters from the port. Her ears were still ringing from the massive explosion earlier, and the panicking emergency personnel wasn't helping her at all. Looking behind her, she saw soldiers and heroes staring toward Island completely gobsmacked, and it wasn't hard to see why. They just witnessed that chainsaw-wielding maniac sawing a man straight down the middle and hacked 2 more to pieces before throwing one of them and the camera out of the observation deck window. From there, they watched him butcher the steel sabers without mercy with weaponry that should be, by all accounts, outlawed. Then he started to tear them apart with his bare hands and ripped off the head of a mercenary through his stomach before throwing it at the camera and cutting off the transmission, leaving everyone who was watching the transmission horrified and some of them throwing up. And then came the explosion. Maruko remembered being thrown back and nearly having her eardrums blown out as shattered glass from the warehouse rained down on her and the others. As they gathered their thoughts together, they heard the sounds of battle coming from Island. It was loud enough for all to hear, but Rumi's heightened hearing began to pick up other sounds amongst the gunfire and explosions, screaming. It soon began to dawn upon everyone that the vigilante was waging war upon the sabers and winning. As everyone listened to the chaotic noises coming from the artificial island, Maruko was slowly beginning to realize that this was on her. Maybe Endeavor was right to yell at her for not bringing the vigilante in the first time they met at the park. Maybe this was all her fault. And yet why did she feel so elated that the vigilante was killing the sabers? Maruko's smile vanished, and her mood was replaced with shame when she realized she was going back to that dark place again. Even after all those years of leaving that part of her past behind, it still came rushing back to her, with a vengeance. Unknown location. Leaning back in his chair with the side of his face resting against his bald hand, the dreaded leader of the League of Villains watched the news. This was certainly an unexpected outcome. Not once did he predict that the events at Island would escalate to such a level. The destruction, the bloodshed, the panic that was brought about from the transmission and the explosion, all of it caused by a vigilante. The same man who tore off his student's arm. All for one had a particular disdain for those who participated in vigilantism. Since they weren't constrained by the law, they could freely do whatever they wanted and engage villains without any consequence. The problem was that sometimes they would unknowingly interfere in his machinations and made sure to have his agents eliminate them if necessary. But then there was this man. Dispatching several pro-heroes non-lethally and engaging an entire organization of infamous contract killers was unheard of. The vigilante paid no mind to the sheer panic he was causing when he slaughtered the steel sabers on national television or the sheer devastation he unleashed when he set off that explosion, possibly from when he destroyed the sabers' submarine. Something about this man intrigued All for One. He didn't need to capture him or even speak to him to know. He could see that this vigilante was special, and whatever quirk he had, All for One desired it. This was one of those very rare occurrences where he was willing to persuade a vigilante to join the LOV. He made himself a mental note to look into a particular former pro-hero turned vigilante over in Kobe. But that could be saved for later. He had to focus on the matter at hand. An outside element had appended his plans on Island, and he needed to retake control. Luckily, All for One always had a backup plan in case things ever went sour. He picked up the cell phone from his desk and was about to contact one of his followers when he noticed that he had just received a text from Kirojiri. I have successfully retrieved Tamura's arm. The police were currently too preoccupied with the Island siege to notice. Excellent. With any luck, Dr. Garaki would be able to reattach his protégé's arm. All for One scrolled through his contacts until he found the one he wanted. He pressed the call button. Yes, Master. Are you anywhere near Island? I am, Master. Good. I'm sending you some of our members to accompany you to the island with a special package. Wolfram and the Sabers had their chance. Execute Plan B. Island Expo District. 2 Sabers from Gamma Squad couldn't take their eyes off the rising pillars of smoke coming from the central quadrant of Island. Behind them were scores of Sabers setting up defenses and mobilizing their APCs in response to the explosion and the sounds of a massive battle. The 2 could sense the dread and uncertainty in the air as some mercenaries began to bring out the big guns for their emplacements. This is bad, man. This is so fucking bad. You're telling me. How the hell did one man get past us? Your guess is as good as mine. Did you see what he did to our guys on TV? That was some fucked up shit, Marley. Marley checked over the ammo belt attached to his MG4 light machine gun. There's no way that guy could have been a hero. They don't kill. Ever. You don't think they have people like that hidden from the public eye, do you? Cruz swallowed. Don't be fucking stupid, Cruz. There's no way the Hero Association would hire anybody like that. It doesn't fit their MO at all. Marley scoffed. But what if he's a part of some secret hero Black Ops program that we don't know about? I think we should just surrender. I mean, maybe that psycho will let us lead Dash. Marley smacked Cruz across the face. Surrender? How someone like you got to wear this uniform, I'll never know. Sabers never surrender. Do you really think the Hero Association will show us any leniency after the shit we've done over the years? We have the blood of 246 heroes all over our hands. They're never gonna let this go. Hey, knock it off and move out. A saber shouted at Cruz and Merely. The sergeants want all of us gathered. The two soldiers followed one of their own to a massive gathering of sabers from squads Gamma, Beta, and Alpha. All of them were armed and incredibly antsy due to the destruction of their moving headquarters as well as the losses they suffered from the blast and whatever the hell was going on over at the Central Quadrant. 3 sergeants were standing atop an APC, regarding the crowd of mercenaries gathered before them. All right, everyone listen up. Our situation here is FUBAR. We've lost the sub, most of our forces, our radios are fried, and the Tango Primary is still on the island. We are effectively cut off from 9, and it won't be long before the JSDF and the heroes over on the mainland mount an attempt to retake the island. The first sergeant began. The Tango Primary has reduced our ground forces to 35% operational status, so here's what we are going to do. We will mount our defenses around the perimeter of the Expo District and hold our positions until 9 can send for reinforcements and possible exfiltration. A second sergeant briefed. We want everyone to keep their eyes peeled and have a second pair in the back of your heads. Get to your posts and make sure all of our emplacements are locked and loaded. If any of you see the first sign of the Tango Primary or a Hero SHID. The third sergeant gawked when he witnessed a fuel tanker carrying 2 tanks filled with petroleum soar through the air right towards them. Everyone looked up and scrambled as fast as they could for cover, but it was too late. As soon as the tanker impacted the APC, the resulting force ruptured the tank, and all it took was a single spark from the chaos to ignite the petroleum spilling from the tank. The explosion enveloped the sergeants and the sabers near it in a plume of searing flames, blanketing most of the area in a sea of fire. Dozens of sabers and the sergeants who were caught in the blast radius were killed instantly. But they were the lucky ones. The petroleum sprayed out in all directions, dousing the mercenaries with the sticky substance and lighting them aflame. It adhered to their skin and burned through their suits as they desperately tried to get the makeshift napalm off of them, but to no avail. All they did was tear off their melting skin when they pulled off their uniforms. The fire began to spread all around the area as the sabers scrambled to get away from the searing flames, hoping that things couldn't get any worse. It did. He's on the bridge. Tango Primary's coming. A saber shouted as he pointed to the service bridge. Every saber within an earshot stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the entrance to the Expo District, leaving behind their comrades who were dead, dying, or reduced to charred corpses. The makeshift barricades were swarming with sabers as they armed the mounted defenses, including M2 Browning turrets, GEM-134 miniguns, and 19 Malawian Quachas grenade launchers. Snipers up on the buildings near the bridge took their position with their sniper rifles at the ready. Several APCs rolled up near the emplacements and rotated their 30mm guns at the bridge. Everyone else armed their weapons and prepared themselves. As the sounds of crackling fire and the moans of the dying filled the air, the sabers never took their eyes off the bridge, but their shaking arms were clear signs they were now completely demoralized. After several nerve-shredding seconds, he finally came into view. The Slayer slowly walked across the bridge towards the entrenched sabers with all of the blood that was caked onto his armor mysteriously gone. One of the sabers buckled from the pressure and fired his assault rifle at the Doomslayer, causing everyone else to open fire. A cascade of lead and grenades streaked across the bridge, hitting the Slayer dead on, but the shots went straight through him. It was like they were shooting at a phantom. Everything was hitting nothing but air as the Tango Primary kept walking towards them without a scratch. He got closer and closer to the sabers as the bullets went through his body and suddenly disappeared in a bright flash. The sabers stopped firing and jerked backward in confusion, spotting a small object sitting on the ground where the hostile just vanished. It was white-colored and resembled a grenade with blue lights on the side. Sparks started to shoot out from it, and the device dissolved into rusted metal. As the sabers tried to process what was going on, they were alerted to a scream coming from above. They all looked up to one of the nearby buildings and saw to their horror the Tango Primary disemboweling one of the sniper teams with a chainsaw. The Slayer stared down at the terrified sabers as they fired upon him again. Before his foray into the Expo District, the Slayer threw the petroleum tanker at them to disorient them and then deployed his hologram projector as a distraction. He then swam over to the right quadrant of I-Island as the hologram walked across the bridge, having arrived at the Expo District just as the sabers spotted his hologram. From there, he easily clambered up to the nearest building without being spotted and killed the snipers on the roof. Drawing his super shotgun, the Doomslayer jumped off the roof with his saw and sawed off in his hands down towards the sabers who were now screaming bloody murder. Island Central Tower Ballroom. Momo's heart slammed against her chest as she watched the vigilante tearing through the sabers on the main screen. Tears were streaming down her cheeks as she hyperventilated out of fear. Her friends weren't faring much better. Ida and Denki were having panic attacks, Mineta had fainted, and poor Jiro was now openly sobbing into Momo's shoulder. The partygoers and captured heroes were having the same reaction. Every scene played out the same. Scores of mercenaries would try to fight the armored man only for them to be horribly butchered like animals. Blood and entrails flew everywhere. It was like watching a horror movie come to life. All Might felt his blood run cold as he watched the man tear out a saber's spine with his bare hands. Never in his entire life did he ever witness so much blood and savagery. He was no stranger to the grim realities of being a hero. From watching his mentor Nana die before his eyes to his bloody duel with All for One that left him crippled, he knew the risks that came with the job. But this was something completely different. This was a man who had absolutely no qualms about killing and didn't have a shred of mercy within him. Not only that, but it was the same man who disarmed Tamura Shigaraki not just a day ago. All Might was so transfixed on the vigilante's rampage that he couldn't even begin to question what he was doing here during a siege. All he kept seeing were the terrorists being torn apart in the most horrific way possible. Nothing could stop him. Every bullet bounced off of whatever armor he was wearing, and he ripped apart armored vehicles with ease. He wielded weapons that shredded through scores of mercenaries. He would never forget how he tore off the head of one of them and crushed it in his hand in front of the camera as a message to Nine. It was barbarism at its worst. He had to stop this mindless slaughter, but he was still tied up by the security system, and he could still feel One for All bleeding away. Nine and his lieutenants couldn't believe this was happening. His army of 9,870 highly trained hero killers was being decimated by one man. One man. He snuck past his tightly defended perimeter, destroyed his personal sub as well as half of their forces, and now he was reducing his men into piles of limbs. That man was out for him. He knew that all too well when he crushed the skull of one of his soldiers while glaring at him through the camera. "You fuck-ups." He heard Wolfram growl. Nine glared icily at the villain. "Would you care to repeat that?" "You bunch of fuck UPS." Wolfram raged. "I thought you were the best mercs in the world. How did this fucking lunatic slip past you?" "That's what we want to know. Whoever he is, he managed to circumvent our security system and turned it against us." Mummy defended. "But the question is, how did he do it?" Swordkill barked. "This place is supposed to be on par with Tartarus prison." "I'm not sure of that myself." Nine began as he turned his gaze over to David, Melissa, and Sam. "But I do have a hunch. Bring them over here." He ordered Slice and Chimera. The two marched over to them, and the Wolfman socked shields across the face before tossing him at Nine's feet. Chimera then grabbed Melissa by her hair and dragged her over to her father, while Slice pulled out a Stare TMP from her holster and pointed it at Sam, who hastily got up. Nine grabbed David by the throat and hoisted him up so they could be at eye level. "We're going to have a little chat, Mr. Shields," Nine said threateningly as he held up his hand, which was now crackling with electricity. He shoved him over to Mummy, who wrapped up David's arms with his bandages. "Take him and the others to the server room," he ordered his lieutenants as they dragged them out of the ballroom. He then regarded his soldiers. "All of you take the elevator down to the main lobby and coordinate with our remaining forces to hunker down and defend the main tower. Have our entire tank division along with a contingent of our men advance on the lower quadrant so we can take back the airport and secure the hostages." "Understood, sir." The Sabres nodded. "But all of the elevators are out due to the EMP dash." A bolt of lightning shot out of Nine's hand and collided with the Sabre, killing him instantly while sending him flying into the far wall. "Then take the goddamn stairs," Nine shouted as the remaining Sabres ran out of the room. Looking at the steaming corpse of the soldier Nine just killed, Wolfram motioned Swordkill, Daigo, and Nobu to follow the Sabre lieutenants to the server room. He went over to his goons. "You all stay here and keep this room on lockdown. If any of these pricks try anything funny, plug him." The hired guns nodded and spread out around the ballroom while Wolfram left the room. Nine narrowed his eyes after he left and decided to head for the server room as well. Before he exited the room, he took one last glance at the screen showing his enemy pulling out a handheld rail gun to vaporize the sniper teams on the rooftops. Why didn't he hear about this man a long time ago? Whatever his price was, it would have been worth it. Hero Public Safety Commission Headquarters Crisis Room. The HPSC president had her arms folded as she breathed through her nose. Sayaka Grant was an American/Japanese woman in the late 50s with steely blue eyes and slicked black-ash blonde hair. She wore a black suit with a blue dress underneath and maintained an air of professionalism. But that was starting to crack as beads of sweat formed on her head and her arms were shaking. Standing in a small private room, Sayaka looked out the room-length glass window at the rows of agents and tech analysts working at their consoles within a massive room. Or at least they would have if they weren't glued to the main screen in abject horror. Sayaka looked to the giant screen spanning the length of the room and felt her throat tighten. She mentally recapped how this entire situation came to this ghastly outcome. The Steel Sabres had seized Island and captured the symbol of peace along with pro-heroes from different countries as well as the island's scientists and tourists. The HPSC was able to coordinate a perimeter alongside the JSDF and the Japanese government. They were in the middle of planning a method of infiltrating Island without the Sabres noticing, while also brainstorming on how the mercenaries were able to easily infiltrate the seafaring facility. When they concluded that it had to have been an inside job, they just got word that a random man wearing armor charged through the perimeter and put 5 pro-heroes in the hospital. Not only did they find out that he managed to escape, but it was the same vigilante who tore off the arm of the LOV leader. This had put everyone in the crisis room in a frenzy as they tried to make sense of what was happening until the Sabres hijacked the airwave across half the mainland of Japan to broadcast their demands. But when he appeared on screen, there were no words to describe what happened next. After the bloodbath, they had no time to catch their breaths when an explosion on the scale of a small atomic bomb destroyed half the entire island. Sayaka immediately ordered her technicians to activate their top-secret surveillance satellite so they could see what was happening on the island. They now had a bird-eye view of Island, and when they zoomed in, all they could see were the streets running red with blood. The vigilante was on a murderous rampage against the sabers, shredding through them like they were paper. He didn't stop at all. He just kept killing and killing without pause. Several people had to leave the room or threw up all over their desks. Sitting herself down in her seat near the conference table, Sayaka buried her face in her hands as she heard the sounds of the sabers screaming as they were torn apart by the madman. Sitting not far from her wearing the same expression of horror was her top agent, Mara Yakumaro. Mara was a middle-aged man with messy beige hair and wore a formal black suit as per the HPSC dress code. His most discerning feature was the heavy bags under his eyes due to lack of sleep from overworking. Despite that, he was a well-regarded and proficient agent in the organization, being in charge of reviewing the performances of heroes and scoping out potential candidates for becoming pros. Not only that, but he had a sizable military career, spearheading multiple counter-villainy operations ending with a 100% success rate. His once sleepy eyes were fully awake and bugging out of his head as he watched the vigilante grab a saber by the leg and use him as a human club against the other mercs. Lips quivering, Mara glanced back to his laptop, which was scanning for any radioactive contamination since the detonation of the saber's nuclear submarine. Completely clean. Not a single shred of radioactivity for miles. He should feel relieved, but what was driving him nuts was how? Looking over to Sayaka, Mara closed his laptop and walked over to her. He sighed, scratching the back of his head as he looked back at the monitor showing the one-sided shit show. Listen, it's a little risky, but I can get boots on the ground dash. We can't do anything until our government lifts the no-fly order. Sayaka interrupted, looking up at him. Mara couldn't believe what he was hearing. He let out a laugh of frustration. Oh, great. That's just perfect. Well, while we're sitting here twiddling our thumbs, Arnold Leatherface Schwarzenegger is turning Ireland into the set of a Quentin Tarantino movie. You think I don't want to end this insanity as much as you do? Sayaka snapped. For all we know, we could end up putting more innocent lives at risk if we start sending soldiers and heroes over there. The public dash. Oh, right. The public. We certainly can't forget that they'll have fucking night terrors for the next 15 years after what they all saw on TV. Mara threw up his hands. Sayaka was about to reprimand him for his language when the phone on her desk began to ring with the voice of her receptionist coming through the speakerphone. Ma'am? The Prime Minister is on line 1. It's urgent. Sayaka's eyes widened. Mara almost lost his balance. The Prime Minister of Japan was calling them. Oh shit. Mara mumbled. You better have all your eggs in one basket for this one. Zip it. Sayaka pointed at him, shutting him up. Taking a deep breath and composing herself, the president of the HPSC picked up the receiver and answered. Hello, yes, I understand the severity of the situation. No, we don't know the identity of the vigilante, but we can confirm that he is fighting the Steel Sabers. We're unable to ascertain the safety of All Might and the hostages, but they will be our top priority to rescue. You have? I understand. I'll notify the authorities. Thank you, Prime Minister. She set the receiver down and faced Mara. He's just rescinded the lockdown and permitted us to coordinate with the JSDF and pro-heroes on a mission to retake the island. Let's get to work. Mara smiled broadly. Best news I've heard all day. The two of them went out the door leading to the main room with all present agents. Mara clapped his hands together to get everyone's attention. Okay, listen up, people. We dash. Suddenly, all of the computers in the room as well as the main monitor went completely black and nearly plunged the room into total darkness. They came back on after a few seconds, but this time, every screen showed a white background with a blue-colored symbol. It was a circle in the middle with 3 odd shapes around it. Before Sayaka could demand what was going on, the phone began to ring from inside the private room. A jingle was then heard through the ceiling speakers, and a message came up underneath the symbol on the monitors. Answer the phone. Sayaka and Mara numbly glanced at each other in shocked confusion before slowly heading back to the private rooms with all eyes on them. Some of the agents started to follow them. Now in the room, Sayaka cautiously reached for the ringing phone as Mara sweated nervously. The two nearly jumped out of their skins when a computerized voice spoke through the speakerphone. Hello. I have blocked off all communication access to the JSDF and authorities throughout your headquarters and other government institutions. For your safety, as well as the safety of the hostages, do not interfere with our operations. W what? Sayaka breathed before she instantly became serious. Who is this? She demanded. Who I am is not relevant. But you have our assurance that the hostages and All Might will be rescued and the Steel Sabers will plague Hero Society no more. Thank you for your time. The line went dead and they were left absolutely stunned. Mara looked like his brain had just melted while Sayaka had to sit herself down. Pulling her handkerchief out of her pocket and wiping the sweat off her brow, the president of the HPSC now felt like the smallest person in the world. To be continued. Chapter 14. The Destroyer. Part 3. A swirling void of pure darkness was the first thing Midoriya could see when his eyes fluttered open. He tried moving his fingers, but he couldn't. Looking down at himself, he jolted in shock when he witnessed the black substance snaking around his entire body. Even his mouth was covered in it. Midoriya struggled as hard as he could to free himself from his bindings, but it was like he was submerged in cement. Fearing that this was the afterlife, Midoriya resigned himself to his fate until he noticed something that gave him pause. Up ahead were multiple silhouettes engulfed in shadow, staring at him with glowing yellow eyes. One of the figures began to march towards him. Oi, oi, oi. What the hell do you think you're doing, kid? As the apparition got closer, the darkness encompassing him began to dissipate, revealing a lanky, heavily muscled form of a man wearing leather pants, a biker jacket, shoulder pads, and an ammo belt draped across his chest. Only the figure's face was still obscured by shadow. It ain't over till it's over. So stop sitting around on your ass and get back in the fight. Island Central Tower, 3rd floor. Izuku's eyes shot open as a loud gasp escaped his throat. He was staring up at the ruined, partially caved-in ceiling of the employee rec room. He groaned as he picked himself off the ground while moving away the pieces of the ceiling on top of him. Standing on wobbly legs, Izuku looked around the partially darkened, dust-shrouded room with the only light being the moon shining through the broken window. He frantically searched for his friends who were most likely somewhere under the debris when an overhead light hanging by its wire shorted out and spat out sparks, briefly illuminating the room enough for Midoriya to spot the prone form of Uraraka lying on the ground. Gasping, he rushed to her side and gently lifted her up a little, being as careful as he could. Uraraka. Uraraka, are you okay? Speak to me. No answer. She was unmoving. Setting her back down again, Izuku's mind was racing as he tried to think of what he could do. He suddenly thought back to CPR class with Recovery Girl back at UA, and though the thought of mouth-to-mouth caused his face to turn red, he knew the gravity of the situation and steeled himself. Placing his hands on the center of her chest, Midoriya began compressing Uraraka's chest at a steady pace, stopping once to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a few more compressions, Ochako began to cough and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that came into her vision was Izuku, relieved that she regained consciousness. "DQ." Uraraka shouted, overjoyed as she shot up and wrapped her arms around Midoriya in a tight hug. "I'm so happy you're okay." Izuku was as red as a tomato. Why, yeah, so am I." He patted her back and made a mental note not to mention anything about the brief, indirect kiss. The sound of someone groaning caught their attention, and they looked to the right to see Shoto and Mirio slowly getting up and covered in dust. "Guys." Mirio was elated to see the others safe and sound. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "We're fine." Izuku nodded. "What about you guys?" "We felt worse." Shoto responded, shaking his head a little to dispel the dizziness. "What about Kurashima and Bakugu?" Uraraka asked out of concern as Mirio and Shoto began to look around. The sound of clattering was heard in the back, and everyone witnessed Kurashima using his hardening quirk to rip away the debris on the ground. "Guys, get over here. Bakugu's hurt real bad," he shouted as he frantically threw away the broken pieces of the ceiling from his friend. Everyone immediately began helping Kurashima until they finally found an unconscious Bakugu with blood covering his face and barely breathing. "Kakin," Izuku exclaimed. "Get him on the couch. Quick." Shoto hurriedly advised as Mirio and Kurashima quickly picked him up and carried him over to the furniture. Uraraka grabbed the first aid kit hanging on the wall while Izuku grabbed a bottle of water and a towel by the sink. Once Bakugu was on the couch, Izuku poured water on the towel and wiped away the blood while Uraraka got out the bandages and a bottle of antiseptic. Mirio took a closer look at Bakugu, trying to find where the wound was. "Good news. It's not as bad as it looks," an elated Mirio announced when he found the wound amongst the tufts of Katsuki's spiky hair. "It's just a tiny cut. I should be able to patch it up in no time flat." "But wasn't he covered in blood?" Uraraka questioned as she handed Mirio the bandages and antiseptic. "Minor cuts on the head bleed heavily because there are lots of blood vessels around the face and scalp that are very close to the skin. So while it did look bad, it's just a small scrape." Mirio lectured as he dabbed some antiseptic onto the wound. Bakugo winced a little as Mirio began to wrap the bandages around his head. "He'll be fine, but he's going to be out of it for a while." Kirishima leaned in close next to Izuku. "You just know he's going to be pissed when he wakes up," he whispered. Izuku sighed in resignation. "Hey, do you all hear that?" Shoto said, looking around. Everyone stayed silent and listened closely. Their ears began to pick up the unmistakable sounds of gunfire and explosions. Moving towards the shattered window, the others went over to look outside while Mirio tended to Bakugo. From far away over in the Expo District, they could see columns of smoke and fire along with tracer fire streaking into the midnight sky. Their jaws agape, their bewilderment soon turned to fear when they heard the sounds of screaming amongst the mercenaries. Then, it all came back to them. The horror they saw unfold before their eyes on television. It was him. "GGG guys, dot." Kirishima stammered as he looked down at the streets below. They all followed his gaze and saw a literal river of blood flowing through the streets with the sabers in various states of bodily dismemberment floating in the proverbial river Styx. They all reeled back inside. Midoriya was instantly on his knees, dry heaving as sweat poured down his head. Kirishima staggered backward, clutching the sides of his head and muttering panic denials. Shoto slumped against the wall, utterly terrified beyond comprehension for the first time in his life. Uraraka was taking it the worst. She was on her hands and knees, profusely vomiting with tears running down her round cheeks. "What's wrong? What's going on out there?" Mirio asked out of concern, and he went over to the window and leaned his head out. "No." Shoto quickly yelled. "No, don't dash." Mirio gasped in horror and stumbled back into the room with an expression of terror written all over his face. He clamped his hands over his mouth as his legs wobbled uncontrollably. Izuku stopped dry heaving and clutched his chest, feeling his own beating hard against his chest. His eyes found their way over to Uraraka, who was now shaking as her fingers dug into the carpet. "Oh, Ochako." Izuku worriedly placed a hand on her shoulder. Uraraka let a small gasp as she spun her head around to Izuku. Their eyes locked on each other as Midoriya saw just how scared she was. Uraraka's face scrunched up, and she suddenly latched onto Izuku, squeezing him as tight as she could as he buried her face into his chest while softly weeping. Midoriya was taken aback by this. Not because he was flustered that a girl was hugging him, it was because he realized just how bad her trauma was. Island Expo District, 9 hours earlier. Post-traumatic stress disorder? It's really that bad? Izuku gulped nervously. We think so. Ever since she saw that vigilante rip off Tomura's arm, she's been jumping at shadows left and right. She barely looks at us or even speaks to us. Momo explained, feeling terrible for Ochako. But for some reason, she seems to lighten up a little around you, so maybe you should try and talk to her. And now, try to comfort her and let her know we're there for her. Jiro suggested. Well, Dash. Come on, Izuku. She needs this. Island Central Tower present time. Izuku slowly began to bring up his hands and gently held Uraraka. He knew that this wasn't the best time to try and talk to her, as he too had the same feeling of terror she was experiencing. All he could do was let her know that she wasn't alone. As he hugged her back, the sounds of warfare still echoed in the distance, and Midoriya prayed that this nightmare would soon be over. Island Expo District. Sonic Mayhem Quad Machine. No Temura Mal Alguno. No Temura Mal Alguno. No Temura Mal Alguno. Heedless of the Saber's terrified babbling, the Doomslayer grabbed him by the scruff of his uniform and hoisted him off the ground. I have tapped into the Central Tower's communications room and have blocked off any attempts for the government and pro-heroes to attempt to intervene. No one will impede you. Fantastic. Ayayawayawa. Help me. Hell dash. And he then slammed the merc into the pavement, his fist bursting apart his lungs and causing blood to erupt from his mouth like a geyser. The Slayer stood himself up and watched the army of sabers flee for their lives away from him. Behind him was a scene of carnage and fire. Piles of dead sabers and destroyed APCs littered the scenic gardens of the Expo District. Many of the lush flowers were either set ablaze or smeared with blood. Displays that showcased brand new inventions or support items were reduced to twisted heaps of metal from the Slayer's weapons. Speaking of weapons, the Doomslayer noticed the ammo counter on his HUD showing that he had halved most of his reserves. Yes, he got a little too overzealous with his slaughter of the steel sabers. He didn't think he would end up chewing through his ammunition this quick in such a short time. But this minor inconvenience only gave him an idea. He could use the saber's own weaponry against them. Spotting 2 GEM-134 miniguns near a destroyed ammo depot the sabers set up, the Slayer picked them up and wielded them both in his hands. Eyeing the retreating mercenaries, the Slayer bolted forward as the ammo belts for the miniguns trailed behind him. He easily hefted up both weapons and unleashed hell upon the sabers. The minigun carved through them like a sickle. Not a single merc was spared as they continued to retreat, many of them dropping their weapons as they fled the hopeless battle. But the Slayer was fresh out of mercy as he pursued them with both guns blazing. He gunned down any saber that was caught in his sight and made sure none of them escaped his wrath. To his amusement, several of them stopped running to fire back in some futile act of defiance. But it was all for naught as the Doomslayer charged through their ranks in a relentless barrage of gunfire that tore them to ribbons. The miniguns soon ran dry, and he chucked one away while he clubbed the other one against a saber's skull before discarding it. Entering the dining pavilion, the Slayer spotted a discarded M2 Browning HMG near another barricade. A saber was already manning the weapon, but before he could fire, the Slayer grabbed him by the face and tore it off along with his gas mask. The saber screeched as he grabbed his bleeding visage until the Slayer headbutted him, popping the skull like a zit. Hefting up the HMG, the Slayer gripped the barrel while his other hand clutched the spade grip where the trigger was. Turning towards a group of sabers attempting to attack him, the Slayer blasted them apart. 50 caliber ammunition tore through their bulletproof vests like wet paper. He resumed his chase of the retreating sabers as he swept the HMG left and right at any merc unlucky enough to be within his field of view. The armor-piercing rounds penetrated through their ranks as the M2 Browning roared its ammunition from its glowing hot barrel. Many mercenaries hid behind whatever cover they could find, but the rounds obliterated them so hard that their bodies became human salsa. His HUD showed the remaining sabers had retreated into a large building that housed some of the most recently unveiled support items. He ran towards the building ahead just in time to see an APC parked in front of the entrance with its turret aimed right at him. The Slayer never gave the gunner time to fire as he unloaded the rest of the HMG into the vehicle, the piercing ammo easily shredding through it and killing the occupants inside. Once the last of its ammunition had been expended, the Doomslayer hurled the HMG like a javelin at the sabers behind the sandbags and succeeded in impaling 2 of them in a row. Hopping up onto the ruined APC, the Slayer ripped off its still-functioning 30mm turret and grabbed the wires running into it. Giving it a tight tug, a 30mm round exploded out of the barrel and tore straight through several retreating sabers and drilling through the steel columns and walls of the building. He walked through the luminescent blue halls of the hero item building, blasting away the sabers as they returned fire upon him. His quick, short tugs of the wires sent salvos of death at the mercenaries who were blown apart, painting the walls and floor with their body parts. The rounds that hit the numerous support items caused explosions to ripple throughout the building, killing any saber caught in the blast radius and setting fire to the displays. In the eyes of the sabers, the Doomslayer was the personification of the Grim Reaper and the handheld cannon was his scythe. The sounds of heavy, mechanical footsteps echoed through the halls and a huge shape crashed through the wall next to the Slayer. He whirled around and fired the 30mm cannon but was backhanded halfway across the room and smashed into a display case containing a red-colored surveillance drone. Quickly picking himself back up, the Slayer was treated with the sight of two bulky mechs, each of them roughly the size of an elephant. They had a yellow and black color scheme with ocular sensors installed on the shoulders where their heads would be. Their bodies were large and dome-like, standing atop powerful hind legs while their arms had been replaced with construction equipment. The first mech had a wrecking ball and a giant jackhammer, while the second one was equipped with a chain trencher and a rock wheel. The Slayer raised an eyebrow. It was almost like he was facing mechanical versions of the Hell Guards. "See? I told you we'd get these stupid things working." A voice blared from the speakers mounted on the first mech. "Whatever. This is where it ends, you freak. They're gonna scrape what's left of you into a shoebox." The second mech boasted as its saws thrummed to life. A group of sabers who were hiding behind a toppled column began cheering. But their revelry was cut short when the Doomslayer unloaded the rest of the 30mm cannon's ammo into the group and turned them into gibs. The Slayer tossed away the cannon and cracked his knuckles. My scans indicate they have repurposed these exosuits for combative purposes. Their original function was to primarily assist in construction. They were created under the request of the Pro Hero Power Loader for use in his agency and company, Power Loader Construction. The Slayer cared not for the info as he charged at the mechs who lumbered towards him. The first mech swung its wrecking ball at the Doomslayer who easily caught it and flung it along with the mech right over his shoulder like it weighed absolutely nothing. As the first mech collided into the wall, the second mech swung its rock wheel at the Slayer in an attempt to cut him in half. The Slayer punched the saw into pieces with one blow, followed up by slamming his foot into the mech's right leg and destroying the servo motors. The mech fell to one knee, and the Slayer easily tore the chain trencher right off of its arm and swung it down onto the dome, easily carving through it and instantly killing the saber piloting it. The second mech got back up and swung its wrecking ball at him again, but one punch from the Slayer shattered it like it was made of glass. In a last-ditch attempt, the mech thrust its jackhammer at the Slayer, but he instantly caught it and wrenched it off of its arm. He smashed the jackhammer against the mech's body and then ran it through with its own weapon, the still hammering tool puncturing into the cockpit and mulching the pilot. As the exosuit slumped over with the jackhammer still impaled through it, the Slayer's shoulders sagged a little in disappointment. Well, that was pathetically easy. The Hell Guards were way tougher than these cheap knockoffs. His HUD pinpointed the last two remaining sabers left in the Expo District were not far from his position. In fact, they were already in the building. The two sabers, Marley and Cruz, ran down the small hallway towards the emergency exit. They tried to open the door, but it was locked, much to their confusion. "Why the fuck isn't it opening?" Marley yelled in frustration. "I don't know." Cruz panicked as he banged on the keypad on the side of the door. "Something's forcing the electronic lock to dash." Cruz's head suddenly exploded, showering Marley with blood and pieces of gray matter. The headless body slumped against the door and Marley shakily looked down the hallway to see Tango Primary slowly walking towards him with a smoking double barrel in his hands. Marley raised his MG4 at the Slayer but could not find the will to pull the trigger. The Doomslayer continued to inch closer and closer until Marley finally gave up and threw away the gun. "Wait, don't fucking shoot me," he shouted as he raised his hands into the air. "I give up. See? I surrender." Unfortunately for Marley, this had the exact opposite effect. It made the Slayer angrier. He reloaded his super shotgun while matching up to the merc with murderous intent. The saber fell to his knees with his arms still raised as the Doomslayer pushed the barrel of his weapon up against his forehead. No. What the fuck? I don't want to fight anymore. I give up." Marley screamed as he felt the still hot barrels of the sawed-off burn his forehead. The Slayer felt his anger increasing with each pitiful plea that came from the merc's mouth. After everything this organization had done to heroes worldwide, one of them wanted to surrender? How many heroes were gunned down without mercy? How many families did they ruin? How many young heroes had their lives cut way too short because of them? How many heroes begged for their life only to be put down like they were some kind of rare game? The Steel Sabers did not deserve mercy. None of them did. "Come on, man. Just let me go, and I promise I'll turn over a new leaf, please, Dash." The deafening sound of buckshot filled the hallway as Marley's head was reduced to red mist and splattered what was left of his skull onto the walls when the Slayer fired his super shotgun point blank into his face. Pushing over the dead body with his foot, the Slayer turned around and walked back to the atrium as his HUD showed the total number of sabers left on Island. 1,156 remaining. I have scanned the building and discovered several support items that were unaffected by the EMP. We could utilize some of them to our advantage in this universe. Support items? The Slayer then snapped his fingers. He had completely forgotten his other objective while fighting the sabers. Island exterior. Beneath the lapping waves outside of the protective wall surrounding the island, a massive creature surged beneath the surface. At first, it looked like a gigantic sperm whale, but this particular one had ape-like arms and legs. It dove deeper into the depths until it reached the metallic underbelly of Island. Spotting a hole torn open on the underside from the explosion earlier, the whale charged through the opening and breached itself into the island. Popping its girthy head out of the water, the first thing it saw was a column of fire reaching up into the sky as it billowed forth from the ruined industrial district. Spotting a place where it could dispense its cargo in the central quadrant of Island, the whale opened its gigantic maw, and a sphere made out of ash floated out of its mouth. The sphere floated down to the street littered with craters and dissipated to reveal three villains working for the LV and a Nomo. Meguma Iwata was a burly giant of a man wearing a dark blue bodysuit and a gas mask along with gauntlets, shoulder pads, and boots that resembled superheated stone. His hair was a fiery orange and steam could be seen coming out of the pores on his shoulder pads. His quirk allowed him to produce and control liquid magma with skillful and deadly ease. Known by his villain name Volcano, he was infamous for decimating Esaha City years ago and leading a band of robbers known as the Volcano Thieves. Now he and his cohorts worked for All for One, a job they embraced with pride. Kanako Hazono, also known as Dusty Ash, was a tall and voluptuous woman wearing highly revealing attire. It consisted of a black low-cut sports bra, back ankle boots, a utility belt with garters, black gloves, and light purple panties. Her white hair was wavy and done up in a ponytail. She wore a transparent eye mask along with a respirator around her neck and wielded a club in the shape of a ninjato that hung off her belt. Her quirk allowed her to produce volcanic ash from her body and shape it out into a variety of uses. Sumuji Kazutani was the strangest thing on two legs. Some naysayers would say that mutation-type quirks were a burden, but as some heroes or villains would prove, never judge a book by its cover. His skin was orange-colored, his overall body shape was incredibly lanky, his face gave him the appearance of a duck while his elongated fingers resembled fan blades. He wore a black sleeveless unitard with a purple belt, turquoise sneakers with tiny fans attached to the back of them, and goggles to protect his eyes during combat. He also wore a backpack that would unfold into a large office fan that would enhance his abilities. His quirk earned him the villain name Gust Boy, which gave him the ability to rotate his fingers or wrists to produce powerful gusts of wind, even tornadoes. To better fit with his theme, Sumuji had his bluish-gray hair done up in a ponytail while stylized to look like fan blades. And then of course there was the Nomu itself. It was a hunched-over creature with light green skin, shredded jeans, and 8 limbs that were either absurdly muscular or horribly atrophied. His main arms were incredibly long and malnourished, but the 6 arms growing out of his back were anything but. They were beefy and veiny, but also came attached with weapons jutting out of them. 4 of them were chainsaws, one was a drill while the last one was a simple claw hammer. Its grotesque head was encased in an armored, purple-colored helmet with red visors, and it had a metallic gag in its mouth. Clutched in its main arms was a metallic, cylindrical device with boosters attached to the bottom and the sides. The whale creature began to climb onto the street, its size nearly dwarfing the buildings. Then it hunkered down and began to morph like clay into a human being. The transformation ended and the beast was now a man wearing a black dress suit and black pants, designer shoes, and a large fur coat that was colored white. His face was a mishmash between 2 different species. On his right side, his face was human with unkempt black hair and baggy, soulless eyes, while his left half had a black texture akin to that of a whale, an enlarged eye that was askew, white hair, and a noticeable underbite with razor-sharp teeth. Pressing a small button on the metallic collar he wore, it began to unfurl itself into a helmet-like attachment that covered the disfigured side of his face. It resembled an old diving helmet with metallic barnacles at the top of the dome. This man was Curator, All for One's most dedicated, proficient, and fanatically loyal agent whose obedience to his master was on par with Kurogiri and Dr. Garaki. His quirk gave him the abilities of a sperm whale, even transforming into a massive, ape-like whale monster. Breathing in and exhaling, Curator surveyed the devastation before him. It was like a small war had been waged here if the smell of death and blood in the air was any indication. Looking to his left, he saw a pile of saber corpses with a lake of blood around them along with several APCs reduced to the burning wreckage. The Volcano Thieves were disturbed by the gruesome sight while the Noma just stared in the other direction vacantly. Fuck me. Volcano swore under his breath. How the hell did we not see this guy coming? Dusty Ash folded her arms as she swallowed. First he tears off Tamura's arm, pulverizes several pros, and now he's waging World War III? I'm not sure even a vigilante is capable of killing this many hired guns. Not to mention those are the steel sabers. Gust Boy added. Best of the best, my ass. I told Wolfram that some of our own would be more than capable of handling this. Yeah, but how are we supposed to know our vigilante would get here? Maybe you didn't consider that little tidbit, eh? Dusty Ash nudged him teasingly. Gust Boy looked away, pouting. Volcano walked up next to Curator. It's pretty quiet. Chances are he's either taking a break or he's already killed them all. What's our game plan? Curator remained silent as he looked down at the bisected remains of a saber. To single-handedly challenge the most infamous band of mercenaries in the world and cause them significant losses was a feat unheard of. In the span of a few short hours, this man had already garnered his master's attention far quicker than anyone, and it wasn't hard to see why. All for One had replaced his plan to recruit that mentally unstable brat who won the sports festival in favor of possibly welcoming this man into the LV. However, one could not forget how he dismembered Shigaraki, and there was a chance that this man would refuse the offer. Curator shared All for One's dislike of vigilantes and knew a man this dangerous had to be eliminated but focused on the task at hand. The vigilante isn't our concern at the moment. Curator spoke, his voice taking on a metallic tone due to his helmet. For now, we will focus on our objective. Chainsaw? The package. The Nomu lurched forward and set the device on the ground. It opened up automatically to reveal 4 tubes containing multiple orbs filled with a yellow liquid and attached via a set of strings. Around the tubes was an array of wires and clockwork-based mechanisms. Dusty Ash and Gust Boy knelt down to get a closer look. Gust Boy whistled. Didn't think the boss would break this thing out so soon. A weapon like this is pretty hard to come by these days. Consider it the definition of Pyrrhic victory. If our plans do fail here, we will demoralize society when they watch the people and heroes they were supposed to save die a slow death. Curator explained with a hint of sadistic glee. And if All Might survives? Volcano questioned. It will be of no consequence. We will deal with him at another time when the opportunity presents itself. Curator waved his hand as he turned to Kanako. Dusty Ash, take us to the roof. You and Gust Boy will arm the package while Volcano, Chainsaw, and I will meet with Wolfram. I want to see how he'll explain himself this time. Dusty Ash summoned a large cloud of ash from her skin and formed a massive disc in the center of the street. Everyone stepped onto the platform with Gust Boy carrying the package. Dusty Ash smiled slyly as she snapped her fingers. Elevator up. The disc floated upwards and began to fly itself to the roof with its passengers in tow. Volcano glanced over his shoulder to look at Chainsaw, who was breathing heavily with saliva dripping from its gagged mouth. Gust Boy and Dusty Ash, grossed out by this display, took several steps away from it. Volcano rolled his eyes and looked up at the approaching tower of Eye Island. Did we really have to bring a middle-tier Noma with us? I feel like we would have been better off with Kurogiri or one of the high-ends the doctor is futzing with. He voiced his opinion to Curator. We have 6 complete candidates, but Karaki is still applying the finishing touches. Kurogiri is currently undergoing a mission, but Chainsaw will be more than capable of assisting us. Curator assured him with confidence. Volcano looked to his left and took in the sight of a river of blood flowing through the streets with thousands of dead sabers bobbing along the surface. I doubt it, he thought to himself grimly. Island Expo District several minutes earlier. Sonic Mayhem crashed up again. The Slayer walked through the decimated halls of the Hero Item Building until he kicked open the doors leading to another pavilion which was somewhat undamaged from the 30mm rounds. Some of the support items in this exhibition were made with Mu metal. It is an insulated ferromagnetic alloy with high resistance to electricity. They were protected by the EMP. The Doomslayer walked past the displays until he come upon the first item on his list in its case. It was a black cuboid with transparent windows on the sides, a slot in the front, and several buttons located at the top. This support item is known as an energy replicator. It is a recently made invention created to harness the power of energy-type quirk users and convert it into clean energy based on the quirk's abilities. With the right alterations, we may be able to convert it into a fabricator for argent-free plasma energy. Now that was useful and no argent energy was a big plus. He didn't want this world harnessing that energy after everything that happened on the alternate Mars. He plucked the support item from its display case and pocketed it into his Hammerspace backpack. Moving on, he walked through the room a little bit more until he came to another display case that held his second item. It was a red-colored disc with 4 metallic pads on the front with a touchscreen display on the sides. This item was based on a cloning quirk belonging to a Canadian pro hero. While it is still in its prototype phase, it can clone inorganic material or objects at the molecular and atomic levels. Adjustments to this device will enhance its capabilities. It could easily create more ammunition for your weapons, including UAC-based munitions. Again, another nifty little toy that would be a huge help. Looks like you wouldn't have to worry about running out of ammo once Vega was done with the tune-ups. Snagging another invention and dispensing it into his backpack, the Slayer began to head towards the exit until Vega chimed in with an update. Slayer, 5 villains have just arrived on the island. I can confirm that they are with the League of Villains. His HUD showed camera footage of the crooks Vega was talking about. He memorized their appearances as Vega brought up info on them by accessing the criminal database from the HPSC computers. 3 of them were thieves who disappeared a few years ago, while there was no info on the green creature. What kind of fucked up quirk did that one have? However, the information on the man with the fur coat caught his interest and malice. Isana Ushimitsudoki was born into a wealthy family but was passed over by his far more successful brother. When he reached his teens, he murdered his parents and brother in a staged traffic accident so he could claim their fortune. After several years, private investigators discovered the truth behind the plot, and Isana was arrested but not before killing several officers and a pro hero with his quirk. He was en route to a highly secure prison for dangerous villains, but the prison van that was transporting him never arrived and was found destroyed with Isana missing and his police escort dead. He was never seen again, but it was clear to the Slayer that the LV most likely busted him out and he had now joined up with them. The Slayer made himself a reminder to make this guy's death slow. I have acquired new details about the organization from their conversations. They are preparing a potential weapon of mass destruction to erase any evidence of their activities here, and a person whom they call All for One is the true leader of the League of Villains. This has left me to conclude that Tamura Shigaraki is only a figurehead. The Slayer folded his arms and tapped his finger against them in thought. So that's how it was. Pull the strings from the shadows, but let some unlucky sap take all the heat. But that had to be the dumbest name for a supervillain he had ever heard of. Couldn't this all for one have picked out something more threatening? Besides that, the Slayer wondered what this WMD was. Whatever it was capable of, the Slayer knew it had to be destroyed and those LV fuckers needed to die. He decided that he would head back to the central tower, kill the Sabers as well as 9, then kill the LV and dismantle whatever the package was. Update. The Sabers are mobilizing a tank division at the central quadrant. 9 has ordered them to rendezvous with the remaining squads at the lower quadrant near the airport. They are attempting to retake the hostages. The Doomslayer clenched his teeth in anger. He knew that Nijire and Tamaki would stand no chance against those mercenaries and the hostages would be in danger again. Change of plans. Kill the rest of the Steel Sabers, tear 9 and his lieutenants into pieces, then take out the LV members and scrap the bomb. But he needed a way to get there, and quickly before the tanks came. I have located a vehicle that will transport you to the lower quadrant. On your right. The Slayer turned in the direction Vega was pointing him towards to spot a sizable blue aircraft with a sleek, arrow-like design and white-colored wings that resembled the fins of a fish. A jet engine was installed into the other end of the craft with smaller, transparent fins around it. This reconnaissance craft is designed to function as both a jet and a miniature submersible. It is made of the same mu metal as the support items, and it has a full tank of fuel. This will allow you to arrive at your destination quickly. Good enough for him. The Slayer went up to the aircraft, popped open the hatch, and climbed inside. Vega easily accessed the system, and the craft began its startup procedures. While this was happening, the Slayer heard something activating next to the ship and glanced to his right. It was another large construction mech, only this one did not resemble the exosuits he fought earlier. It was far bigger, roughly the size of a 3-story house, and had a gray and white color scheme. The body stood atop 4 curved legs that ended in massive multi-directional wheels, while its arms consisted of massive, hydraulic grapple claws meant for demolition. Its head stuck out of the chest area and had a single green visor stretching along its length, giving the impression that it was meant to be remotely piloted. The visor glowed brightly and the mech came to life, busting out of its restraints with ease and wheeling itself next to the jet. I have hacked this construction drone to assist you in the lower quadrant. I have concluded from our operations on this island that we are stronger together, and I now seek to directly aid you in any way I can. The Slayer didn't think it was possible that Vega would be helping him like this. He really was growing out of his limitations as an AI and taking a more hands-on approach to a situation rather than just advising him back on Mars and doing some minor hacking. But he had zero problems with this and gave the mech a thumbs up. He wished he could see the look on Hayden's face if he ever saw his formerly obedient creation kicking ass. With the startup procedures complete, the Doomslayer took the center stick and guided the craft upwards while the mech rumbled out of the room. Outside of the building, the front entrance exploded into rubble when the mech charged through it just as the aircraft burst forth from the roof and into the sky. The jet flew to the lower quadrant while the mech sped out of the Expo District and drove across the adjacent bridge that led to the lower quadrant. The Doomslayer had already arrived before Vega's mech and could already see a large mass of Saber all gathered in the center of the quadrant with a few groups heading towards the airport. The Slayer maneuvered his craft to the airport entrance, made a sharp right, and flew right towards the group of approaching Sabers. The mercs saw it coming and quickly retreated, but it didn't help them when the Slayer hit the throttle and mowed straight through the group. The Sabers were either sliced in half by the wings, impaled by the nose cone, or pulverized against the hull and windshield due to how fast it was going. The jet was now nearing the main group who were about to open fire at the craft until Vega's mech arrived, plowing through a small building and running over the massive Sabers. They were grinded underneath its treaded wheels or swatted aside like bowling pins by its hydraulic arms, the force of the blows breaking every bone in their bodies. Some of them were scooped up in its powerful claws and crushed like nectarines with their blood pouring into the streets. The jet barreled through more Sabers until it collided with an APC and exploded in a ball of fire that engulfed several mercs in searing flames. The Slayer, who easily survived the explosion without a scratch, kicked open the hatch and witnessed the mech smashing the Sabers into paste while the Sabers unleashed their weapons upon the mech. Several Sabers spotted the Doomslayer and fired at him in terror, but then he, in a rare moment of creativity, grabbed 2 large chunks of rubble and charged at the hapless criminals, pulping the skull of one and then knocking off the jaw of another before throwing himself into the crowd with the mech wreaking havoc. The Slayer smirked as he swung the repurposed handful of solid stone down upon a Saber's face so hard it caved his entire head in. This was going to be a great warm-up for what he had in store for 9 and the League of Villains. To be continued. Chapter 15. The Destroyer. Part 4. Island Central Tower Main Server Room. Sweat ran down David's face as he feverishly worked at the console while Wolfram impatiently paced behind his back. What was supposed to be a foolproof plan to restore All Might's quirk had turned into something out of his worst nightmare. The supposed actors that Sam hired to aid them in obtaining the quirk amplification headset for All Might were working for the League of Villains, and they had hired the Steel Sabers to overtake the entire island. He was such a fool. In his maddened desire to save his longtime idol, he never considered the possibility of All for One targeting him since he was Yagi's friend. And now he was paying for his hubris by recklessly endangering everyone on the island, including his daughter. And now this was happening. An unknown, heavily armored man wielding advanced weaponry that was decades ahead of anything Island's R&D could produce was on a bloody warpath against the Sabers. David watched the man destroy half the island and slaughter the mercenaries without the slightest bit of hesitation or mercy. But the horrors that were unfolding on the island were nothing compared to the situation he faced now. Earlier, he was dragged into the main server room by Nine and ordered to circumvent the program that was jamming communications and turning the previously hacked security system against them. What made matters worse, they were threatening to kill Melissa and Sam if he didn't get the system under their control. The multitude of villains in the room hovering over his shoulder wasn't helping. I hope you've made some manner of progress, Mr. Shield. Nine pressed the barrel of his Taurus Raging Judge revolver up against the back of David's head. In and no, I haven't. David hesitantly answered before an agitated Wolfram grabbed him by the collar of his suit and whirled him around to face the villain. Don't play dumb with US, you little shit. Wolfram raged into David's face. You were fucking with US the whole time, so you downloaded a backup program and snuck that psycho here to derail everything. I didn't. I don't even know who he is, David professed. Then stop wasting our time and override the damn program. Nine ordered as he pointed his weapon at Shield again. I can't access or bypass it. This program is like nothing I've ever seen before, David hastily explained. That's not the answer we wanted, Shield. Nine said darkly as he nodded to Mummy. Does your daughter matter that little to you? The bandaged lieutenant walked over to Melissa and Sam, who was backed up against the far wall. Mummy snatched Melissa by her wrist and dragged her over to her father. Forcing her down on her knees, he grabbed her by the hair and lifted her head up to unsheath his serrated short sword, holding it against her neck. Melissa. David ran towards her only to be slugged right in the stomach by Daigo. He crumpled into a heap as he reached out for his daughter in an act of futility, reminded again his fanaticism for All Might made this happen. No. He pleaded before Wolfram stomped on his hand and pointed his HNK USP match at his head. You better get this shit fixed, or so help me I'll shoot you and your little girl right between the eyes, Wolfram ordered angrily. David grit his teeth as Wolfram ground his foot onto David's hand. Daddy. Melissa whimpered right before her eyes became fierce. Don't give them anything. Oh, looks like she's got some spunk, Wolfram mocked as he pointed his gun at her. Let's see if all that sass can outsmart a bullet. No. David all but screamed as the barrel of the weapon was pressed against her daughter's head. Please. Boss, came a voice from the other end of the room. Everyone turned to the source of the voice to see one of Wolfram's lackeys, Specs, standing at the door. Specs was around the same height as Sorkill and dressed in the same combat fatigues as the others. He had long pale hair and wore metallic goggles that enhanced his bullet eye quirk. What the hell are you doing here, Specs? Wolfram barked. You were supposed to stay with the chopper. The chopper's fried. All of the electronics are shot to shit, but that's not why I'm here. He moved out of the way to reveal three figures entering the room. Wolfram's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Hello, Wolfram. CCC Curator. Wolfram fumbled over his words in shock. Oh, shit. Nobu mumbled as he, Daigo, and Sorkill backed away when they laid eyes on Volcano and Anomu. Curator was second in command of the LV and was just as scary as All for One. If he was here, then it meant they really screwed up. Who are you? Nine demanded as his lieutenants looked ready to strike. I believe Wolfram just said my name. Curator answered in a condescending, matter-of-factly tone. I'm with the League of Villains. We're here to clean up his little mess. Feel free to leave whenever you want. Just what makes you think you can start ordering us around? Chimera bared his teeth and he stomped over to him. He didn't get far when Volcano and Chainsaw stepped in front of him, barring his path. I'd sit if I were you, little doggy. Volcano taunted with his arms folded while the Nomu let out a snarl. Chimera growled while Slice came up next to him, her hair hardening into quills. Mummy released Melissa and got into a fighting stance when Chainsaw turned around and glared at him. Well, what do you mean? Clean up my mess. Wolfram demanded. Isn't it obvious? Your mission here has failed and All for One has transferred control of this operation to me. Curator revealed, sounding like Wolfram was beneath him. You'll follow my orders from now on. But I can still salvage this, Wolfram claimed. How was I supposed to know this guy would come here and fuck everything up? He pointed towards one of the monitors showing the vigilante, as well as a construction mech inexplicably butchering the Sabers, on a rampage. I distinctly remember Kurogiri informing you about this man yesterday, and we told you to be on your guard due to the important nature of this mission. Curator lectured him. You knew about this maniac? Slice shouted at Wolfram as Chimera and Mummy gave him scathing glares. Wolfram was about to clear up any misconceptions when Nine marched right up to Wolfram, the armor underneath his suit lighting up and crackling with electricity. He grabbed Wolfram by the neck and brought up his right hand, the armor around his wrist shooting out curved wrist blades. Is there anything else you haven't told us, Wolfram? Nine demanded from him, his tone of voice rising. Any further memory lapses or oversights, perhaps? I'm telling you, I didn't know that guy would fucking come here. Wolfram gagged as Nine's grip on his throat tightened. Nine raised his right arm and was about to stab Wolfram through the head when Curator gently placed his hand on the mercenary leader's arm. There's no need for any unnecessary violence, Nine. The League of Villains will take full responsibility for Wolfram's blunder and will ensure the Steel Sabers are fully compensated for this unfortunate turn of events. Curator calmed Nine. Compensation? Mummy furiously exclaimed. Half of our entire organization is dead because of that thing. Glaring at Wolfram, 9 dropped him to the floor and turned towards the monitors. He clenched his fist as he watched the armored man continue to decimate his army. All of this could have been prevented if Wolfram had informed them about this man earlier, allowing them to set up tighter patrols and intercept him. But whatever the tactic, they would stand no chance against him. This walking natural disaster had made an utter mockery of the steel sabers in just a few hours. Nothing could slow him down. His frustration over the situation reaching new heights, 9 swore he would have this man's head. Island Lower Quadrant. Quake 3, Frontline Assembly 02 long. The Doomslayer threw a saber against a ruined APC and slammed his Buthiel into his face, splattering brain matter across the hull while the mech grabbed a cluster of sabers and threw them with enough force to shatter their bodies apart against the buildings. The Slayer scooped up an MG7 and began gunning down the mercenaries with quick bursts. The ground was littered with slaughtered sabers as more fell victim to the Slayer and Vega. 433 remaining. The Slayer scored multiple kills against the sabers as he casually walked amongst the piles of dead bodies he was piling up. Despite the sheer number of losses, the sabers still attempted to open fire upon the Slayer, but it was all for naught as nothing they had could even dent his Predator's suit. Throwing away the now empty light machine gun, the Slayer plunged his fist into the back of a fleeing saber and tightly gripped his spine before flipping the goon over his head and slamming him down into the ground with enough force to fold him in half. Another saber rushed at him with a knife only for the Slayer to break his arm, tear out a piece of his ribcage out of his body and plunge it into his eye. 2 sabers ran up to him from behind and unloaded their automatic shotguns into his back. The Doomslayer spun around and dispatched the first one by grabbing his weapon, pointing it up to the merc's chin, and depressing the trigger to blow his head into pieces. He slammed his foot into the other saber's leg, causing a compound fracture, then grabbed him by the neck and pulled his head straight off along with his spinal column. An explosion got his attention and turned to the right just in time to see several sabers attacking Vega's mech with weapons resembling futuristic M202 flash rocket launchers. The mech was already suffering damage, and even though Vega wasn't actually getting hurt, the Slayer ran forward to assist while grabbing a USAS 12 from the ground. He blew apart the heads of several sabers before the last one aimed his launcher at him and fired. The rocket hit him without doing any damage to his armor but destroyed the automatic shotgun. He emerged from the smoke and slammed his fist down upon the saber's skull, burying his head into his chest. The surviving sabers quickly piled into 2 undamaged APCs and attempted to drive away from the hopeless battle, but the Doomslayer picked up the flash and fired 3 rockets into the first vehicle to make sure there were no stragglers. The mech lurched forward and slammed its remaining claw onto the last APC repeatedly until it resembled a crushed can with blood seeping out of it. The Slayer tossed away the launcher and walked towards the damaged mech, crushing the dead bodies of the sabers as he did. Despite its destroyed chassis, loss of an arm, and heavily damaged leg, it was still functioning. The tank division is approaching our position from the bridge. This mech is currently in no condition to assist you, so I will program it to guard the front entrance of the airport. Nodding, the Slayer made his way towards the bridge at the other end of the quadrant while Vega guided the mech over towards the airport. The sounds of treads rumbling against the asphalt reverberated through the air as 25 heavily modified, black-colored Merkava tanks rolled across the service bridge. They took up both lanes in pairs with one tank up at the front in the center as a scout. Because the radios were rendered useless after the EMP blast, a saber sitting atop the tank would use hand signals to coordinate the division. Looking through his binoculars, he gasped and signaled the other tanks behind him to stop. The tank gunner popped his head out of the hatch. "What is it? What do you see?" "It's him. Tango Primary's coming this way." They scrambled back into the tank as the loader inserted a high-explosive round into the rear of the tank turret while the gunner looked through the scope. Soon enough, the one-man army himself casually walked into view. With the tank shell fully loaded, the gunner's finger hovered over the button to fire his payload as he zoomed in on the hostile. "Gotcha." The gunner grinned as he depressed the button. The shell exploded out of the barrel and shot towards the Slayer, whistling through the air as it did. The gunner was still looking through the scope, eagerly expecting to see the target getting splattered. But nothing happened. The confused saber looked through the scope again but magnified the zoom function. To his absolute astonishment and eventual horror, the Slayer caught the shell with one hand. The Doomslayer chucked away the shell and broke into a sprint towards the tanks. Predictably, the tank up front fired at him again, but the Slayer easily dodged it and began to close the distance. When the tank fired another round at him, the Slayer punched it away from him, and it collided with another tank that destroyed it in a huge explosion. Back up, back the fuck up. The gunner barked at the driver as the saber threw the tank in reverse. But it was too late when the Slayer leaped up on top of the tank, brought out the rocket launcher, ripped open the hatch, and fired a rocket directly into the vehicle. The explosion didn't stagger him one bit, and he jumped onto the next tank. He grabbed the barrel and tore off the entire turret and slammed it down on the tank, the force crushing it like it was made of tin and detonating it in another explosion. He flung the turret club at a tank that was aiming at him, and the force of the hit forcibly rotated the tank's turret into another beside it and discharged its payload point blank into the side. Equipping himself with the Gauss cannon and attaching the siege mode barrel, the Slayer began railing tanks left and right without pause. Every charged shot bored through their reinforced armor and hit the other tanks behind them, while the occupants inside were reduced to melted human slag. The Slayer continued his relentless assault upon the tanks, explosions and blue energy arcs reflecting off his visor. He was quickly burning through his remaining plasma ammo, but if Vega assured him that there would be a way to recreate plasma energy, then it was of no consequence if he ran out. He finally burned through the last of his plasma ammo and put away his weapon, charging towards the last Merkava tank. The tank fired its main gun at the Slayer, but instead of dodging, he took the blast head-on and kept right on going. A saber manning the twin-linked M2 Browning yelled in panic and hosed down the Slayer in a hail of bullets, only for the Juggernaut to jump up onto the tank and grab the saber by the face. He brought out the chainsaw and sawed him in half while crushing his face in his vice-like grip. He dropped a grenade down the open hatch and it exploded, killing the sabers inside. He chucked the still dripping half of the saber back inside the ruined tank, hopped off of it, and flipped it over with his bare hands. The Slayer grabbed the turret barrel and began to swing it around and around 360 degrees until he let go, and the tank was sent sailing through the sky and away from Island. Snapping his head towards the island's central tower, the Doomslayer quickly made his way across the bridge, eager to finish off the sabers once and for all. Port of Tokyo Warehouse District several minutes earlier. This is such bullshit. Death Arms shouted to everyone present. We're heroes, damn it. We gotta do something. Once the fires had been put out, the emergency crews had been recalled back to the barricade to aid anyone affected by the blast from earlier, and Endeavor was brought aside by the JSDF colonel to prevent him from doing anything reckless again. This left the heroes at the port awaiting orders from either the Japanese government or the HPSC. But they had received nothing from them, and any attempts to contact them were met with white noise. And now everyone was in the middle of a heated debate about what to do: wait for orders or take immediate action. The continuous gunfire and explosions coming from Island were a constant reminder that the vigilante was still slaughtering the steel sabers. They all finally reached an agreement that something had to be done. Orders be damned. I'm with you, man. Rocklock agreed. I'm not sitting back while that psychopath endangers innocent people. But we can't just blindly charge in there. We need a plan. Manuel quickly interjected, his tone of voice frayed. It's not like all of us can just swim over there. We have rescue boats. Mandalay of the Wild Pussycats announced as she and Pixie Bob stepped forward. They're specialized speedboats used for rescue missions and transporting heroes. We had Tiger and Ragdoll run over to our portside agency to grab 2 of them. They should be here in a few minutes. Don't leave us out in the dust. Hawks admonished as he stood next to Ryukyu, Loud Cloud, Majestic, and Airjet. We can be the eyes in the sky. Are you sure you guys are okay? President Mike questioned out of concern as he pointed to Hawks, Ryukyu, and Loud Cloud. No offense, but that guy laid you 3 out pretty badly. It's nothing. We felt worse. Loud Cloud assured him with a wave of his hand before twirling his bow staff in anticipation. So what's our plan of action when we all get there? We rescue the hostages, the other heroes, All Might, and we stop the vigilante. Edgeshot said with his arms folded. We get in there quick and take him down as quickly as possible. You're underestimating him. Eraserhead called out to Edgeshot, sounding like he was scolding him. This guy was able to take on 16 pro heroes on his own and incapacitate 5 of us without stopping. He's on a whole new level. It's going to take all of us to beat him. The heroes who weren't a part of the group that engaged the vigilante glanced at each other with uncertainty and fear. After witnessing the vigilante slaughter the steel sabers on national television, could they really take on a man capable of dispatching several top-ranked pros and an army of the deadliest mercenaries on the planet? Maruko cracked her knuckles at the mention of how the vigilante had easily beaten her and the others. It was a major chip she wanted to get off of her shoulders and was itching to introduce her foot straight up his armored ass. That guy only beat us because he caught us off guard. He won't be so lucky next time. Maruko boasted with a confident smile. Do we even know if there are any hostages still alive? Snatch the Sand Hero gruffly spoke. For all we know, he's probably got them all killed. That is not the issue here. How can you even say something like that? Cementos argued, appalled at Snatch's nihilism. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you, Dash. Snatch shot back before Vlad King stopped him. All right, that's enough. He barked at Snatch before turning to Cementos with a sympathetic expression. We'll rescue as many as we can. That's all we can do. As everyone accepted the grim possibility of their predicament, Beast Genius noticed something in the sky. He couldn't make it out due to the clouds covering the moon, but he could see something flying toward them. Was it another hero, perhaps? He squinted as hard as he could to make out what it was, and his eyes bugged out of his head. Incoming! He shouted as he pointed upwards. Everyone looked up and gasped at the sight of a tank hurtling down from the sky. Everyone dove out of the way as the tank slammed into the ground and tumbled across the port. Something was dislodged from the tank, and it flew right into Midnight, sending her landing on her back. The tank continued to thunder along the port, rolling like a giant metal tumbleweed until it smashed right into a warehouse. The heroes picked themselves back up while Midnight sat herself up and rubbed the back of her head. She felt an unexpected weight on top of her, and her legs and waist felt wet for some reason, non-sexually. Everyone gasped while other less hardened heroes cried out in horror. Midnight looked down at herself and froze. Sprawled across her lap was a severed human torso, one of the steel sabers, his guts spilling out all over her legs and missing a chunk of his face that exposed torn viscera and bone. Midnight let out an uncharacteristic shriek as she shoved the body off of her and quickly stood up, blood staining her ensemble. She looked down at her quivering hands, which were now bathed in crimson. As Eraserhead, Present Mike and Loud Cloud went over to help their friend. No one realized the tank had crashed into a warehouse that held containers of tanker fuel. All it took was one spark from the vehicle's damaged instruments to ignite the ripped-open containers and detonated the entire warehouse. A massive explosion lit up the entire port, the force of the blast throwing the heroes back and bathing the port in fire for the second time. The heroes were all fighting off concussions sustained from the explosion, but Manuel was the first to immediately spring into action. "Put the fires out," he yelled. "We have to put the fires out." He used his quirk to attract water from the ocean and hurl it towards the fire in an attempt to douse the flames while other heroes followed his lead. Beast Genist wrapped up multiple plastic barrels of water nearby with the threads in his costume and poured them onto the flames. MT Lady grew to her full height and grabbed an empty shipping container, using it to scoop up the seawater at the end of the pier like it was a makeshift bucket and dump it onto the fire. Snatch jumped up to one of the cranes and summoned a downpour of sand to smother the conflagration. As Hawks was about to assist the other heroes who ran over to put out the burning warehouse, he stopped when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He looked to his left and saw Maroko staring down at the body of the saber. She was as still as a statue and was seemingly transfixed on the corpse. And then, a twisted grin began to spread across her face, giving her a fearsome appearance akin to a predatory monster. Panicking and worried that the currently preoccupied heroes would see her, Hawks quickly hurried over to her and shook her. "Rumi," he quietly exclaimed. He was not going to have her go back down that slippery slope after all these years. This snapped Maruko out of her little episode, and she blinked several times, her eyes locking onto Hawks. They two stared at each other for a few seconds, Maruko expressing guilt while Hawks showed concern. Another series of explosions and gunfire alerted their attention, causing them to look over to Island for the 100th time and reminded of the increasing lunacy of the situation. Island's Central Tower main server room. The scenes of bloody carnage dominated the video screens. After witnessing the vigilante melt through their entire armored division with a handheld railgun, 9 and his lieutenants were forced to watch him decimate their remaining forces outside of the tower. 9 never felt this angry before in his whole life. How could this have happened? He trained his soldiers to combat heroes, study their quirks, exploit their weaknesses, and show them that they weren't invulnerable. How was this man capable of decimating them this damn quickly? It was maddening. 9 grounded his teeth in infuriation over his failed operation as the screams of his dying men blared from the speakers. He noticed Curator giving him a sideways glance before robotically turning his attention back to the main screen. His eye twitching, 9 interpreted this as a sign of indifference from the villain. Suddenly, the main monitor cut out and was replaced by a blue screen with an odd symbol. A synthesized voice came from the speakers. If you're listening to this, then the Steel Sabers are about to be destroyed. You villains who do harm against the innocent are a plague upon society. This will not stand for he is coming for you. You cannot plead with him, you cannot reason with him, and you cannot bribe him. He is coming to kill you all, /. As the monitors switched back to the vigilante destroying the Sabers, the temperature in the room plummeted for those with weak constitutions. Curator was highly interested in the message. Was it the vigilante who sent it to them? David was confused at first but slowly realized that it had to be the hidden program that was blocking off access to the entire island, and it was possibly sentient. Taking this as an insult and further humiliation, it was at this point that 9 finally had enough. "Mummy, Slice, Chimera. We're going after him." Not showing the slightest bit of hesitation or fear, the lieutenants nodded and followed 9 out of the room. Walking down the halls, Chimera couldn't help but wonder about the future of their organization. "Commander, what's next for us? The Steel Sabers have been destroyed." "Not entirely, Lieutenant Chimera. There are mercenaries all over the world. Replenishing our forces will be a simple task. We'll just have to make sure they're all quirk users this time." 9 explained. "We'll come back from this setback, and the Sabers will rise stronger than ever, right after I have that man's head mounted on my wall." Back in the main server room, Curator silently watched the remaining Sabers walk down the hall and disappear from view. He began to formulate a plan in his head and realized that there was a unique opportunity presented here. "Chainsaw, kill the vigilante. Assist 9 and the others if you must," he ordered while sounding disinterested at the last part. With its chainsaws revving up and uttering a throaty snort, the Noma sauntered out of the room while leaving behind a trail of drool in its wake. "You're sending it after him? Wouldn't 9 be a better distraction?" Volcano pointed out. "Think of this as a means to gauge the vigilante's strength. If he is capable of taking on the Steel Sabers single-handedly, then we need to know if it's either his quirk or his suit and weaponry that allows him to do so. Seeing him in combat with our Noma will provide useful intel for all for one. The Doctor may even use that info to enhance the combat effectiveness of our..." Curator looked at David and decided to not mention the high-ends. "Future experiments. Chainsaw will buy us extra time while we carry out our mission." "And what exactly does that fucking entail?" Wolfram grumpily asked, still bitter about his failure and looking like a fool in front of his men. "If you're that curious, then I'm willing to indulge you." Curator began, starting with a sarcastic jab. "While the vigilante is busy fighting Chainsaw and the Steel Sabers, we will access the Central Tower's vault and retrieve the quirk amplification headset. Once that's done, we will regroup at the roof of the tower with Dusty Ash and Gust Boy. They are preparing a rocket that will cover our escape." "Rocket?" Swordkill blinked as the others tilted their heads in curiosity. See, we can't let the heroes or even the HPSC know we were here, so All for One gave us a little present to get rid of any witnesses. Volcano answered before Curator could, annoying the villain. As soon as we leave, a timed rocket will be launched into the air and disperse its payload, VX gas. Curator revealed with a malicious glint in his eye. Wolfram's eyes widened, along with his lackeys, while David and Melissa looked at Curator in absolute horror. Though the United Nations had all known samples of it destroyed, our master was fortunate enough to acquire the last known canister of VX gas in the world. The explosion will be enough to disperse its payload and the gas will spread over the entire island. There will be no survivors. Curator allowed this to sink in with everyone in the room before speaking again. Now that Wolfram's question has been answered, let's move on to brass tacks. Sam, are you able to open the vault? Samuel Abraham got up from the corner he was huddled in and walked towards Curator while straightening his tie. I could, but due to the Rouge program, it already has the vault sealed via reinforced security doors by now. But I can still access the safe the headset's contained in. I have the key that can unlock it. Good. Curator nodded before turning to Volcano. I trust you're able to melt through the doors? Volcano smiled behind his mask and conjured a globule of molten magma in his hand. All for One didn't hire me for my good looks. David began to shake his head at his best friend. No. Sam, why are you working for them? Don't you know who they are? He got up and began hurrying towards him in desperation. You can't let them have the headset. Whatever they've done to you, I can help. David was instantly punched in the face by Sam, giving him a bloody nose before being kicked in the stomach by his friend and sent sprawling to the floor in front of Melissa. Spare me your self-righteous pity, you sanctimonious piece of shit. Sam angrily shouted at David as Melissa ran over to him. All those years of creating support items and you gave all of the royalties to worthless charity groups instead. That money was supposed to be ours and your bleeding heart robbed me all of it. It was supposed to be mine. Sam. David gasped. He and Melissa were completely unaware that his longtime friend held this much vehemence against him. I am done putting up with your soup kitchen bono horseshit, and I'm through playing second fiddle. Sam finished, his face reddening in anger. The League promised me so much more than you ever did. Provided you get us the headset, Samuel. Curator reminded him before looking down at David. Your friend has been highly beneficial to our organization. We approached him years ago with a rather tempting offer and he accepted without hesitation. In return for handing over copies of classified blueprints for up-and-coming support items, we would generously compensate him for his services. Sam's been invaluable to the LV for years, David. Our Nomus wouldn't have been able to reach their full potential without those blueprints. Curator leaned in closer to him, relishing the look of growing fear David had on his face. And when Sam got word that you planned a heist to retrieve the headset, he was more than willing to inform us of everything, and here we are. Heist. Melissa blinked in confusion as she looked at her father. You were after the headset too? What does he mean, Dad? David had a guilty look on his face and sweat poured down from his head. He was absolutely racked with shame over the danger he put his daughter through. Oh, your father didn't tell you. Curator raised an eyebrow in amusement. David here was so desperate to alleviate All Might's condition that he was planning to hire villains to override the security system and retrieve the quirk amplification headset as a way to help All Might. He was perfectly willing to endanger hundreds of innocent lives for his idol. Tears were starting to well up in Melissa's eyes as she stared at her father with a look of heartbroken betrayal. David couldn't formulate a single sentence to his daughter as the sheer weight of everything happening around him further crashed down upon his shoulders. Curator, in an act of sheer cruelty, decided to rub more salt into the wound. Of course, you previously thought that you hired actors pretending to be villains when in actuality, it was us and the Steel Sabers thanks to our informant. Sam did most of the work for us, but the headset is only our secondary objective. My master's true objective is to show All Might that even his closest friends can fall into the abyss. First, it was Sam, and now you, David Shield. You clearly didn't care for anyone that could have been killed today, and you even got your own daughter in mortal peril, all of this for All Might's sake. How does it feel to know that you were willing to sacrifice everything and everyone for him? Curator tormented the already emotionally crumbling man. No. I didn't want this, David claimed in desperation. He turned to Melissa and reached out to her. Melissa, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Please, I dash. But his daughter pulled away from him with tears rolling down her cheeks. Melissa hugged herself and turned the other way. She couldn't bear to look at him. Falling to his knees, David Shield was now completely emotionally broken. He looked down at his shaking hands and buried his face into them while weeping. The gravity of his hubris had finally crushed his spirit and reduced him to a sobbing shell of a man. Curator was silent, knowing that there was nothing else left to be said to David. With the first part of his mission fulfilled, all that was left now was to retrieve the quirk amplification headset for his master. He nodded to Volcano, and he walked out the door to the tower's vault with Sam in tow. Curator looked back at the main screen and watched the vigilante continue his slaughter. The villain found himself oddly mesmerized by the sheer ferocity this man unleashed upon the mercenaries. It was like watching a ballet of carnage unfold before his eyes, gory poetry in motion. But who was he? What underlying motive did he have for coming here? As he and the others continued to watch the monitor, they never noticed the security camera watching them. Island Central Tower exterior. Sonic Mayhem Rage. And relaying everything to the Doomslayer, courtesy of Vega. The Slayer processed and thought over this new information as he butchered the last remaining sabers on the island, who tried to kill him in a last-ditch futile attempt. For starters, Nine and his lieutenants coming after him saved him the time of hunting them down, and he could eliminate the Sabers organization. The LV had earned their place on the Slayer's kill list since they were planning to unleash a deadly nerve agent on the island. On the subject of Curator, and this all for one, the Slayer knew these guys were calculating, manipulative, and dangerous, just like Hayden. But whereas the chairman of the UAC was a well-intentioned extremist, these two were straight-up villains who were planning to kill innocent people. The League of Villains had to be dealt with at some point after he and Vega were done on Island. Moving on, there was the subject of David Shield. He had a friendship with the symbol of peace, but what was all of that talk about All Might's condition? Was he ill or something? Whatever reason, it served as a catalyst for how the Steel Sabers and the LV took over Island. However, it was Sam who altered the plan and had real villains infiltrate the island, so killing him would be about as easy as breathing. But the Slayer wasn't going to kill David. The man would live with the consequences of his lack of foresight. There was no need to kill him in front of his daughter. But the last piece of info confused him. The LV kept talking about Inomu, which Vega translated as brainless in Japanese, and they were apparently working on making more of them. But what are they? Chainsaw was identified as being one of them, but were they a group of powerful villains or some kind of experiment involving quirks? All of these questions reminded the Slayer of how little he knew about this new universe. Even after Vega supplied him with the info this world's knowledge had to offer beforehand, he was still felt lost. Was it because of the existence of superheroes that was throwing him off? Was it because he was back on an Earth that had some level of normalcy? Was it because he was surrounded by semi-regular people instead of Outer Space Knights Templar? The Slayer shook his head a little after he vertically tore his saber down the middle. He could sort through all of that at another date. Now was the time to put an end to the sabers. He stood atop a ruined barricade the Mercs had set up and drew his rocket launcher with the remote detonation mod, firing rocket after rocket at the last remaining sabers. Explosions rippled outside the towers as bodies, shrapnel, and limbs flew into the air. By now the last remnants of the organization devolved into full-on panic, opting to run away while some foolish few tried to fight back. We don't have the firepower for this. Get reinforcements in here. Fuck. But there was no help coming for them because the Doomslayer killed them all. Now it was just an unlucky few who were on the receiving end of his wrath. Dozens were being blown apart or dismembered by the shrapnel from the rocket launcher as the Slayer slowly walked amongst the flames and smoke. He fired his rockets into the most densely packed groups of mercenaries and let the remote detonation do the rest of the work, ignoring the screams of pain from those who were cut into ribbons. For several minutes this continued with more sabers being bombarded with high-explosive, shrapnel-tipped rockets. Some of them detonated near ammo depots the sabers had set up, creating more thunderous explosions and causing boxes of ammunition to go off, sending bullets of all kinds scattering everywhere like they were firecrackers and hitting multiple sabers. The Doomslayer walked amongst the carnage while nearing the front entrance and decided to swap out his rocket launcher for his chain gun. The thundering impacts of the superheated rounds annihilated the remaining mercs while tearing apart the fortification at the entrance and detonating another ammo stockpile. He put away his chain gun and walked through the ruined frame that led into the tower's main lobby. The Slayer stepped over the pieces of what used to be the mercenaries all over the ground. The main lobby was a large, circular room with red wallpaper and decorative columns dotted around with the floor made from the most pristine marble. Of course, it wasn't pristine anymore due to the rubble, blood, and body parts. Behind the receptionist's desk in the center of the room was a large stone statue depicting the Greek deity Atlas, holding the globe atop his shoulders. The Slayer immediately understood the symbolism behind it. This island was the cornerstone of the world's technology and supported heroes from all across the world by supplying them with support items along with other beneficial inventions for different countries. Not so much now, was it? The damage done to this place would be enough to bankrupt half the entire planet. Not his problem, though. He heard a pain groan, and he looked to his left to see a saber trying to crawl away, his legs gruesomely maimed from the explosions. His HUD showed him the final remaining sabers left on Island. 5. So this one on the ground was the last soldier. The Doomslayer slowly plodded towards the downed mercenary, drawing his super shotgun. The wounded saber desperately struggled to crawl away as he trailed blood from his legs. The Slayer continued to follow after him in a menacing, slasher movie-style motion as he reloaded his weapon. The downed saber let out a scream of desperation as he rolled himself over and opened fire at the Slayer with his P90 to 0 effect. What the hell are you? The Slayer pulled the trigger and obliterated the upper half of the last saber soldier on Island. Reloading his super shotgun as it dripped with blood, he felt a sense of satisfaction after spending several hours fighting these idiots. All that was left now were Nine and his lieutenants, and the organization would be no more. A sudden bolt of lighting from above struck him dead on, the force of the blast sending him stumbling back a bit. The Slayer saw the leader of the Steel Sabers himself land on the ground from the floor above them and bolt towards him with lighting forming in his hands. The Slayer fired his sawed-off at Nine's chest and was momentarily surprised to see the pellets bounce off of the armor he was wearing underneath his suit. Nine dodged a fist the Slayer threw at him and discharged a blast of electricity point blank into his face, the bright flash briefly blinding the Slayer. With his other hand, Nine unleashed a powerful gust of wind that blew the Slayer back, but the Hellwalker regained his balance and ran towards Nine with his chainsaw at the ready. A series of orange-colored blades made of hair shot towards him from the left, and the Slayer swung his saw to block the blades. They then unfurled into a series of razor-sharp whips and began to coil around the saw until they tore apart the chain, destroying his chainsaw. The Slayer grabbed the whips but was forced to let go when a massive blade the size of a truck speared towards him in an attempt to impale him. The Slayer tightly grasped the blade and stopped it until Nine began launching a series of rapid-fire lightning bolts at him. His suit easily tanked the bolts and threw the blade away from him, charging at Nine again only for several bandages to wrap around his arms and legs. He was about to break free when several mummies of various shapes and sizes with red cycloptic eyes and attached to smaller red bandages dogpiled him and began pummeling him all over. With a mighty flex, he threw them all off and would have pulled out his chain gun if his hands and head weren't suddenly engulfed in bandages. He could hear a loud, bestial roar and felt something large collide with him and begin slamming him to the ground repeatedly. He was then thrown into the air, and the bandages slipped off of his head just in time for him to see a flurry of icicles flying right at him. The Slayer managed to batter them away despite the bindings around his hands, but several of them smashed against his armor with enough force to send him hurtling back to the ground where multiple hair blades struck him square into his chest. A large, furred fist punched him right into the far wall, leaving an indentation. Picking himself up, the Slayer saw his quarry, Nine, Mummy, Slice, and Chimera all standing alongside each other. They looked ready to fight. "You," Nine began as he unsheathed his wrist blades, "have caused me no end of trouble, Vigilante." The Doomslayer cracked his neck. He aimed to please. To be continued. Chapter 16. Into the Sabers. Island Central Tower Bottom Floor Lobby. The Doomslayer glared at his enemies while maintaining an intimidating stance. While he was admittedly caught off guard earlier, he now had a good grasp on what their quirks were and was ready for anything. The loss of his chainsaw was no surprise to him. After hacking through hordes of demons, it was only going to be a matter of time before the chain suffered from wear and damage during his battles against Hell. The same thing happened to his other chainsaw back in his home universe. It wasn't a big deal since he could just as easily find a replacement for it somewhere down the line. "I must admit, I never thought it was possible for one man to completely destroy my organization." Nine started, unbuttoning his suit. The Slayer took note of the tiny dents in the frontal breastplate of Nine's armor. That had to be reinforced plating, something that his regular sawed-off couldn't penetrate. Now if only he had his old super shotgun with him, Lucifer's Bane, then it would have been a completely different story. However, you will not find us to be easy prey. This is where your rampage ends. The Slayer raised an eyebrow. Were the bodies not a clear indicator of how this was going to go down? You got a lot of guts for talking us all on by yourself. Too bad we have to rip him out of you. Chimera bared his teeth in ravenous excitement as he flexed his claws. Mummy and Slice said nothing, but they were out for the Slayer's blood. Mummy's bandages stretched and wrapped around whatever debris they could reach and created a small army of mummies behind him. The hair on Slice's head formed into 8 tentacles, each end turned into blades sharp enough to cut through steel along with several smaller, curved blades along the sides. She slipped on a pair of gloves that extended into thin metallic claws from her fingertips with an insidious glint in her eyes. For the Slayer, no more words needed to be spoken. Andrew Hulshulkeroth. He drew his combat shotgun and swiftly fired at them with the charge burst. Nine, Slice, and Chimera dove out of the way while mummies charged forward, some of them taking the shots to shield their master. The Slayer charged forward while taking lightning blasts and throwing knives from Nine and Slice. He tore his way through the horde of mummies, blasting them away with his shotgun while he grabbed one of them with his free hand and used it as a bludgeon. If he had to compare, these things would be equal to the possessed and the unwilling, but far weaker. He chucked a grenade towards the nearest cluster, and the explosion ripped them to ribbons, revealing Mummy in the back of the crowd who was controlling them. He aimed his shotgun at the villain only for Chimera to jump in front of him and block the shots with his body. The pellets did not penetrate through him, though they did tear up his thick skin pretty badly. Chimera let out a roar and launched himself at the Slayer just as the Berserker stashed his combat shotgun away and charged in as well. They grappled with each other, the wolf beast grabbing the Slayer by his hands and attempting to force him down on his knees. But the Slayer proved to be stronger as he began to easily push back Chimera, much to the latter's shock. The Slayer could tell there was some strength behind Chimera's grip, though the villain only came to about several rungs below a Hell Knight. He twisted Chimera's arm and then followed up by throwing Chimera over his head into the ground. He whipped out his super shotgun and blew away several mummies from the left before lifting his foot to slam it down on Chimera's face, but the villain rolled out of the way and threw a punch at the Slayer's head. But the Slayer headbutted the blow, breaking Chimera's knuckles as he returned the favor with a punch right in the gut hard enough to rupture several organs. Chimera fell to his knees and puked up blood as the Slayer kicked him across the face, sending his fangs flying out of his mouth. He grabbed him by the tail and swung Chimera around hard enough to tear his tail off and sent him smashing into a column at the other end of the room. As it collapsed on top of Chimera, the Doomslayer whirled around and punched away a mass of bladed hair tentacles coming straight at him. Sliced dove in from the right and slashed her claws across his side, but to her surprise, the blades shattered against his armor. She barely dodged an overhead blow from the Slayer and blasted him with a burst of quills from her hair. The quills harmlessly planked off of his armor as he grabbed Slice by her locks, but Mummy ran in and severed her hair before the Slayer could tear it off. He sent several mummies to swarm the Doomslayer, but he easily swatted them aside and grabbed the largest one within his sights by its eye. He chucked it straight at Mummy, which collided with him, then sent him crashing right into Slice, and the two slammed into the wall hard enough to leave cracks. 9 bolted from the right and fired a beam of electricity at the Doomslayer, who charged straight towards it without a hint of hesitation. The beam struck him square in the chest, but his predator suit was so heavily insulated that the Slayer felt nothing, and he ran through the beam. While he was staggered by 9's attacks beforehand, that was only because he had the element of surprise, and now the Slayer could tank anything 9 threw at him. 9 panicked and summoned a ball of compressed wind with his other hand and chucked it directly at the Slayer. The orb connected with his helmet, and a burst of air exploded within a large radius, scattering rubble and debris around the room and knocking over a few pillars. Any normal man would have been torn apart by the sheer force of the explosive air, but it didn't do much as it failed to interrupt the Slayer's advance. He pulled out his HAR and fired a burst of potshots at 9. The Merc leader quickly created a wall of thick ice to block the bullets, but they started to rapidly chip away at the wall until 9 channeled a miniature tornado with both of his hands and blasted it through the ice wall towards the Slayer. As the whipping winds and bolts of lightning slammed against his predator suit, he launched his micro-missiles from his HAR, but the whipping winds threw the missiles off balance, scattering them around the lobby and detonating against anything they hit. As the Slayer drew closer, 9 threw a wave of frozen daggers at the HAR, encasing it in ice and forcing the Slayer to put it away. The mercenary leader darted at him with his wrist blades, which were now covered in electricity, while the Slayer charged in with his fists at the ready. 9 dodged the fist swing and darted around the Slayer like a wasp as he slashed away at his armor with his blades, but soon realized it had no effect at all. The Slayer slugged 9 from the side, crushing a huge chunk of his armor and busting some of his ribs. 9 swung at the Slayer's visor, but he easily dodged the blow, grabbed 9 by the arm, and swung him down to the floor. The Doomslayer repeatedly pulverized him down into the ground with enough force to dislocate his arm at the shoulder. It was like he was beating a pillow. A living, breathing pillow filled with blood and meat that deserved to die. Chimera, Slice, and Mummy quickly ran over to aid their leader, but the Slayer whipped out his chain gun with the Gatling rotator mod with his free hand and unleashed a spray of incendiary cartridges at them to keep his cronies at bay. Chimera ripped out a huge chunk of the floor and used it as a tower shield to defend himself and his allies, but the rounds tore through the makeshift shield and nailed Chimera in the chest multiple times. While Slice and Mummy ran behind the columns for cover, the Slayer swept the chain gun from side to side while Chimera writhed on the ground, his chest bleeding profusely while his fur burned. Taking advantage of the Doomslayer's distraction, 9 clenched his other functioning hand and fired a lightning bolt at the Slayer's left shoulder, which caused him to release 9 when the blast knocked his chain gun out of his hand. 9 backflipped away from the Slayer and popped his arm back into its socket, giving the Doomslayer a furious look. He started throwing ice spears at the Slayer, who easily punched each one into shards, but this was only a distraction as 9 ran towards him with his wrist blades covered in electricity. But before the blades could even connect, the Slayer grabbed him by the wrists. 9 responded by blasting lighting from his hands at the Slayer again. This time it was point blank towards the Slayer's face, but much to his horror, it didn't even faze him. The Slayer tightened his grip around 9's wrists and lifted his foot, ready to kick him away and rip both of his arms off in the process. The Doomslayer snapped his head upwards to witness Chainsaw leaping down from a balcony above and plummeting straight towards him. Chainsaw threw out its lanky arms at the Slayer, which wrapped around his arms and neck, forcing the Slayer to release 9 as he was dragged away. But that didn't stop him from slamming his foot onto 9's chest, shattering a good chunk of the mercenary leader's armor along with his ribs. 9 hacked up a wad of blood inside his faceplate as he was smacked into a column. As Slice and Mummy ran over to help 9 up, the Slayer grappled with Chainsaw, whose tentacles constricted his arms while its chainsaw arms slashed the Slayer across his armor. However, because regular Noma did not have access to higher brain functions than their high-end counterparts, it was too dumb to realize that its attacks were doing precisely jack shit against the Doomslayer's predator suit. The Hellwalker ripped apart the tentacles with his bare hands and slugged Chainsaw across the face, heavily denting its helmet. Chainsaw surged forward with his drill arm, thrust right at the Slayer's face only for him to grab the appendage and forcefully tear it off. He redirected the still-spinning drill right into Chainsaw's abdomen, but the monster's skin was abnormally thick and rubbery, which caused the drill to only embed itself halfway in. But the Slayer applied more force and shoved the whole drill deeper into its stomach, drilling through its intestines in the process while blackened blood spilled on the floor. But that didn't kill it. Chainsaw brought its saws down upon the Slayer to zero effect, prompting him to grab the Noma by the neck and punch him in the face repeatedly like a jackhammer. Each blow shattered its helmet bit by bit and dislodged the metal gag that was inside Chainsaw's mouth. The next strike destroyed the upper half of the helmet, revealing a cluster of eyeballs messily grouped together along with an exposed pulsating brain, the same kind of creature seen in the USJ villain invasion footage. The Slayer reared his fist back. Yarf. Chainsaw vomited a stream of corrosive acid straight at the Slayer, covering his helmet in caustic ooze. He instinctively threw a punch, but instead of hitting the brain, the blow connected with its lower jaw and knocked it right off of its face. Chainsaw responded by shooting an array of purple beams from its multitude of eyes, encasing the upper right portion of the Slayer's body in stone. The Slayer punched the Nomu away from him and used his remaining free arm to break away the stone encasing his body. He wiped away the steaming green gunk off of his visor and glared at Chainsaw, who sat itself up, gurgling a threatening undulation as blood and acid dripped from its jawless maw. The Slayer grimaced in disgust. I am detecting no life signals emanating from the creature. My scans show that its internal organs are in a state of necrosis, but the unidentified chemicals running through its veins are preventing it from decaying any further. I can confirm through additional scans that the creature has up to 5 different quirks. Though a person acquiring 2 quirks is usually quite rare, it is biologically impossible to possess 3 or more quirks. This has led me to the conclusion that you are facing a reanimated cadaver that has been heavily altered at a genetic level. The Doomslayer narrowed his eyes at Chainsaw. His earlier suspicion about the Noma being super soldiers was spot on, and it felt way too much like the alternate UAC's Revenant program. That settled it. The League of Villains is now a credible threat that must be eliminated. Mummy and Slice stared at the monster in mortification as Nine caught his breath. That fucking LOV prick probably sent that thing to kill him. Does he think we're incompetent? Slice hissed as Mummy wrinkled his nose. It doesn't matter. Nine seethed as he tore off his face mask, blood dribbling down his chin. I don't care if that thing gets in our way. I want him dead. Nine tapped a few buttons on his armored wristband and 2 cylindrical superconductors popped out of his back while ripping through his suit. Attached to his armor, the conductors began to directly amplify Nine's quirk, which caused lightning and gusts of wind to surge around him, tearing off his clothes and revealing his armored bodysuit. The ground beneath his feet started to freeze while glowing purple veins spread their way all across Nine's body. His pupils glowed bright red as he glared at the Slayer with hatred. Behind his visor, the Doomslayer stared back at Nine not with contempt but rather indifference. Did he really think that little power-up was going to help him? However, his subordinates were starting to take this seriously as well. Mummy unsheathed his sword and pressed a button that made the blade vibrate at subsonic frequencies while his bandages gathered rubble from around the atrium to form a house-sized mummy with a gorilla-like stature. Slice's hair billowed out and transformed into 2 massive hands with spiked knuckles, also swapping out her gloves for a pair of stair TMPs. Chimera underwent a transformation that tore away his uniform and now gave him a bestial appearance. He had grown several feet tall with rippling muscles bulging out of his fur and stood atop a pair of hind legs while his claws looked capable of cleaving through solid rock. Multiple quills grew along the length of his arms while he also sported a pair of eagle-like wings and a scaly tail resembling that of an alligator. 2 curved bull horns protruded out of Chimera's head, giving him a monstrous appearance not unlike a baron of hell covered in fur. His wounds had also healed as a result of the transformation. Standing before the Slayer with the still slobbering Noma nearby, Nine and his lieutenants were ready for the second round. The Doomslayer's response was to pull out his super shotgun and load in 2 new shells. He was done messing around. Chimera breathed in a lungful of air and expelled an incendiary beam from his mouth at the Slayer. The Slayer made a quick dash to the left while avoiding the Medusa rays that Chainsaw was firing at him. He fired the super shotgun at Nine, but he evaded the blast and countered by throwing a javelin made of ice. The Slayer easily shot it out of the air, but Nine struck him with another lighting blast that sent the Slayer skidding back a few inches. The Slayer noted the lighting strike had more force than the last one. Guess those pylons on his back weren't just for show. Mummy sent his bandaged giant after the Slayer while Chainsaw charged in, rapidly closing the distance while spewing acid and Medusa rays at him. The Doomslayer avoided the acid and rays while he caught the giant's hand when it swung an oversized fist at him. He threw the Mummy giant at Chainsaw, who spewed a stream of acid at the golem. The enzymes easily spread across the Mummy and melted it into a steaming puddle, but that's when the Slayer ran towards Chainsaw while it was distracted. All the while he blew away another ice spear that Nine hurled at him with his super shotgun. Reloading, he blasted Chainsaw in the chest, knocking the mutant down to the floor. He plunged his fist into its chest and got a good grip on its already dead heart, ripping it out with ease while its necrotic blood splattered against his armor. Despite the loss of a major organ, Chainsaw lunged up and tried to shoot its Medusa ray at the Slayer, but he grabbed its face with his free hand and raked his armored fingers across its eyes, gouging them out in the process. The Noma screeched horrifically and the Slayer slammed his foot down on its chest hard enough to break its ribcage as he reloaded his sawed-off. I recommend you destroy the exposed cerebral matter to fully terminate the Noma. No shit. That was a literal no-brainer. No pun intended. Chimera charged him before the Slayer could stomp Chainsaw's head into paste as he tackled him, locking him in a tight grip and knocking the sawed-off out of the Slayer's hands. The Slayer was getting really pissed for being constantly interrupted and responded by pulling out his EMG pistol, firing multiple shots into Chimera's collarbone. Despite the slugs ripping through his body, Chimera's transformed state gave him increased tolerance to pain and blasted another flame beam at the Slayer up close. He was finally slammed into a wall and the Doomslayer pistol whipped Chimera across the face. The sounds of cracking skull were audible to all. Mummy and Slice moved in with the bandaged mercenary scooping up the Slayer's super shotgun. Slice wrapped her hair fist around his arms to bind him, but he instantly ripped himself free just as Mummy hopped up onto Chimera's shoulders. Before Mummy could fire the double-barreled death dealer against his visor, the Hellwalker grabbed the weapon and pointed it down at Chimera's shoulder just as Mummy stupidly pulled the trigger. The discharge blew a massive chunk out of Chimera's shoulder and caused him to loosen his grip on the Slayer, who slammed his knee upwards into his jaw. A right hook knocked Chimera away from him, followed up by another super shotgun blast to his chest that sent him flying into a column and throwing Mummy to the ground. Just as he swapped out his sawed-off for his combat shotgun, Slice swung a giant, blade-covered fist made of hair at him, but the Slayer easily caught it with one hand. Slice gave him no reprieve when she sent another blade at him that split into scorpion-like stingers. But like before, it was a fruitless effort as the stingers were unable to penetrate the Predator's suit, bouncing off of his body as he wrestled with Slice's other appendage. He aimed his shotgun at Slice, but a wave of ice suddenly swept across the floor, encasing the Slayer in ice up to his neck just as Slice yanked her hair arm away from him. The ice came from Nine, who then started hurling lightning bolts at the Doomslayer, detonating on impact in electrical explosions that shook the atrium. Slice transformed her hair into a weapon resembling a multi-barreled machine gun with a chainsaw grip. Depressing the trigger, the barrel spewed a stream of razor-sharp needles at the Slayer, as Nine continued to throw more lightning blasts at him. Chimera furiously forced himself up despite the searing pain he just endured and unleashed a stronger version of his incendiary beam at the Doomslayer, the blast now kicking up dust from the chaos. Mummy ran over to a 19 Malawian Quatch's grenade launcher emplacement near the ruined ammo depot and manned it, unleashing a barrage of 40mm grenades at his target. The villains continued their unrelenting assault upon the Unchained Predator as the explosions destroyed the far end of the atrium. After a full minute, they ceased their attack and caught their breaths. Around this time, Chainsaw picked itself up, though the injuries it received were signaling the end of its wretched life. Everyone gazed at the dust cloud that covered the other end of the room. The only sound was the rubble and debris rolling across the ground. There was no movement. Until the boogeyman of hell emerged from the smoke unharmed. He didn't run out of the cloud or charge straight at them. He opted for slowly walking out of the smoke while lazily holding his shotgun. It wasn't because he was bored. It was because he wanted to introduce a little psychological warfare upon Nine and the others. It was a little trick he picked up from his Special Forces days. Mess with his enemy's head and show them just how utterly fucked they were. And judging from the freaked-out expressions the villains had on their faces, they got the message. With his combat shotgun outfitted with the explosive shot mod, he started his assault by launching grenades at the last remnants of the steel sabers while rapidly pumping his shotgun to fire as many explosives as he could. Nine and his lieutenants quickly scattered to avoid the explosions while still mentally reeling from the fact their previous attacks did nothing to stop him. He lobbed several of his handheld grenades against them in succession, splitting the group up as they avoided the explosions. The Slayer noticed Mummy and Slice were separated from the group at the other end of the atrium. Now he could take out the weakest members of the posse. He fired a grenade from his shotgun at the base of the now-damaged Atlas statue, causing it to crumble and sending the stone globe toppling towards Nine, Chimera, and Chainsaw, who dove out of the way. The Doomslayer charged toward Mummy and Slice with killing intent as his heavy footsteps heralded their doom. Slice responded by twisting her hair until it formed a giant pneumatic drill and thrust it towards the Slayer, who punched it out of his way, causing her to panic. Mummy quickly used his bandages on the chunks of rubble to form an army, but the Slayer instantly aimed his shotgun at him, and with a quick pull of the trigger, blew Mummy's right leg off at the knee. As Mummy screamed in horrible pain while clutching his stump, the Slayer rapidly closed the distance between himself and Slice. She sent out a flurry of spikes from her hair while letting it loose with her machine pistols, but as the projectiles ricocheted off of the Slayer's armor, her fate was sealed. Putting away his shotgun, the Slayer grabbed a fistful of her hair and forcefully tore the skin off her head so hard that it also ripped away her muscles and left only her bare skull. Slice shrieked like an animal in torment as she pawed at her bloody skull while her exposed eyeballs stung like holy fuck due to the open air. Her agony was thankfully brief as the Slayer grabbed her by the leg and struck her down to the ground, bursting her head apart when her skull impacted with the floor. Watching the scene in complete terror over the death of his comrade, Mummy swiftly used his bandages to create a replacement leg. Even though the blood loss was starting to make his vision hazy, Mummy had enough strength to draw his sword and leap at the Slayer with his weapon clutched in both hands. Mummy raised his subsonic sword over his head and swung it down on top of the Doomslayer's skull, and it snapped in half as soon as it made contact with his helmet. Before Mummy's brain could even register what the hell just happened, the Slayer snatched the broken half of the blade out of the air and swiped it across Mummy's throat, slicing his neck wide open. Mummy gurgled painfully as a gout of blood sprayed from the open gash in his neck. But his suffering was only just the beginning as the Slayer grabbed him by the face and leg, hoisting the dying mercenary over his head. The Doomslayer slammed Mummy down upon his knee with so much force that it caused his abdomen to explode outwards, showering the Slayer with his blood and entrails, followed by tearing the body in half. Nine and Chimera bore witness to this horror. He dispatched their comrades so quickly it was already over by the time they could help them. Seeing the two stare at him, the Slayer rubbed salt into the wound by throwing the upper half of Mummy's corpse into a pile of debris, a jagged slab of rock spearing through his face. Motherfucky year, Chimera snarled as he charged at the Slayer in reckless fury. The Slayer drew his combat shotgun and launched several grenades his way, the Wolfman dodging a few of them before one detonated in his right side. Chainsaw joined the fray while Nine remained behind and fiddled with his wristband. This time, he was going plus ultra. Chainsaw barfed another glob of acid at the Slayer, who barreled through the ooze and back-fisted the saw as Chainsaw swung at him before running his fist straight, through its upper jaw, and out of the back of its exposed brain, finally killing the Nomu once and for all. As he pulled his fist out, Chimera came up from behind the Slayer and tried to take his head off with his claws. The Slayer instantly swapped out his shotgun for his sawed-off, aimed over his shoulder, and blew Chimera's right hand into bits. The Doomslayer then whirled around and punched Chimera so hard in the gut it ripped past his ribcage and lungs, out the back of his body, and sent him flying towards the other end of the room. As soon as Chimera hit the other wall, the Slayer tossed one of his grenades at him, and the mercenary was enveloped in an explosion when it neatly fell onto his lap. A strong gust of wind and the crack of thunder got his attention as the scattered rubble around the room was being covered in ice. Slowly turning behind him, the Slayer was treated to the sight of 9 levitating several feet in the air via a miniature tornado underneath his feet. His arms were now encased in ice, giving him lanky arms that ended in curved talons. Lightning crackled between his hands as well as his hair while his eyes were glowing with purple energy as a result of his suit supercharging his quirk to a dangerous level. 6 pylons jutted out of the back of his armor as the wind began to lift scattered chunks of the destroyed atrium around him. I have carried out dozens of operations without fail, amassed an army of trained soldiers, and killed dozens of this stagnant society's false paragons. I will not lose to some no-name vigilante. 9 shouted angrily at the Slayer as the wind and thunder grew with intensity. The Doomslayer was not impressed. This baby gets pummeled a couple of times, lost some of his flunkies, and now he was going all out just so he could preserve what was left of his tattered pride. How the fuck did the heroes have so much trouble nabbing this guy? A deep rumble from behind interrupted his thoughts as he peered over his shoulder to see a large, reptilian creature emerge from the cloud of smoke, where Chimera previously got blown up. It was Chimera, only he had transformed into a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex with blue and black scales, a large horn on the tip of his snout, Stegosaurus scuts running down the length of his back down to his tail, which ended in a spiky thagomizer and tusks protruding out of the corner of his mouth. Okay. Chimera roared as spittle flew from his toothy maw while he flexed his arms, which were not the tiny arms of a Tyrannosaurus, but rather the arms of a scythe-clawed Therizinosaurus. He completely lost all sense of rational thought and reasoning. Now he's been overtaken by pure animal instincts and primal rage. Also, his wounds were once again healed. Doing a double take between the empowered 9 and the fully monstrous Chimera, the Doomslayer clenched his hands into fists. Finally, some excitement. 9 clasped his hands together and then fired beams of pure electricity from both of his palms at the Slayer, who dodged the beams and drew his HAR, breaking away the ice covering it. Chimera stomped over towards the Scourge of Hell with his claws outstretched, forcing the Slayer to divert his attention away from 9 and focused fire on the monstrous Chimera instead. The 50 caliber bullets and micro missiles surprisingly did little against his scales as Chimera lunged forward with his maw wide open. The Slayer double jumped into the air just as Chimera snapped down upon him and landed right on his nose, tightly gripping his horn as Chimera roared furiously. The beast swung his head to and fro while violently thrashing his body around to dislodge the Slayer, but the Juggernaut wouldn't budge, and he responded by popping out Chimera's eye with his HAR. As Chimera bellowed in pain, 9 tossed a barrage of thunderballs at the Slayer, completely uncaring about hitting Chimera in the process. The orbs of electricity did little to nothing against the Slayer's Predator suit, but did cause Chimera to convulse when they impacted with his scaly hide. The Slayer fired at 9 with surprising accuracy despite being jostled around, and the mercenary leader was forced to zip around the room on his tornado platform while creating a tower shield made of ice, but bullets were already ripping through his shield, and he was hit across his armor. The bullets didn't penetrate through the plating, but the impacts rattled his already damaged body, and the armor was now beginning to crack in several places. The Slayer dispensed his HAR into his backpack and ran across Chimera's face to his back. He grabbed a hold of one of Chimera's scuts with both hands, tore it straight out of the dinosaur's back, and threw it at 9 like a discus. 9 tried blasting the scute with a charged bolt of lighting, but it was flung at him with so much force that the bolt dissipated upon impact. 9 summoned another ice shield to protect himself, and the scute slammed into the shield, embedding itself into the reinforced ice. However, it did not stop the momentum, and 9 was slammed into the nearest column and broke pieces of his armor. As he coughed up blood, 9 watched the Doomslayer jump up into the air and slam his feet down on Chimera's head, springboarding himself up towards where he was. 9, almost panicked, tried to blast him with a tornado, but the Slayer grabbed 9 by both of his feet and threw him down into the ground. The marble tiles cracked as 9 crashed on the floor, his body in terrible pain and his eyes blurry with double vision. The Slayer landed against 9 with his fists raised in the air and slammed them down on 9's chest, shattering the whole frontal portion of his armor. Blood splashed on the Slayer's visor from 9 hawking it up, and the Slayer responded by grabbing a large chunk of destroyed armor and bashing it across 9's face. The Slayer continually pounded it against the side of 9's head, but that's when Chimera charged and spun around, swinging his thagomizer at him. The Slayer dropped the armor piece and grabbed Chimera's tail, swinging him around before throwing him at the wall to the left just as Nine rolled out of the way. Nine forced himself up to his feet, his ice claws twitchy and the side of his face horribly maimed. Everything hurt in so many unimaginable ways as he glared at the Slayer who had his back turned to him. Then the Slayer slowly turned himself around to face Nine, and the villain immediately staggered backward. The Doomslayer could see the look of fear written all over Nine's face as he coughed up blood. Now the bastard could see just how grossly outclassed he was. But apparently, pride was already proving to be Nine's undoing when he unleashed an enraged scream of desperation as he lunged forward and began slashing away at the Slayer with his ice claws wreathed in electricity. But the Doomslayer did not retaliate nor dodged. He just stood there tanking the blows without so much as budging an inch. He wanted to let Nine know that this was the end. All of those heroes Nine killed, whose only sole purpose in life was to defend the innocent, would finally be avenged. A roar from Chimera forced the Slayer to glance behind him while Nine was still hacking away at his impenetrable armor to see the Tyrannosaur monstrosity lumber towards him. Rolling his eyes, the Slayer slammed his open palm into Nine's chest, rupturing a lung and sending him spiraling across the atrium. The Slayer turned to face Chimera, who scooped him up with his jaws and swallowed him. Still inside his mouth, the Doomslayer punched his way out of Chimera's maw in a single blow, sending his teeth flying. Chimera released an ear-piercing roar of pain as the Slayer hopped out of his mouth and sent the beast flying into the air with an uppercut to the jaw. As Chimera crashed back to the ground, the Slayer picked up a nearby destroyed column and easily wielded it like a bat. The second Chimera picked himself up, he was battered across the face with the column unrelentingly. The Doomslayer slammed his massive club across Chimera's head again before swinging it right into his right leg, breaking it like a twig and causing his broken leg bone to tear out of his skin. The Doomslayer raised the column over his head as Chimera screeched horribly before slamming it down upon his face and shattering his horn into pieces as well as the column. Chimera suddenly sprang forward and swiped at the Slayer, but he dove out of the way and jumped up onto Chimera's face. As the monster tried to shake him off, the Slayer grabbed one of Chimera's tusks and yanked it straight out of his mouth. Chimera's eyes went wide as he unleashed a deafening, pained roar while the Slayer clambered up on top of his head and began brutally stabbing his face. Over and over again, the Doomslayer relentlessly thrust the tusk onto the open wound where Chimera's horn used to be, causing no amount of unbearable suffering for the creature as blood sprayed from the wound he inflicted upon him. The final stab nearly speared down through Chimera's upper jaw, and the Tyrannosaurus flung the Slayer off of him just as he yanked the tusk out. His senses overwhelmed by the sheer pain he was in, Chimera snapped his right leg back into place and stomped towards him with the intent to shred him apart with his claws. Taking aim, the Slayer hurled the tusk at Chimera, and it pierced straight through his chest and out of his back where it embedded itself on the wall. Chimera stood still as blood flowed from his mouth like a waterfall. Uttering a dying groan, the creature finally fell to its side and ceased breathing. The Slayer relaxed his shoulders in satisfaction, and now there was only one saber left to avenge all of those fallen heroes. He parried the ice spear thrown at him and made a beeline towards Nine, who started firing lightning blasts at the Slayer despite the increasing evidence that his attacks were having no effect. Nine lashed out with his claws, and the Slayer smashed the left one to pieces before grabbing the right one and ripping it off, exposing both of Nine's real arms. The Merc leader instantly blasted a literal tornado at the Slayer. The force pushed him back a little. Rocketing himself up into the air via a gust of wind, Nine created a massive, glowing orb of pure condensed electricity over his head that grew larger with each passing second. The unyielding Slayer didn't bat an eye. Judging from how brightly the pylons on his back were glowing, Nine was using all of his power reserves for one final attack. He was about to draw his shotgun, but to his surprise, Nine immediately threw the oversized orb of death at the Slayer. It was so fast that it was already upon the Slayer, and the second it collided against him, he was engulfed in a thunderous explosion that nearly swallowed up the entire atrium. Streaks of lightning carved deep fissures across the ground while bolts lashed throughout the room, cutting through anything in their path. The tower shook from the blast as Nine avoided the flying debris thrown around the room. He landed himself on the ground, watching the steaming crater in the center of the room obscured by smoke. Small crackles of electricity in the air were visible to the naked eye, with a dull hum echoing throughout the room. Nine panted heavily. The battle and overuse of his power-up had taken a massive strain upon his body. He wiped the blood away from his mouth and activated his wristband device to turn off his suit's amplification functions before causing further damage to his body. Suddenly, a sharp object punctured straight through the superconductor on his back. A surge of electricity coursed through Nine's veins as muscles seized up painfully. He let out a yell of agony as he frantically tried to pry the conductors off of his back as his body spasmed with each jolt of electricity. Tiny stalagmites of ice tore their way out of his skin as his overloaded quirk ripped his body apart, until he finally tore off what was left of his suit and threw it on the ground. As he caught his breath, something shot out of the smoke, and 9 felt 3 piercing sensations penetrating his body. Looking down in disbelief as blood flowed from his mouth, he saw 3 of Chimera's teeth embedded into his chest. As 9 fell to his knees, the Slayer emerged from the crater completely unscathed and clutching some of Chimera's teeth that he snagged nearby before the orb struck him. The Doomslayer dropped the teeth as he continued to slowly walk towards the dying mercenary leader. A seemingly invincible Chimera sprang back from the brink of death and charged at the Slayer in a berserker fury. The Doomslayer responded by smoothly arming himself with his chain gun, replacing the Gatling rotator with the mobile turret, and aimed at Chimera. With a press of the trigger, Chimera's face was shredded apart by a literal storm of bullets from the roaring triple barrels of the Slayer's chain gun. His lower jaw was the first to get sawed off by the high-speed gunfire, followed by his face getting perforated and sending his remaining eyeball and brain matter splattering out of his skull. His bones were splintered into shards as the tungsten rounds shattered them like they were glass. The last of Chimera's head exploded into mist as his titanic body toppled over, but the Slayer continued to hose the upper half of Chimera's body with his chain gun, the barrels of the mobile turret glowing red-hot as a small pile of bullet casings started to form near the Slayer's feet. His ammo reserves finally ran dry, and the barrels ceased spinning. All that was left of Chimera was a mutilated corpse of a Tyrannosaur's hybrid reduced to dinosaur ground beef as steam rose from his exposed, bullet-riddled guts. Satisfied with the prehistoric pain in the ass for being finally dead, the Great Slayer put away his chain gun and resumed his walk towards 9. 9 was hunched over with more blood pouring from his open mouth as he heard the vigilante's heavy footsteps growing closer. In a fit of rage and desperation, 9 pressed a button on the undamaged part of his armor near the leg areas, opening a secret compartment that held his Taurus Raging Judge revolver. He pointed his gun at the Slayer, but he swiftly grabbed his hand while having his finger blocking the trigger, preventing 9 from even firing a shot. The Doomslayer viciously broke 9's arm hard enough to cause his radius and ulna to tear out of the length of his limb. 9 screamed at the top of his lungs, and even louder when the Slayer twisted his wrist around so that his gun was now pointing at him. He then shoved the barrel of the Taurus right into 9's mouth as the last Saber's eyes bugged out of his head. HHHHGGGGGGKK. Alwich. Hurk, as he tasted metal in his mouth while the barrel poked the back of his throat. The Slayer leaned in close enough so that he and 9 were at eye level. 9 saw his frightened, helpless visage in the Slayer's visor, but then he saw something else behind his reflection. He saw the man's eyes. No mercy, no soul, no humanity, only death. The Doomslayer pulled the trigger, and the back of 9's head exploded in a burst of gore as the hollow point bullet ripped through the back of his skull. 9's eyes rolled into the back of his head as blood seeped from his tear ducts while his brain, whatever was left of it, slopped out of the back of the gaping hole in his head. The Slayer released his grip on 9 and let his body fall to the floor. He gazed over the dead bodies of Mummy, Slice, Chimera, and finally 9 himself. The deed was done. The steel sabers were no more, and he had prevented any more heroes from being killed by these murderers. He silently exhaled through his nose, knowing that the 246 heroes slain by the sabers could finally be at peace. God rest their souls. In that instant, a visage of the Khan Maker flashed before his eyes, and his shoulders hitched a little. Long-buried memories of his time on Argent Nur, and with the Khan emerging from the darkest corners of his mind. Argent Nur many eons ago. Angels? Why, you're really? Yes, Corporal Flintaggart. But not just any angels. We are true archangels of the sacred kingdom of Urdak. We are the only holy beings who answer the universe's prayers. Now, what are these demons you speak about, and why are they the source of your malaise? Island's central tower present day. The Slayer blocked out the image from his head and calmed himself down. Back before he joined the army, he was brought up as a Roman Catholic after his mother, Catherine Taggart, encouraged him to attend a 4-year scholarship at Catholic school when he was young. Those 4 years had made him into a better person with a strong belief in God, which in turn inspired him to join the special forces when he got older. He always thanked his mother for the opportunity she gave him. But when the demons invaded Mars and Earth of his home dimension, he found his faith greatly strained. After choosing to remain in hell to prevent the demons from staging another assault on Earth, he was starting to believe that it was a test from God. After arriving on Argent Nur and meeting the Makers, he was somewhat conflicted about how disturbing these angels looked. And finally, when he and the other Night Sentinels discovered that the Makers were just as evil as the demons, his faith was shattered. But not completely. If this universe had a heaven, he hoped it wasn't anything like Urdak. The Slayer snapped himself out of his funk and focused back on the matter at hand. The steel sabers were wiped out, but there was still the matter of the LOV and the hostages. Looking up towards the only security camera in the atrium, the Doomslayer drew his EMG pistol and scraped it with a well-placed shot. The Slayer put away his sidearm as his eyes soon landed upon his blood-stained hands. Turning to a bare, undamaged wall in the atrium, the Doomslayer got an idea. He knew that his actions wouldn't be kept secret, and every villain in the world would know what he had done here. And if that was the case, he wanted every single villain to know what he was capable of. He walked over to Chimera's corpse, dunked his hand in his entrails to get it thoroughly soaked in blood, and made his way over to the wall. Island's central tower main server room. Curator was expressionless while many of the occupants in the room displayed outright terror after the vigilante destroyed the camera recording the whole fight. The second in command of the LOV was heavily impressed by this vigilante's brutality and how he dispatched the sabers and chainsaw. It was a level of violence that seemed to echo Stain the Hero Killer, but on a much greater magnitude. But this was not the time for idle musing. Curator had a schedule to keep, and that man was going to come for them. "We're done here," Curator announced to Wolfram and his crew as he pointed at Melissa. "Take her." Nobu grabbed her by the neck as he dragged her over to the door. "No," David yelled as he scrambled after her. "Take me instead, Dash." Specs smashed the butt of his Scar assault rifle across David's face, knocking him unconscious and sending the scientist flopping against the console. Melissa cried out her father's name despite everything he had done and was promptly silenced when Nobu smacked her across the face. Curator, Wolfram, and the others walked through the halls at a quickened pace as Curator held up his wrist-mounted communicator. "Volcano, come in. Do you read?" "Yeah, I read ya. We're leaving Island." "So soon? What's—" "Oh shit, they're all dead, aren't they?" "Quite messily, to be exact. Have you secured the headset?" "Don't worry, I got it. It was a bitch to melt through the door, but Sam got us what we need." "Splendid. Have Ash and Gust given you an update on the rocket?" "They're close to being done." "Good enough. Meet us on the roof. And before I forget, we won't be needing Sam's assistance anymore." "Sure, I gotcha." Curator turned off his communicator and resumed his path to the roof. Wolfram gave him a nasty look. "You have something to say? Why the fucking hell aren't we killing All Might? He's still tied up in the ballroom. We can finish him off." Wolfram argued. All for One was very specific about his orders regarding All Might. Retrieve the headset, demoralize David, and let the VX kill him. Curator responded. Another thought came to mind. That, and I would prefer to keep as much distance between us and that vigilante as much as possible. Island's central tower main vault. Carefully popping open the briefcase, Maguma checked over the quirk amplification headset, and it looked as pristine as the day it was made. The things All for One could do with it came with endless possibilities. It was the perfect device for bringing forth All for One's vision of a new society without heroes. Volcano locked the briefcase back up, slung it over his shoulder, and left the vault while whistling a cheery tune to himself, while also leaving behind the melted, lava-covered skeleton of Samuel Abraham. Port of Tokyo Warehouse District. With the fires put out, the pro-heroes could now focus on preparing to retake Island. Tiger and Ragdoll arrived at the port with their heavy-duty, cat-themed rescue boats a few minutes ago. Each of the vessels was big enough to carry a dozen or so personnel along with the latest in rescue equipment and technology. As the pro-heroes boarded the rescue boats, they all mentally readied themselves for the task at hand. They didn't know what was waiting for them on Island, and every single one of them knew that it would test all of their abilities and their oaths as heroes. But they were still worried about fighting the vigilante who, in the span of a few hours, caused untold destruction and chaos on Island. Midnight was the most rattled out of all of them. The sight of a bisected body on top of her still fresh in her mind, and her costume was still stained with blood. While everyone was getting ready, a few heroes broke off from the group and gathered in another section of the port. Susu, walk me through this again? Maruko questioned Best Jeanist as Hawks, Eraserhead, Ryukyu, and MT Lady stood close by. The main airport has a communications array. If we can get someone there ahead of us for reconnaissance, that will provide valuable intel for us. That's where you come in. Best Jeanist explained as he ran a comb through his luxurious hair. Does this have anything to do with me not reporting that guy sooner? Maruko tiredly guessed as her ears drooped. She was getting tired of being reminded of how much she screwed up regarding the vigilante. Not in the slightest. Jeanist held up his hands. Eraserhead and I have discussed it over, and you're the best candidate to reach Island due to your incredible jumping ability. Maruko looked over at the speck of the island out in the distance and tapped her foot. Okay, but isn't Island almost 5 miles away? Sure, I can jump far, but I'm going to need a really long running start, and we're kind of pressed for time. Also, wouldn't it be easier for Hawks or Ryukyu to fly me over there instead? She suggested. If we're going to be fighting that vigilante, then we need to conserve our energy. The Pussycat's ships are equipped with thrusters that can get us to the island far faster than us flying heroes. Hawks answered her with her arms folded. Luckily, that's where MT Lady comes in. She can get you to Island before us. Eraserhead jabbed a thumb over to the giantess heroine. I was wondering why you guys brought me over here. Come to think of it, what can I do? A perplexed MT Lady asked her companions. If I recall, you once told me that you were the top pitcher in baseball while you attended middle school. Ryukyu reminded her. Remember, during our little outings on patrol? Yeah, but what does that have to do with Oh, I see. MT Lady snapped her fingers after piecing together what Ryukyu was getting at. No problem. I always give Kimui Woods a little extra boost when we're chasing a villain together dash. MT Lady instantly stopped her boasting when she realized what she was implying. Yu's face turned as red as a tomato as she nervously looked at the others. Maruko and Hawks had teasing grins. Ryukyu smiled with a light blush. Best Jeanist chuckled in amusement, while Eraserhead couldn't care less. Aya anyway. MT Lady stammered, desperately finding a way to change the subject. Are we gonna do this or not? Maruko did some leg stretches to prepare herself. I am so freaking pumped. By the way, I kinda have to put a lot of strength into my jump when you throw me, so sorry in advance if I accidentally break your wrist. What? MT Lady balked. Not to worry. I'll form you a reinforced glove with my fabric. Should be more than enough to absorb the impact. Best Jeanist calmed her down while manipulating the fabric in his clothes to coil around his fingers. Nodding apprehensively, MT Lady grew to her massive form and held out her hand. As the number 4 pro hero began to create a protective covering for her hand, Hawks, Ryukyu, and Eraserhead brought Maruko aside. I know you don't exactly like being told to be careful. Ryukyu started off. Look, if you guys are that worried about that head case, don't worry. We got caught off guard before, but now I'll be ready for him. Maruko grinned. It's not just that it's... Eraserhead trailed off, shifting uncomfortably. Some of my students are over there. I dash. Maruko placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her expression one of reassurance. Say no more. I'll make sure they're safe and sound. You can count on that. Aizawa nodded in relief before he and Ryukyu headed back to the boats. This only left Maruko and Hawks as Best Jeanist made the finishing touch to the giant glove for MT Lady. Seeing that they were preoccupied, Hawks scooted a little closer to his friend. Just try to keep your head in the game. Only focus on the hostages, the kids, and All Might. But whatever you do, above all else dash. What? Not fight the vigilante. Maruko silently snapped back at Hawks. I'm not gonna let him get away while making me look like an idiot. I dash. Do not go back to being Tiger Bunny. Hawks finished with a no-nonsense tone of seriousness. Maruko's attitude went from heated to deflated in a second. She hung her head a little with an expression that was a mixture of shame and frustration. Ever since the vigilante began his rampage at the mall, she kept experiencing flashbacks to an identity she had buried with Kigo's help. Her tendencies were beginning to flare up again, but she had to try to keep it bottled up for her sake, as well as Hawks and everyone else. Ready whenever you are. MT Lady called out to Maruko, now kneeling while wearing Jeanist's specially made glove. Giving a nod to Hawks, Maruko hopped up into MT Lady's palm as the giantess stood up. Maruko crouched down, the muscles in her legs tensing up while MT Lady balled up her hand while being careful not to crush Maruko. She took aim at her target, did the wind-up, and flung her arm out with as much force as possible while opening her hand at the apex of her throw. In that instant, Maruko pushed her legs out and blasted out of Takayama's hand like a high-speed cannonball. A burst of air radiated from the combined forces of Maruko's jump and MT Lady's throw that nearly knocked over the 2 pro heroes standing nearby. Maruko sailed through the air like a bullet towards Eye Island until she disappeared from view. Hawk stood near the edge of the pier while MT Lady shrunk back down and Best Jeanist gathered his fabric back. Hawks did not doubt her current position as the number 5 pro hero, but that still didn't stop him from being concerned for her well-being and mentality. Eye Island's central tower bottom floor lobby. The Doomslayer wiped away the blood on his hands as he marveled at his handiwork. This is how you make an impression. Stepping away from the wall, the Slayer walked over to the corpse of Chainsaw and inspected its biological saws. He didn't think he would come by a replacement for his previous implement of carnage so soon, but any chainsaw he found was as good as any. He flipped the body over, placed his foot on the base of his spine, and got a firm grip on 2 of the limbs protruding out of its back. He easily tore the arms out of their sockets and dispensed the severed appendages into his Hammerspace backpack. He may be able to fashion them into weapons at some point in the future. The League of Villains is attempting the exfiltrate from Eye Island. They have secured a hostage, and the rocket is close to completion. We must move out immediately. The Slayer didn't waste any more time while looking around for a way to get himself up to the top of the tower in the fastest way possible. He laid his eyes upon a nearby elevator and hatched a plan in his head. He walked over and effortlessly tore the doors open. The EMP from the detonation of the submarine has disabled all of the elevators. The Slayer humorously smirked. He enjoyed proving others wrong. Vega probably wouldn't see this part coming. Stepping inside the elevator, he punched off the top hatch and climbed up onto the top of the elevator cabin. The Doomslayer grabbed the lift cables, drew his super shotgun, and shot the end of the cable. In that instant, he was rocketed up the steel elevator shaft, while rapidly gaining momentum as the cable carried him upwards floor by floor. As he held onto the cable carrying him up the tower, he did not forget about the other hostages and All Might. If the number 1 hero was smart, he would stay out of his way. To be continued. Chapter 17. Rooftop Rumble. Eye Island's central tower 3rd floor. Still hiding in the employee break room, the students of UA stood as still as statues. They had spent the last 30 minutes or so listening to the sounds of chaos outside, and then inside when they felt the tremors shake the tower. But soon it had stopped, and all that was left was silence. Is it over? Uraraka shakily asked, having finally recovered from her emotional breakdown. I don't know. Izuku answered uncertainly. Shoto and Mirio remained quiet, the normally stoic first year and professional third year wearing expressions of fright. They had been taught of the dangers of heroism by their teachers and peers, but they were completely unprepared for the level of carnage wrought out this day. Kirishima clenched and unclenched his fists in frustration. This feeling of helplessness reminded him all too much of the day when he was too scared to help those high school girls being accosted by a literal giant, and it was only the timely arrival of Mina Ashido who saved them from harm. But even she was just as scared as he was back then. That act of cowardice was, in Kirishima's point of view, his lowest point in life, and he did not want to experience that again. He was done sitting around. All right, that's it. We can't just keep hiding here forever, Kirishima heatedly exclaimed. Sooner or later that psycho is going to come up here and go after the hostages. We gotta save them. The others looked at Kirishima and then at each other. We could try. Shoto nodded. We could at least free the heroes. And we could also rescue All Might too. If there's anyone who can stop that guy, it's him. Uraraka realized, starting to brighten up a little. As Kirishima and Shoto looked hopeful, Izuku was worried. While it was true that All Might could very well stop the vigilantes' rampage, Midoriya knew that his mentor had been in his powered-up state for a prolonged period. That put tremendous strain on both Yagi's body and his quirk. Not to mention that there was no way to tell if he had enough power to take on the vigilante. He dreaded to think what would happen if that maniac got to his currently immobilized mentor first before they did. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Mirio also knew of All Might's condition. His mentor, Sir Naitai, had secretly revealed to him All Might's identity and condition in the hopes that Mirio would carry on the legacy of the symbol of peace one day. But that was rendered moot one day when Yagi informed Naitai over the phone that he had already found a worthy heir for One for All. He didn't say who, but Naitai was more or less displeased. Mirio wasn't bothered at all, but rather curious to meet the person who Yagi passed him for. And yet, he isn't aware that the new heir was standing right next to him. Well, saving the hostages and the heroes should be our top priority, but we don't know if there's still any mercenaries patrolling the building. Mirio started. I'll go do some reconnaissance of the upper floors to see if fucking motherfuck. Everyone nearly had a heart attack when Bakugu suddenly sprang up from the couch like a rocket while howling curses. Bakugu stumbled around until he finally propped himself up near the knocked-over fridge. The human firecracker was breathing heavily with his bandaged head sporting a small bloodstain. His hazy eyes were darting left and right while his lips curled, baring his canines. Everyone took several steps away from him, and none of them dared to make any sudden moves. What the fuck happened to me? Start fucking talking, you extras. Bakugu wrathfully spat at them, his left eye twitching. Izuku was afraid to answer. Katsuki was in a bad place right now, and all it took was the wrong answer to set him off. God forbid if he looked outside the window. Well, you see, Kaken Izuku nervously began until Bakugu interrupted him. Spit it out, damn nerd. With Izuku reduced to a stuttering mess, Kirishima quickly filled Bakugu in. You got a pretty nasty head injury after that explosion, and you've been out for a while. We've been hiding in here ever since that vigilante started fighting the sabers. I think he's already killed them all. Izuku, Uraraka, Shoto, and Mirio went pale. After all of the gunfire and screaming over the last 2 hours, there was no way any of the mercenaries survived. Shoto cautiously glanced behind him towards the window, afraid of what would happen if Bakugu saw the river of death outside. His classmate was already in a very fragile state of mind right now, and the last thing they needed from him was a meltdown. So you've all been sitting here doing jack shit. Fuck this. Bakugu angrily shouted as he stomped over to the door until Mirio got in his way. What are you doing? I'm going to save All Might. What's it look like, weird eyes? But we still don't know if that vigilante is still out there. He could be on his way right now. Uraraka tried to reason with Bakugu. Then I'll kill him before that happens. Katsuki raged at her. No, catch Han. You can't fight him. He's too dangerous. Izuku implored as he tried to restrain him. Fuck off, DKU. Bakugu snarled as he shoved him away. The whole group devolved into rampant yelling with Mirio and Shoto trying to stop Bakugu as he tried to push them aside. Izuku, Uraraka, and Kirishima tried to talk some sense into him. As the argument escalated, Vega silently observed the group from the security camera in the corner of the room. Earlier, Vega had calculated that the LOV would escape long before the Doomslayer could reach them. While the AI did not doubt the Slayer's combative abilities, there was also the matter of the hostages. The Slayer could not fight the LOV and save the heroes at the same time. If he went after the League, there was a very high possibility of the hostages and the heroes being executed. If he went to the ballroom, the LOV would escape and launch the WMD. Vega was able to activate the emergency security doors to seal the exits and block off their escape route, but Volcano was easily melting through them with his magma quirk. The Slayer was still traveling up the elevator shaft, and since the building itself was 200 stories high, Vega needed to buy him more time. These heroes in training could be invaluable in preventing the League from escaping before the Slayer could arrive and terminate the villains. He already calculated that they had a high probability of survival after accessing their performance records from the high school servers. This argument is detrimental to your current predicament, /. The scuffle grounded to a screeching halt as everyone jolted when they heard the synthesized voice seemingly speak from out of nowhere. As the rattled teens looked around the room for the source of the voice, the TV came to life by itself and played a jingle as a circular symbol appeared on the screen. /hello /. Everyone looked like a deer caught in the headlights as they stared at the TV, which was now talking to them. Hi. Uraraka innocently waved, unsure of how to reply. The others looked at each other in confusion. They had no clue what was going on anymore. I do not have the luxury of explaining to you of who or what I am, but know this. I am here to help you. The League of Villains will soon leave Island, but not before activating a weapon of mass destruction that will kill everyone on the island. You must stop them /. A WMD? Kirishima jumped back as the others did the same. Wait, the League of Villains are here. Izuka gasped. They were working alongside the Steel Sabers to steal the quirk amplification headset, a support item that enhances the wearer's quirk. Future production of the device was halted by the HPSC, who deemed it too dangerous, and the only functional model was stored in the tower's main vault. They have already acquired the device /. The TV immediately switched to camera footage of a group of villains standing in a hallway before a bulkhead door, with one of them blasting a stream of lava from his hand at the door. They got Melissa Shield, Mirio exclaimed as he pointed at the one villain restraining the struggling girl. Izuku felt his blood run cold. Shoto tensed when he recognized the magma-spewing villain. It was Volcano, the leader of the titular Volcano Thieves. Many years ago, back when he was a little kid, his father engaged in battle with this dangerous villain. Endeavor was easily outmatched by Volcano due to his quirk being far more powerful than Hellflame, and his father would have died that day were it not for the timely arrival of All Might. But Volcano and his minions escaped, leaving Esaha City a magma-flooded disaster zone, and Inji half dead. His father was livid at the news that he was defeated by a villain, even more so when he had to be saved by All Might. He never got over that terrible day, and as usual, he took his anger out on the family. I am updating your cell phones with a map of the building. I will pinpoint an ideal route that will allow you to circumvent the League and prevent their departure, /. The phones belonging to each of the UA students, save for Kirishima, who was only in his underwear, began to ring, and they all pulled them out of their pockets. Their screens showed a comprehensive layout of the floors above them, along with a moving red blip that had to be the LOV. You must intercept them quickly, and you'll have my assurance that the hostages in the ballroom will be unharmed. He will ensure their safety and eliminate the guards, /. He. Izuku repeated as he looked up from his phone. Who are you talking about? Izuku felt dead consume his entire being when he instantly put the pieces together to who this mysterious contact was referring. The others were having the same reaction. They were supposed to leave the lives of the hostages and All Might in the hands of a madman. Bakugo wasn't having any of it. Hey, Screwbag, what makes you think we're gonna do what you say, huh? Who the fuck are you? The TV instantly shut itself off, leaving a black screen with Bakugo's fuming expression visible on the glass reflection. Why? Bakugo snarled as he slammed his fist on the TV, cracking the screen. Before anyone could ask who just contacted them, Izuka bolted out the door and ran down the hallway. His mind was racing as he rushed through the building. He had no time to question if that contact was trying to help them or why they were affiliated with the Vigilante, but the only thing that did matter was the LOV was going to set off a WMD, and they had Melissa in their clutches. The rational part of him was telling him not to follow the orders of someone who was in cahoots with a mass-murdering psychopath, but the selfless side of him was encouraging him to save Melissa and stop the League of Villains. He chose the selfless side. Deku. Izuku heard Uraraka call out to him as she and the rest of the group caught up to him. You're going after the League? We have to. I won't let them destroy this island and everyone on it. Izuku answered hastily as he pulled his phone out and followed the map on the screen. This way. But what about the hostages? We can't just leave them there with that Vigilante, and our friends are still in there. Shoto pointed out. Izuku gulped worriedly. He was right. They couldn't just leave them undefended if that madman came up here. Leave it to me and Bakugo, Kirishima volunteered as he held up his hand. If we can free All Might and the other heroes, they could help us fight the League and that Vigilante. Who the hell said I was going with you, shitty hair? Bakugo elbowed him in the shoulder. I decide what I'm doing next, dash. Oh, shut up and let's go save them. It's this way. Kirishima interrupted Bakugo before grabbing him by the scruff of his dress shirt and dragging him along. The fuck? Let me go, shitty hair. I'll kick your fucking ass. Bakugo furiously flailed his arms around, Kirishima's hardened grip preventing him from escaping. Everyone's sweat dropped as they watched their friend drag the screaming hothead down towards the opposite hall. Are they going to be okay? Mirio inquired, convinced that Katsuki was mentally unstable. They'll be just fine. They can handle the guards, believe me, Izuku assured him, knowing that those two were very skilled with their quirks. He glanced down at his phone to check the map. We'll take the next right, and then head up towards the emergency stairwell. They all followed the route, and soon found themselves running up the stairway as fast as they could. They considered themselves lucky because they weren't on the lower floor of his suit. Would have never made it. Reaching the door at the top of the stairwell, Mirio used his quirk to phase his face through the door and scan the area. It was a drab, concrete hallway with a maze of pipes running along the ceiling. Mirio gave the thumbs up to the others, and they all cautiously walked through. They made a left down the hall, while keeping quiet to avoid detection until they came upon a door at the other end of the hall. As the teens moved up towards it, Izuku noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He glanced at the small window to his left and noticed several bright lights soaring up into the air from Island's airport. Izuku squinted at the lights as they drifted downwards from the sky. Flares? He quietly wondered. Izuku, are you coming? Shoto called out to him, snapping Midoriya back to reality. Why yeah? Izuku quickly replied as he followed his friends. He wasn't sure who was launching those flares, but he hoped that it meant help was finally coming. They slowly opened the door and entered the room. It was a large storage room containing fuel drums, helicopter parts, and tool kits, most likely used for repairing and maintenance. At the far end of the room were rows of generators and the League of Villains. Everyone ducked behind the fuel drums and peered out a little to get a better view. The group of villains were in their line of sight, and so was a struggling Melissa as her captor held her by the neck. We still have some men in the ballroom. Swordkill reminded Curator. We're not even going to tell them that we're leaving. What about them? Curator answered in a detached, unpitying tone. They're just hired guns, Swordkill. Leave them. Wolfram callously waved his hand. Izuku and the others were incensed at that dismissal. Looks like there was truly no honor among thieves. As the villains were about to leave the room via the stairwell that led to the roof in the far corner of the room, the UA students quietly followed them while hiding behind the drums to conceal themselves. As they moved closer to ambush them, Uraraka tripped over a toolbox, and the sound of clattering wrenches alerted the villains. Specs spun around and spotted a group of teens yanking one of their own behind the fuel drums. Suppressing Specs hollered at the top of his lungs as he let loose his Scar assault rifle, sweeping the weapon from side to side while spraying bullets everywhere. Swordkill, Daigo, and Nobu opened fire on them as well, the latter still restraining Melissa. Uraraka and Izuku cried out and ducked to the floor as much as they could behind the drums with Shoto and Mirio. The bullets whizzed over their heads and riddled the generators, causing them to explode in a burst of fire and sparks. The whole floor was plunged into darkness when the surge of electricity destroyed the overhead lights. The rounds penetrated the drums, spilling highly flammable fuel all over the ground, and prompting the teens to flee when they saw the fuel was dangerously inching towards the flaming generators. Shoto created a wall of ice to shield his friends from the errant gunfire just as the fuel touched the fire. The flames raced up to the drums and detonated them in a large explosion that lit up the room. Shoto formed a dome of ice around everyone to protect themselves while the villains, Sans Curator and Volcano, who already went up the stairs, were blown back from the blast along with Melissa. Are you dipshits trying to blow us up? Wolfram yelled at them while smacking them upside their heads as they tried to get themselves back up on their feet. He tightly grasped Melissa by the wrist and dragged her up the stairs with him. Hold him off. We'll wait for you. Wolfram's underlings nodded and they guarded the stairwell as their leader dragged Melissa along with him. Izuku could make out Wolfram fleeing with Melissa firmly clinched in his grip from inside the ice dome. They're getting away. They won't. You three go after the League. I'll hold these four off. Mirio instructed. Are you sure you can take them on by yourself? Uraraka asked out of concern. My friends and I weren't called the Big Three at UA for nothing. Mirio cracked a smile with a twinkle in his eye. Izuku nodded and looked to his friends. Shoto summoned fire to form in his hands while Uraraka touched numerous objects and made them float. Izuku looked down his hand at the red, rectangular device he was wearing around his wrist. Melissa had outfitted him with the full gauntlet, an invention of her own design based on All Might's overwhelming strength. Izuku received this prototype support item from her earlier before the siege, and if his hypothesis was correct, then it could theoretically allow him to use the full power of One for All without causing harm to his body. He pressed the button on the wristband, and a series of intersecting metallic bands wrapped around the length of his hand and arm up to the elbow. Izuku flexed his fingers before balling up his fist. Outside the dome, Wolfram's cronies cautiously inched towards them with their assault rifles at the ready. The frontal portion of the dome exploded outwards, and they were pelted with chunks of ice flying toward them. They had no chance to recover when an assorted flurry of debris and tools flew right into their faces. Nobu was whacked in the nuts with a pipe wrench. Izuku rocketed towards Swordkill, and Scissor kicked him in the face, while Shoto dove out into the open and fired a jet of flame at their weapons. This action superheated their rifles, and they were forced to drop them as the guns burned their hands. Daigo transformed into a hulking, purple-skinned brute and charged towards Shoto only for Uraraka to touch several empty fuel drums and guided them to collide into Daigo's feet. The villains stumbled over them, allowing Shoto to hurl a fireball into his face while Uraraka manipulated the drums to fall on top of the other goons. Izuku bolted up the stairs as soon as he saw an opening, as did Shoto and Uraraka, who closely followed behind. Little shits, Specs snarled as he pressed a button on the side of his goggles. The right side transformed into a rifle barrel while the left side functioned as a scope. He had his crosshairs focused on the back of Shoto's head and was about to fire a bullet out of his eye. Pow-ee-eerier. Mirio phased through the floor beneath Specs and uppercut him with enough force to knock off his goggles. As the others ran up the stairs, Nobu charged at Mirio and swung his large, webbed hands, ready to displace a chunk of the boy's body, but his hand went through him like he was a ghost. Mirio punched Nobu across the face and followed up by grappling him into a leg lock to disorient him. Swordkill turned his hands into blades and ran towards him with his blades aimed at his face, while Daigo let out a roar and swung his fist at him, but Mirio sunk into the floor to dodge the blows. Swordkill's blade raked across Daigo's chest just as the purple monster clocked him square in the face. Specs picked himself back up and tore off his goggles while Swordkill and Daigo reeled from their unintentional blows. Specs spotted Mirio emerging from the floor at the other end of the room and started firing bullets from his right eye just as Nobu got up and flung compressive gusts at the U-Data student. Mirio phased through the columns and thin drywalls to avoid the barrage of bullets and displacement blasts that tore up the environment. This added more chaos to the situation as more fuel drums exploded and the emergency sprinklers came on as a result. Just as Mirio phased through the last column, Daigo leaped towards him with his fists raised in the air with the intent to crush him into dust. Mirio easily phased through the brute's fists and caught him in a headlock before slamming him to the ground with a surprising amount of strength. Mirio jumped back just as Swordkill came in from the right and thrust his sword arm at him. Mirio took up a boxing stance as Swordkill glared him down, Nobu and Specs joining back up with him as Daigo got up with an angry grunt. "You fucking nudist. You think we're just going to let some first-year UA brat make a fool out of us?" Swordkill vented at the boy while his compatriots looked ready to fight despite the clear gap in quirks. A nudist? Well, that's a common misconception. But I'm certainly anything but a first year. Mirio exuded confidence as he prepared himself for another scuffle as the flames danced around him while water rained down from the ceiling. Island's central tower rooftop. Up on the roof, the rest of the villains gathered at the helipad just as Dusty Ash and Gust Boy finished arming the VX missile. A light breeze swept across the roof, bringing the stinging scent of rot from the burning city. "We're all set," Dusty said as she and Gust walked over to them. "Missile launch will be in 3 minutes. More than enough time to get the hell out of here." "Good. Just get me as far away from this fucking island as possible." Wolfram grumbled as he still restrained Melissa, who struggled in vain to escape. "Didn't you just say to your dogs that we were going to wait for them?" Curator snidely reminded him. "Screw him." Wolfram shot back. He was completely done with everything that had happened today and just wanted to throw himself at AFO's feet and beg for another chance. "Wow, that desperate to run away from your tire fire of a mission, eh?" Gust Boy heckled, unaware of the veins popping up on Wolfram's head. "Can't wait to see how the boss will chew you out this time." "Shut your fucking fuckhole, you inbred Daffy Duck." Wolfram roared into Gust's face, causing him to jump back in surprise. If that armored freak never came here, then we could have been rolling in support items and the steel sabers would have been eating out of our fucking hands. Before Wolfram could rage any further, he felt a large hand place itself on his shoulder. Wolfram cautiously looked behind him to see Volcano looming over him like a giant. "Look, Wolfie, I know my partner in crime can be a bit of a pain in the ass, no offense, but you let your overconfidence get the best of you, so this whole thing is on you whether or not you didn't know Sir Kills-A-Lot would throw a monkey wrench into the gears of your so-called master plan." Volcano's grip on Wolfram's shoulder tightened a little as his hand started to heat up. His tone of voice took on a dangerous tone. "Also keep in mind there's a limit to how many failures All for One can tolerate." "Quite so. You can save your excuses for All for One once we return. So until then, follow your orders like a good little boy." Curator mocked with a bored expression before turning his attention to Melissa, who froze when their eyes locked. "As for you, All for One has taken note of your rather impressive talents concerning the creation of support items, and your service for our cause will be invaluable." "I'll never make anything for you," Melissa yelled at him. Curator chuckled. "Oh, worry not, my dear. You will." "Let her go," a loud voice called out, causing the villains to turn towards the door where they came from. Izuku, Shoto, and Uraraka stood before them a distance away. The youths held an expression of determination, and they were ready to throw down at any given moment. Izuku briefly glanced to his right and saw an apocalyptic view, smoke rising from the ravaged buildings and the streets running red with blood and dead bodies. He quickly focused back on the problem at hand, namely rescuing Melissa and stopping the LOV from destroying Island. The League, except for Wolfram, looked at the kids in amusement, impressed that someone was willing to fight several high-ranking villains. Curator smiled behind his mask as he studied the boy with green hair. Izuku Midoriya. So this is the new bearer of One for All. He mentally observed. Volcano handed Dusty Ash the briefcase as he waltzed over towards the youths who backed away and took up stances. Placing his hands on his hips, the villain took pleasure in their state of fear. So what's it gonna be, kiddos? Are you going to die trying to be heroes, or are you going to do the right thing and just turn a blind eye? He gloated. Nobody answered him and kept their distance, still ready to defend themselves if necessary. Maguma turned his attention over to Shoto and raised an eyebrow. What about you, daddy's boy? Do I have to remind you of how I kicked your dad's ass up and down SA? Shoto's hands balled into fists as he stared up at Volcano. He didn't want to be reminded about his abusive father at all. Where is the WMD? He demanded through his gritting teeth. Well, wouldn't you like to? Volcano stopped himself when he realized what Shoto just said. Hold on, how the hell do know you about Dash? While Volcano was preoccupied with Shoto, Izuku and Uraraka spotted a silver-colored cylinder on the far side of the roof out of the corner of their eyes and immediately assumed it was the WMD. In that instant, Izuku bolted towards the device with Uraraka flying alongside him. Their respective quirks gave them a significant speed boost. Shoto summoned a large wall of ice between him and Volcano, but a geyser of lava melted straight through the barrier. Izuku and Uraraka saw the jet of magma heading toward them, and the girl barely had enough time to grab Izuku and yank him out of the way as the stream missed them by inches. Volcano shattered the ice wall with his fist and slammed his boot into Shoto's abdomen when he tried to attack him. Todoroki could feel one of his ribs crack as he slammed into the far wall next to the exit. Shoto, Izuku called out just as a sudden burst of wind threw them off course while a cloud of ash blinded them. The wind guided them back towards Shoto, and they were roughly slammed to the ground. Izuku and Uraraka were covered in ash as they coughed uncontrollably. Izuku painfully blinked away the ashes in his eyes and could make out the two villains grinning at him. Volcano shot another blast of lava at Midoriya and Uraraka, who avoided the downpour of lava to the left, backpedaling away from the pool of searing hot magma. Seriously? Is this the best UA has to offer? Man, they are really scrapping the bottom of the barrel. Volcano laughed victoriously. This has been an entertaining little show, but we really must get going. Curator said as he turned around, while Dusty Ash formed her ash platform. Maguma followed after them, but not before giving Izuku and his friends a mocking wave. No, you're not getting away with this. Midoriya stubbornly shouted as he ran towards them, only to stop when Wolfram fired his pistol at the boy's feet. The villain then wrapped his arm around Melissa's neck and held her in front of him, using her as a shield while he pressed his gun to the side of her head. Don't you fucking move. I will plug this bitch if you take another step. Wolfram threatened as he pushed the barrel of his weapon against the frightened girl. Melissa, Izuku exclaimed as Uraraka helped Shoto up. Izuku desperately wanted to save her, but he knew that one wrong move would lead to her death. He didn't know what to do. But suddenly, a white blur shot upwards into the air from behind the helipad. Wolfram and the other villains snapped their heads up towards the sky, giving Izuku just enough time to rocket himself towards Wolfram and deliver a right hook across his face. He then wrapped his arms around Melissa and jumped back towards his friends, but a livid Wolfram leveled his gun at him. Luckily, he didn't get the chance to pull the trigger when the object slammed back down right on top of him. The impact almost cracked the helipad in two and created a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Izuku and Melissa looked back towards the cloud of smoke, as did Shoto and Uraraka. A loud punching noise was heard, and Wolfram was hurled through the cloud and right into Dusty Ash, who dropped the briefcase containing the headset. I heard a lot of commotion going on up here, and I just had to hop in on the action. A boisterous voice came from within the smoke screen as a pair of white rabbit ears popped up from the cloud. Izuku's face lit up when he recognized that voice and the unmistakable ears. The dust cloud dissipated to reveal the rabbit heroine herself. You villains who are up to no good. Prepare to be sent flying by me. Island Airport, 40 minutes earlier. Maruko had to squint her eyes as the wind blew against her face. She was still whistling through the air after MT Lady threw her, and she was having a very difficult time trying to straighten herself as she soared towards Island. She was able to make out an airport that was rapidly getting closer, so Maruko pivoted her body around mid-flight so that her feet were facing in front of her. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she thrust her feet right on the concrete. The force of the impact created a small crater with her footprints in the center. Wrenching her feet out of the ground, Maruko shook the discomfort out of her legs as she stepped over the sizable spiderweb crack she made. Nailed it, she chirped. Her revelry was short-lived when she noticed the dead sabers scattered across the tarmac, some decapitated or had rebars impaled through their faces. Maruko shook her head to dispel any thoughts she was having and focused back on the mission. Looking up to the air traffic control tower, Maruko leaped up to the roof of the airport and crouched down before making a massive jump up towards the tower. She landed on the balcony and climbed through the broken window, hoping to use the console to radio her comrades. Unfortunately, what she saw caused her ears to droop. The Sabers had already disabled the radios. Everything was riddled with bullets, and the consoles had been trashed. Silently cursing to herself, Miruko started thinking of another way to contact the heroes. But first, she had to investigate if there were any civilians in need of rescue. She took note of the door and windows of the airport being sealed off by bulkheads and decided that as much as she wanted to destroy them with a well-placed stomp, she did not want to accidentally hurt any hostages that were probably inside. Miruko jumped off the tower and, upon landing on the ground, ran along the side of the building to search for an alternate entrance. She found an emergency exit with its doors slightly ajar and went through the exit to a corridor. She walked down the hallways until she saw bloodstains decorating the walls. She cautiously pressed onward, keeping her eyes open as she went past several inactive security drones. She noticed a supply closet with a large puddle of blood seeping from the bottom of the closed door. Swallowing, Miruko inched towards the door and opened it, backing away when a pile of dead Sabers collapsed on the floor in a pile. Miruko gagged in disgust. The bodies were covered in blood and were either missing their heads or had their skulls split open via some inhumane method. Miruko nearly tripped over a deactivated drone when she staggered backward, but then noticed the cables that were connected to it were covered in blood. Looking back and forth between the drone and the bodies, she instantly connected the dots and was left confused. Why were the drones that were only programmed to subdue their targets started killing them instead? But Miruko decided to save the question for another time. She had to focus. She rushed past the dead bodies and continued through the airport until she found the entrance main terminal. Miruko could hear voices from behind the door as her sharp ears picked up the voices that didn't sound hostile, meaning that they had to be the hostages. She approached the entrance, and the sliding door automatically opened to reveal a frightened woman pointing a submachine gun at the heroine. Miruko immediately placed her hands up and stepped away from the woman. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up a second. I'm a hero. A hero, Miruko quickly exclaimed. Komari's hyperventilated breathing started to slow down, and she lowered her weapon as relief spread across her face. Why you're, oh God. Oh, thank God. Her shoulders sagged as tears welled up in her eyes. She turned behind her to a group of people hiding behind a makeshift fort made out of luggage and airport chairs. Some of them were armed with weapons that used to be carried by the Sabers. Everyone, they're here. The heroes are here. Cheers and shouts of joy were heard as the traumatized civilians embraced each other or clapped for their savior. Several of them left the barricade and crowded around Miruko, bombarding her with questions about if more heroes were coming or if the JSDF was going to be called in. Okay, just take it easy, folks. It's only me, but if I can find a way to contact the heroes back on the mainland, I can give them the okay to send in help. We're going to get this whole thing under control, and you'll all be safe. Miruko explained to the crowd, calming them down. In the meantime, you all need to stay here for your own safety. The civilians nodded in agreement and went back towards the rest of the group while two teenagers walked up to her. Hey, you're the rabbit heroine, right? Nijire guessed. The one and only. Miruko beamed with her hands on her hips. But this isn't the time for autographs if that's what you're asking. Oh, we were going to tell you that there's an emergency compartment on the second floor near the vending machines. Maybe you could find some flares. Those might help you signal the other heroes. Tamaki corrected her. Well, ain't that convenient. Thanks for the info. Miruko gave him a thumbs up before noticing their clothing. Those uniforms, are you kids from UA? Yep. Nijire confirmed in a chipper tone. Our friend was at the central tower before the Sabers locked down the whole island. We also think they might be holding the rest of the hostages and All Might there. It does seem like the most obvious place. Miruko muttered to herself. She eyed the dead bodies of the steel Sabers, some with combat knives embedded in them, while one had been split straight down the middle with a broken fire axe lying near the corpse. Did he come through here by any chance? Tamaki went rigid as he and Nijire looked at each other. Yes, he did. We even had a run-in with him. What? Did he do anything to you? Miruko immediately demanded. She swore, if that psycho did anything to these kids. No, he didn't do anything to us at all. Nijire assured Miruko that she and her friend were startled by the sudden outburst. I mean, the worst he did was glare at us threateningly. We wanted to stop him from going on another rampage, but we decided to protect the civilians instead. Tamaki admitted. Smart thinking, kids. Miruko praised as she patted Tamaki on the shoulder. You made the right call. Nijire smiled in response while Tamaki turned red, ready to curl himself up into a ball. Excuse me. Komari nervously made herself known as she walked up to Miruko. There's something you should know about that man. He saved my life. Miruko blinked several times in disbelief. Hold on, he saved you. As incredulous as it sounds, yes. Some of my students tried to fight back, but they were all rounded up. Komari explained as she motioned towards the group of schoolchildren huddled in a corner of the terminal. They dragged us upstairs. They were going to kill me and the children, but then he came and saved us. In a way, we owe him our lives, even if his methods were excessive. Miruko was at loss. An armored maniac with a chainsaw saved a bunch of kids and their teacher? The same nutcase who tore off Shigaraki's arm, blew up half a mall, pulverized her friends, and waged a one-man war against the infamous Steel Sabers? That was incredibly hard to believe, but the woman seemed like she was telling the truth. Okay, at least he's not a complete lunatic. Maruko shrugged, unable to find the right words to say. In any case, you and the kids are safe now. Smiling warmly, Komari nodded and went back over to the schoolchildren to comfort them. Maruko then turned her attention to Nijire and Tamaki. I have to get going, but I need you two to keep these people safe until the other heroes arrive. Can you do that for me? You can count on us. Nijire cheerily saluted while Tamaki smiled a little in response. Giving them a thumbs up, Maruko easily jumped up to the second-floor balcony and sprinted down the halls. She eventually came to a door near several vending machines and figured this had to be where the supply room was. It was locked, but Maruko easily remedied that by kicking the door straight off of its hinges. Entering the room, Maruko sifted through the metal cases around the cramped room for flares until one box caught her eye. Bingo! Maruko beamed as she finally found a rectangular plastic case with the word flare written in red on the side. When she opened the case, she was surprised to see not a tiny little flare gun, but rather a rotary grenade launcher that had been converted into an automatic flare launcher. Maruko hefted the weapon out of its case before picking up the silver-colored flare rounds and inspecting them. They were starburst flares with a high-yield illumination radius, perfect for grabbing just about anyone's attention. Maruko started loading the canisters into the 15-round drum mag of the flare launcher before running out of the room and jumping through a broken skylight in the hallway. She went over to the edge of the airport roof and could just barely make out the Port of Tokyo in the distance as she readied the flare launcher. Port of Tokyo. Hawks anxiously drummed his fingers on his knee as he sat in one of the Pussycat's rescue boats. Everyone else was waiting for Maruko to contact them and give them the okay to retake Island. Mandalay kept herself seated near the radio, just in case. Hawks looked back towards the island that still had columns of smoke rising from the buildings, and his mouth formed a thin line. Something troubling you? Eraserhead queried as he sat next to Hawks. You're the most laid-back pro hero I know of, so what got you so angsty? Hawks turned to Aizawa. If you want me to be truthful, I guess I'm a little worried about Rumi. I'll admit, her lone wolf mentality can be a bit of a pain, but she earned her place as the number 5 pro hero. I honestly believe she can handle herself all right. Eraserhead assured him. At least she won't have to put up with Endeavor when we arrive. The JSDF has him on standby until further notice. It might make our job easier enough. Hawks nodded. However, he was secretly more concerned about Maruko reverting to her violent tendencies. But there was one other problem that had him on edge. Do we even have any kind of strategy for that walking tank? I know we have numbers on our side, but that guy smacked us around like we were toddlers the first time we fought him. Midnight, and I have been talking it over. We've come up with a plan to dash. Eraserhead started off, but then stopped when he noticed several bright lights rising in the sky from my island. Look, he pointed towards the island, garnering everyone's attention. Those are flares. Cementos identified. Do you guys think it's Maruko? It has to be. That's our signal to retake the island. Hawk said to the heroes. Lock and load, ladies and gentlemen. Snipe crooned as he twirled his 6 shooters. Time to rock and roll. All at once, the pro heroes piled into the Pussycat's rescue boats as Mandalay and Tiger revved up the engines. The vessels shot out towards the open sea like a jet straight to their destination, Island. Their mission? Rescue the hostages and All Might as well as apprehend the vigilante. But what none of them knew was they were not prepared for the horrors that awaited them. Island Airport. Maruko fired one more flare into the air before examining the launcher. It was a pretty sweet piece of ordnance and one that she wished she could keep. It wasn't her first time holding a weapon. Maruko's hands began to shake as she clutched the weapon. Her eyes dilated as a chill went up her spine. The scenery within her vision seemed to warp and distort until she found herself several years in the past, clutching a 10-gauge shotgun in her hands with a convicted murderer at her feet, screaming in pain as he clutched his blown-off kneecap. She could see her reflection in the puddle of blood, though it did not show her current visage as a hero, but rather a disturbed teen wearing a tiger-themed luchador mask who was smiling insidiously. Maruko shook her head and was brought back to the present. It was all a hallucination, a memory of dark times. Her lips curled up into a grimace and she smacked the side of her head repeatedly. Come on, damn it. Get your head in the game. Exhaling, Maruko slung the flare launcher around her back with the weapon's leather sling and turned around to see the island's central tower. She broke into a running start and focused all of the power in her legs to launch herself off the roof when she neared the edge and soared through the sky in an arc. As she neared a building, she made another powerful jump just as she landed on the roof while keeping her focus on the tower. As she sailed through the air in another arc, a repulsive scent suddenly assaulted her nostrils, causing her to lose her concentration. The whole island reeked of death, almost enough to overpower her. She took a brief glance down at the city and immediately regretted it. Maruko was so transfixed at what she was witnessing that she lost her balance and began to spiral out of control through the air. She tried to pivot herself around so she could land, but the ground was rapidly approaching. Maruko was able to turn herself around quick enough to land on one foot, but the speed and momentum of her fall caused her to trip over and tumbled across the ground. Once she had stopped, Maruko lifted her head and recoiled in horror at the sight of a dead saber with his head split open wide enough to reveal his pulped brain matter. She shot up and scrambled away from the body, only to trip over another corpse and fall on top of something soft. She glanced behind her to see that she had fallen on top of a small mound of dead bodies, staining the back of her costume and hair with blood. Maruko screamed as she jumped up and stumbled backward into the street. Instead of her feet touching asphalt, however, she felt herself stepping into something warm and sticky. She looked down at her feet and realized she had stepped into a lake of blood that went up to her ankles. Maruko could only stare in horror at the sea of crimson. There was so much that she could see her reflection in it. Her whole body trembling, Maruko turned to her right, and terror consumed her very being. The horrible sight she previously witnessed during her leap was a million times worse up close. Stretching on for what seemed to feel like miles was a literal sea of death and destruction. Thousands of dead steel sabers, either dismembered or disemboweled, stretched on for as long as the eye could see. Dozens of APCs burned like metal tinderboxes. Cracks and craters scarred the buildings around the area as the mercenaries' weapons lay scattered and broken. Internal organs and limbs were splayed everywhere, some even bobbing along in the blood water. Fires littered the gore-soaked landscape, while a larger pillar of flame rose from the destroyed industrial district. Maruko felt like she was in a nightmare. She shakingly walked backward and back onto solid ground, leaving behind bloody footprints. The rabbit heroine continued to stare slack-jawed in horror at the hellish scene before her. It slowly began to dawn upon Maruko that the vigilante was responsible for this slaughter. The gunshots and explosions she and her friends heard, as well as the tank that almost crushed them, were the result of a one-sided massacre of grisly proportions. One man did all of this. Still breathing heavily, Maruko looked behind her to see that she had landed in front of the steps that led up to the main entrance of Island's tower. She took a deep breath and hurried up the stairs where she ran through the blown-open doors. The main lobby looked just the same as the outside. The floor and columns were ripped or blown apart, while a large statue lay toppled over with the globe on the other side of the room. And of course, there were the bodies. Maruko was just about to inspect them when she noticed something on the far wall. She walked over to it and stopped a few feet away from it. The fear came racing back to her, but it was intermingled with confusion. Scrawled upon the wall in blood was what she could only describe as an occultic symbol, a distorted cross with a V shape at the bottom and 4 bizarre symbols located on each corner. Her eyes drifted downward at the message written in blood at the bottom. Rip and tear. What the hell? She whispered to herself. Maruko rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. It was official. This man was a psycho. The other heroes, and even the HPSC, had to be warned of how dangerous and unhinged this guy was. But then again, why save those people at the airport? Nothing was adding up. Stepping away from the scrawling like it was a bad omen, Maruko went back over to the bodies to identify them. 4 of the bodies were too heavily butchered to tell who it was, but she did recognize one of them. 9. The dreaded leader of the Steel Sabers laid in a pool of his blood, his body mangled and broken with a large portion of the back of his head missing. The other bodies had to have been his lieutenants. If the massacre outside was of any indication, 9 and his goons had met the same fate as their soldiers. Relief that at long last the Steel Sabers would no longer threaten the world or hunt down any more heroes. No more heroes would be hunted down and killed for sport. No more ruined families. Everyone could rest easy knowing that they were gone. And contempt towards the Steel Sabers in general. Glancing back towards the entrance where the mass slaughter was still visible, she didn't feel any pity for them at all. After everything these hero-murdering bastards did, why would she? They deserved to suffer more. Staring down at 9's corpse, Maruko spat a wad of saliva upon his body. Good fucking riddance. Maruko suddenly heard a light rumbling from above. She looked up and focused her ears to find the source, managing to pinpoint it coming from the very top of the tower. She ran back outside and looked up towards the tower while her ears rotated themselves to pinpoint the exact location of the disturbance. She noticed an orange glow coming from atop the tower and the faint scent of sulfur in the air mixed with the carrion and offal from the bodies. Her hearing picked up the sound of a gunshot, and she instantly sprang into action. She jumped towards the tower and began bouncing off the outcroppings of the building, rapidly gaining speed and height as her jumps carried her farther and farther up the tower. Maruko neared the top of the tower and smashed her feet against the side of the building before launching herself upwards. The force of her jump sent her shooting into the sky, where she saw a standoff occurring below her, recognizing some of them as the volcano thieves who mysteriously disappeared years ago. The assailants below her whipped their heads up towards her, and Maruko witnessed a young boy with green hair launch himself towards the villain, holding a woman hostage, and slug him across his ugly mug. As soon as the boy got the hostage away from him, Maruko aimed her foot at the villain, pointing a gun at him. Descending from the air, Maruko did a flying kick straight into the gunman's back and slammed him to the ground with enough force to crack the helipad. The kicked-up dust created a smokescreen, and she took this opportunity to pick up the downed villain by the scruff of his coat and knock him senseless with her gloved fist. The punch sent the dumbass crashing into one of his partners. I heard a lot of commotion going on up here, and I just had to hop in on the action. Miruko boasted proudly as the smoke cloud dissipated. You villains who are up to no good. Prepare to be sent flying by me. Izuku and Ochako were completely ecstatic while Shoto and Melissa exhaled in relief. Finally, heroes had come to the rescue. But Izuku's look of joy faltered when he noticed the weapon slung across her back, and some parts of her costume and feet were covered in blood. The villains glared at Miruko with annoyance. They weren't expecting heroes to arrive so soon, and certainly not the number 5 pro hero herself. The best thing to do would be to leave immediately and let the VX gas kill them. They have a WMD. Izuku shouted to Miruko. They're going to kill everyone on Island. Lead Zeppelin communication breakdown. What? Miruko gaped in shock before she turned to the villains. Her expression switched to furious anger as she cracked her knuckles. Oh, you assholes are in for it now. Volcano responded by blasting a stream of lava from his hands at her, but the hero dodged to the left and threw herself at the villain just as Izuku ran towards Curator. Uraraka, Melissa, and Shoto took this chance to make a break for the rocket to disarm it. Curator saw them heading towards the WMD and turned to Gust Boy and Dusty Ash. Stop them, he ordered as he engaged Izuku. Miruko swung a kick at Volcano's face, but the villain blocked with his armored gauntlet. To his surprise, the force of the kick was strong enough to shatter it apart, and she took advantage of his moment of surprise to spin into another kick that struck his side. Maguma could feel one of his ribs crack, but threw an overhead fist upon Miruko, who dodged it and did a sweeping kick that knocked him off of his feet. The villain recovered fast enough to lob a lava ball at the heroine. Curator easily parried Izuku's flurry of blows and barely had enough time to avoid an errant globe of magma that the hero dodged. Izuku was on the offense, making excellent use of the full gauntlet to keep his power up above 50%. However, he could only use maximum power in the hand that full gauntlet was wrapped around, so he had to keep his one for all at 25% for his other limbs. He was rapidly throwing punches and kicks at Curator, but he was easily sidestepping or blocking his attacks with ease. Truly, if you were indeed worthy of All Might's tutelage, wouldn't this fight be over already? He taunted as he swiftly flipped Izuku over his shoulder before hitting him in the chest with an open palm strike. Izuku rolled across the helipad, but managed to straighten himself up before he could fall over the edge. Izuku scowled as Curator calmly strode over towards him with his hands clasped behind his back. Izuku had to try and think of a different strategy and buy the others time so they could deactivate that bomb. Speaking of which, on the other half of the roof, Uraraka and Shoto were engaged in a protracted brawl with Dusty Ash and Gust Boy, while Melissa tried her hardest to disarm the rocket. Shoto sent waves of fire at Gust, while the villain countered the attacks by unleashing gusts of wind to blow away the flames, forcing Shoto to use his ice powers. The switch to the other half of his powers was already providing Shoto an advantage since Gust's wind blasts weren't strong enough to break the ice and were successful in freezing the villain's hands and feet to the ground. Uraraka was having a little more trouble with her opponent, Dusty Ash. The villainess had switched from blasting Uraraka with Ash to closing the distance and attacking with her ninjato-shaped club. Despite taking martial arts lessons from Gunhead, Uraraka couldn't keep up with her much faster enemy. Ash repeatedly battered her all over with her club, taking great sadistic pleasure in each cry of pain from the younger girl. She pelted Uraraka in the face with her Ash, blinding her and striking the club across her face. Uraraka tumbled across the ground as Dusty Ash moved in while spinning her club with the intent of breaking her skull, only for Shoto to blindside her with a fiery fist to her back. As dust reeled from the burning sensation on her back, Uraraka touched her by the foot and sent her flying into the air, with Shoto following up by sending a pillar of ice smashing into her midsection. Uraraka pressed her fingers together and Dusty throttled downwards towards Gust. Their faces crashed together and she landed on top of him. Shoto helped Uraraka up, momentarily wincing at her bruised face and bloodied nose. The two of them quickly headed over to Melissa, who had managed to unscrew the main cover for the small rocket with her fingers and found the main wires. Did you find a way to shut it off? Uraraka asked hopefully as she and Shoto crowded around her. I am not sure which wires to remove. Melissa stammered, sweating out of stress. She was very hesitant to yank them out. I could end up setting it off for all we know /blue and yellow /. The trio jumped at the voice and Uraraka dug out her cell phone to see the symbol on her phone's screen. It was the mysterious contact again. Remove the blue wire first, then the yellow wire. That will disable the device /. Melissa wasn't sure why Ochako's phone spontaneously started speaking, but there was no time to waste. She grabbed the blue wire and tore it out after a few tugs, then the same with the yellow wire. The clockwork mechanisms slowly grounded to a halt until it stopped completely, heralding its deactivation. It worked. Melissa exclaimed in surprise as Uraraka shared her expression of joy. It's disarmed. Her revelry was short-lived when Dusty freed Gust from his entrapment, forcing Uraraka and Shoto to engage them once again. Izuku and Maruko heard Melissa, and the two were relieved, but unfortunately, Volcano and Curator were within earshot as well. Curator hissed to himself in frustration as Izuku took advantage of his distraction. Izuku charged the power of OFA into his legs and zipped behind Curator in midair as arcs of red and green energy danced around him. But Curator spun around and unleashed a loud, ear-piercing sonar wave from his mouthpiece. The reverberating blast sent Izuku tumbling upwards into the air while shouting in pain, covering his ears as the high-pitching clicking noise almost ruptured his eardrums. Curator then extended his left hand, and it enlarged to thrice his size while taking on a whale-like skin texture. He grabbed Izuku out of the air, his fingers wrapped tightly around Izuku, and slowly crushing him. All of that power wasted on a petulant little child. Curator sighed in disappointment. What it all might see in you. He then flung Izuku to the right, and the boy smashed into the wall near the exit, hard enough to almost destroy it completely. Izuku coughed up blood as the rubble collapsed on top of him. Kid, Maruko called out as she saw the youth getting buried underneath the concrete. Gritting her teeth in rage, she dodged another lava glob from Volcano before jumping onto his face and using it like a springboard, knocking Maguma face first to the ground. Maruko charged towards Curator with murderous intent, her crimson eyes locking onto his visible bored eye. Her ears heard the sound of Curator sucking in the air, and she darted to the left just in time to avoid the sonar wave he sent her way. Volcano got up and was just about to fire a stream of magma at Maruko when Izuku exploded out of the rubble. Manchester smash. Izuku axe kicked Volcano to the back of his skull, inflicting heavy damage upon the villain who stumbled from the impact. Volcano saw stars in his vision as the back of his head blistered in pain. As Izuku began assailing the disoriented villain, Maruko slammed her feet against Curator's oversized whale arm. You know, they say that you should always save the whales, but for you, I'm willing to make an exception. She ribbed as she backflipped off of his arm and dashed towards the right, just as he swung his fist down upon her. Maruko sidestepped the blow, but that's when Wolfram recovered from his earlier trouncing and charged at Maruko from behind, his muscles expanding and glowing bright orange. Because of her rabbit hearing, Maruko heard it coming a mile away and somersaulted backward to dodge the blow, and then wrapped both of her legs around his neck. Luna catapult. Maruko spun herself around and flung Wolfram towards Curator with her legs. Wolfram yelled in panic as he flew towards his superior, but was instantly swatted aside by Curator's massive fist. However, this was only a distraction as Maruko had already closed the distance. Curator tried to use his sonar wave, but Maruko elbowed him in the throat before he could breathe in, and then jumped up with her foot raised high while he was gagging for air. Luna fall. Maruko swung her foot down upon Curator's collarbone, and as soon as she landed, Spin kicked him in the side of his helmet with enough force to leave a massive indentation. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to fight Volcano, using his speed and small frame to his advantage as he dodged the villain's magma balls. But Volcano managed to get a lucky hit in and uppercut Izuku right in the chest, his superheated knuckles burning through the boy's shirt. Izuku hacked up a wad of blood before being sent failing across the ground, the hard concrete scraping his skin as his chest burned. Izuku struggled to get up as Volcano popped his knuckles threateningly. You're doing this for nothing, brat. Just give up. Let us turn the rocket back on, and you have my word. Your deaths will be quick. Volcano reasoned with callous impunity. Gnashing his teeth together, Izuku stood back up as blood dribbled from the corners of his mouth. If I gave up here and let you walk away with killing everyone here, I could never call myself a hero. Izuku balled his fist as energy surged around him, his determination driving him to keep fighting. Maguma smiled behind his face mask as he held up his hands, two large globes of magma forming until they were the size of watermelons. Heh, it's always funny listening to you moral crusaders spout your bullshit. Makes killing you all the sweeter. Krakatoa rail. Volcano thrust his hands out, and a column of magma erupted forth in a spiral motion right towards Izuku. Channeling the full 100% might of OFA into his full gauntlet, Izuku reared his fist back as the energy crackling around him reached an apex. Texas Smaowa Wasiash. Izuku threw a right punch so hard that it created a massive burst of wind that drilled straight through Volcano's attack, displacing the magma and cooling it into igneous rock. Wadash. Volcano never got the chance to finish as the gale force punch slammed into his midsection, the force of impact breaking several ribs and nearly collapsing both of his lungs. He was sent flying right into Curator, and the two tumbled across the helipad right next to a beaten-up Wolfram. Maruko was awestruck at Izuku's power and could only whistle in response. Hot damn, kid. What kind of quirk is that? Izuku blushed from being complimented by an attractive woman, but snapped himself out of it when Uraraka, Shoto, and Melissa came running over. Melissa was carrying the compact WMD in her hands while the two students were covered in ash, bruises, and scrapes. The bomb's disabled, but we need to get it as far away from them as possible. Shoto said urgently. You guys get downstairs and head to the airport. The heroes will be on their way soon. Just try not to look at the blood and carnage along the way. Maruko instructed, sounding hesitant at the last part. Everyone gulped and glanced at each other worriedly. Curator and Volcano, despite the significant damage wrought upon them, slowly staggered to their feet. What the hell did they do to you two? Wolfram demanded, soon regretting his poor choice of words. Volcano suddenly back-fisted Wolfram away from him, breaking his teeth and sending him smacking into the ground. Useless little shit. Volcano angrily grumbled under his breath as Wolfram coughed up his molars. His chest and lungs burned, but was still able to stand on his own 2 feet. How the fuck is that kid so strong? He's the next inheritor of One for All, Curator quietly revealed to him. Volcano looked at Curator in surprise. That explained a lot. As Izuku and the others stared down the recovering villains, Maruko cracked her neck as she stepped forward. She then grinned with anticipation. You all get out of here. I can handle Beavis and Butthead. I'll go remove the rubble. Ochako volunteered as she went over to the blocked exit with Melissa following behind. Izuku and Shoto were about to assist her, but turned behind them to see Maruko about to tussle with the villains. Looking at each other, Shoto silently nodded to his friend who returned the gesture. The pair walked up towards the rabbit heroine and stood by her side while taking their respective fighting stances. Huh. A puzzled Maruko looked to the boys standing by her. I thought I told you kids to dash. We know. Shoto cut her off. But it's our fight too, and we thought we could even the odds a little. Look, I'm one of those loner-type heroes, so I don't exactly do team-ups. Maruko huffed in annoyance. We know. You're famous for your aversion to teams, but we're not backing down or walking away. Izuku replied in a serious tone. You can either kick us away or let us help you. Your choice. Maruko blinked at them, wide-eyed before breaking into a huge smile that brimmed with gusto. You two got moxie. I like it. Let's just see if you can keep up with me. She instantly sprinted towards the villains with Shoto and Izuku easily matching her speed. Izuku channeled OFA, Shoto formed fire and ice in his hands while Maruko balled up her fists. Hit them as hard you can. Knock him senseless in one blow. Right. Nearing the two oddly unmoving villains, the trio jumped into the air with their signature moves at the ready. They let out their battle cries as they throttled towards the villains with the intent to render them. Shardstorm. Nanowall. Curator's left hand started to shift and crack until it resembled a mass of broken glass running up the length of his arm. It then exploded outwards, sending shards of razor-sharp glass at Maruko. The shards tore across her right leg and arm, slicing up her skin while one errant shard embedded itself on her side. The heroine screamed in horrible pain as she fell to the ground on top of the scattered glass laying about, adding more to her suffering. Around the same time, a wall of black and purple material shot up in front of Volcano, blocking Izuku and Shoto's attacks. They tried as hard as they could to free themselves, but they found themselves sinking into the wall and restricting their movements. A tendril emerged from the wall and tightly coiled around his throat, throwing him into the air before lashing him down to the ground near Uraraka and Melissa. Izuku tried to wrench his hands out until the murky substance started engulfing his hands, lifting it so that Izuku could see his full gauntlet being slowly disassembled bit by bit right before his very eyes. Volcano's hand shot out of the wall and gripped Izuku by the neck and tightly squeezed. The wall deconstructed itself in a cubical pattern to reveal Volcano, his forehead and hands covered with the same material as the blockade. Nanomachines, son. They only activate in response to extreme physical trauma, and I'm going to pay you back in full. Volcano yelled as he headbutted Midoriya with his nanite-infused head before unleashing a devastating nano haymaker that hurled him across the helipad where the boy bounced along the ground. Curator blasted Maruko with another sonar wave at her, the force throwing her back towards the others. His body racked with searing pain. Izuku willed himself to stand up, but nearly all of his strength had left him. His bones had sustained fractures, his nose was broken, and he could taste blood in his mouth. Shoto wasn't faring any better. He could barely pick himself up while clutching his bleeding chest. Maruko was able to stand, but the broken glass sticking out of her arm, leg, and one sizable piece sticking out of her side caused her no end of suffering. Motherfuck. Maruko grunted in pain as she yanked out each shard out of her arms and legs, spilling blood onto the ground. How do they have different quirks? Izuku knew the answer all too well, all for one. One time during his private conversations with All Might, the hero had relayed to Izuku that one of the villains present during the USJ villain invasion, known as Nomu, apparently had multiple quirks. This led to the possibility that All for One had the ability to steal quirks and transfer them into other people, or rather those he deemed worthy, if those two villains were of any indication. Uraraka stopped moving the rubble blocking the exit with her quirk and ran over to help Shoto, but that's when a gust of ash swept in from the left and knocked her to the ground. End of the line, fuckers. Dusty Ash snarled as she and Gust Boy stomped towards the helpless teens and Melissa. They had been beaten and frozen to the ground again earlier. To say that they were pissed would be an understatement. Melissa stepped away in fear while still holding the WMD. Izuku looked back and forth between his friends and the villains. They were all in a very bad situation. Neither of them was in any position to fight. The exit was still blocked. The villains were closing in and two of them had multiple quirks. The odds were stacked against them. At this point, there was nothing to stop the villains from reactivating the WMD. Izuku didn't know what to do. This was beginning to look like the end of his dreams. Maruko fought through the horrific pain she was in as she stared down the approaching villains in defiance. Blood continued to flow from her wounds and pooled at her feet, giving her a rather disturbing appearance unbefitting for a hero. Maruko glanced behind her shoulder at the others and noticed how scared and badly wounded they were. Maruko mapped out a plan in her head. Clear the exit and get them out of harm's way while she held off the villains. Chances are she would most likely going to die, but she couldn't think of the worst way to go out. Grinning in an almost evil-looking manner, Maruko prepared herself for what would be her last stand and die with flying colors. Only for the roof exit to suddenly explode outward, scattering rubble and startling everyone present. Maruko, Izuku, and the others looked behind them at the now uncovered exit and heard footsteps. Loud, heavy, plodding footsteps. At first, they couldn't see who it was due to the darkened rooftop, but as soon as the figure stepped into view, they all reacted with terror. Melissa backed away in fright. Shoto and Uraraka gasped. Izuku broke out into a cold sweat as his eyes widened in fear. Oh shit, Maruko muttered as her veins turned icy cold. It's him. To be continued. Chapter 18. Dark Visions. And I looked and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. Johnny Cash. Island's central tower elevator shaft. 40 minutes earlier. The Doomslayer vacantly stared ahead as the lights within the shaft flew by him. Still gripping onto the cable as it carried up the shaft, the Slayer went over his current objectives. Eliminate the League of Villains. Disable the WMD. Rescue the hostages. Procure support items from the vault. Exfiltrate from my island. It seemed like his mission here was finally reaching its end. His actions would never go unnoticed in this universe, and the people of Japan and the rest of the world as a whole would view him as a threat. He thought that wiping out an army of mercs infamous for killing heroes would probably be a godsend for those who lived in fear of them. But after the way he dispatched the entire organization, as well as how he defeated those heroes who attempted to impede him, everyone would be terrified of him, and he would most likely be branded as a villain. Villain. This world had a very skewed perception of what was considered good and evil. The heroes couldn't even handle this situation because they were either held back by their moral codes, or because they all thought that killing was wrong. His thoughts once again went back to Izuku at the mall, and more recently, Nijire and Tamaki. If they were truly learning how to be heroes, then they should have been more aware of making the harsh decision to use deadly force at some point. But even then, it felt like the heroes were hesitant towards that idea as well. Was it because they were afraid that if they killed a villain, it would make them no better than the criminals they were trying to stop? Bullshit. If someone was threatening innocent lives and all other options had been exhausted, then you had absolutely no choice but to eliminate said aggressor. Police officers knew that soldiers knew that, but these heroes apparently weren't getting the message. They were going to have to accept reality sooner or later, regardless of their opinions on the matter. He had long since swallowed that bitter pill ever since he joined the army. During his war against hell, that notion didn't even bother him in the slightest. He hoped that none of the heroes in this world had to go through the same hardships he endured. Slayer. I have calculated that the League of Villains will escape and detonate the WMD before you arrive. I need to buy you time so that you can stop them as well as save the hostages. He clenched his teeth. During his fight with Nine and his toadies, the Hellwalker was wondering why he only saw Chainsaw and not the other members. It was as clear as day that they were using Nine as a distraction so they could arm the bomb, and Chainsaw was sent against him to see how strong he was. These bastards were crafty. I have found a solution to our predicament. There is currently a group of UA students who have avoided detection from the Sabers. I have instructed them to pursue the League and delay their escape. The Slayer's HUD showed security camera footage of a group of teenagers running through the halls. The Doomslayer wasn't thrilled with Vega's so-called solution. The LOV was extremely dangerous, and these kids were only in training. What the hell made Vega think they could stand a chance against them? This almost sounded like something Hayden would do. This course of action is something you disapprove of, and for that, I apologize. But we must ensure the League of Villains does not escape with the headset or destroy Island. As much as the Doomslayer disliked Vega's idea, he had to admit that the AI was right. During his fight against the Steel Saber remnants outside the tower, Vega had provided him info on the Quirk Amplification headset. A device that could enhance one's superpowers was deadly in the wrong hands, especially if a criminal mastermind like All for One managed to obtain it. Speaking of which, the Slayers still knew very little about this enigmatic villain. He and Vega were going to have to dig up more information on him before they decided to hunt him down. Situation update. A hero has just arrived on the island. Really now? It's about time they decided to grow a pair. Hopefully, he or she wouldn't try to get in his way. Slash confirmed. The hero in question is Maruko. Slash. Fuck. Why was it her again? This had to have been the fourth time he encountered her in such a short period. Was there some sort of reason why he kept running into her? The Slayer held up his hand and stared at his open palm. Why? Earth many eons ago. Community Recreation Center. I'm having some reservations about this, Em. Flynn said as he looked down at the boxing glove. Will you relax? I'm just giving you some extra combat lessons before you get thrown at the mercy of your drill sergeant. Emily laughed as she stepped into the boxing ring. But I'm already going through boot camp at the base tomorrow, Flynn said as he climbed into the ring. Why the extra lessons? What? You don't want your girlfriend to lend a helping hand? Emily teased as she places her hands on her hips. And no, that's not what I meant. Flynn quickly corrected himself. Relax, you big lug. Emily giggled as she limbered up. Her black gym outfit did little to hide her modest, yet firm muscles and abdomen. Trust me, this will give you a leg up during training. I get that, but I don't want to end up accidentally hurting you. Flynn expressed. This isn't a sparring match, dope. This is a practice session. Emily humorously corrected him as she slipped on a pair of boxing pads. And besides, you couldn't lay a finger on me. Flynn stared at her for a couple of seconds before he contently chuckled. Neither can anyone else. He relented as he got into a boxing stance. Patting the boxing pads together, Emily dashed forward and Flynn threw out a series of consecutive jabs at her, which she easily blocked with the pads. They would continue with this training regimen for several minutes with Flynn landing more hits that Emily parried. So, our anniversary is coming up. You got something planned for me? Well, I've been thinking. Island's central tower elevator shaft. Present day. The Slayer clenched his hand tightly and exhaled through his nostrils. Maruko has just launched several flares. This will likely prompt the heroes on the mainland to launch an assault to retake Island. You may have a physical altercation on your hands if they arrive. Couldn't be helped. If they wanted to do their jobs like they should have done hours ago, then that was their choice. But if they got in his way, they were going to walk away with a fuck ton of bruises. His HUD notified him that he was nearing the second floor where the hostages were located. As soon as he neared the elevator door, the Slayer swung himself forward and let go of the cable. He balled up his fist as he neared the door and punched it open, sending the steel doors flying into the hallway as the Doomslayer landed on the red carpet. The Slayer drew his combat shotgun and equipped the charged shot mod while sparks rained down on top of him from a destroyed ceiling light. His HUD showed him the path to the ballroom, and he pumped his shotgun before sprinting down the hall. In the ballroom, the 17 hired guns employed by Wolfram were starting to lose it. They were dreadfully twitchy, and they were currently arguing amongst each other. What the fuck do? We have to get out of here. Wolfram ditched us for crying out loud. Are you nuts? That psycho is probably still out there. Oh fuck, we're screwed. Dash. Shut up, just shut up. Let me fucking think. The guests and heroes were feeling very uneasy as well. What if that armored maniac came up here? After watching him horrifically dispatch the last of the Sabers and their leader on the main screen, they feared that he would come for them as well. All Might wearily eyed the group of arguing criminals. These men were steadily losing their composure in their minds. All it took was one wrong move, and the gunman would snap and kill everyone here, including him. Not to mention that all of the other heroes in the room were still retrained by the glowing blue cables coming from the floor. All Might tried to wrestle free from his bindings, but to no avail. He was still losing strength, and he wouldn't be able to remain in his powered-up state for long. This truly was becoming a hopeless situation for him. Unfortunately for him and everyone else, one of the still subdued heroes decided to open their mouth. Just let us go. Mr. Plastic, the #1 pro hero of England, pleaded to the group. Whatever your plans are, it's over. Get us free, and we can make sure dash. One of the gunmen smashed the butt of his assault rifle across Mr. Plastic's head, but due to his elasticity quirk, it cushioned the blow but disoriented him. And what? Throw us in prison for the rest of our goddamn lives. Fuck that. On the right side of the ballroom, near the huddled guests, the students of Class 1A watched the harrowing ordeal unfold before their eyes. We have to stop them, Momo whispered to her friends. They're going to kill somebody at this rate. Momo, there's 17 of them and 5 of us. What can we do? Pinky fretted. We can catch them off guard. Momo elaborated as she produced a smoke bomb from her arm via her quirk. She turned to Kyoka. As soon as I throw this, I need you and my Netta to disorient them. Pinky, Ida, you take them down and we'll back you up. They looked at each other worriedly before steeling themselves and nodding to her. They looked toward the men currently preoccupied with yelling at Mr. Plastic, and they slowly prepared themselves to charge in and subdue the villains as soon as Momo threw the bomb. Taking note of her friends silently readying their quirks, Momo wrapped her finger around the pin of the bomb and prepared to roll it towards the group. Hey, what are you doing? Momo whirled her head around just in time to see one of the captors come towards her from behind and smash his boot into her face. Momo was sent tumbling into the center of the room near the other gunman, while the one who just kicked her trained his gun on the other students who held their hands up. The undetonated smoke bomb rolled across the floor and stopped at the feet of the main group. One of them picked it up and inspected it before looking down at the teen with his fist trembling in anger. "You little cunt." The gunman snarled as he kicked Momo in the stomach hard enough to knock the air out of her lungs. The goon then grabbed her by the hair and lifted her head up to show her bloodied face to the terrified onlookers. "Were you gonna blow us all up? Huh?" He violently punched her across the face before dropping her to the floor and cocking his weapon. His eyes widened in horror. All Might thrashed himself around in a frantic attempt to free himself. The partygoers began sobbing and gasping at the sight. "Stop this, you fiend." Pancration, the #1 pro hero of Greece, exclaimed as he tried to free himself to no avail. "She's only a child." His response was met with a Scar assault rifle pointed at his face. The other gunman kicked Momo onto her back and planted his boot down on her throat. "Momo!" Kyoka screamed as one of the goons held her back. "No!" All Might shouted. Tears welled up in Yairozu's eyes as she stared up at the barrel of the weapon pressed against her face. "Stupid fucking brat dash." Doom 2016, Rip and Tear. The gunman's head instantly exploded into a cloud of blood when the door to the ballroom was kicked open, followed by a loud shotgun blast. Momo's face was smattered with blood and screams filled the ballroom as the headless body crumpled to the floor. The shocked criminals snapped their heads around to see the armored killing machine standing in the doorway and pointing a shotgun directly at them. The Doomslayer fired into the group, the charged burst tearing apart 5 of them and sending their guts and limbs splashing onto the floor. What happened next was a blur of spilled blood and screaming. The guests stampeded towards the exit, running past the Slayer in a frenzied panic as he opened fire upon the villains. The crooks began flipping over the tables to use as barricades, but before they could fire back, the Slayer threw a large dining room table at them to give the hostages more time to escape. As the last of the partygoers fled the room, Momo staggered her way over to her friends, her near-death experience, and seeing a man's head get vaporized into a red mist shaking her to her core. As soon as the least hostage left the room, the Slayer was free to engage the criminals. He fired his shotgun at the barricade, the shells easily ripping through the tables and killing the goons. The heroes who were still tied up by the cables could only keep their heads down as they watched him gun down the villains with ruthless efficiency. One gunman who was brave enough vaulted over the barricade and tried to shank him with a Bowie knife only for the Slayer to grab him by his vest and slam him down on a dining table. The Slayer put away his shotgun and easily tore open the man's stomach, yanking out his intestines like they were party streamers while the restrained pro-heroes gasped in horror. The Udata students huddled against each other with expressions of pure, traumatized terror. Momo and Jiro were crying hysterically while Denki threw up next to Mineta, who screamed at the top of his lungs. Ida shook his head in open-mouthed horror as his legs shook uncontrollably. Reoweawagu sick fuuwak. One of the villains roared as he flanked from the side and unloaded his assault rifle upon him. The Doomslayer grabbed a glass plate from the table and flung it at the gunman like a frisbee, instantly decapitating him. The severed head sailed through the air and right onto Kyoka's lap. The girl shrieked hysterically as did the others as she kicked her legs out, unintentionally jostling the head around. The Doomslayer drew his super shotgun and pointed at the disemboweled gunman, who was still alive and gurgling on his blood, before blowing him apart with his weapon. This gruesome execution sent a deluge of blood upon X, the #1 pro-hero of Germany. Heilige Verdant Skies. The Wasp heroine shrilled as she blinked the blood out of her eyes as it dribbled down her face. The Slayer began blasting the remaining felons left and right with his super shotgun as their bullets did nothing to halt his advance. He rapidly reloaded and fired at his targets who were blown in half, staining the floor in a deep shade of crimson. "Don't you fucking move." The Slayer turned towards the main stage and saw the last of the terrorists pointing his scar at All Might. "Put your gun down now, or so help me God I'll dash." The Hellwalker instantly kicked a chair right at the gunman, and it smacked into his face before he could even pull the trigger. The goon fell to the floor next to All Might, his weapon clattering away as the Doomslayer jumped up onto the stage. As the Slayer stomped over to his downed prey, All Might felt himself sweating out of literal fear. The sheer amount of bloodlust emanating from this man was enough to almost make him suffocate. The Slayer grabbed the villain by his neck and hefted him up into the air, preparing to end the scumbag in the worst way possible. The degenerate pulled out his arm-scored BXB submachine gun from his holster and aimed it right at the Slayer's face. "Yeah." The gunman roared as he fired his weapon directly into his visor. He unloaded his entire clip until it ran dry and was dumbstruck to see that there wasn't a scratch upon his visage. Glaring angrily, the Slayer tore off the idiot's mask and grabbed him by his lower jaw. "Stop," All Might pleaded as he tried to free himself. "Don't dash." The Doomslayer ripped off the villain's lower jaw along with the entire frontal portion of his body, exposing his ribcage and internal organs. Screaming, yelling, and barfing filled the air as everyone watched the dead malefactor's guts slew out of his hollowed-out corpse and onto the floor near All Might as a cascade of blood flowed from the body afterward. The symbol of peace could no longer keep his lunch down and threw up, his puke mixing with the rapidly growing puddle of blood. The Slayer threw the disemboweled gunman at the wall near the side door, just as Bakugo and Kirishima kicked it open and barged in. "Who's ready to die, assholes dash?" Bakugo shouted with his explosions forming in his hands, ready to kick some villain ass, right up until a dead body smashed into the wall next to him and exploded in a burst of viscera like a Kusadama confetti ball. It splattered all over the left half of Bakugo's body, coating him in red with some of it staining Kirishima as well. The underpants-clad teen let out a girlish, high-pitched shriek as he landed flat on his ass and scrambled away from his gore-soaked pal. Bakugo stood frozen in place like a statue. He could feel his arm and leg, as well as half his face, slick and sticky with still-warm blood. He shook all over as he looked down at his blood-stained hand, a severed leg and half of a human skull lying at his feet. Bakugo's ego and bravado had eroded in milliseconds, now replaced with fear and terror. His pupils dilated, his heart hammered in his chest, and he just realized there was a small intestine draped across his left shoulder. Kirishima had tears welling up in his eyes as a feeling of mind-numbing fright paralyzed his body. He hadn't felt this scared since that incident with the giant a long time ago. But this was different. This was on an entirely new level. He never took his gaze off the mangled bloody that had been reduced to the consistency of ground beef while looking like it was a smashed bug. He slowly turned to his right and saw dozens of dead bodies lying in dark red puddles, many of which had been blown apart. Kirishima's teeth chattered together. This was all way too much for him. All Might could see debilitating fear within the eyes of his students and glared up at the vigilante in anger, even though he was now lying face first in a puddle of blood and vomit. But no sooner did he look up when the Doomslayer glared back down at him. All Might felt his anger falter when he locked gazes with the armored sociopath. The hero could barely see behind that tinted visor, which made his appearance all the more chilling. It was like the death itself had taken human form and Yagi was completely at its mercy. The Doomslayer stared down at Yagi, carefully studying him. Now that he was seeing him in the flesh for the first time, he took notice of how unwell the symbol of peace looked. He could see tiny wisps of steam coming out of All Might's skin, and he was sweating like he was in a sauna. At least this did confirm that All Might was suffering from some kind of illness if the footage from the main server room was anything to go by. Internal scans indicate that All Might is missing a portion of his stomach and his respiratory system has been heavily ruptured. The Doomslayer raised his eyebrow. What happened to this guy for that to happen? More accurately, what villain did this to him? As he began to deduce that All for One had something to do with All Might's state, a deep rumble shook the room, and he tilted his head upwards. Update. Maruko and the UA students have engaged the League of Villains. Narrowing his eyes, the Doom Marine drew his super shotgun and hopped off the stage. He ran through the ballroom until making a sharp right towards the second exit, where Bakugo stood in front of. Bakugo jerked in fright when he saw the vigilante barrel towards him, but he couldn't move. He was so shaken up by being coated in gore earlier that he couldn't will himself to use his quirk. All he could do was stand there utterly petrified as the man drew closer, his friends and All Might calling out his name and telling him to run, but he was too scared to budge. The Slayer closed the distance and ran straight past Katsuki. He bolted down the halls, leaving behind the traumatized and tied-up heroes. A part of him felt a little bit guilty about terrorizing those kids as he followed the waypoint. But it couldn't be helped. Those men were going to kill them, and if he had to dismember those fuckers to save them, then no skin off his bones. After following the path on his HUD through the tower, he came upon the stairwell that led up to the helicopter maintenance floor of the building. He could hear the sounds of a frenetic battle coming from just behind the door, so he quickly went up the steps and opened the door to witness a muscular teen in the buff fighting for different villains. Like before, Vega gave him info on the boy. Mirio Togata. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Age, 17. Quirk, permeation allows him to become intangible, capable of phasing through walls or floors, as well as letting attacks harmlessly pass through him. Current status, third-year student at UA High School. The Doomslayer figured that this was Nijire and Tamaki's missing friend if the boy's current status was anything to go by. His quirk also sounded pretty impressive, though it didn't explain why he was naked. They hadn't noticed him yet as they were busy with their fight, so the Slayer quietly slipped into the smoke coming from the fires dotted around the room. Specs hung back a distance away while Sword Kill, Nobu, and Daigo fought the nudist who was easily beating them in every regard. They couldn't lay a hit on the kid, but Specs secretly found a weak spot. The boy had to concentrate on who was attacking him to use his quirk. All Specs needed was an opening, and he could snipe the little bastard with a headshot. His rifle eye focused on his target. Specs patiently waited until he found his chance. As soon as Mirio jumped back to avoid a blow from Daigo, Specs was about to fire until the Slayer snuck up from behind and put his fist straight through the back of his skull and pulled out a chunk of his brain. Holy fuck, Nobu exclaimed as everyone else whirled around and recoiled in horror at what they saw. The Doomslayer lifted Specs over his head and tore the body in half vertically, splattering blood on him. The criminals and Mirio, the boy staggered backward in shock. The Great Slayer barreled towards Swordkill, who had no chance to defend himself, as the Slayer tore off his arms and used the arm blades to decapitate him before the villain could even scream. Nobu began hurling compression blasts at him, while Daigo furiously roared and charged like an angry bull. The Doomslayer easily dodged the blasts as well as an overhead fist from Daigo before ripping open his stomach with Swordkill's severed limbs. Daigo instantly went into shock at the sight of seeing his guts spill out of his body, and the Slayer chucked the limbs away, grabbed Daigo by the shoulders, and lifted him with ease, using him as a meat shield against Nobu's attack. Nobu had previously charged up a large compression ball in both of his hands and flung it at the Doomslayer, only to realize too late that he hefted Daigo in front of him and his comrade's head was evaporated in an instant. The Slayer chucked the body at Nobu, who jumped out of the way, but the Hellwalker bolted towards him in a flash and smashed his foot into Nobu's leg, breaking it like it was a twig. Nobu screamed as he collapsed to the floor, but had enough strength to swing his hand up and try to displace the Slayer's midsection with his quirk. Unfortunately for him, the Slayer caught Nobu's arm and punched it hard enough for his arm bone to pop out, eliciting a scream of agony from the villain. He then shoved Nobu's arm up to his face, the exposed bone spearing into the villain's mouth and exiting out the top of his head. The Slayer let the body slump to the floor and looked upwards to the ceiling as he saw dust rain down on top of him. Knowing that the others were still up on the roof, he made his way over to the stairway that led up. "Why?" came a shuddering voice from behind. The Slayer glanced over his shoulder at Mirio, the nude boy having flecks of blood on the left side of his body. He was shaking like a leaf, his face a fusion of fear and anger. "Why did you do that?" Mirio demanded, his voice breaking from the massacre he just witnessed and was powerless to stop it. It had happened so fast and so violently that he was unable to stop the man from slaughtering the villains. You didn't have to kill them." Before Mirio could continue voicing his outrage against the Doomslayer, a barrel full of gasoline that was laying nearby suddenly exploded, and in the blink of an eye, the blood-soaked madman was upon him. Moreau jerked back in terror when the Slayer whipped his hand out and caught something out of the air. Mirio looked to his right and saw a jagged slab of sharpened metal inches away from his face that the Slayer was gripping onto. Mirio stumbled backward until he landed on his bare behind, staring up at him in fear. The Doomslayer glared down at him for a couple of seconds before dropping the chunk of shrapnel and walking away from the teen. As the Slayer disappeared around the corner at the far end of the room, Mirio slowly turned his frightened gaze to the metal shard. The realization behind that shard hit him like a bus. He could have died. He was too distracted to notice the barrel about to explode earlier and knew that he wouldn't have been able to activate his quirk in time before that piece of sharpened steel impaled him through the head. But the vigilante had seen it coming and caught the shard before it could kill Mirio. That man just saved his life. Meanwhile, the Doomslayer had reached the top of the stairwell only to find it blocked off by rubble. He balled up his fist and threw out a punch that destroyed the blockade and allowed him to resume his trek up the stairs and onto the roof. The Slayer walked through the smoke cloud in full view of everyone present. "Oh shit, it's him," he heard Maruko mutter as he turned his attention to her. The Doomslayer felt himself go rigid when he saw the numerous cuts on Maruko's arms and legs along with blood dripping from the wounds. A sudden surge of anger flared up inside the Slayer as he glared hatefully at the group of villains who stood at the helipad. My scans have revealed that Volcano and Curator are in possession of a secondary quirk. Sending you the information now. Reading through the info on his HUD, the Slayer learned that Curator could transform parts of his body into pieces of broken glass, while Volcano could control nanomachines. Shouldn't be much of a problem for him. But what intrigued him was how the two villains each had a completely different quirk. The Nomu creature he fought earlier had multiple quirks, so it wasn't much of a coincidence for Curator and Volcano. Somehow AFO was behind this, just like with All Might's injuries. Maruko took a step away from the vigilante while regarding him with caution and suspicion. Shoto, Uraraka, and Melissa didn't move a muscle as Izuku swallowed fearfully. The villains studied the vigilante. The sight of blood caked onto his suit unnerving Dusty and Gust. From afar, Wolfram regained consciousness, but he was in terrible pain from Volcano's blow. His eyes made his way over to the man that ruined everything, the armored butcher that made mincemeat out of the steel sabers. If that man never came, this operation would have been a resounding success for the League of Villains, and he would have received high praise from All for One. But all of it was dashed to the winds when he came along. Wolfram struggled to pick himself up, now fueled by hatred for the vigilante, but then he noticed something lying a few feet away from him. The briefcase containing the quirk amplification headset. Well. The invincible barbarian finally arrives to face the perpetrators behind the siege. Curator drawled unimpressively, though this was only to cover his unease towards the Doomslayer. "I suppose there's some form of dash." Curator received the ultimate shut the fuck up from the Great Slayer when he whipped out his super shotgun faster than anyone could follow and blasted Curator's helmet off his face. The Slayer reloaded and darted towards the villains. No more talking, murdering time. As Curator fell to the ground, completely disoriented, Volcano slammed his fist into the ground while a mass of nanites flowed into the concrete. Nanocoffin. Volcano yelled as a swarm of nanites erupted from the ground beneath the Slayer and engulfed him inside a large coffin. Volcano smiled victoriously. Now I'll just pry off that suit he's wearing and rip him apart. Maruko and Izuku heard that, and they, despite the bloodshed the man unleashed this day, ran towards the purplish/black coffin to try and free him. But then the vigilante's fist shot out of the coffin, and he wrenched himself free of his prison with his bare hands. Volcano balked at the sight of the barbarian splitting his attack in half before composing himself and summoning another nanobot-enhanced attack. This time, several tendrils began snaking around his arms and legs and tried to penetrate his armor in an attempt to absorb pieces of his armor and incorporate them into his nanobots. But something was wrong. For whatever reason, his nanites couldn't pierce his suit. Dusty and Gust helped up Curator, who clutched the right side of his deformed head. While the shotgun blast only destroyed his helmet, the force of the buckshot fractured his skull. "What the hell are you doing, Volcano? Absorb his armor," Curator angrily shouted. "I can't." Volcano shot back. His nanites felt like they were being burned away by something. The Doomslayer grabbed onto the tendrils and crushed them in his grasp before ripping them apart vigorously. As the other watched on, stunned at the man's strength, Mirio came running up the stairs after recovering from his episode. "Guys," Mirio called out to them. Everyone turned around and had to look away from his nude form. "Do you, need some help?" Maruko inquired uncomfortably. "I'm fine," he replied, taking a glance at the vigilante before gulping nervously. "Did we deactivate the WMD yet?" "Yes," Melissa confirmed as she picked up the rocket. "But we needed to get this as far away from them as possible." Izuku and Maruko glanced behind them to see the vigilante tear off the rest of the tendrils before turning his attention to the villains. Maruko's mouth formed a thin line as she thought of a strategy. She placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Kid, get everyone out of here. Leave this to me. I'm dead serious this time," she said while never taking her eyes off the vigilante. "But what about Dash?" Izuku started, looking at her lacerations before she cut him off. "Believe me, this won't slow me down," Maruko assured him with her trademark smile. "Just get that bomb away from here." Although Izuku was hesitant to leave her here with a group of villains and that berserker, he had to admit that she was right. He nodded to her and ran over to his friends. "Let's go." Volcano saw the group heading towards the exit and scowled. This time, he swung his hand and unleashed a wave of lava that shot past Maruko and towards the others. Izuku and his friends turned around and gasped at the sight of a miniature tidal wave of magma about to engulf them. "No," Maruko exclaimed just as a green blur darted past her. The wave was nearly upon the group as Shoto tried to freeze it to no avail. It was far too hot, and it melted as ice within seconds. Izuku's life flashed before his eyes as the lava wave drew closer until a large shape suddenly dove in front of him. It was the vigilante. The Doomslayer spread out his arms just as the lava swallowed up his body. Izuku and the others shielded their eyes as the magma splashed outwards away from them as the majority of the lava encased the vigilante in boiling volcanic residue. Everyone lowered their hands away from their eyes and was greeted with the disturbing sight of the already cooling lava taking on the shape of the man who jumped in front of them. It had dawned upon the teenagers and Maruko that the magma wave could have killed them had the man not shielded them with his own body. He just sacrificed himself to save their lives. They stood there with shocked expressions as their gazes lingered on the solidified form of their deceased savior. Maruko was just as stunned as the others. This man went out of his way to protect those kids at the cost of his own life. Thinking back to what that teacher at the airport said about him saving her and the school kids, Rumi guessed that somewhere in that fucked up head of his was some semblance of humanity. And his last act of selfless valiancy only enforced that fact. "Well, that's one down," Volcano boasted as he popped his knuckles. Curator shot him an unpleasant look. That attack could have detonated the rocket and ended up killing them as well. Scowling furiously at the villains, Maruko was just about to launch herself at them before she heard a disturbance from behind her. She turned around and witnessed the solidified body of the vigilante start to crack and shake. The fissure grew larger until the Doomslayer exploded out of his pyroclastic sarcophagus, scattering chunks of cooled lava across the roof. His armor was aglow from the heat of Volcano's attack, but it did not melt his predator suit one bit. Compared to the literal oceans of lava in hell, this was lukewarm. The jaws of every occupant on the roof fell open. Izuku couldn't help but feel amazed. What kind of material was that armor made of? It could shrug off lava like it was rain for crying out loud. Maruko was speechless when she saw the visor briefly illuminated by the superheated armor and could distinctly make out the rage-filled orbs of the vigilante, staring daggers at the villains and promising them a world of hurt. The villains were also shocked as well, with Volcano doing a double take between his hand and the Doomslayer. Gust Boy shook his head. "That's not right." The Doomslayer wrenched his feet free and slowly marched towards the villains while cracking his knuckles. Suddenly, the tower began to rumble as glowing blue fissures formed underneath everyone's feet. Doom 2016 Ultraviolence. Sections of the roof began levitating up from the ground until metal cables and other metallic objects erupted from the ground. Everyone was nearly thrown off their feet as they backed away from the fissures. Large pillars of concrete and steel support beams began to coalesce into a massive, tower-like structure formed on the helipad as electrical cables coiled around its base like a mass of snakes. Two giant arms ending in oversized fists made out of rubble and warped metal formed at the sides of the tower, which now looked like a gargantuan, patchwork golem several stories tall. "Oh, come on," Maruko exasperated as she stood next to the UA students. Where the hell did this thing come from? The Doomslayer asked himself the same question in his head. The villains, who were on the leftmost side of the roof away from the Slayer, were awestruck at the sight of this monstrous construct. That is until Dusty Ash noticed something located in the center of the tower. Wolfram. What the Fuechi's wearing the headset? The Slayer, Maruko, and the students who were within earshot heard her, and now that she mentioned it, they could easily make out Wolfram sticking out of the monstrosity like a sore thumb. He had lost his shirt, revealing his hideously oversized muscles that were ripping out of his body, which was now glowing a bright orange. His eyes had taken on a deep, dark purple hue, while his lopsided grin and frayed hairline gave him a menacing visage. "Wolfram, what are you doing? Take that device off right now before you damage it," Curator loudly ordered him. But Wolfram wasn't listening, still wearing that Cheshire Cat smile. "Wolfram, I am ordering you to dash." Wolfram suddenly swung his fist down at the villains, forcing them to dodge out of the way. "I'm not your bitch anymore, Curator," Wolfram declared, his voice taking on an echoey, distorted tone. "I'm no one's bitch." Thrusting his golem's fingers into the ground, Wolfram swung it upwards and raked off a large portion of the roof, sending the villains flying off the roof and down into the city below. Wolfram flexed his fingers before unleashing a haunting, insanity-fueled laugh. "Ah, I feel like I can fuck the entire world." Everyone, except for the Slayer, became highly disturbed at Wolfram's vulgar proclamation, but Melissa was the most shaken out of all of them. She sunk to her knees while still holding the bomb, her eyes never leaving Wolfram. "Dad, what have you made?" The Doomslayer grimaced as he glared up at the empowered madman. How did David Shield think this was going to help All Might? The quirk amplification headset has augmented Wolfram's overall combat abilities by 1000%. But this has caused a side effect. It triples the body's production of endorphins, enabling the wearer of the headset to enter a state of heightened euphoria, but heavily damages their mental stability in the process. Wolfram is now dangerously schizophrenic. The Slayer calmly drew his rocket launcher and prepared himself for a fight. Maruko readied herself as well until she noticed the group of youngsters was still staring at the villain before them. "What are you kids waiting for Christmas?" she barked at them. "Get out of here before I kick you off of this frickin' roof." Startled by Maruko's outburst, Izuku and Melissa ran for the exit while Uraraka and Mirio lugged a heavily wounded Shoto along with them. As soon as they left, Wolfram swung his golem's fists at the Slayer and Maruko. But the heroine jumped up at the right fist and was destroyed with a powerful double kick, while the Doomslayer reared his armored fist back and threw out a punch that shattered the left fist into pieces. As the golem reeled back, the Hellwalker and Maruko looked at each other, impressed with how they destroyed the fists. "You think that's gonna stop me? As soon as I'm done shredding you two in half, I'm gonna peel All Might's skull apart like a banana." Wolfram hideously roared as he sent a wave of cables towards the pair. Each of the cables ended in exposed wires crackling with electricity as they slithered towards them like eels. Maruko bounded across the rooftop as she avoided the cable strikes, and despite the blistering pain in her cut-up arm and leg, she powered through it. Luna Ring. She cartwheeled through the air while kicking out her legs to hack apart the attacking cables like she was a human buzzsaw. The Slayer was just as easily holding his own, destroying the cables with his rocket launcher as he dodged their whip-like blows. One cable snuck up from Bing and lashed out with its electrical wires, but the Slayer whirled around and grabbed it, severing it, and using it to club away another series of tentacles gunning for him. "You ruined everything, you little green whore. I'm gonna make your death as slow as dash." Wolfram was forced to block a series of rockets launched straight at him with a reformed metal fist, courtesy of the Slayer's lock-on burst. The Doomslayer kept launching a stream of rockets at Wolfram, who continued to smack them away but blew apart his construct's hands in the process. This provided an opening for the rabbit heroine to use a slab of metal jutting out of the ground as a springboard to cannonball herself towards Wolfram. Luna Rocket. Maruko thrust both of her feet at Wolfram, and the villain was forced to block with his overly muscled arms. Her feet slammed into the villain with so much force that it managed to overpower him in his enhanced state. Both of Wolfram's arms broke under the pressure, and Maruko used this chance to slam her heel right into Wolfram's face and rebound off of him. The blow caused the metallic giant to lurch backward and nearly fell off the tower when the Doomslayer unleashed another barrage of seeking rockets at Wolfram in a series of explosions. As Maruko landed on a ripped-up chunk of concrete, she smiled in satisfaction as she watched the titanic metal hodgepodge teeter over the edge. Miruko saw this chance to knock him off the building, and she sprinted towards Wolfram, but then noticed the vigilante running towards him as well. Although Miruko always considered herself to be a tough, hard-as-nails woman, she had to admit that after everything she saw today and how that guy was almost next to invincible, she knew that she could not take him on as much as she wanted to pay him back for what happened at the port. And yet, why did he save innocent lives and seemingly chose to aid her? Regardless, she had to focus on taking the villain down before he could take this whole tower down. Miruko, unfortunately, started to eat her own words as a dark purple aura surrounded Wolfram, and a wave of sharpened steel speared out of the ground, forcing her and the vigilante to backpedal away. More cables shot out of the base of the golem and anchored themselves to the roof, pulling Wolfram back up. More metal debris was ripped out from the building and formed around the golem until it looked like it was wearing a massive suit of jagged metal. The giant hands grew back, but now they were larger and rebars jutting out of their knuckles like it was wearing a pair of cestus gloves. "Ah, crap baskets," Miruko muttered as her ears drooped. Wolfram is incorporating anything metallic into his reinforced body via his enhanced magnetism quirk. His current area of influence expands around the current vicinity, but it is steadily growing. If he is not terminated soon, he will be capable of breaching the main vault and potentially absorbing the support items inside. The Doomslayer couldn't let that happen. He was about to fire a slew of rockets at Wolfram, but the giant punched the ground. A swath of metal cubicle columns shot out of the ground towards him. He rolled out of the way while Miruko swiftly sidestepped out of the way and demolished them with her kicks with an excitable smile. As the Slayer went over to assist, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Turning around, he could see Curator, Volcano, Dusty Ash, and Gust Boy flying away on a large disc made of ash in the distance. They were escaping from my island. The Great Slayer got down on one knee and aimed through the scope of his rocket launcher to get a lock, until he heard a grunt of pain from Miruko. He looked over his shoulder to see her recklessly charge towards Wolfram, only for a column to shoot from the ground and slam into her, sending her tumbling a distance away. Focusing back on the escaping villains, the Slayer could feel his hands shake when he heard Miruko unleash her war cry. The villains were almost out of range, and the Slayer was torn between pulling the trigger or helping Miruko. He couldn't understand why he was hesitating like this. He gnashed his teeth together as the villains drew further away. Another rumble shook the building as Miruko stomped on another swarm of sentient cables before one snuck up from behind and electrocuted her. When Flynn Taggart heard her yell of pain, an unmistakable image assaulted his mind. Emily. Miruko landed on the ground, her body convulsing painfully as the cables surrounded her. Her eyes widened as the cables reared back to strike, when a loud gunshot blew most of them into pieces. Miruko's mouth fell open when she saw the vigilante, armed with his sawed-off, blasting away the cables and tearing them apart one-handed. Grateful but not about to let herself get shown up, Miruko launched herself at the remaining cables in an unnatural burst of adrenaline. Her powerful kicks made quick work of the makeshift tentacles, while the Doomslayer tore the last one in half with his free hand. "Will you two just die already?" Wolfram snarled as he summoned a wave of metal and rock pillars at them, but the duo was not deterred. They dodged the incoming blows and retaliated by destroying them via crushing kicks or devastating punches. They were quickly blazing a trail right towards the villain, who was forced to slam both of his fists into the ground and destroyed a large portion of the roof, which then slid off the right side of the tower. The Slayer and Miruko, who were blown away by the impact, landed hard on the ground, but Miruko was near the edge and she fell off the tower. Miruko cursed as she felt herself fall through the air, but at the last second, the vigilante nearly dove over the edge and caught her by the foot. Miruko was utterly gobsmacked as she stared up at her unexpected savior, who had a strong grip on her leg. Wolfram took advantage of their precarious position and sent a downward fist hurtling towards them, but the Slayer hoisted himself up along with Miruko, and without missing a beat, the pair already responded with their respective attacks. The Doomslayer threw an earth-shattering punch while Miruko jumped up and kicked out with both of her feet, their combined attacks connecting with the massive fist, and the resulting force of the blows redirected the attack right back at Wolfram. The metallic gauntlet smashed right into his main body, the exposed pieces of rebar penetrating his chest and causing him to gag up blood through his oversized muscles mitigated potentially fatal injuries. As the construct lurched backward, Miruko and the Doomslayer stared at each other. For Miruko, she could only express confusion at the Slayer. She had no idea what his motive was for saving her, but she was nonetheless grateful that he did. But she still mistrusted the man who turned this entire island into a slaughterhouse and put some of her comrades in the hospital. Nothing seemed to add up about him. For Flynn, it was like he was looking at his late wife all over again. Despite the obvious difference in nationality, Miruko still resembled Emily in so many ways than one. When he was unable to prevent the deaths of his wife, son, and their pet rabbit from the demons during the invasion of his Earth, he blamed himself for being unable to save them. Hearing or even seeing Miruko in pain brought him back to the moment when he lost his family, and he did not want to experience that feeling of heartrending sorrow again. The sounds of shifting metal caused the two to turn their attention to the right to witness Wolfram recovering from his self-inflicted blow. Miruko took one last look at the Slayer before making her choice. "You better not shoot me in the back," she warned as she turned to face Wolfram while taking up her fighting stance, ignoring the pain she was in. The Bane of Hell responded by drawing his super shotgun and standing beside her. He wouldn't dream of it. Island rooftops. Several seconds earlier, free-falling through the air, the villains landed on a nearby rooftop near the tower. The landing wasn't exactly comfortable as they smacked against the hard concrete, skidding to a painful stop near the edge of the building. The villains painfully forced themselves to stand and glared at the top of the tower where they heard Wolfram laughing manically and the sounds of battle taking place. That's when they all became very, very livid. "I am going to kill him," Curator calmly grounded out, both of his hands forming into glass shards while his arms took on a whale-like skin texture. "Get in line." Volcano breathed through his teeth as his hands boiled with scorching anger. He didn't care if Curator was second in command. He just wanted to flay Wolfram alive. "Guys, we've got a situation." Gust Boy called out the two villains, causing them to glare at him and scaring the living daylights out of him in the process. "What now?" Curator growled in annoyance. "Heroes," Dusty Ash said tersely as she looked through a pair of collapsible binoculars she brought with her. Walking over near the edge of the building where she stood and squinting out to the vast sea beyond, Curator and Volcano could almost make out two large boats approaching the island at a rapid pace while illuminated by the bright moon in the night sky. "Perfect," Volcano grunted sarcastically. "Now they're on the agenda." A vein popped on Curator's head. He was close to reaching the end of his rope. This entire operation had been a complete nightmare from beginning to end. Curator carefully weighed his options as the other villains stayed silent. They could try and eliminate Wolfram and retrieve the headset, but that would mean they would have to fend off the number 5 pro hero in that thing. They could try to enter the building and retrieve the bomb from the brats, but for all they knew, they could have freed All Might and the heroes in the ballroom by now. But any one of those choices would close off all of their escape routes if that small army of heroes arrived. Each of those scenarios would result in a huge fight that they didn't have time for. Curator knew that there was only one option left, and it was not something he could consider lightly. Unfortunately, due to the current circumstances, he had to go for the latter choice of retreating. As much as he loathed having to disappoint All for One, they also couldn't afford to be captured either. For the first time in his service to All for One in the League of Villains, Curator took a loss. "Dusty, get us out of here," Curator calmly ordered as the other regarded him with stunned silence. "The mission is scrubbed." Volcano's shoulders sagged as he grunted in disappointment, while Dusty Ash and Gust Boy looked at each other worriedly. Failing AFO was basically signing your own death warrant. But maybe they could convince AFO that Wolfram ruined their attempts to retrieve the headset and spare themselves a messy death. Dusty, with a look of reluctance, summoned an ash disc for everyone to board upon. Once that was done, Dusty flew her disc off the roof and into the air where they flew past the tower where the battle was taking place. They scowled bitterly as they flew past it, completely unaware they were in the crosshairs of the Doomslayer's rocket launcher, who was forced to disengage to aid Miruko. They flew over the burning city and the walls until they cleared Island. They kept low under the cover of the clouds to conceal their movements from the heroes. Hopefully, they were too focused on retaking Island to notice. As they soared through the air looking for a secluded place to land, their thoughts went back to the vigilante, and they found themselves asking the same question Dusty Ash had when they arrived. How did they not see this guy coming? Island's central tower stairwell. Present time. The rumbling from the rooftop nearly knocked the group off their feet as they ran down the stairs. Izuku and Uraraka carried Shoto as he was too badly wounded to walk. Melissa still had the bomb in her arms while Mirio followed behind. "How close are we to the ballroom?" Mirio asked Izuku. Midoriya dug out his cell phone and checked the map. "Not far. We just need to go down one more area." Another tremor, this one far stronger than the last, shook the whole stairwell, and the teens were sent tumbling down the stairs. Melissa grabbed onto a railing but accidentally dropped the WMD in the process, and it fell over the edge. Everyone gasped in horror, but Shoto outstretched his hand, and a wave of ice engulfed the device and most of the stairwell. "Sorry, it was all I could think of," Shoto groaned. Uraraka patted his shoulder reassuringly as they all went over to the ice wall at the bottom of the stairs. The WMD was sticking out of the miniature iceberg, so Izuku used 5% of his quirk to chip away at the ice surrounding the bomb with quick jabs. He finally extracted the bomb and looked it over while Shoto was able to muster up enough strength to melt the ice with his superheated hand. Midoriya carefully set the bomb down and inspected it while everyone else held their breaths. "No cracks or anything broken. I think we're safe," Midoriya confirmed. Everyone let out the breaths they had been holding in. "Thank God." Melissa buried her face into her hands. Likewise, Mirio wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I can't believe the League brought a nuke with them." "But how?" Uraraka exclaimed as she helped an exhausted Shoto up again. "How did they get their hands on something like this?" Izuku was mentally asking himself that same question. At first, he thought the LOV was just a band of villains who grouped up to try and ransack UA while attempting to get a shot at All Might in the process. But now, after his repeated run-ins with them, it became clear that they were, well, a highly dangerous organization who were perfectly willing to kill thousands of innocent people to get what they wanted. What you are looking at is not a nuclear weapon /. Everyone jolted at the sound of their mysterious contact announcing themselves again through Midoriya's phone resting on one of the steps in front of them. Who is that? Melissa questioned, but she only received a shrug from the others. The device is a miniature rocket containing VX poison gas, a deadly, inhumane weapon that was categorized by the United Nations as a weapon of mass destruction in 1993. In 2103, the UN led a joint operation with other countries to seek out and destroy all known caches of the nerve agent. They were successful, but it would appear that the League of Villains was able to acquire the last known sample in the world, / PPP poison gas? Midoriya stammered, eyes as wide as saucers. They were going to gas us? / correct. If the casing were to be ruptured, it would be lethal up to 100 feet and terminate the 5 of you. The LOV had installed the casing into a rocket so it could be launched into the air and detonated at a fixed height for maximum dispersion of the agent. It would kill every single living being on this island. / As everyone looked at each other with mortified expressions, Shoto swallowed grimly. How exactly does this stuff kill you? He inquired. VX gas is a cholinesterase inhibitor. It stops the brain from sending nerve messages down the spinal cord within 30 seconds, effectively rendering anyone exposed to the gas incapable of breathing. Any form of epidermal exposure or inhalation, and you'll know via a twinge at the small of your back, that's the poison seizing your nervous system. Your muscles will painfully contract while your body goes into increasingly violent spasms to the point where you can break your bones in the process. After which you will expire from asphyxiation due to your brain being unable to transmit orders to your lungs. The League of Villains intended to use this to eliminate any witnesses, / Everyone was speechless. The description alone was enough to make VX sound 10 times more frightening than any nuclear bomb. To think that the League was going to unleash something this horrific upon innocent people. / Miss Shield, / H.A. She jumped at the sudden announcement of her name. / The main server room should allow you to disable the security systems restraining the heroes and contact a team of pro heroes en route to Island. / Although Vega could just as easily do it himself, he wanted these youths to have some level of control due to their already traumatized mental states. Heroes are coming? Finally. Uraraka sighed, as did Mirio and Melissa. / Your father is also present in the server room, Miss Shield. He is unconscious but safe, / Melissa looked momentarily surprised, but that was when her tone shifted drastically. She looked down at her feet, bringing her tightly clenched hand up to her chest. She appeared conflicted and almost resentful. Mirio was just about to ask her what was wrong until another series of rumbles rattled the stairwell. I think we should get going. Mirio spoke for everyone as he raised a finger. Uraraka helped Shoto down the stairs while Mirio grabbed the bomb and followed Melissa down. Izuku picked up his phone and began to follow after them, but stopped. He looked back up the staircase and gulped apprehensively. His worried expression turned darkly serious as he ran up the steps, much to the group's confusion when they witnessed this. Deku, where are you going? Uraraka called out. I'm going back up to the roof. Izuku said as he stopped going back up the stairwell. Maruko needs support, and I don't trust that vigilante. Izuku. No. Mirio implored. It's far too dangerous to go up there. / I would advise against this course of action, Mr. Midoriya, / I have to stop him from killing that villain. Midoriya argued as he glared at his phone, the screen showing the contact symbol. He internally asked himself how and why this person knew his name. It doesn't have to end that way. Just let me remove the headset and restrain him, so I can take him to the authorities. / Wolfram has become a danger to everyone on the island and now poses a significant threat. Attempting to subdue him via non-lethal methods is impossible at this point, and he should therefore be eliminated. / No. He doesn't have to die. I mean, he can't just solve every problem with extreme violence. Izuku fired back. / That much is true. But in this case, Wolfram is beyond the point of mental recovery and must be / Stop it. Izuku suddenly shouted, his voice almost loud enough to drown out the rumbling from above. Enough of this. All of this death and bloodshed, he can't keep killing people like this. He can't. Despite the tremors coming from the roof, everyone stayed silent as they watched Izuku breathing heavily, most likely straining his vocal cords. Everyone had heard the contact's grim assessment of the situation and was left at a loss. Uraraka could feel the sting of tears welling up in her eyes as she felt Izuku's desperation for this whole nightmare to stop. / The people you are referring to were mercenaries and villains who were planning on murdering innocent civilians. By the time the pro-heroes came here to stop them, they would have already killed all of the hostages, the heroes, and escaped with Island support items to use for their own purposes. There was no alternative solution to resolve this situation peacefully. We did what had to be done. / But it's still not right. Izuku desperately implored, trying to find some way to get him to see reason. Then would it be right to let them escape after committing what amounts to a small-scale genocide? But dash. Would it be right to allow the Steel Sabers to continue hunting down heroes? That's not what I meant dash. Would it be right to let families suffer from their actions? I dash. Would it be right to not eliminate them in order to prevent them from endangering more people? The world is not black and white, Izuku Midoriya. It is gray. And with that, Izuku's phone shut itself off. The boy could only stare at his phone, wide-eyed and speechless. He was completely oblivious to the persistent rumblings occurring from the roof and the rattling of the stairwell. That is until he felt a hand tightly grab his wrist, which caused him to look over his shoulder. It was Uraraka. His eyes were locked onto those tear-filled eyes of hers. "We have to go," she pleaded. Izuku stared at her for a few more seconds before looking down the stairs and seeing Melissa carrying the rocket with Mirio helping Shoto down the stairs. Swallowing, Izuku stuffed his phone back into his pocket and nodded, following her down the stairs afterward. Island Central Tower rooftop. The Doomslayer dodged an overhead blow from Wolfram while Miruko moved in and axe-kicked the hand, splitting it in two. Letting out a snarl, Wolfram sent an open palm heading their way to knock them off the roof, but Miruko backflipped over the blow while the Slayer reared his fist back and punched straight through it. Wolfram reeled his hands back away from the lethal pair as they swiftly retaliated. The Slayer launched a barrage of missiles at the villain while Miruko punted a truck-sized slab of uprooted concrete. The warheads against the giant's metal armor, blasting some pieces off of it while the slab impaled itself into the golem's elbow joint, preventing its right arm from moving. Miruko pumped her fist while the Slayer hefted his rocket launcher with satisfaction. But this was short-lived when Wolfram let out a chuckle and the blown-off pieces of his armor gravitated towards him and reattached themselves back to his body. Miruko grimaced at this and gave her temporary partner a sideways glance. "I don't suppose you still have that big laser cannon in your magic pockets, do you?" The Doomslayer kept his focus on Wolfram. He knew she was talking about the Gauss cannon he used to subdue Ryukyu earlier, but he had burned through all of his plasma ammo against the Steel Sabers. The same thing went for his heavier munitions for the HAR and chain gun. All he had left now was a plentiful supply of shotgun shells and a handful of rockets. He still had his BFG, but he didn't want Miruko to be an accidental casualty. While the Argent tendrils only sought out beings with Argent energy within them, the blast radius was more than enough to get her killed, something he wanted to avoid. "Go ahead, keep attacking. It's only gonna make me stronger." Wolfram cackled as he raised his golem's arm and swung it down at them. They both dodged the blow, and the Doomslayer double-jumped onto the hand and ran up its arm while Miruko made a beeline for the other arm. The Slayer switched to his combat shotgun and attached the explosive shot mod. He rapidly fired a volley of grenades at Wolfram, who summoned a wall of metal fragments to block the explosives. Due to the Slayer's UAC brand explosive munitions being stronger than modern explosives, each blast from the octanitrocubane rounds destroyed Wolfram's shield with ease, causing the villain to summon more to protect himself. Meanwhile, Miruko closed the distance on the other arm and jumped into the air, slamming her feet down upon the slab of concrete jutting out of the elbow. The force of Miruko's blow speared the slab straight through the elbow, severing the golem's arm as it toppled to the ground. Landing back on the ground, Miruko followed up by kicking the slab right at Wolfram, who was preoccupied with shielding himself from the Slayer's assault. The slab stabbed right into the golem's midsection, forcing it backward while Wolfram grunted from the impact. With his opponent distracted, the Hellwalker jumped off the arm and barreled through the metal debris that protected Wolfram. The villain panicked as the Slayer closed the distance and landed on his armor, while Miruko avoided the falling shrapnel from the shield. The Doomslayer tore away the armor surrounding Wolfram's main body with his bare hands until a swarm of cables burst out of the golem and slithered towards the Slayer. But that's when he grabbed a sharpened piece of the armor and used it like a makeshift weapon, hacking apart the cables like he was slicing salami. After they had been hacked to pieces, the Slayer raised his fists and slammed them down against the armor, destroying it to reveal Wolfram, who suddenly surged forward and grabbed the Unchained Predator by the neck. "You little son of a bitch. I'm gonna enjoy popping your head like a zit." Wolfram grinned as his muscles bulged hideously as a purple glow emanated from his eyes. The Doomslayer merely dipped his head and glared at Wolfram in amusement as the villain tried to choke the life out of him. "Cute." The Slayer grabbed Wolfram's arm with both of his hands and squeezed so hard that snapped it in two. The villain screamed as the Slayer raised his fist, but the remaining hand of the golem grabbed the Doomslayer and slammed him down face first into the roof. Wolfram willed the golem to raise its hand and smash the vigilante until something struck him in the chest, and before he could register what it was, it burst into a blinding flame that seared his flesh. Wolfram hollered in agony as more projectiles collided into his body and lit him aflame, one striking him right in the eye. "Don't forget about me," Miruko shouted as she fired her flare launcher at Wolfram. The flares dug into his skin and burned brightly until his whole body was on fire. Miruko chucked away the spent launcher and jumped high into the air towards Wolfram, launching into a dragon kick that smashed into the villain's face, destroying most of his teeth and probably breaking his skull. She kicked him again in the face with her other leg and sent Wolfram teetering near the edge of the building as the force propelled her away from him. As she landed on the roof, a stream of missiles sailed past her and collided with Wolfram. A series of massive explosions detonated against him, and finally causing the golem to topple over the edge. Maruko peeked behind her to see the Slayer armed with a smoking rocket launcher, looking no worse for wear after being swatted like a bug. It seemed like that armor of his could shrug off just about anything. Looking back at where the golem once was, Maruko surmised that the villain was probably defeated at last. Well, that takes care of him. Maruko wiped the sweat off her forehead as the great Slayer displaced his weapon. Now then. She started off as she walked right up towards the Scourge of Hell, without a hint of fear, and placed her hands on her hips as she glared up at him with a cocky smile. Let's talk about carting your crazy ass off to Tartarus. Hopefully, they'll have a cozy reinforced cell ready for you. She wasn't serious, was she? And what was this Tartarus she was talking about? Tartarus is the most heavily guarded maximum security penitentiary in the world. The prison was constructed to contain extremely dangerous villains that pose the utmost threat to society. And she thought a prison was going to hold him? He would break out of there in a heartbeat, but not before sending every one of those prisoners out of there in body bags. The Doomslayer stared down at Maruko as she continued to stare back at him as if she was expecting an answer. Seeing her defiant posture even while wounded and bleeding impressed the Slayer. She really did remind him of Emily. A loud disturbance alerted them. The pair shifted their attention to the left to see the golem climbing back up onto the tower with its remaining hand. Maruko sighed in annoyance. Hang back, murder happy. I got this. She sprinted towards the clambering monster until another wave of cables erupted from the ground in front of it. But this time they were covered in rebar and coated in chunks of metal. But instead of dodging, Maruko ran straight toward them with a smirk, fully confident that she could handle them. What were a few more cuts and scrapes on her body? But before Maruko could deliver a swift kick to the cables, a hand grabbed her by the scruff of her leotard and yanked her back. Landing on the ground, she looked up to see the Doomslayer grab a cluster of cables while a few stray tentacles slammed against him. The rebar spikes broke against his impenetrable Predator suit. Hey! Maruko shouted at him, waving her fist in the air. I had that one. Idiot. Those spiked cables could have killed her, and she just charged in blindly like a bull. At least he knew when to dodge and when he could take a hit. What she did was borderline suicidal. The Slayer ripped off the cluster of cables and slammed them down on the ones attacking him before jumping out of the way when the golem regrew its right hand and slammed it down on the roof. The golem magnetically added more metal to its mass, becoming larger and more armored with sharpened protrusions sticking out of its metal coating. Wolfram was, shockingly enough, still alive in spite of his gruesome injuries. His skin was horribly burned and torn apart, exposing his oversized muscles. His right eye had been burned out, leaving a cauterized hole while his broken arm hung limply with a bone sticking out. Wolfram looked positively feral, gnashing his teeth together as his remaining eye glowed brighter. Not only that, but the Quark amplification headset was undamaged. You little fucky ear-rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr your fucking ears. Miruko raised an eyebrow. Overplaying it a little, isn't he? The Doomslayer said nothing as he glared at Wolfram. He could do worse. Island Central Tower Ballroom. You guys all heard that, right? Denki shakingly asked as he gripped the wires, overcharging them with electricity. Try to focus, Kaminari. Ida snapped him back. I think you've almost got it. After recovering from watching the bloodbath that unfolded earlier and after the vigilante had left the room, Class 1A immediately set to work on attempting to free the bound heroes. This was already proving to be almost fruitless as the bindings restricting the heroes were nigh unbreakable. That is until Momo hatched an idea. If they could overload the wires connected to the cables, they might be able to short-circuit them and free the rest of them. To start, Kurashima ripped up the center of the carpet and broke part of the bare floor with his hardening quirk, easily smashing the tiles with little effort. They managed to find some wires connected to the cables that were holding down All Might. Momo constructed a generator of her design that could amplify electric currents. After clipping a pair of jumper cables onto the wires, Denki grabbed another pair and started funneling his electricity into them. The current was channeled through the generator and fed into the jumpers connected to the wires on the floor, but with an enhanced charge to overload it. This was pushing Denki's quirk to his limit, as he was becoming dangerously close to exceeding his wattage limit and going into derp mode. While Momo and Ida oversaw Denki, Jiro attached her earphones to the wall in case she heard anyone coming towards the ballroom, acting as a lookout. Kirishima and Mineta were tending to a shell-shocked Bakugo who was sitting in a chair. Kirishima tried his best as he could to shake him out of it, but there was no reaction, just pure fear all over his face. There was no trace of the cocky, hot-headed explosive teen. It was almost darkly humorous. All of those times Bakugo yelled die at the top of his lungs without a care in the world, and then he gets to see what it's like to have someone actually die in front of him. Or rather popped like a balloon right next to him and shower him with blood and guts. I think it's working, Momo said when she saw the blue glow of the cables wrapped around All Might flickered with sparks. Just one more time, and you should be able to free him. Denki let out an exhausted groan before nearly sagging to his knees. If I go any further, I'll turn into a Dumbadash. Do not fear or curse your own limitations, Kaminari. All Might assured him with encouragement. You can overcome your hurdles as long as you focus on your goal and give it your all. Go beyond, plus ultra. Emboldened, Denki nodded and channeled all of his electrical power into the jumpers he was holding onto. All Might was proud of his students' determination, but he could tell that he and the others were barely holding it together. He could see the raw fear in their eyes. It would be a miracle if any of these youths wanted to continue their enrollment at Yue High School. The amount of bloodshed this day was enough to make Yagi doubt his own words. Guys, I can hear people coming, Jiro warned her friends. Ida, Momo, Kirishima, and Mineta tensed up when they heard footsteps approaching the door, and they all prepared themselves. Denki focused everything he had into the jumpers until the cables holding down All Might short-circuit as it released him, but also fried the boy's brain in the process, non-fatally of course. All Might tore off the rest of his bindings and looked towards the doors just as they opened to reveal Izuku, Shoto, Uraraka, and Mirio. Guys, Midoriya exclaimed, overjoyed that his friends were okay. But his elation slowly vanished when he saw the bodies strewn about on the floor, more victims of the vigilantes' rampage. As his friends voiced their relief at seeing him again, Izuku's gaze focused on the seated, hunched-over form of his friend. In all of his life, Midoriya had never seen Bakugo this scared. Ever. Sure, there was that one time when he saw fear on Katsuki's face during the sludge villain incident, but this was genuine trauma written all over his face. What happened to him? Midoriya asked his classmates. Jiro looked down at her feet, or rather the blood staining her clothes. Mineta twiddled his fingers together as he turned away while Kirishima swallowed the lump in his throat, averting his eyes towards the desiccated corpses in the room. Young Midoriya. All Might rushed over to his apprentice as Ida and Momo followed after him, the former carrying the now stupefied Denki. But then he and everyone else in the room noticed the unclothed Mirio, and they all looked away with a light blush. Mineta nearly barfed. Realizing this, Mirio grabbed a tablecloth from the floor, which was thankfully not covered in blood, and wrapped it around himself. Before All Might could ask Midoriya where Melissa was, all of the bindings that had captured the heroes suddenly deactivated and released them. All of the heroes picked themselves up, and many of them were ecstatic for being freed from their imprisonment. Huh. Freedom at last. Harasho. Concert, the #1 pro hero of Russia laughed. That must have been Melissa, Izuku realized. She managed to deactivate the security system. Wait, so if someone was already going to turn the security off then? Kyoka trailed off as she looked at the babbling simpleton that was Denki. Momo's sweat dropped as her friend gave her a thumbs up, giggling absent-mindedly. An ear-splitting rumble rocked the room, nearly throwing everybody off their feet and sending tiles from the ceiling falling on top of them. They all heard an enraged roar from above, followed by more rumbling and the sounds of an oversized shotgun being fired. Elecplint, the #2 pro hero of North America, clenched his fists. Quickly, everyone, to the roof. Wait, All Might suddenly exclaimed, holding out his hand as the overseas heroes immediately halted. We need to ensure the safety of the hostages. They have no idea where to go, and if this tower collapses, they won't have time to escape. We need to protect them. The heroes present looked confused. What about that armored psychopath? They couldn't just let him have free reign of the place. They had to apprehend him. Midoriya silently agreed with his mentor's plan, but knew that there was another reason. He was reaching his limit. Izuku could see small wisps of steam coming from the nape of his neck, and there was no telling when he would forcibly revert to his previous state. Mirio knew it too, but Izuku didn't know that. Luckily for All Might, the heroes understood his reasoning. He's right. Salam, the #1 pro hero of Egypt, agreed rather theatrically. The lives of innocent people are always a first priority. Quickly, close friends and allies. We have no time to waste. The walking pictogram sped straight out of the room due to his quirk, making him paper-thin while several heroes followed after him. Kirishima and Mineta ushered Bakugo out of the room, though they still had to guide the unresponsive boy out the room. As the rest of Izuku's friends and the heroes vacated the room, Izuku went towards the opposite door. I need to go find Melissa so we can find someplace where the civilians will be safe. She's going to get in contact with pro-hero teams on their way here right now, Izuku said to All Might, the only occupant in the room. Yagi felt a sense of hope rise from within. It seemed that the end was finally in sight. Good. I'll go ensure everyone's safe. As they both headed for their respective exits, All Might suddenly stopped. Young Midoriya. Izuku halted halfway out the door and turned to All Might. The symbol of peace glanced at the corpses and gore decorating the walls before giving Izuku an apologetic look. I didn't think that things could escalate like this. Neither did any of us. Izuku solemnly answered as he hung his head. After a few seconds, they exited the room, leaving behind the dead bodies of those unlucky enough to cross paths with the blood-maddened vigilante. A few miles away from Island. We're almost there. Everybody, better get yourselves prepared. Tiger said over his shoulder as he steered his rescue boat while inside the cabin. A distance away from his right, the other boat traveled alongside him, which was piloted by Mandalay. Each of the boats carried a dozen or so heroes. Every one of them was preparing themselves for whatever was on Island, but if the scent of death and rot in the air was any indication, it was going to be bad. I'm telling you, villains were leaving the island not long ago. My quirk is never wrong. Ragdoll told Eraserhead. I'm not doubting you, but we need to focus on the bigger picture. Our top priority is to secure Island. We'll get the escapees another time. Eraserhead reminded her. But what is your plan for apprehending the vigilante? Yoroi Musha the samurai hero inquired as he stroked his beard. If that armor of his could withstand Endeavor's hell flames, he won't be easy to subdue. Simple, we'll knock him out. Midnight answered slyly with a wave of her finger. If we can hold him down and take off his helmet, I can hit him with Somnambulist, and then we got him in a bag. You're positive it'll work against him? Ectoplasm asked. I'll be using an enhanced formula. I've been honing my quirk for years, so I'm able to alter the potency of my fumes. The one I'll be using on him is strong enough to instantly put an entire herd of elephants to sleep. Midnight explained, some of the heroes nodding in agreement to her plan. Some of them looked towards Eye Island at the pillar of smoke spawned from the explosion earlier. Tiger, are you sure that Gran Torino began to ask before Tiger cut him off? For the 100th time, the Geiger counter isn't picking anything up, and yes, it's working just fine. Tiger tiredly repeated. Then again, even he wasn't exactly sure how that was possible. Do you know for certain he doesn't have a quirk? Ed Shot questioned Eraserhead. I'm not exactly sure yet, but we all think that suit of his might have something to do with it. Eraserhead answered as he pondered on the subject of the vigilante. The real question is, who is he and where did he get his hands on such powerful technology? You can ask him when we throw him in the deepest, darkest, most reinforced cell in Tartarus. Snatch told him as he kept his eyes on Eye Island. Everyone, someone's contacting us. Patching it through to you now. Came the excited voice of Mandalay over the boat's radio. All at once, the heroes piled into the cabin and crowded around Tiger, who pressed a button to activate the speakers. Hello? This is Melissa Shield from Eye Island. Can anyone hear me? It was the voice of a young girl. Her tone of voice was shaken and rife with fear. We do. This is Tiger of the Wild Pussycats. The hero answered her, picking up the transceiver as the other heroes were elated to finally hear someone from the island. The Pussycats? That pro-hero team? Oh, thank God. Just hang tight. There are 2 boats crammed with heroes on the way to Eye Island. We'll take care of everything, kid. Just leave it to us. Tiger said proudly. There was a long silence on the other end. I don't think that'll make a difference. He's already killed them all. Everyone gasped. In that instant, they all assumed the worst. The hostages were dead. It was like they had all been doused with ice-cold water. Everyone looked at the radio in shock as their mouths hung open. And it wasn't just them. The other heroes on the second rescue boat heard it as well. No. Cementos whispered as he backed away, his stony hands trembling. I knew it. Snatch angrily cursed as he punched the wall. Eraserhead felt like he was about to throw up as his worst fears were realized. How was he going to tell the families of the students he swore to protect? How was he going to tell them that he failed them? There was also another chilling possibility for everyone. Were All Might and the other heroes a part of the body count as well? You mean, all the hostages are dead? Tiger hesitantly asked. What? No, the hostages are alive. All of them. They are. Tiger exclaimed. Everyone was dumbstruck at the announcement. Yes. They're all being held at the main airport and All Might is leading the rest of them to safety with the other heroes. The sounds of cheering came from both of the boats as the heroes celebrated the fantastic news. After hours and hours of fearing the worst, they were exultant to hear that there were no innocent civilian or hero casualties. It was just the morale boost they needed after getting half of them pummeled by an insane vigilante, watching him slaughter the Sabers on live television before setting off an earth-shaking explosion. Did ya hear? They're okay. Your students are alive. Present Mike laughed excitedly as he shook Aizawa's shoulders before hugging him. Shota could only utter a chuckle as he genuinely smiled, going a little bit weak at the knees over the confirmation that his students were alive. Midnight folded her arms as a light flush was visible on her cheeks. It was rare to see Aizawa crack a smile, and even she had to admit she was just as elated as he was. But then a thought came to her. What did that girl mean earlier about everyone being dead? The R-rated heroine walked up to the radio and motioned Tiger to hand her the receiver. Miss Shield, this is Midnight. When you said, he's already killed them all, what exactly did you mean if the hostages are okay? I meant the Steel Sabers. They're all dead. Every one of them. There are bodies everywhere. Oh my God. Everyone looked at each other, startled. Did they just hear all of that right? The entire organization was dead? It was shockingly hard to believe, but after all of the gunfire and explosions they heard earlier, it didn't seem to be an exaggeration. Their eyes cast down at the floor. Nobody knew what to feel. The Steel Sabers deserved to be captured, dragged in front of a judge, and put away in prison for the rest of their lives. Not butchered like animals. But there was one big question on everybody's minds. Should they feel glad that the Sabers were dead? Should they feel elation since their reign of terror upon heroes had been brought to an end? Melissa, I've got your father. We need to go. Came the voice of a boy on the radio. Midoriya. Aizawa blinked. Oh, okay. The hostages are being held at the main airport, All Might, and the others will be there. Good luck. And the radio went dead before anyone could answer. Hawks peered over the side of the boat and called out to the others. You guys should probably get out here and check this out. Everyone either stepped out of the cabin or looked out its windows to see a dark, purple haze on Eye Island's central tower. They could see some massive shape swinging its arms around while angry roars came from the creature. What the hell is happening today? Snipe grumbled in annoyance. Hawks narrowed his eyes at the top of the building. Maruko had to be up there, but he wanted to confirm it first. He turned to Ragdoll. Tomoko, can you get a lock up there? Can do. Ragdoll cheerily posed. She glared at the tower and activated her search quirk. Okay, that huge rock monster thing is definitely a villain, and I can sense Maruko. She's banged up and fighting him. Kigo's mouth formed a thin line. Hopefully, his friend could hang in there just a bit longer. What about the vigilante? Can you search him out? 13 the space heroine asked. Give me a sec. Ragdoll replied, focusing hard. Got him. He's Dash. In that instant, time froze for Tomoko. It was like she was turned into a statue, unable to move at all. Her whole world went dark and the most absolutely horrific visions assaulted her mind. She found herself falling through a deep pit with flames circling her, the sheer heat completely unfathomable. Then, a mass of tentacles with stingers at the end wrapped around her and dragged her further into the flames. She was flung down face first into a pile of dismembered bodies, blood splashing against her face as she managed to regain her footing and crawl away from the pile. She looked around and found herself in a nightmarish hellscape, a barren, rocky wasteland with emaciated corpses impaled on stakes with rivers of lava flowing in the background. An inhuman screech filled the air and Ragdoll turned around to find herself face to face with an army of the most horrendous creatures imaginable. Nearly every one of them had razor-sharp teeth, hooked claws, towered over the others, had weapons grafted to their arms, soulless eyes radiating utter hatred, conjured fire from their palms, and one of them was a literal floating meatball with teeth. With a roar, the monsters converged on her and Ragdoll braced herself for the inevitable until a bright green orb collided with the horde, the force of the explosion throwing her backward and nearly blinding her. She could feel more blood splattering against her like a tidal wave, covering her cheery costume in crimson fluids. She looked up from where she lay and saw the vigilante, standing upon a literal mountain of the disemboweled monsters, clutching a giant cannon that was bigger than he was in one hand while brandishing some kind of energy sword that glowed blood red with runes etched along the blade. The fires began to surround them, getting hotter with every passing second, and engulfed her right up until the vigilante glared back at her with emotionless, hate-filled eyes that bored into her very soul. Ragdoll screamed, snapping herself out of her vision as she clutched the sides of her head in agony. Ragdoll! Tiger balked as the other heroes jerked at her sudden screaming. Ragdoll collapsed to the floor, writhing and flailing as she continued to scream as her throat went raw. The heroes immediately tried to hold her down as she thrashed around in their grip. Ragdoll continued to scream her lungs out. Her pupils were like pinpricks as she struggled with the heroes restraining her while kicking out with her legs. What the hell is wrong with her? Hold her still. Calm down, Tomoko. It came from hell. It came from He-Eliel. Ragdoll shrilled as tears ran down her cheeks, her fingers digging into her skin until they drew blood. She's out of her mind. Namiri. Give her something. Snipe yelled to Midnight. The heroine tore off a tiny piece of the thin fabric covering her hand and quickly held down Ragdoll before pressing her hand up against the panicking woman's nose. Sho, SHSH, it's okay. Just breathe it in. Everything's going to be okay. Midnight whispered as gently as she could as Ragdoll's squirming subsided. Her eyes fluttered as she finally lost consciousness, going limp in Midnight's arms. Everyone stared at the unconscious girl, rattled at what had just transpired before them. What was that? Present Mike breathed, disturbed to the core. Guys, I heard Ragdoll screaming over there. What's going on? Pixie Bob shouted over the radio. Hawks faced the central tower and balled his hands up into fists, his mind finally made up. He didn't know what had happened to Ragdoll, but that vigilante had something to do with it and Miruko was up there with him. And there was no way he was going to sit around and wait while his friend was in peril. With a flap of his wings, Hawks launched himself off the boat. You guys go protect the civilians at the airport, I'm going on ahead. Hawks said to Ryukyu before taking off into the air and flying towards Island. Hawks, wait. We don't know what's going on up there. Hawks. Ryukyu called after him, but he was already out of sight. Hawks shot toward the tower like a bullet going as fast as his wings could carry him. He was getting Maruko out of there and as far away from that psycho as possible. But after what happened with Ragdoll, Hawks couldn't fathom what that man was capable of. What are you? Hawks muttered to himself. To be continued. Chapter 19. Hidden Depths. Island Central Tower Rooftop. The repeated swings of Wolfram's fist forced the Doomslayer and Maruko to dive out of the way as the impacts left craters along the roof. Wolfram clenched his golem's right fist, and it sprouted rebar's rods along its fingers, shooting at the pair with a deadly hailstorm of sharpened steel. Mirko swerved and ducked around the implements in a blur of superhuman acrobatics while the Slayer shrugged off the rebars bouncing off his armor while he blew away the unarmored cables with his super shotgun. For the armored ones, he resorted to one-shotting them with his bare fists. How many fucking cables was this tower filled with? Wolfram then switched to another form of attack. The golem's shoulders morphed into a pair of cannons aimed right at them. The cannons fired their payload at them. Non-explosive shells filled to the brim with shrapnel and scattered the duo, destroying a large section of the rooftop in the process. The burst of razor-sharp metal pieces forced Maruko to seek cover amid the uprooted rubble as one errant blade sailed over her ears, nearly taking them off and forcing her to fold them. The Slayer was caught up in the collapsing portion of the roof and he ran up the falling slab, double jumping back onto the roof before Wolfram transformed his left arm into a giant drill and thrust it at the Hellwalker. He was knocked out of the sky and driven into the roof as the drill ground against him. But the Doomslayer gripped the drill with his bare hands, stopping its motion and tearing it off in an inhuman display of strength. As Wolfram drew his hand back in shock, the Doomslayer hurled the drill at the golem's right shoulder cannon and destroyed it along with its arm just as he instantly drew his rocket launcher and fired a missile at the other shoulder cannon. The payload sailed directly into the barrel and exploded as soon as it reached the end. As the cannon crumbled off of the golem, the Slayer noticed Maruko staring at him with an awestruck expression. "Geez, I'll have whatever you're smoking." Maruko found her voice as she cracked a smile. Flynn never did smoke. The last thing he needed was lung cancer. Of course, being a demigod gave him immunity from any disease, but still. "You little shits are like cockroaches." Wolfram's smug insult caught the two's attention and turned towards the madman. "You just don't know when to stand still and die." A swarm of cables replaced his missing arm until it formed into a giant lamprey appendage with a suction-like mouth lined with rebar rods as its teeth. Then, he created a massive cutlass in his other hand using pieces of his armor with his quirk. To say that Wolfram looked imposing would be a colossal understatement. Maruko's eye twitched as she bared her teeth. "I am so fucking sick of this guy." She seethed. The Doomslayer frowned. "Ditto." Wolfram's power is increasing, and he is dangerously close to breaching the vault. He frowned deeper. That and they were starting to run out of roof to stand on. Wolfram prepared to attack with his lamprey arm, but then a flurry of feathers came from the sky and swarmed all over the arms, slicing it to pieces. "Huh." Wolfram grunted as the feathers flew back up into the clouds and a blur shot downwards towards the golem and cut straight through its sword like a hot knife through butter. "What the?" The unseen figure flew past the Doomslayer and Maruko, perching itself on a pile of rubble behind it as it unfurled its red plumage to reveal the pair's surprise ally, the winged hero Hawks. "Kigo!" Maruko exclaimed with elation as the Slayer charged towards Wolfram, not giving a rat's ass about Hawks. "Call me fashionably late," Hawks charismatically boasted as he tapped his feather katana against his shoulder. His smile faded when he saw the sorry, bloodied state Maruko was in. She looked like she was using all of her willpower to stand upright. Why did she have to keep punishing herself like this? "I know what you're going to say, so save it." Maruko rudely interrupted. "We need to take that villain down. He's wearing some kind of headband that supercharges his quirk. Another genius invention of Eye Island he probably stole." Hawks sarcastically drawled. His expression turned serious when he noticed the vigilante shooting Wolfram with his rocket launcher, the villain blocking the explosives with his construct's free hand. Kigo tensed up when he remembered the river of blood on his flight through the island. The vigilante was responsible for it all. "So what's his story?" "Believe it or not, he's been helping me fight this guy," Maruko revealed. Kigo raised an eyebrow at Maruko, seemingly thinking she was fibbing. "You think that's crazy? Listen to this. When I found the hostages at the airport, they claimed he saved their lives." Hawks almost let his jaw drop. "He saved them? That couldn't be right. This maniac pulverized several pro-heroes, blew up half of Eye Island, slaughtered God knows how many mercenaries, turned Ragdoll into a gibbering headcase when she scanned him, and he managed to protect innocent lives before professional heroes could. Well, that's not going to give him a free pass," he remarked. "We'll deal with him later after we stop the villain?" "Yeah, good luck with that," Maruko muttered under her breath, knowing full well that even she couldn't beat him. That was enough to give Kigo pause. He always knew Rumi as someone who never backed down when facing a strong opponent and ran towards danger head first. But to hear her voice doubt and uncertainty. The Doomslayer jumped out of the way when Wolfram swung his fist at him, while several smaller arms made of metal shards with serrated fingers shot out of its left side and swarmed the Slayer. They engulfed his body, scratching and clawing at his suit in an attempt to tear it off, but to no avail. The Slayer responded by pulling out a grenade. He yanked off the pin, and the detonation destroyed the hands, giving him some breathing room, but not before another mass of hands surged towards him, only to be sliced into ribbons when Hawks sent a wave of feathers at them. The Doomslayer leaped into the fray as Hawks dive-bombed Wolfram and delivered large gashes on Wolfram's armor while Maruko bounded all over the area, occasionally taking pot shots at Wolfram to keep him distracted. Wolfram was pelted with blows from Maruko's kicks and slashes from Hawk's sword. The only thing he could do now defended himself as best he could, but then he saw the Slayer moving in. Wolfram summoned a burst of steel columns at him, and though the Hellwalker did jump over most of them, one column blindsided him, and he was sent sailing off the tower. The Doomslayer gritted his teeth in annoyance, but then he landed on something oddly soft. Looking down, he had safely landed atop a circular platform made from red feathers floating in midair. The feathers started to form a stairway that led him back up to the roof, and he ran up the makeshift stairs without pause. He made it back up to the roof where the stairs led him near Wolfram just as Hawks flew up next to the Slayer. "You're welcome," Kigo teasingly said to him. The Doomslayer ignored him and picked up the pace, leaving him behind. "Good talk." His sweat dropped. Truth be told, Hawks had his reservations about saving the vigilante beforehand, but he needed to learn more about this nutcase, and he couldn't do that if he got tuned into pavement pizza. He would assist him in the fight and stall him long enough for the heroes to arrive and subdue him. Hopefully. Jumping off the feather stairway, the Doomslayer landed on the golem's shoulder and fired his rocket launcher at the last remaining bits of armor around him. At the same time, Hawks recalled all of his feathers back and formed his katana into a large, bladed glaive and flung it at the right arm. The glaive severed the golem's hand while Maruko leaped towards the giant's midsection and thrust both of her feet into its metallic/stone surface with enough force to literally break the golem in half. Wolfram toppled over forward as the Slayer jumped off of his shoulder and landed a few feet away from him, soon joined by Hawks and Maruko. Wolfram willed his golem to pick itself up by forming pieces of metal around the area into spindly, insectoid legs. The Doomslayer aimed his rocket launcher at Wolfram, but Maruko charged toward the villain, blocking the Slayer's shot. Luna drill. She launched into another flying dropkick but rotated her body around until she spun like a drill. The villain was right in her sights, and she sailed through the air like a missile towards him, but a twisted smile formed on Wolfram's lips and rebars stuck out from the golem. Hawks and the Slayer saw this, and they made a break towards the villain to stop him, but it was too late. The rebars shot out of the golem and hurled towards Maruko. Hawks quickly flung out his feathers at them like they were throwing knives and was successful in deflecting the rebars away from Maruko. But not all of them. The first rebar speared itself into her right foot. 2 impaled themselves into her left knee and thigh. The third and fourth shot into her left arm. 2 more were shot through her left shoulder and collarbone. The final rebar stabbed into the right side of her hip, just barely missing her major internal organs. Searing pain shot through Maruko's body as she coughed up a wad of blood, roughly tumbling across the debris-laden roof where she screamed in agony. The Doomslayer froze, his eyes widening. As Wolfram cackled victoriously, Hawks flew over to Maruko and tried to help his writhing friend who bled profusely. The Doomslayer was motionless where he stood, staring at the mangled form of Maruko. As his irises shrunk, his eardrums bombarded by Maruko's pain screams, his mind went back to an event that seemed disturbingly familiar to the scene before him. The day when he lost everything. Earth Sun Valley, Idaho. Many eons ago. Flynn Taggart roared as he smashed the butt of his shotgun into the face of an imp. The force of the blow nearly caved in its skull as it crumpled to the ground and had its windpipe crushed when Flynn stomped on its throat. Whirling around, Taggart fired at the incoming imps, blasting chunks out of their bodies as the fires raged around him. Running out of shells, Flynn ducked to avoid the green fireball launched from the hand of a Hell Knight and unslung his chain gun from his back. He unloaded his weapon into the demon's legs, ripping them off in a hail of bullets and causing it to topple to the pavement. It struggled to stand, but Taggart was already upon the creature, perforating its head apart with his chain gun as he unleashed his war cry. Hearing a snarl behind him, he peered over his shoulder and barely dodged a charging Pinky. Flynn rolled over to his side and pulled the trigger, only to realize his chain gun had run dry. The Pinky charged at him with his maw wide open and Flynn threw his chain gun away, drawing his rocket launcher that was holstered to his right leg. He launched a rocket at the charging demon, and it sailed right into its open mouth. The resulting explosion scattered its entrails across the area and painted most of it in Taggart's face red. As Flynn wiped the blood off of his face, he suddenly noticed flames forming around his feet. Realizing what it was, he ducked behind a burning tree just as a gout of flames erupted where he once stood. Sauntering out of the flames of the forest was an archvile, blood oozing around its enlarged palms as it used its dark magic to resurrect its dead brethren. As the previously deceased demons reformed themselves like they were made of clay, Taggart dove from behind the tree and aimed his BFG at the horde, his teeth clenched with contempt. The archvile had no time to retaliate as the green plasma orb engulfed it and the other demons in a tremendous explosion, liquefying the flesh off of their bones and reducing them to ash. With his enemies dead and no other hellspawn in the area, Flynn nearly dropped his BFG as he breathed heavily. This was a fucking nightmare. After killing that giant mecha spider back in hell and after leaving through the portal, he found himself back on Earth, believing that he had finally won and his home was safe. Oh, how wrong he was. The demons had invaded the entire planet, killing billions on their warpath and setting whole countries on fire. He realized that his wife and child, along with their family pet, were in danger, and he raced to their home in Idaho, praying that they were safe. He had managed to find transportation that could get him there until he was forced to travel by foot the rest of the way. When he finally reached Sun Valley, the lush forests and mountains were ablaze while the whole town had been slaughtered by the demons. The smoke from the burning trees stung his eyes, as did everything else. His light green armor was almost falling apart due to the damage it sustained. His pants were a tattered mess, he lost his helmet, and he was covered in burns and claw marks. Anybody else in his situation would collapse, but Flynn had to find his family. Emily was a tough and resourceful woman. If anything, she could have already evacuated and left a note for him. They had to be alive. They had to be. Running down the street, he spotted his mailbox up ahead and picked up the pace. Dread gripped his heart when the sight of his burning home came into view. Every inch of it was ablaze along with the garage and tool shed. No. No, 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 no. Flynn shook his head in denial as he bolted down the dirt road that led up to the conflagration that used to be his family's abode. Emily, Billy, Daisy, where are you? His breathing was frantic as he ran around to the backyard. His mind was close to snapping in two. He rounded the corner of his house and saw the unspeakable. He fell to his knees. Island Central Tower rooftop. Present day. Doom 2016 at Doomsgate. Hatha 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 hatha. Wolfram laughed as he attracted more metal onto his golem and began to reshape himself until he looked like a giant scorpion made of sharpened steel and jagged debris. Now it's time to give you a dirt nap 6 feet under. He thrust his stinger at the heroes. Hawk spread out his wings like a shield to protect Maruko while creating another feather sword in his hands. Just as he was about to slice off the stinger heading towards him, a green blur darted in front of him and grabbed the needle-like hunk of steel with one hand. Maruko, despite the horrific pain she was in, opened one eye and saw the vigilante standing in front of Hawk's, his one hand gripping the large stinger. Scowling, Wolfram tried to yank his stinger away but soon realized he couldn't. It didn't budge an inch. Hawks blinked in confusion as Maruko tried to sit herself up, despite her pincushion state. But that's when everyone froze when they felt something wash over them. It was like they had been skinned alive and then thrown into a pit full of hot coals. It was originating from the vigilante, who stood motionless with his head lowered and his other hand clenched into a trembling fist. Wolfram broke out into a cold sweat as the vigilante slowly lifted his face to glare at Wolfram. The villain saw the man's eyes and nearly shat his drawers. It was almost as if he was face to face with some kind of inhuman being that towered over him. The Slayer's eyes were one of pure, unrestrained, unmerciful, unforgiving rage. 041. The Scourge of Hell tore off the stinger and clubbed the golem across its body before throwing it away and grabbing its razor-sharp pincers and ripping them off with ease. He took advantage of the terrified villain by jumping toward the metal scorpion Wolfram was perched upon and slamming his fist into the creature, shattering it into pieces instantly. The Hellwalker grabbed Wolfram by the throat and flung him away from the remains of his golem, right next to Hawks and Maruko. The Berserk Slayer hopped off the rubble and barreled towards Wolfram, who tried to summon metal to protect himself only to have his organs explode when the Slayer stomped on his stomach. 053. As Wolfram vomited blood, the enraged Doomslayer grabbed him by his collarbones, his fingers tearing through the villain's skin and gripping the bones, and headbutted him. The force of the impact was like getting hit by a steel girder. Wolfram howled in pain as he felt his skull shatter, but the Doomslayer furiously headbutted him again. And again, and again, and again, and again. The Doomslayer kept bashing his head against Wolfram's face over and over and over, much to the shock and horror of Hawks and Maruko, the former moving as close as he could to her protectively. Teeth, bits of skull, blood, and broken pieces of the Quark amplification headset scattered everywhere as the Slayer continued his berserker fury, tearing up Wolfram's flesh and exposing his broken skull while his mangled face looked like a dropped pie. The Doomslayer reared his head back as far as he could and slammed his head into Wolfram so hard that the villain's skull exploded. Wolfram's body went limp as blood poured from whatever was left of his head as the headset clattered to the ground, fully destroyed. The Great Slayer stood up as he let go of Wolfram's corpse, his helmet covered in blood and brain matter which dribbled off of his visor. Hawks and Maruko were left speechless. None of them dared move until the vigilante whipped his head over towards them, his focus mainly on Maruko. He suddenly marched over towards them with a threatening, blood-drenched posture. Hawks wasn't taking any chances and he erected a barrier made of feathers that formed in front of Maruko while he created 2 feather daggers in his hands. Kigo's heart pounded as the vigilante drew nearer, having not forgotten how the vigilante pulverized him the last time. Hawks knew the maniac's armor was virtually indestructible, but maybe his visor could be damaged in some way. He flapped his wings, sending a plume of feathers at the vigilante to blind him while he darted to the right. The Doomslayer swatted the feathers aside just as Hawks closed the gap and thrust his dagger at his visor, only to have the blade snap off as soon as it connected. Hawks paled as the vigilante snatched him by the scruff of his shirt and flung him into a flat outcropping of debris, knocking him out when his forehead banged against the concrete. He walked up to the feathered wall separating him from Maruko and tore it away like it was made of cardboard. Maruko gritted her teeth as the vigilante towered over her bloody form. Guessing that this man was going to finish her off, Rumi glared up at him in defiance to deny him the satisfaction of finishing off a weakened heroine. To her surprise, however, the vigilante scooped her up in his arms as gently as he could as to not drive the rebars in any further. This caused her no amount of pain as she tried her hardest to stifle a scream as blood steadily dripped from her wounds and stained the vigilante's armor. The Doomslayer deeply grimaced as he looked down at the squirming, bleeding form of Maruko. In his vision, the woman in his arms kept flip-flopping between Rumi and Emily. It drove him nuts to no end. Maruko is in critical condition. Medical attention is required. I have scanned the building and located a med lab in David Shield's office on the 14th floor. Proceed to the waypoint on your HUD immediately. The Doomslayer ran towards the destroyed portion of the roof and jumped down the hole, landing 5 floors down into a hallway where he kicked away the debris blocking his path. He sprinted down the halls with the wounded heroine in his arms, his mind solely focused on helping her. But unbeknownst to him, he was being watched. From outside the windows he was running past, there were multiple figures on the roof of one of the buildings watching him run by. 4 figures sitting atop 4 horses. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, demigod enforcers of the eternal balance and punishers of the wicked who dare threaten it. Death, the leader of the riders, was a gaunt figure with deathly pale skin, scraggly black hair, and eyes that glowed a dull orange. He wore a featureless mask made of bone that perfectly captured the title bestowed upon him. The lower portion of his body was dressed in bone marrow-like armor and dark blue rags while his upper body was bare, showing off his muscled yet lanky body. Death's weapon was an oversized scythe known as Harvester that could split into two handheld sickles. His steed was a ghoulish, skeletal horse with rotting features that made it look like it was an undead revenant. Its mane, tail, and hooves were aglow with green energy, and its name summed up its appearance well: Despair. War was a psychically intimidating warrior dressed in heavy armor with a red rood covering his head. He appeared human, but his white hair and ghostly eyes were an indicator of how otherworldly he and his siblings were. Slung across his back was Chaos Eater, a sword with monstrous faces carved into the blade and was large enough to cleave a building in half. He sat atop his steed, Ruin, a massive horse with coal-like skin, fire dancing around its hooves and glowing red runes etched into its hide. Fury was the only female of the group with a vicious mean streak a billion miles wide. Her shapely form was dressed in light armor befitting her mean-spirited nature. Her violet hair flowed in the wind while her pupilless white eyes made her look both beautiful and intimidating. Her main weapon, Scorn, was wrapped around her waist and was capable of transforming into a variety of destructive implements, though she preferred to keep it in its whip configuration. Rampage was the name of her steed, a sleek stallion with jet black skin and stripes on its body resembling lightning bolts. Its mane crackled with electricity, yet it still kept a graceful feel to it. The final horseman was Strife, and his appearance differed quite greatly from the rest. Whereas War, Death, and Fury resembled ancient warriors, Strife looked like a cowboy from the Dark Ages. His body was covered in armor that resembled a Kevlar vest with an ammo belt slung around it, and wore a belt with a skull emblazoned upon the buckle. He wore a silver helmet that covered his face, leaving what he looked like unknown. His eyes were illuminated yellow while his spiky dark hair poked out the back of his helmet. His signature weapons were a pair of firearms in his holsters: Mercy, a black quad-barreled pistol, and Redemption, a white engraved revolver. His steed Mayhem was covered in armor and wore a ghastly helmet with steam visibly rising from its nostrils. Its skin was fair-colored, yet its hair and tail were dirty, unkempt, and mossy. So the myth was real this entire time. War remarked. The Doomslayer was not some demonic superstition after all. Perhaps we should not have dismissed the Helix Stone so easily back then. Regardless of that matter, his sudden appearance in the mortal realm appears to be connected to that burst of energy we felt nary a few days ago. Death said, his voice raspy. But what purpose does he have here? Beside wiping out those hero killers? Strife pointed out the obvious. Who knows, none of us are clairvoyant. We mostly leave that sort of stuff up to the Ascendant Realm. I doubt even they know what to do with him. His actions here don't seem to cause disorder, at least not yet. Fury answered him. If anything, he did this world a great service by annihilating the Steel Sabers. Death looked down at the river of blood below. We're sneered. Paid for every life they took. This is retribution at its purest. Quite. Fury agreed with a sadistic grin. She relished watching those hired guns being brutally ripped apart by the Bane of Hell himself. You know, we could offer him the chance of becoming the fifth horseman. Hey, Strife suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Fury. That position's still open for Ulthane. He's yet to make his choice. Fury reminded him. He'll come around. Strife waved his hand. I have a feeling the Doomslayer would respectfully decline that offer. War dryly commented, earning an annoyed look from Fury. I believe the best course of action is to not approach him unless it's deemed necessary. I concur. Death nodded. We are returning to the Basilica to consult with the Eternal Balance. I was thinking we could stay here a little longer to watch him beat up those heroes who'll try to nab him. Strife snickered. Fury raised an eyebrow at him while War and Death looked at him blankly. Without a word, the two horsemen turned their horses around and headed towards a flowing, green, and white portal that materialized behind them. Oh, right. I'm just the plucky comic relief. My opinions don't mean squat. Strife groused sarcastically. You know, some of us do enjoy your witty banter. Fury assured, smiling slyly. Strife rolled his eyes in response but knew his sister long enough to know that she meant what she said. The two Nephilim followed their bothers into the portal where it closed, leaving nobody on Island the wiser. Island Central Tower bottom floor lobby. Is that everyone? All Might asked Electlant, trying his hardest to maintain his muscled form. We're getting the last of them down now as we speak. Electlant answered, just as the rest of the hostages were ferried down via Mr. Plastic's quirk. A while ago, the rest of the heroes had caught up with the panicking partygoers and safely guided them down to the ground floor by using each of their varied quirks to get them down as fast as possible. They had successfully got everyone down in the main atrium, but the hardest part was trying to calm them down and have their eyes averted from the dead bodies in the room. Meanwhile, Class 1A was located in another part of the room, fixated on the bloody symbol on the wall. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Kirishima whispered to his friends. Is this guy some sort of devil worshipper or something? Mineta gulped, beads of sweat rolling down his face. I don't think he is. Momo said. If he was, we should be seeing pentagrams. This looks more like a traditional cross. I'm not exactly well-versed on religion, but I don't think crosses are supposed to look like that. I'd have confessed, just as scared as the others. Izuku, Uraraka, Shoto, Mirio, Bakugu, and Jiro were staring at the message written in blood under the symbol. Rip and tear. Izuku had never experienced such chilling unease before in his life. It was like he was staring at a bad omen, a curse or a warning that could spell doom or ruin. Something the vigilante personified. But why would he scrawl something like this? To intimidate? To scare? To warn? To taunt? There were so many questions in Midoriya's head it was giving him a painful migraine. Why was all of this happening? He wanted this to stop so bad that he was close to sinking to his knees and crying. But he had to stay strong until this was over. His eyes eventually found their way over to Bakugo, who was staring at the symbol. Izuku swallowed a lump in his throat when he noticed a glint of Bakugo's trademark explosive temper in his frightened eyes. He remembered Kurashima telling him how the vigilante ran straight past him while on the way down to the bottom floor. Izuku was well aware of his friend's massive inferiority complex and his inability to let things slide. Bakugo was never going to let what happened between him and the vigilante go. He just hoped that Bakugo wouldn't get permanently crippled if he was ever insane enough to try to fight that madman one-on-one. But Midoriya started to reconsider calling the vigilante a madman. He did not forget how he saved them from that villain's attack back on the roof earlier, but it still didn't explain his excessively violent behavior. His internal conflict was interrupted when Cow Lady, the number 3 pro hero of North America, went up to them appearing concerned. "All right, young'uns, let's get you back on over with the others. Y'all don't need to be seeing this." The cowgirl heroine ushered as she led the group away from the sigil. The teens were led back to the civilians and stood near Melissa, who nursed her still unconscious father next to the WMD, and Denki, who was beginning to recover from his short circuit. "Everyone, if I can have your attention for one moment," All Might announced, garnering everyone's attention. "We will be evacuating all of you to the main airport, where you will be safely evacuated by heroes arriving from the mainland. I need all of you to stick together in one big group while we escort you over to the airport. Stay close to us and we'll get you to safety as quickly as we can." This gave the stressed-out civvies some much-needed comfort. After all, who would be more suited to giving a reassuring speech than the symbol of peace himself? They all formed a group with heroes guarding them at all sides and hurried towards the blown-open main entrance. As All Might led the group, he spared a glance at Nine's body on the floor and grimaced. It did not have to end this way. They all exited through the entrance, and everyone stopped dead in their tracks at the horrific sight before them, a literal lake of blood stretching on for miles with flaming wreckage and disemboweled corpses scattered everywhere. The heroes and civilians could only stare in horror at the bloody madness before them. The partygoers began openly screaming or crying, holding each other while some emptied the contents of their stomach onto the ground. Class 1A wasn't faring any better either. Their minds completely snapped. It broke them, sinking to their knees as their mouths hung open. No. No, 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 no fucking way, man. Denki clutched the sides of his head and tears welled up in his eyes. The pro heroes were just as horrified as the teens. They had been through many ordeals during their careers as professional cry fighters, natural disasters, dangerous villains, and harrowing rescues, to name a few. Through all of those hardships, they learned and grew from each experience, becoming better heroes in the process. But this was something they had never experienced before in their lives. Madre de Dios. El Magnifico Matador, the number 1 pro hero of Spain, whispered in fear as he performed the sign of the cross. All Might was so horrified at what he was seeing he almost powered down on the spot. This was beyond what he could comprehend. All of this was a million times worse than whatever All for One could do. It almost made whatever his nemesis did in the past look tame compared to the carnage before him. While he and the others had seen the massacre on the main screen in the ballroom, it was nothing compared to the aftermath. Steeling himself as best he could, he turned to Big Red Dot, the number 1 pro hero of Singapore. "Get everyone ready. We'll stick to the sidewalks as best we can." The Merlion hero did a double take between the hostages and the river of death before regarding All Might with shock. "Surely you can't be serious." All Might did not repeat himself or yell. He stood there staring at the literal hell with a 1,000-yard stare. BRD swallowed before silently relenting as he walked over to the rest of the group. Midoriya forcefully held down the wave of bile rising in his throat, but Uraraka couldn't hold it in and vomit. After she was done retching, she buried her face in her hands and began crying. Izuku shuffled over to her and was about to comfort her when he suddenly lurched forward and gripped the sides of his dress shirt, burying her face into his shoulder and sobbing hysterically. Island's Central Tower, 14th floor office of David Shield. The front door was kicked open with so much force the doors flew across the room and over David's desk, smashing through the large window behind it. The Doomslayer walked inside the office with the bleeding Maruko in his arms and turned right into a large room with an operating table with an abundance of medical supplies on the counters. He carefully set Maruko down on the operating table, the heroine wincing and crying out in pain. He went over to the nearest cabinet, tore it open with his hands, and snatched the first bottle of morphine he found along with a syringe. He popped off the lid, dunked the needle inside, and pulled back on the plunger to absorb the liquid. He made sure to get the right amount, not wanting Maruko to suffer an overdose. Walking back over to the table, the Slayer injected the tip of the syringe into her wrist where he could see her veins and pushed the plunger down. Her rapid breathing began to slow down a little, and her pained expression softened, but was still clearly in a lot of Slayer, set the syringe down on a nearby operating tray. Thankful for paying attention to those field medic lessons back on his Earthians ago. The next step was finding a way to remove those rebar rods. Normally, it would be unwise to remove the rebars due to the risk of damaging Maruko's nerves and blood vessels, but my scans have pinpointed a device that can circumvent said problem. His HUD guided him to a large display case that held several advanced medical implements that were made of some kind of carbon fiber material. He forcefully opened the glass case with his fist and grabbed an instrument that resembled a cordless power drill, but with a thin nozzle instead of a drill bit, and a translucent container filled with a thick, turquoise liquid. According to the tower's database, this surgical instrument is specially designed for impalement injuries. When removing said object from the wounded body, application of the solution to both the entrance and exit wounds will seal the injuries, as well as partially repair any damaged tissue and muscles. That sounded useful. His eyes drifted over to another tool that looked identical to what he held in his hand, but resembled a handheld sewing machine. This particular instrument is best suited for closing lacerations. It has seen widespread distribution across the world, rendering traditional suturing methods obsolete. The specially designed stitches are capable of completely sealing wounds and are laced with an enzyme that will regenerate lost tissue, after which the stitches will safely disintegrate over time. On a side note, this world's medical technology is surprisingly advanced, almost on par with the UAC. Yeah, well, let's just hope the people who made these wouldn't go and open portals to hell so they could mine it for resources like the oil fields of Texas. Looking back at Maruko on the table, the Doomslayer knew that the rebars had to be removed, and that would hurt like hell for her, even with the morphine he gave her. After he put the medical tools on a tray next to the operating table, he went over to the drawers and looted around until he found a metal tongue depressor, gauze, and a hefty spray bottle of antiseptic. He wrapped the gauze around the depressor and walked back to Maruko, who creaked an eye open at him right up until the Slayer then forcibly pried her mouth open and stuck in the depressor. Ugh! Maruko gagged in confusion before the Slayer began spraying the antiseptic over her wounds, causing her to bite down on the depressor. Maruko shut her eyes as hard as she could as the Doomslayer kept spraying all of her cuts and anywhere else that had damaged skin. After he stopped, Maruko ceased biting down and relaxed a little as the stinging pain subsided when she felt whatever the vigilante injected her with finally take effect. And that's when she experienced the most white-hot, blisteringly mind-searing pain shot through her when the vigilante started pulling out the rods. Urgh. Maruko screamed through the makeshift gag as she gnashed her teeth upon it so hard it almost snapped in two. Her eyes were wide open and bloodshot, darting around as the armored psycho pulled out another rod, making her scream again. Each time the Doomslayer pulled out a rebar rod, he was quick to use the first instrument he picked up by applying the liquid to the entrance and exit wounds. The gel sunk into the circular punctures where they immediately settled in, presumably accomplishing what Vega described. The Slayer continued to pull out the rebars and treat the wounds, with poor Maruko spasming and uttering muffled shrieks. The echoes of clattering steel against the floor could be heard outside the office as the Slayer pulled out the last rebar. Maruko slumped into the operating tables, her eyes shut and beads of sweat rolled down her face as she breathed weakly. The Slayer took the depressor out of her mouth and could see tiny indentations where she clenched her teeth upon it. Discarding the depressor, the Hellwalker grabbed an office chair in the corner of the room, rolled it up next to her, and sat himself down while taking the suturing tool from the tray. He took Maruko by the arm and lined up the apparatus up to the first laceration he found. Pulling the trigger, the tool automatically stitched up the wound, closing it so perfectly with no blood seeping out. The Doomslayer resumed patching Maruko up, the heroine mustering the strength to open her eyes to stare at him. It dawned upon her that this man was helping her, an act that only served to confuse her. "Why are you helping me?" she asked weakly. The Slayer did not respond. He simply kept stitching her wounds. Maruko was too worn out to ask him again, and so she resigned herself to letting tend to her injuries while she stared at the ceiling. For the next several minutes, there was nothing but silence in the room, save for the sounds of the suturing device. Maruko's ears perked up when she heard approaching footsteps and Hawks stumbled into the doorway of the medical lab with his feather sword in one hand and a bleeding forehead. The wing hero looked ready for a fight, but his expression turned bewildered when he saw the vigilante providing first aid for his friend. "Did I, miss something?" He blinked. "You missed a lot," Maruko dryly responded. "Do tell," he said as he cautiously walked over to where Maruko lay, his eyes never leaving the vigilante until he inspected Maruko's wounds. "How are you feeling?" "Well, I'm doped up on whatever he gave me, so I'm pretty sure I'm high as a kite right now." Maruko smirked a little as she flexed her fingers. "Nice to see you haven't lost your sense of humor." He returned the smile. He focused back on the vigilante, and after deciding that he wasn't a threat, at least not at the moment, Hawks dematerialized his sword into feathers which then floated back up to his wings. "So, when can I expect Dr. Spartan here to give me his diagnosis?" The Slayer momentarily ceased his suturing to jerk his thumb over to a first aid kit on the far wall. "Much obliged." Hawks deflated as he walked over to it. As he popped open the case, the Doomslayer stood up and worked on Maruko's legs. The morphine had dulled the pain Maruko was in, but despite her impaired state, she still harbored suspicion against the vigilante. Not only that, but she disliked the feeling of vulnerability as she lay on the table. It made her feel weak and helpless, something that didn't suit her tough nature. Come to think of it, when was the last time she felt like this? She gazed up at the vigilante, who paid her no mind. So, what compelled you to wage a one-man war on the steel sabers? She questioned. The vigilante did not answer, frustrating her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Let me guess, the silent type? Hawks spoke up as he wrapped some bandages around his head while sitting on a counter. We intervened in your operations to retake Island because your methods were deemed ineffective, / Maruko and Hawks were briefly startled at the synthetic voice that came from the vigilante. Hawks smiled. Well, what do you know, he can talk. The Slayer lifted his head and tapped his finger against the small circular port on his chest plate. The TV monitor mounted on the ceiling turned itself on, revealing a white symbol with a light blue background, followed by a cheery tune. Hello. I am a sentient artificial intelligence powered by the systems within his suit. I speak in his stead, / The duo's eyes were as big as dinner plates as they stared up at the talking TV. Did not see that coming. Hawks muttered numbly. Maruko turned her head towards the Slayer. Just how much of that shit did you inject me with? She demanded. Taggart glanced at the bottle of morphine on the tray. Not enough, apparently. He also took note that Vega did not reveal their names or the name of his predator suit. Smart thinking on the AI's part. I am not a drug-induced hallucination, Ms. Usagiyama. To elaborate on your question, we interrupted your operations and engaged the Steel Sabers because they were not planning on letting the hostages live. Any demand or ransom they would have made was a stalling tactic to buy them more time so they could steal the island's support items. Afterward, they would execute the hostages once they were finished, / Hawks stared at the screen as a chill went down his back. As much as he wanted to deny the possibility of something like that happening several hours ago, it did sound like something only the Steel Sabers would pull off. He's not joking. Maruko confirmed as she turned to Hawks. They were setting up some kind of nuke up on the roof when I got here. Correction. The weapon of mass destruction was VX poison gas installed into a maximum dispersion rocket. The League of Villains intended to leave no witnesses of their activities, / Well, that sounds even worse. Hawks gulped before picking up on a certain detail the AI revealed. Hold on, you just said the League of Villains / They were in a joint operation with the Steel Sabers. Several agents arrived here with the WMD sometime during our initial assault to cover up any evidence of their involvement here once we disrupted the Sabers' operations, / No doubt sent here by Pruneface. Maruko deduced, obviously referring to Shigaraki. / Recent investigations we have conducted revealed that Shigaraki is not the true leader of the LOV. He is only a figurehead, / Hawks rubbed his chin as Maruko appeared confused. Looking back at the USJ villain invasion he heard about, was it really just a random attack or a coordinated scare tactic? Was Shigaraki bait, or did he have a purpose there? Either way, this mystery leader had to have some kind of ulterior motive at that time, and just now the Island siege. He decided to ask about the identity of the leader at another time. You said before that our methods were ineffective. I'm guessing you and your friend don't exactly have a high opinion of us. / On the contrary, your impressive service records are to be commended. Unfortunately, when up against a sizable army of mercenaries reputable for eliminating heroes, your usual strategy would not have been enough to retake Island and stop the Steel Sabers, / You know, we could have handled them if you hadn't blitzed us before. Maruko barked at the Doomslayer as she jabbed a finger at him. / You would not have let us through, / Oh, and I guess putting 4 of us in the hospital was okay. Maruko snidely fired back. The Doomslayer did not answer her, finishing up on her legs before moving on to her other arm. Great, giving me the cold shoulder. Maruko muttered to herself. The Doomslayer wasn't ignoring her or anything like that. He was busy suturing the last of Maruko's cuts. And he simply chose not to talk. He had lost his ability to speak eons ago after receiving his demigodhood from Samur, Maker via the divinity machine, a process so horrifically painful that he nearly blew out his vocal cords from screaming in agony. It was painful for him to talk afterward, but he eventually got better and regained his speech. However, the continued mental trauma he received from all those eons of fighting demons was taking its toll on his sanity, and he eventually took on an oath of silence afterward. And even if he wanted to speak, what would he say to her? / If I may inquire, Ms. Usagiyama, why do you refrain from avoiding potentially lethal attacks? / Shockingly enough, that would have been the first thing he'd ask her. Huh, Maruko blurted. / You were perfectly capable of avoiding any of Wolfram's strikes, but you instead chose to throw yourself directly in their path, risking mortal, if not fatal injuries. Why is that? / Hawks fidgeted a bit where he sat. He always told Maruko half a dozen times not to take so many risks during a fight, but she just wouldn't listen to reason. He knew this most likely stemmed from her time as a vigilante, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't get her to abandon that mindset. And the fact this AI was accurately pointing this out made him nervous. Why do you care? Maruko huffed. She was almost tempted to ignore him like how he was ignoring her, but after glancing down at herself and seeing all of the good work he did in patching her up, She figured she owed him that much at least. Well, if you're that curious, being a hero doesn't come with risks. There is a real chance you could die in the line of duty, but that doesn't bother me one bit. I don't care if I lose a limb or two, so long as I get to pummel whatever villain comes my way. You think that guy was going to end me? I live every day of my life like there's no tomorrow, so when my number's up, I can clock out with no regrets. She said with a proud smile, and her eyes closed. That's when she felt the vigilante pause his stitching and opened her eyes, only to see him glaring directly at her, looming over her like some kind of a reaper. Maruko felt intimidated as the featureless visor of the vigilante stared down at her. To her surprise, he slowly shook his head in disapproval. That is not a healthy mindset, Ms. Usajiyama. You should make an effort to avoid purposefully injuring yourself so that you may better combat your opponent, / Maruko was legitimately offended upon hearing that. What? I should be taking fighting lessons from a walking tank and his pet computer program? / You should not throw your life away so recklessly. Think about what you can do more for society in the future rather than focus on the impression you leave on others if you were to fall in battle as a result of your inability to avoid fatal harm, / As the TV shut itself off, Maruko was stunned silent while the vigilante resumed patching her wounds. She never thought of that before, though it made her uncomfortable. She lived with her creed for years, but this was the first time someone, or in this case an AI, told her that her logic was flawed. She couldn't find a comeback or any way to defend her opinions and opted to just sink back into her seat as she felt herself succumbing to fatigue, looking away from the vigilante with a light flush on her cheeks. Hawks sat wide-eyed at Maruko, surprised that she backed down from someone pointing out the flaws in her outlook. He was just a little dismayed that it wasn't him. Maybe he should have taken her to a psychiatrist after convincing her to leave her vigilante life behind. The Doomslayer finally closed the last laceration wound and discarded the tool onto the floor. He observed Maruko starting to fall asleep, her eyes struggling to remain open. Thank you, she slurred out before sleep finally claimed her. The Slayer could tell that wasn't the anesthetic talking. She truly thanked him. Hawks hopped off the table and walked over to the operating table with a relieved smile. The Doomslayer could tell that Hawks was her friend and decided she would be safest with him, keeping her guard. He walked around the table and went over to the exit. Hey, hold up a sec, a friendly voice stopped him. Annoyed, the Hellwalker glanced over his shoulder to Hawks as he slowly stepped forward with his hands raised. Easy there, I'm not going to try and stop you. I learned that the hard way. I just want to talk. The Doomslayer wasn't buying it, but humored him nonetheless. The fact that you helped my friend speaks a lot of volumes about you, if you know what I mean. Hawks started off, maintaining a casual posture. Most of us heroes were ready to write you off as a psycho, but after seeing your little impromptu recreation of a medical drama episode, and now that I know you saved the hostages at the airport, it's kind of shed some light on you. You're not all that bad. Oh no, he was bad, but not evil bad. However, what you did here won't exactly make everyone turn a blind eye to you, especially how you dealt with us back at the port. I mean, sure, the Steel Sabers were horrible people, but was it honestly necessary to paint the town with their blood? That was asked. That was literally just asked. Vega, somehow sensing the Slayer's bafflement, turned the TV back on, causing Hawks to turn around. What the TV showed, to Hawks' disturbance, was photos of the Steel Sabers' crimes against heroism. Dozens of heroes shot up, blown up, or hunted down like animals. Some footage consisted of helmet cam footage of Saber soldiers shredding the costumed Crusaders of Justice with bullets or giving them with explosive ordnance. It disturbed Kigo greatly, and as much as he wanted to look away from the screen, he was glued to every bloody atrocity the Sabers carried out. The TV finally shut itself off, just as the last bit of video footage showed Nine ordering his lieutenants to execute a group of captured heroes. Hawks vacantly stared at the floor as he wiped off the sweat from his bandaged forehead. He glanced up at the vigilante, who stared back at him. Hawks hung his head again and cleared his throat. You've made your point, he reluctantly admitted. But as a hero, I will say that you went too dash. The Bane of Hell instantly threw a straight punch to Kigo's face, taking advantage of his distraction to knock him out. Kigo dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes, unconscious and motionless. Out of courtesy for Maruko's friend, the Slayer dragged him over to the counter by his leg and propped him up against the furniture. The Slayer mentally questioned Hawk's attempt at reasoning with him, but waved it off as buying time. He was about to leave when he noticed something behind a stainless steel storage cabinet. He walked over to it and noticed a crease running up the length of the wall. He moved the cabinet aside, or rather knocked it over, and could make out the shape of a doorframe installed into the white metal wall. Scans indicate there is a room behind this hidden door. Accessing now. With an audible clunk, a section of the wall retracted to the left, revealing a darkened and extensive medical lab. The Slayer entered the room and took note of the large pod in the middle of the lab connected to numerous wires and various medical apparatuses. He walked up to the pod and ran his hand against it, reminding him of the sarcophagus the demons sealed him in. Vega turned on the computer at the other end of the room, and the Slayer took a closer look, observing what appeared to be a line chart that made a very sharp dip to the bottom with red colors. But what was it for? The red poured on his chest blinked, indicating there was an echo in this room. Echoes were holographic records of certain events. His suit could detect past events of interest and display them as holograms. It was a handy feature that the wretch implemented into his suit, and then of course the UAC managed to copy it when they recovered his sarcophagus and the Praetor's suit. The recording began when two pixelated blue forms coalesced inside the room. David Shields sitting at his computer, and a boxers-clad man laying inside the pod wearing a breathing mask. The Doomslayer studied the man in the pod with interest. He was a lanky, emaciated individual with an oddly angular face, dark scara with blue irises, and messy blonde hair that sprang out in different directions. What caught the Slayer's attention was the mass of damaged skin and scar tissue upon the man's midsection. It was almost as if a pinky took a bite out of his body. He looked at the holographic vitals on the pod. It did not look good for this guy. He heard the hologram of David gasping as he looked at the chart, just as the man sat up in the pod, his body phasing through the hatch. I don't get it, Toshi. Why are your quirk levels going down so dramatically? I know you were seriously injured by All for One, but to suddenly get these numbers is absurd. What in the world happened to you? And there it was again, All for One. The head of the LOV had some sort of connection to this Toshi, but what was it? The Doomslayer kept listening to their conversation. Any info he could get on the villain would be helpful in the long run. He heard Toshi cough. I suppose if you're a hero for a long time, your body starts to fall apart. There was a dull silence in the room as the men looked away from each other. David spoke again. At this rate, the symbol of peace will disappear. This only further cemented the connection between AFO and All Might, not to mention the hero's injury. But the more the Slayer thought, the more noticed something peculiar. He inspected Toshi's face and concentrated on his tired eyes. He felt like he had seen those eyes before. That's when the realization hit him, his eyes widening in response. Toshi was All Might. This walking skeleton was the symbol of peace. The Slayer wondered how this was possible, but figured that his quirk allowed him to transform into a muscular state. He looked at the line chart, and then back to Toshi's wound. Whatever AFO did to him, it affected his quirk and its power seemed to be decreasing. David continued. The only reason Japan is able to keep its crime rate at 6% is because of your presence. Other countries have around 20%, and some are even worse than that. Honestly, part of me wishes you never left. America could use you. So All Might had a bigger morale effect on the populace than he thought. He really was the glue holding this country together. It was no wonder why so many people looked up to him. To lose All Might would be devastating for everyone, and crime would skyrocket as criminals would have nothing to fear anymore. Hearing that info about other countries' crime rates gave him the impression that the heroes there either stretched thin or their villains were tough customers. Yagi walked over to David. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic, Dave. The world is full of capable pro-heroes, not to mention the good people like you who support them. Besides, I can still be All Might for a few hours each day. I'm not dead yet, Dash. Come on, what if a monstrous villain appears, and you're not capable of saving us again? Listen, just in case that day comes, understand that I have no intention of stepping down. And with that, the holograms dissipated. The Doomslayer stood in the middle of the room as he absorbed all of this info. All Might had a time limit for his powers, and there was also the heavy implication that he was dying. It was a lot to take in. But despite all of that, this man had the courage and willpower to keep on fighting to protect innocent people. He had a newfound respect for Toshi, but now realized his encounter with him in the ballroom more than likely made All Might label him a psychopath. Regardless of that, he still admired All Might and the heroes for fighting against the impossible. He noticed a small picture frame near the computer and picked it up. It was an old photo that depicted a much younger All Might and David, smiling happily with Toshi's arm slung over his friend's shoulder. Flynn could see the staggering difference between how All Might looked back then and how he looked now. From shining paragon of justice to a near-crippled man on his last legs. All for One was going to die for this. He then focused on David's shield and frowned. For all his efforts to mitigate All Might's condition, he never even considered the lives of the people and his daughter he was endangering. Despite his seemingly good intentions, it was blind fanaticism at its core, something he had seen way too many times in his war against Hell. Also, the quirk amplification headset would have made things worse for All Might if Wolfram was any indication. But he wasn't going to kill David, just let him be haunted by his idiotic actions for the rest of his life. I have downloaded the information from David's personal computer, but I still need to analyze them. You should head to the vault. The vault? Oh yeah, he had almost forgotten about his other objectives. He set the picture frame face down and left the room, stopping to look at Maruko. Still conflicted about her resemblance to Emily, the Slayer figured that maybe it was for the best to avoid her for the time being. And yet he couldn't help but think he was going to meet her again. He headed towards the door and was just about to leave the room when he heard Maruko speak. They deserved it. He glanced over his shoulder to see Maruko stirring her sleep, mumbling to herself as she shifted. Those hero-murdering bastards, they all deserved it. The Doomslayer stared at her for a few seconds before leaving the room and out of the office. Finally, someone agreed with him. To be continued.